begins to develop on the planet, consciousness begins to grow gradually towards dawn. Thus, from mineral to vegetable, from vegetable to animal, from animal to human forms, these all develop on the planet. With the man or the human being on the planet, there is a being, i.e., a self-conscious being, conscious of being conscious. With this begins a new evolutionary possibility. Sri Aurobindo says that man is not the end product of evolutions, he is an intermediate creature between the animal and the divine. Man, a conscious being, would move from human consciousness to divine consciousness, a movement from the mental to the supermental and from man to superman. Such a movement has its characteristic implications, which are: for seasons of self-development, Sri Aurobindo. For all great movements, for all ideas that have a destiny before them, there are 4 seasons of life development. This is a first season of secret or quasi-secret growth when the world knows nothing of this momentous birth which time has engendered. When the peoples of the earth persist in the old order of things with the settled conviction that that order has yet many centuries of life before it. When Krishna is growing from infancy to youth in Gokul among the obscure and despised and the weak ones of the earth, and Kansa knows not his enemy, and however he may be troubled by vague apprehensions and old prophecies and new presentiments, yet on the whole comforts himself with the thought of his great and invincible power and his mighty allies, and by long impunity has almost come to think himself immortal. Then there comes the leaping of the great name of light, the sudden coming from Gokul to Mathura, the amazement, alarm and fury of the doomed powers and greatnesses, the delight of the oppressed who waited for a deliverer, the guile and violence of the tyrant and his frantic attempts to reverse the decrees of fate and slay the young deity, as if that godhead could pass from the world with its work undone. This is the second period of emergence of the struggle of the idea to live, of furious persecution, of miraculous persistence and survival, when the old world looks with alarm and horror on this new and portentous force. And in the midst of wild worship and enthusiasm, of fierce hatred and frantic persecution, of bitter denunciation and angry disparagement, assisted by its friends, still better assisted by its foes, the new idea, fed with the blood of its children, thriving on torture, magnified by martyrdom, aggrandized by defeat, increases and lifts its head higher and higher into the heavens and spreads its arms wider and wider to embrace the earth until the world is full of its indomitable presence and loud with the clamor of its million voices. Dominations are crushed between its fingers or hasten to make peace and compromise with it that they may be allowed to live. That is its third period, the season of triumph, when the tyrant meets face to face the man of his own blood and sprung from the seed of his own fostering, who is to destroy him. And in the moment when he thinks to slay his enemy, feels the grasp of the avenger on his hair and the sword of doom in his heart. Last is the season of rule and fulfillment, when the victorious idea lives out its potent and unhindered existence, works its will with the world which has become in its hands as clay in the hands of the potter, creates what it has to create, teaches what it has to teach, until its own time comes, and with the arrow of age, the hunter, in its heel, it gives up its body and returns to the great source of all power and energy from which it came. Previously, the evolution, mineral to vegetable, then to animal, was a sort of natural instinctive evolution, a blind one. Now the evolution is consciousness. Previously, the plants or the animals had no role to play in the evolution. Now, human beings, conscious as they are, play a definite role. They cooperate with the evolutionary process. Previously, the evolutionary process took billions of years, which period now is reduced to a shorter time span, and previously there was hardly any method to help the consciousness-free entities to move forward. Now, the human beings, with the strength of the integral yoga as possessed by them, can move forward to the divinity. Sri Aurobindo developed and perfected what he called the integral yoga, which helps enable men to move from the present fractured, fragmented and disoriented state of people's consciousness into higher consciousness. Dr. Karan Singh explains Sri Aurobindo's concept of integral yoga in the following words. The psychic being, in some way, would be what in traditional Hindu thought would be the Atman, the divinity within us. Sri Aurobindo has analyzed the physical dimension, the psychological dimension, which he calls a vital, emotional dimension, and then the other deeper dimensions of the human body. His integral yoga brings together the 4 traditional yogas of Hindu philosophy and religious striving, the Jnana Yoga, the way of wisdom, the Bhakti Yoga, the way of devotion, the Karma Yoga, the way of words, and the Raj Yoga, the way of spiritual practices and inner development. Sri Aurobindo brings these together in an extraordinary way and is able, therefore, to put before us the integral yoga with all its difficulties. He has never underestimated the difficulties involved. He talks about the negative, hostile, and dark forces that are constantly trying to obstruct the descent of the light. And yet he has ultimately overcome it. 3 movements in his yoga can be identified. The first would be an entire surrender of all the elements of life to a total and integral surrender to the divine, not only a psychological surrender, but a physical, emotional, and a psychic surrender. Second, an ascent of consciousness to the supramental realm, the absorption of the light and the power of the supramental. Third, the return to earth with the light of the supramental. This is really where Sri Aurobindo's teachings are different from most other traditional teachings. The concept of rising into higher levels of consciousness and going out in ecstasy is well established in Vedanta. It is not new. In fact, that is the goal of Vedanta, of spiritual striving, to join the Atman and the Brahman just as the dewdrop slips into the shining sea to become one with the ocean of light. But it is important to remember, and this is a key concept of Sri Aurobindo, that his goal was not individual salvation. His goal was not even a collective salvation, it was nothing short of a divination of matter, a transmutation of terrestrial consciousness. Conclusion. Sri Aurobindo can be rightly called one of the greatest political thinkers of our times. Indeed, he had no love for westernized thought or in its way of life. His nationalism was spiritual, religious at that. Though he was not opposed to acquiring new tools for the advancement of knowledge, he was not in favor of sacrificing tradition for science. In India, Sri Aurobindo declared, the holy divine, even science had to breathe the religious spirit. M.K. Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi, his times and his works. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, 1869–1948, was one of the greatest sons of India, respectfully called Bapu, the father of the nation. His greatest strength in politics was his power to convince others, especially his opponents. No other person was as friendly with the adversaries as he was, no other person could win his enemies so easily as he could. With his weapons of nonviolence and within his objectives of truth, he fought the mighty British Empire. Gandhi was born on October 2, 1869 in an average family and in an obscure town, Porbandar, in Kathiawad. He was the sixth child and the youngest of all in the family. His father was 48 and mother in her early 20s when Gandhi was born. His father had studied till about 3 classes but rose to become a Diwan in a small state of Gujarat province. His mother was illiterate. Gandhi was very shy and timid in his childhood. He was an average student. At the age of 13 he was married to Kasturba. The early marriage did affect his studies, but he was soon able to catch up. He was the first in his family to have passed the 10th class. Though he failed poorly in the college, he sought to go to England for his law degree. The money for his England education was made available after selling a part of the family land, and the permission to go abroad was given by his mother after he promised not to touch meat, women and wine. He left India in September 1888 when he was 18. After 3 years, in 1891 he came back to India with the barrister's title. In 1893, at the age of 23, he went to South Africa to help contest a case. He was to stay in South Africa for a year or so, but spent about 22 years there. Gandhi returned to India as a great champion of social equality and equipped with his techniques of satyagraha and nonviolence. Between 1915 and 1948, Gandhi worked in India for the country's freedom. He was much more than a liberator of his country. As a nationalist, Gandhi was no less a patriot like Washington, Mazzini, and Sun Yat-sen, but his achievements went far beyond independence. He stood for truth, humanity, and world peace. In many respects, he was a citizen of the world. Though born a Hindu, Gandhi was in more than one movement. 1942, Gandhi rose as a taller leader, the tallest of all. Gandhi, though claimed to have no ism, was one who had Gandhism, for he had said himself, Gandhi can die, but Gandhism can never. Gandhi was more than Plato and Aristotle, he was a Socrates, he was more than Mill and Marx, he was a great humanist like Buddha. He had in him the mixture of so many ideologies. He was an individualist among the socialists, a socialist among the individualists, a Marxist among the socialists, and a socialist among the Marxists. He was a great champion of the poor, the lowly, the outcasts, the weak. He was a great advocate of unity, social or political. He was a great man, the greatest among the great. The parallel of him is born after ages. It is a matter of pride for those Indians who lived during the age of Gandhi. A fanatic Hindu assassinated Gandhi on January 30, 1948. Nehru had said then, the light has gone out of our lives and there is darkness everywhere, a pillar of strength and a source of inspiration to the nation, as Sardar Patel had described Gandhi. It is said that during his lifetime, Gandhi wrote about 10 million words. That means that he wrote about 500 words every day over a period of about 50 years. More than half of that writing went into the editorials of his newspapers. A person who writes so much on moral, political, economic, social, and religious matters is bound to develop an extraordinary character. Gandhi's works included an autobiography or the story of my experiments with truth, nonviolence in peace and war, nonviolent satyagraha, Young India. The papers he edited were the Harijan and the Young India. His writings and speeches in Gandhiana run into about 125 volumes. Gandhi was influenced by his family, especially by his mother. Gokhale was his political guru. B.G. Tilak also influenced him. Tolstoy glimpses in belief, what to do. The kingdom of God is within you, Ruskin, unto this last, and Thoreau, essay, Civil Disobedience, too influenced Gandhi. Gandhi was a saint and a revolutionary, saint insofar as he stood for spiritualization of all aspects of individual life, a revolutionary insofar as he worked through satya and nonviolence. In his political ideas, Gandhi advocated a morally based and ethically oriented politics, a decentralized polity starting from individual onward, a duty-based scheme of rights, a state with minimum functions. In his economic ideas, he was for trusteeship, Swadeshi socialism where the basic needs of human beings are taken care of, and an economy which is self-reliant with its direction toward growth. In his social ideas, he was for a well-knit society with unity made up of diversities. In his technique, he was for techniques such as satyagraha and nonviolence. B. Gandhi, political ideas. 1. Gandhi on religion and politics. As himself, Gandhi was a religious man. He regarded religion as a purely personal matter. He says religion is a personal matter, and if we succeed in confining it to the personal plane, all would be well in our political life. Religion with him was another name of truth and righteousness. Gandhi once said, "Let me explain what I mean by religion. It is not the Hindu religion which certainly prize above all other religions, but the religion which transcends Hinduism, which changes one's very nature, which binds one indissolubly to the truth within, and which ever purifies. It is the permanent element in human nature which counts no cost too great in order to find full expression and which leaves the soul utterly restless until it has found itself, known its maker, and appreciated the true correspondence between the maker and itself." His attitude towards religion is characterized by A. That all religions are true. B. That all religions have some error in them. C. That all religions aim at fellowship. To quote Gandhiji, religion does not mean sectarianism. It means a belief in ordered moral government of the universe. It is not less real because it is unseen. This religion transcends Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, etc. It does not supersede them. It harmonizes them and gives them reality. There was hardly any difference between religion and morality for Gandhi. There is, for Gandhi, no such thing as religion overriding morality or morality overriding religion. He was convinced that man cannot be untruthful and cruel and yet claim to have God on his side. He said, "I reject any religious doctrine that does not appeal to reason and is in conflict with morality. Tolerate unreasonable religious sentiment when it is not immoral." Politics, for Gandhiji, was but a part of man's life, one that encircles men like the coil of a snake from which one cannot get out no matter how much one tries. Though he thought that an increase in the power of the state did the greatest harm to mankind by destroying individuality which lay at the root of all progress, yet he viewed political power as a means that enabled people to better their conditions in every department of life. He wrote, "My work of social reform was in no way less or subordinate to political work. The fact is that one saw that to a certain extent my social work would be impossible without the help of political work, took to the latter and only to the extent that it helped the former. Political life is not stranger to other aspects of life." He used to say, "My life is one indivisible whole, and all my activities run into one another, and they all have their rise in my insatiable love of mankind." Political activity of man is closely associated with other activities of man, and all these activities, according to Gandhiji, influence each other. That is why he never separated politics from other walks of life. What he hated in politics was the concentration of power and the use of violence associated with political power. He said, "The individual has a soul, but the state is a soulless machine. It can never be weaned from violence to which it owes its very existence. What would personally prefer would be not a centralization of power in the hands of the state, but an extension of the sense of trusteeship." According to Gandhi, politics, and for that matter, the state is a means and not an end which helps individual lead a better life. An ideal state or an ideal political life is, he used to say, one when men rule themselves. He would go to the extent of saying that in an ideal state there is no place for the state, or the state there has the most minimum place, that government is the best which governs the least, or say, does not govern at all. Borrowing these words taken from Thoreau 1817-62, an American, Weldon or Life in the Woods, also an essay on civil disobedience. In fact, Gandhi was deeply a religious man. "My bent of mind is not political but religious. Most religious men have met are politicians in disguise, however, who wear the guise of a politician and at heart a religious man. At the back of every word that have uttered since have known what public life is, and of every act that have done, there has been a religious consciousness and a downright religious motive. For me, politics bereft of religion is absolute dirt, ever to be shunned, comma. Those who say that religion has nothing to do with politics do not know what religion really means." It is a fact that Gandhi's whole political philosophy was but a corollary to his religious and moral philosophy. Gandhi attempted to apply moral and ethical truths to the facts of social and political life. Participation in politics was, to him, an unavoidable evil, and yet he tried to introduce religion into politics. To talk of leaving religion for politics, Glyn Richards, "The philosophy of Gandhi, or politics for religion, was incomprehensible to him, Gandhi, for he conceived of every activity as determined or governed by one's religious outlook. Gandhi thought that religion-oriented politics serves humanity, and such a politics helps men lead a better life. The more purified a political activity, the more would it serve the people." Gandhi quotes, "A coward is incapable of exhibiting love. It is the prerogative of the brave. A man is but the product of his thoughts, what he thinks, he becomes. A nation's culture resides in the hearts and in the soul of its people. All the religions of the world, while they may differ in other respects, unitedly proclaim that nothing lives in this world but truth. An eye for an eye ends up making the whole world blind. Capital as such is not evil, it is its wrong use that is evil. First they who practice and preach violence ignore you, then they laughed at you, then they fight you, then you win. For me, every ruler is alien that defies public opinion. Freedom is never costly at any price. It is the breath of life. What would a man not pay for living? Lamb prepared to die, but there is no cause for which am prepared to kill. Object to violence because when it appears to do good, the good is only temporary, the evil it does is permanent. If had no sense of honor, would long ago have committed suicide. Morality is the basis of all things, and truth is the substance of all morality. Nonviolence requires a double faith, faith in God and also faith in man. Poverty is the worst form of violence. The essence of religion is one. Only their approaches are different. 2. Swaraj, democracy, freedom. The concept of Swaraj got developed during the struggle for India's liberation. In his book Hind Swaraj, 1909, Gandhi used the word Swaraj to mean much more than simply wanting the English. In his book Hind Swaraj, 1909, Gandhi used the word Swaraj to mean much more than simply wanting the English rule without the Englishman, the tiger's nature but not the tiger. He was of the opinion that the English rule, in its institutions relating to politics, economy, bureaucracy, legal system, military arrangement, and educational scheme, were inherently unjust, exploitative, and alienating. Swaraj, for Gandhi, included much more than the country's independence. Gandhi thought of Swaraj as two-dimensional. It implied self-rule for India as an independent nation. 2. It implied self-rule for the individual. The first, he used to say, was to be the natural outcome of the second. With regard to the first, Gandhi wrote, "The independence, for India, should be political, economic, and moral." Political meant the removal of the control of the British Army in every shape and in every form. Economic meant entire freedom from the British capitalists and the British capital, as also their Indian counterparts. In other words, the humblest must feel equal to the tallest. Moral meant freedom from armed defense forces. Thus, political Swaraj means self-government and not good government. For Gandhi, good government is no substitute for self-government. What Swaraj, in the sense of self-rule, means is that people participate in the formation and functioning of the government. It means continuous efforts to be independent of governmental control, whether foreign government or national government. It means a power with the individual to improve their lot, a power through which people make their destiny, a power to combat a corrupt polity, a power that controls absolute authority. Independence involved more than just the expulsion of British political and economic institutions from India. Gandhi expressed this when he said that Swaraj means not mere political awakening, but an all-round awakening social, educational, moral, economic, and political. Gandhi declared that the English would leave India only when we reform ourselves. Independence from the British rule would come only when individual Indians uprooted British culture from themselves and their communities. Essentially, Swaraj was a movement of self-purification for the Indian people. Gandhi stated, "If we become free, India is free. It is Swaraj when we learn to rule ourselves." There is, therefore, Swaraj at the individual level. On this level, the call for Swaraj represents a genuine attempt to regain control of the our self-respect, self-responsibility, and capacities for self-realization from institutions of dehumanization. As Gandhi states, it is Swaraj when we learn to rule ourselves. The real goal of the freedom struggle was not only to secure political independence from Britain, but rather to give true Swaraj, liberation, and self-rule. Gandhi writes, "At the individual level, Swaraj is vitally connected with the capacity for dispassionate self-assessment, ceaseless self-purification, and growing Swadeshi or self-reliance. Swaraj is the sovereignty of the people based on pure moral authority." For Gandhi, Swaraj of the people means the sum total of the Swaraj of individuals, and so he clarified that for him, Swaraj means freedom for the meanest of his countrymen. And in its fullest sense, Swaraj is much more than freedom from all restraints. It is self-rule, self-restraint, and could be equated with moksha or salvation. Swaraj for Gandhi was economic independence. To sum up, we may say that Gandhi's concept of Swaraj, in his use of the word with regard to national movement, means independence of India from the British rule. But in his use of the word as a political concept, it is more than mere independence of the country. It is the power to rule oneself, to form one's government, to support the government if it works for the people and oppose if it abuses the trust posed in it by the people, to resist the authority if it violates its mandate. And in yet another sense, Swaraj is related to the individual, in that it raises individuals' capacity to rise above all temptations, each performing his duty to the service of all mankind, cultivating, as Gandhi had said, the spirit of service, renunciation, truth, nonviolence, self-restraint, patience. For Gandhi, not only was the concept of Swaraj important but also the fact that it was to be realized through mass education where there is complete elimination of all forms of domination, oppression, segregation, and discrimination. Swaraj exists where there is no centralization of power or the centralized state. Relation-wise, concept means relatedness. Structurally, it means the existence of Ramrajya, while in terms of economy, it means self-reliance, whereas in terms of society, a system sans all discrimination and all distinctions. Swaraj is Sarvodaya, welfare of each with all with each. In fact, Swaraj is the culmination of Swadeshi, in the sense that it seeks self-reliance in economy, and Sarvodaya in the sense that it seeks welfare of all with the welfare of each, and of each with the welfare of all. Indeed, Swaraj in Gandhian scheme means Swadeshi, i.e. indigenous. Swadeshi may be described as something rooted in one's immediate surroundings. As the whole universe, each nation in the universe and each region in the nation are linked, the correct mode of relating is to remain related to one's immediate surroundings. As Gandhi has said about Swadeshi, that spirit in us which restricts us to the use and service of our immediate surroundings, to the exclusion of the more remote. Restrict myself to my ancestral religion. If defective, purge it from within. In politics, use the indigenous institutions. If defective, improve upon them. In economics, use the immediate surroundings. Swaraj as total freedom is a true homecoming. Swaraj also means Sarvodaya, the welfare of all. Gandhi's social theory envisages well-being for all, well-being that is oriented to self-realization of one and all. In this new society, economic relations are not controlled by market forces, but by social affections. Political economy gives way to effective economy. A mother, though hungry, may go starving in order to feed her son. Accordingly, Gandhi argued that effective resources could enter into all economic equations and produce the maximum. If the spirit of the worker is brought to its greatest strength by the motivating forces of affection, it can produce more labor with stable wages and constancy of numbers in employment, functions in terms of service, not in terms of profit, the wages being a necessary adjunct, not the object of life. In the construction of a civil society, Gandhi introduces the quest for liberation or self-realization as the basic component. Search for liberation gives all the members a transcendent reference point and enables them to revitalize everything else, and, at the same time, to be related to one another on a basis that is above themselves. By introducing a transcendent referentiality in the construction of civil society, Gandhi visualizes a civil society that is eco-friendly and theandric, not narrowly anthropocentric. It gives civil society a primordial character. At the individual level, Swaraj is selfless and self-disciplined individual, selfless, fearless, and self-suffering. It has its meaning stretched to the domains of individual, economy, politics, and to those aspects which relate to life. Swaraj was, for him, both a means as well as an end. As an end, it was truth. As a means, it was the principle of nonviolence. It was freedom, inner freedom. It was what came from one's inner voice. Democracy, indeed, is a government based on the consent of the people. It is not a gift that comes to the people from above. It is a gift that comes from within. Democracy is not the exercise of one's voting power, holding any political office, or exercising the power of the government. It is, Gandhi insists, when the people are able to develop their inner freedom, which is the capacity to regulate and control one's desires/impulses in the light of reason. Freedom rises from the individual and rests with the individual. This does not mean, as Gandhi argues, that freedom is something isolated and confined to the individual self. Gandhi submits individual freedom to social restraints. Individual state is not the state of the Western type, one that is force personified, one that has no soul, and one that is powerfully centralized. His state is one that is described as Ramrajya, not one as the kingdom of God, but the one of truth and righteousness, the one where the meanest citizen is sure of swift justice, and the one which ensures equal rights alike of prince and pauper. According to him, society with true Swaraj would have a relatively weak central government but a strong base of nearly self-sufficient and self-governing villages containing independent and well-educated individuals. All adults in such a society would elect a small body panchayat to deal with disputes and crime and also relevant political and economic matters. Villages would be grouped into districts, districts into provinces, provinces into states, and each of these would be administered by representatives elected from its constituent units and not directly by the whole electorate. To a great extent, Gandhi was not only in favor of democracy but also one who urged for the democratization of all institutions through the dispersal of power. The chief features of democracy which Gandhi envisaged included: A. Decentralization and devolution of power. B. Equal rights, justice, freedom, and opportunities for all by the same token. C. Nonviolence and non-coercion. D. Secular system. E. Self-governing cooperative federalism. F. Grassroots self-governance, and G. Balancing political authority and moral power. What he thought as undemocratic was the concentration of powers, both political and economic. He wanted the political and economic power to be shared at all levels, from panchayats to the national ones. Gandhi wrote, democracy must in essence mean the art and science of mobilizing the entire physical, economic, and spiritual resources of all the various sections of the people in the service of the common good of all. Gandhi's concept of Ram Rajya was a kingdom of perfect happiness, or a state of bliss for everyone, with all types of freedom, rights, and self-governance based on the principles of justice, equality, and truth, to some extent, a system of enlightened anarchy, and one that Gandhi would like to have it. Gandhi was an anarchist, but minus violence. 3. State and power. The state as it existed in the West represented for Gandhi power and force concentrated in an organized form, something that has only a body and has no soul at all. It is, for Gandhi, violence personified. Capitalistic as it is, the state in the West has emerged as an organization to protect capitalism and its institutions, and as such protects the property and possession of the people, maintenance of what may be called as the social order. Gandhi writes, the democracies, i.e. the states, that we see at work in England, America, and France are not only so-called democracies because they are no less based on violence than Nazi Germany, fascist Italy, or even Soviet Russia. The only difference is that the violence of the last three, Germany, Italy, and Russia, is much better organized than that of three democratic powers, England, America, and France. In a system that existed in the West, there is, Gandhi used to say, political power with the people, no doubt, but they have no Swaraj. Gandhi was, therefore, against the centralization of power in the hands of the state, and that is one reason that he suggested minimum state ownership. He looked upon an increase of the power of the state with great fear, for it, he thought, destroyed both individuality and the mankind. Gandhi does advocate in a democracy a state of his own thinking. Like the Marxian state, the state would, in Gandhi's view of democratic system, wither away as a system which exercises as a machinery of an power broker, but unlike the Marxian state, it would work as a welfare institution. Gandhi, unlike Marx, does not advocate the end of the state, but wanted to reform the state. Gandhi's model of the state was the Keynesian one, where the role of the state would be that of a friend, philosopher, and guide with respect to the maximization of social welfare. In the matter of governing power, Gandhi advocated the state that governed the least. The state's power turns from violence to service. It keeps delegating and devoluting at all those levels which matter in the field of administration, starting from bottom to the top, from the individual to the state, nay the world system. 4. Satya, Satyagraha, and nonviolence. For Gandhi, power was always moral power, and from the concept of moral power, Gandhi obtained his unflinching faith in truth and nonviolence, which, according to him, were superior to any other power. Truth for Gandhi was the essence of all types of morality. It is what the inner self experiences at a given point of time. It is an answer to one's conscience, what responds to one's moral self. Gandhi's concept of Satyagraha was related to his notion of truth. It means urge for truth. In Nonviolent Resistance, Gandhi says about Satyagraha, its root meaning is holding on to truth, hence truth force. Have also called it love force or soul force. Gandhi advocated self-suffering as a means of protest against wrong. If your opponent's actions were wrong, Gandhi felt that they could be made to amend their wrong practices through acts of love and nonviolence. Gandhi had immense faith in Satyagraha as unfailing moral power. He observed that whatever is needful and can be gained by political power can perhaps be more quickly and more certainly gained by Satyagraha. The power of the state should be used for human development and welfare rather than for coercion and exploitation. As the politico-economic power of the state needs to be decentralized for the betterment of the society, and any policy that achieves this objective without violence can be considered as a good policy. In Gandhi, one can find a combination between the political power of the state and the moral dictates of universal natural religion. In the extreme case of an ideal democracy, there would be no repository of power and authority except the people. Badiyanath Ghosh. For Gandhi, power is a means, and that it need not be an end, a means to serve the people. The power must belong to the whole people and should always maximize the welfare of the people. Gandhi's Satya and Satyagraha were related to his concept of nonviolence. Nonviolence in the negative sense means no injury either in words or deeds, and in positive sense it means love for others, maximum convenience to others at the cost of maximum inconveniences to oneself. To quote Gandhi, literally speaking, ahimsa means nonviolence. But to me it has much higher, infinitely higher meaning. It means that you may not offend anybody, you may not harbor uncharitable thought, even in connection with those whom you consider your enemies. To one who follows this doctrine, there are no enemies. If you express your love, ahimsa, in such a manner that it impresses itself indelibly upon the so-called enemy, he must return that love. This doctrine tells us that we may guard the honor of those under our charge by delivering our own lives into the hands of the man who would commit the sacrilege. And that requires far greater courage than delivering of blows. He used to say, I have no doubt whatsoever that if nonviolence, in its full measure, becomes the policy of the state, we shall reach essential equality without strife. For Gandhi, the nonviolence of the brave was the highest kind of nonviolence, for she would have force but would not use it. Then there is nonviolence of the common man who would use it to extract her objectives. Nonviolence of the coward, which is the lowest type of nonviolence. Nonviolence of the impotent person. Gandhi prefers violence to impotency. There is a relationship between Gandhi's concepts of satya, satyagraha, and nonviolence. For Gandhi, truth is the basic religion, it is God, and therefore it alone exists, for it is always true regardless of time, place, and circumstances, beyond any change and the fluctuations of time. For Gandhi, truth is the attribute of the soul, and satyagraha is nothing but the soul force or holding on to the truth. Satyagraha is not merely opposing the government, it is opposing what is evil, it is more than passive resistance, it is a moral force of the brave, it is what strengthens the self rather than insults or belittles the opponent, which passive resistance does. Gandhi makes a distinction between passive resistance and satyagraha. Passive resistance is not completely wedded to nonviolence. It may use violence if the circumstances demand so, while satyagraha does not recognize the use of force at all. While this may be true in theory, it needs to be remembered that Gandhi himself claimed that under certain extreme circumstances, force might be used to resist force. Physical force, he says, is better than moral cowardice. 2. Passive resistance may mean the use of compulsion in the case of the person against Passive resistance may mean the use of compulsion in the case of the person against whom it is directed, while satyagraha believes in the infliction of sufferings on oneself. In practice, however, satyagraha may mean a subtle form of coercion. 3. More than passive resistance, satyagraha aims at the change of heart of the opponent. 4. Passive resistance may be motivated by jealousy, while satyagraha is governed by the principles of love and charity. Passive resistance is negative and is the instrument of the weak, whereas satyagraha is positive and is a weapon of the strong. Gandhi was convinced that one can reach the end of truth through the means of nonviolence. The end can be achieved through the means. 5. Theory of ends and means. One of the important principles of Gandhism is his theory of ends and means. Gandhi, unlike Machiavelli, believed in the essential unity between ends and means. To quote him, "Means and end are convertible terms in my philosophy of life." He also said, "They say means are after all means. Would say means are after all everything. As the means so the end, there is no wall of separation between means and ends. Indeed, the Creator has given us control, and that too very limited, over means, none over the end. Realization of the goal is in exact proportion to that of the means. This is a proposition that admits of no exception. The means may be likened to a seed, the end to a tree, and there is just the same inviolable connection between the means and the ends as there is between the seed and the tree. If one takes care of the means, the end will take care of itself. Impure means result in impure ends. One cannot reach truth by untruthfulness. Truthful conduct alone can reach truth. Are not nonviolence and truth twins? Between ends and means, Gandhi always chose means. It is means which make ends as real ends. It is through means that one reaches ends, for as are the means so are the ends. We have control over means and not ends. It is through the means of nonviolence that we are able to attain the truth, the ends. Inspired by the Gita, Gandhi upheld what he called Atmashakti, inner power. One need not perform one's duty in expectation of the reward, but one should perform duty for the sake of duty. One should concentrate on the performance of one's duties and rights. Gandhi used to say would automatically follow, "You take care of the means and leave the rest to him." Again, he says, "I know if we can take care of them, the means, attainment of the goal is assured. Feel too that our progress towards the goals will be in exact proportion to the purity of our means." 6. Political reforms. Gandhi was well aware of the alien rule and the diverse society India then had. That was why he had numerous social and political reforms to suggest. However, he did ask for 4 criteria. A. Participation of certain sections of people or classes in the reform activities purely on voluntary and optional basis. B. Holistic reforms in the sense that they bring about the welfare of the masses, particularly that of the depressed sections of society. C. Reforms to be based on ethical and moralistic principles. D. Reforms to be gradual, non-violent, and non-coercive. Gandhi's reforms were to work at 3 levels: individual, institutional, and policy. At the individual level, Gandhi urged the people to take part in activities, including political, so as to gain public welfare. "My bent of mind is not political but religious, and take part in politics because feel that there is no department of life which can be divorced from religion, and because politics touches the vital being of India almost every point." At the individual level, Gandhi's reforms were basically confined to make people strong with soul force and aware of their rights and duties, and if need be, to launch satyagraha against unjust laws and policies. But in every case, Truth and nonviolence will have to be the guiding principles not only for individuals but for institutional changes and policy implementation. At the institutional and policy levels, Gandhi suggested democratic values and welfare programs so as to make the society as dynamic as possible. Some of his reforms may be summed up as under I. There has to be nonviolent political system together with a nonviolent police system. 2. Prisons need to be organized in such a way that the criminals are given opportunities to reform themselves. 3. The state needs to be secular and tolerant of all the religions and faith. 4. The right type of balanced education among the people be spread, so that there is respect for every human being, women in particular, and there is progressive decline of inequality, exploitation, and injustice every day that passes on. V. Gandhi suggests a state as an institution of the people, a society as a symbol of unity and a community of common living. 7. Gandhian economics. Gandhi's economics had certain features such as the economy has to work towards equality and non-exploitation. It needs to be consistent with full employment. It needs to provide low-priced consumer goods. All those industries with sophisticated technology be in non-private sectors. There should not be mass production without mass distribution. In fact, equality and social justice dominated in his economic thought. Economic policies to be pursued on a need base and not want base. Irrational desires to be controlled. 3. Labor-intensive technologies to be preferred to capital-intensive ones. Gandhi's economics revolved around certain criteria. 2, 3, 4, b. 5. Poverty to be eradicated and affluence to be minimized. Self-sufficiency to be achieved in basic needs. Human needs to be fulfilled. Economy agro-based. Small-scale and village industries to be promoted. Need-based production through small-scale units. Economic power to be decentralized or curtailed. Gandhi, a pre-modernist. M.N. Roy once described Gandhi as a medieval type of thinker. Dr. Radhakrishnan also spoke of Gandhi having a medieval attitude of mind. Though the former struck on Gandhi as such, the latter found that he was mistaken about Gandhi. The statement that Gandhi was a pre-modernist has some element of truth. In order to restore India to its pristine condition, we have to return to it. Pristine means moving towards village people whose wisdom he found boundless, in whom he had all faith, and for whom he always sought what he called the village republicanism. He was opposed to modern technology, mechanized industry, centralized bureaucratic administration, the rule of science. This is his pre-modernism, like his belief in the Hindu traditions. A worthy life is one of truth and virtue, and not of wealth and power. Pin. Gandhi was a great champion of Swadeshi. For Gandhi, Swadeshi meant a spirit in us which restricts us to the use and service of our immediate surroundings to the exclusion of more remote in economics. It means the use of goods and services available around us. In politics, it means the use of indigenous institutions, e.g. panchayats. In religion, it means the use of native tradition, rituals, folkways, ways of life. According to the principle of Swadeshi, whatever is made or produced locally must be used first and foremost locally. Trading among the villages and between villages and towns be minimal. Similarly, services should also be used locally. Swadeshi, therefore, is self-reliance and avoidance of economic dependence and of market forces. Among the villages, towns, cities, states, and countries, economy would, Gandhi says, have a place, but it would not dominate society. Economics, like politics, he would affirm, should be means to the fulfillment of cultural, spiritual, and thought ends. It should serve mankind, and should not dictate it. Likewise, Gandhi never thought of machine civilization as a true civilization. It is a civilization where a worker is a conveyor belt, where an animal is cruelly treated, where an economic activity devastates economy. It is difficult to call it a civilization. Such machine civilizations make citizens neurotics. Natural world, a desert, cities, concrete jungles. Swadeshi, by nature, is not destructive, it is nonviolent. Gandhi, a modernist. Gandhi's experiments with truth are distinctively modernist. His faith in individual and individualization is characteristically modernist. If individual ceases to count, what is left of society? Gandhi's conception of religion can be called modernized. Religion, for Gandhi, was not any particular religion. It was the totality of all religions, the totality of morality and ethics, the totality of truth, the totality of all basic principles of humanity, humanists. Religion is the search for truth. Truth, for Gandhi, was not only religion, but it was God for him. Gandhi, as a modernist, had secularized both religion and God. Gandhi's theory of trusteeship was an answer to the evils of the capitalists. Under trusteeship, everyone, including the present owner of the factory, would work and get, in return, the wages while the entire profit goes to the factory and becomes, thus, the social profit. Gandhi's concept of trusteeship is based on the first verse of the Upanishad, according to which one is asked to dedicate everything to God, and then use it only to the required extent. Gandhi used to say that all property is God's property, and that we use it to the extent we require. Accordingly, for Gandhi, all property is a trust, and people hold it as its trustee. We can increase it, but we cannot steal it. We can use it, but we cannot destroy it. We cannot own it because it does not belong to us. Gandhi was convinced, in his theory of trusteeship, that everything belongs to God, and comes to us from God. Thus, what comes from God was for the people as a whole, and not for any particular individual. If an individual has more than his share, the more that he possesses is with him as a trust, and he is a trustee of the more that he has. If all the people accept this principle, trusteeship becomes a legalized institution, and, to that extent, trusteeship as an economic category comes to be closely related to morality. Gandhi saw in the concept of trusteeship a solution to the capital-labor conflict. Professor Jivan Kumar, Economy and Society. The Gandhian Perspective. The Gandhian concept of trusteeship as under Gandhi, a postmodernist. Postmodernism is adoption or adaptation of Western developmental models to indigenous systems. It may be described as the synthesis of the old and new, which is qualitatively newer from the old and the new. It is, in fact, reconstruction of the self. Gandhi may be described as a postmodernist in the sense that he was a passionate lover of individuality. Individual to be individual at all cost. I value individual freedom, but you must not forget that man is essentially a social being. A social being is more important than the freedom he has. If the social being is lost, what use is there of the liberty he has? Everything that destroys is not postmodernism, and everything that preserves is not modernism. Gandhi's pacificism is postmodernism. His love for peace and nonviolence was postmodernism. Again, his fusion of means and ends, of inner and outer, of religion and politics are distinctively postmodernism in the constructive sense. Trusteeship provides a means of transforming the present capitalist order into an egalitarian one. 2. It does not recognize any right of private ownership of property, except so far as it may be permitted by society for its own welfare. 3. It does not exclude legislation of the ownership and use of wealth. 4. Under state-regulated trusteeship, an individual will not be free to hold or use his wealth for selfish satisfaction, in disregard of the interests of society. Just as in the case of a decent minimum living wage, a limit should be fixed for the maximum income that would be allowed to any person in society. The difference between such minimum and maximum incomes should be reasonable and equitable and variable from time to time, so much so that the tendency should be towards the obliteration of the difference. 6. Under such an economic order, the character of production will be determined by social necessity and not by personal greed. Gandhi is not without his limitations. He did not rise above his ruralized views. He never accepted capitalism, nor what is called modernized economy. He provided gospels without providing either the infrastructure or the strategy. His decentralized plan was infeasible. His Ramraja was nothing less than utopian. And yet no one denies Gandhi's greatness. Bhikhu Parekh sums up Gandhi very beautifully. Gandhi's uncompromising commitments to truth and justice, his courage to write the script of his life himself, his relentless search for coherence and wholeness, his total lack of fear, his constant experiments with the possibilities of human existence, and so on are lasting sources of inspiration. As Gandhi said in 1937, "My writings should be cremated with my body. What have done will endure, not what have said or written." His life is surely his greatest legacy. B.R. Ambedkar. A.B.R. Ambedkar. The man, his times, his works. There are evils such as slavery, apartheid, caste system, gender bias, and the like which are creations of possessive people. There are evils which are man-made, created by man for the exploitation of man. Those who raise their voice against such evils and give a relentless fight against them go down in history as immortal personalities. Among these personalities, mention can be made of Buddha, Jesus Christ, Guru Nanak, and in our days, Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a great crusader of social justice, was born on April 14, 1891 in an untouchable Mahar family in Mokant in Madhya Pradesh as the 14th child of his parents. His father, Ramji, and grandfather, Maloji, were in the British Army, and the government of those days required all army personnel and their children to be educated. Thus, the Ambedkar family was able to ensure that its children receive a good education. When Bhim was 6 years old, his mother died, and he was brought up by his father's sister Mirabai until Ramji remarried. His father was a strict, pious man, and avoided meat and drink. Along with his children, he often sang devotional songs composed by Namdev, Tukaram, Moropant, and Mukshwar. and read stories from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. When he retired from the army as a subedar major of the 2nd Grenadiers after 14 years of service, the family moved to Dapoli in Konkan and then to Satara. Bhim and his elder brother Anand were enrolled in the Cantonment School Government High School. Despite the opportunity that education permitted, Bhim began to taste the bitter reality of his birth. He had to sit on the floor in one corner in the classroom. Teachers would not touch his notebooks. If Bhim felt thirsty, he could only drink water if someone else poured water into his mouth. Once provoked by an uncontrollable thirst, Bhim drank from the public reservoir. He was found out and beaten by the higher caste Hindus. These experiences were permanently etched onto his mind. He realized that this was the fate of everyone who was born as an untouchable. In the year 1908, young Bhimrao passed the matriculation examination from Bombay University with flying colors. 4 years later, he graduated in political science and economics from Bombay University and got a job in Baroda. Around the same time, his father passed away. Although he was going through a bad time, Bhimrao decided to accept the opportunity to go to USA for further studies at Columbia University, for which he was awarded a scholarship by Maharaja of Baroda. Bhimrao remained abroad from 1913 to 1917, and again from 1920 to 1923. During this period, he established himself as an eminent intellectual. Columbia University awarded him a Ph.D. for his thesis, which was later published as a book under the title The Evolution of Provincial Finance in British India. But his first published article was Castes in India, Their Mechanism, Genesis, and Development. During his sojourn in London from 1920 to 1923, he also completed his thesis titled The Problem of the Rupee, for which he was awarded the degree of D.Sc. Before his departure for London, he taught at a college in Bombay and also brought out Marathi weekly whose title was Mook Nayak, meaning Dumb Hero. By the time he returned to India in April 1923, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar equipped himself fully to wage war against the practice of untouchability on behalf of untouchables and downtroddens. Meanwhile, the political situation in India underwent substantial changes and the freedom struggle in the country made significant progress. While Bhimrao was an ardent patriot on the one hand, he was the savior of the oppressed, women, and the poor on the other. He fought for them throughout his life. In 1923, he set up the Bahishkrit Hitkarini Sabha Outcasts Welfare Association, which was devoted to spreading education and culture amongst the downtroddens, improving their economic status, and raising matters concerning their problems in the proper forums to focus attention on them and finding solutions to the same. The problems of the downtroddens were centuries old and difficult to overcome. Their entry into temples was forbidden. They could not draw water from public wells and ponds. Their admission to schools was prohibited. In 1927, he led the Mahad March at the Chowdhury Tank at Colaba, near Bombay, to give the untouchables the right to draw water from the public tank, where he burnt copies of the Manusmriti publicly. This marked the beginning of the anti-caste and anti-priest movement. The temple entry movement launched by Dr. Ambedkar in 1930 at Kalaram Temple, Nasik, is another landmark in the struggle for human rights and social justice. In the meantime, Ramsay MacDonald announced the Communal Award, as a result of which several communities, including the depressed classes, were given the right to have separate electorates. This was part of the overall design of the British to divide and rule. Gandhi wanted to defeat this design and went on a fast unto death to oppose it. On September 24, 1932, Dr. Ambedkar and Gandhi reached an understanding which became the famous Pune Pact. According to this pact, in addition to the agreement on electoral constituencies, reservations were provided for the untouchables in government jobs and legislative assemblies. The provision of separate electorate was dispensed with. The pact carved out a clear and definite position for the downtrodden on the political scene of the country. It opened up opportunities of education and government service for them and also gave them a right to vote. Dr. Ambedkar attended all the 3 round table conferences in London and each time forcefully projected his views in the interest of the untouchables. He exhorted the downtrodden sections to raise their living standards and to acquire as much political power as possible. He was of the view that there was no future for the untouchables in the Hindu religion and they should change their religion if need be. In 1935, he publicly proclaimed, "I was born a Hindu because had no control over this, but I shall not die a Hindu." After a while, Dr. Ambedkar organized the Independent Labour Party, participated in the provincial elections, and was elected to the Bombay Legislative Assembly. During these days, he stressed the need for abolition of the Jagirdari system and pleaded for workers. In 1947, when India became independent, the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru invited Dr. Ambedkar, who had been elected as a member of the Constituent Assembly from Bengal, to join his cabinet as a law minister. Dr. Ambedkar had differences of opinion with the government over the Hindu Code Bill, which led to his resignation as the law minister. The Constituent Assembly entrusted the job of drafting the Constitution to a committee, and Dr. Ambedkar was elected as chairman of this drafting committee. In the beginning of 1948, Dr. Ambedkar completed the draft of the Constitution and presented it to the Constituent Assembly. In November 1949, this draft was adopted with few amendments. Many provisions have been made in the Constitution to ensure social justice for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and the backward classes. Ambedkar laid special emphasis on dignity, unity, freedom, and rights for all the citizens as enshrined in the Constitution. He advocated democracy in every field, social, economic, and political. For him, social justice meant maximum happiness to the maximum number of the people. On May 24, 1956, on the occasion of Buddha Jayanti, he declared in Bombay that he would adopt Buddhism in October. On October 14, 1956, he embraced Buddhism along with many of his followers. Dr. Ambedkar's patriotism started with the upliftment of the downtrodden and the poor. He fought for their equality and rights. His ideas about patriotism were not only confined to the abolition of colonialism but also addressed the issue of freedom for every individual. For him, freedom without equality as well as democracy and equality without freedom could lead to absolute dictatorship. Dr. Ambedkar died on December 6, 1956. In 1990, he was bestowed with Bharat Ratna, and the year 1990-91 was observed as the Year of Social Justice in India in the memory of Dr. Ambedkar. Dr. Ambedkar's works, among others, include Annihilation of Caste, 1935, Federation versus Freedom, 1939, Mr. Gandhi and the Emancipation of the Untouchables, 1942, Ranade, Gandhi, and Jinnah. 1943, What Congress and Gandhi Have Done to the Untouchables, 1945, Who Were the Shudras? 1945, The Untouchables, 1948, Buddha and His Dhamma, 1957. B. Ambedkar, Prophet of Social Justice. Lalit Munsingha, the High Commissioner for India in Britain, said, Dr. B. R. Ambedkar was seen to be a man of the stature of Mahatma Gandhi and a great man of India. He has been influenced by history. He studied Thomas Jefferson's 1776 U.S. Bill of Rights and the events of the 1789 French Revolution. Dr. Ambedkar realized that the Indian Constitution must incorporate the four elements: equality, liberty, fraternity, and justice. But above all, he knew the absolute necessity of social justice. His status was equal to that of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. 250 million people look upon Ambedkar as a shining light. He was a great Democrat, a great patriot, and a great man of his people. Vijay Chintaman Sonawane writes, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar was truly a multifaceted personality. A veritable emancipator of Dalits, a great national leader and a patriot, a great author, a great educationist, a great political philosopher, a great religious guide, and above all a great humanist without any parallel among his contemporaries. Dr. Ambedkar was a savior of the downtrodden. His views with regard to social justice stem from his understanding of the Indian society based on caste system leading to the plight of the Dalits. Dr. Ambedkar quotes, Every man who repeats the dogma of Mill that one country is no fit to rule another country must admit that a class is not fit to rule another class. For a successful revolution, it is not enough that there is discontent. What is required is a profound and thorough conviction of justice, necessity, and importance of political and social rights. History shows that where ethics and economics come in conflict, victory is always with economics. Vested interests have never been known to have willingly divested themselves unless there was sufficient force to compel them. In Hinduism, conscience, reason, and independent thinking have no scope for development. Indians today are governed by different ideologies. Their political ideal set in the preamble of the Constitution affirms a life of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Their social ideal embodied in their religion denies them. Was born a Hindu because had no control over this, but shall not die a Hindu. A great man is different from an eminent one in that he is ready to be the servant of the society. It was not enough that India should get Swaraj, it was more important in whose hands the Swaraj would be. On January 26, 1950, we are going to enter into a life of contradictions. In politics, we will have equality, and in social and economic rights, we will have inequality. We must remove this contradiction, or else who suffer from this inequality will blow up the structure. If find the Constitution being misused, shall be the first to burn it. Equality may be a fiction, but nonetheless one must accept it as governing principle. Majorities are of two sorts: I, communal majority, and 2, political majority. A political majority is changeable. In its class composition, political majority grows. A communal majority is born. The admission to a political majority is open. The door in a communal majority is closed. The politics of a political majority are free to all to make and unmake. The politics of communal majority are made by its own members born in it. 1. Opposed to caste system. Dr. Ambedkar was of the opinion that the caste system of the Hindu society ultimately led to inequality. Caste system breeds inequality, and inequality leads to the exploitation of the Shudras. Emerging from the Varna system and from the Hindu scripts, the Manusmriti, the Bhagavad Gita, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, caste system created the caste ladder, Emerging from the Varna system and from the Hindu scripts, the Manusmriti, the Bhagavad Gita, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, caste system created the caste ladder, indulged in high-handedness towards the Shudras, and forced them to live as untouchables and outcasts. Dr. Ambedkar was opposed to all that which perpetuated caste system. That was why he strongly felt that the end of the Varna system would only help reform the Indian society. That was why he condemned the Manusmriti, making a bonfire of it in September 1927 at Mahad. That was why he opposed the nasty caste system and pointed out all its evils, including 1. It has been responsible for the decline and downfall of the Hindu society. 2. The Varna system, dividing the Hindu society into 4 classes, has led them into 4 castes, with the Brahmins exploiting all the other classes. 3. Inequality, based on the division of society into 4 separate and rigid sections, is unscientific and illogical. 4. The worst oppression falls on the Shudras, denying them benefits of education and life chances by the upper classes. 5. Inequality, based on caste system, opposes all principles of liberty, justice, and brotherhood. Dr. Ambedkar wrote, "The caste difference has destroyed the Hindu Vansha. It drew out the Hindu society into deep darkness, and it has made the society powerless and weak one." 2. Perpetuation of untouchability. Caste system is the sole factor that perpetuates untouchability. Dr. Ambedkar said, "The root cause of untouchability lies in caste system." In a message to the first issue of the Harijan Weekly, he had pointed out, "The outcast is a byproduct of the caste system. There will be outcasts so long as there are castes, and nothing can emancipate outcast except the destruction of the caste system." He rose as the leader of the untouchables, for those who had no right to pull water from the well, for those who had no right to enter the temple, for those who had no right to get education, and for those who had no socio-political rights. His Bahishkrit Hitkarini Sava of 1924 had aims such as 1. To establish hostels for the spread of education for the downtrodden. 2. To start reading for cultural development. 3. To open industrial and agricultural schools for economic development. 4. To start movement for eradicating untouchability. 5. To remove bad traditions of higher classes. Dr. Ambedkar led a movement of about 500 untouchables to use the water of Chowdhury tank in Mahad village in March 1927. Addressing the untouchables, he remarked, "You have to establish your right. If you do not do so, then there will be no difference between you and the cattle." And at another place he said, "My final word of advice to you is, educate, agitate, and organize. Have faith in yourself. With justice on our side, do not see how we can lose our battle. For our battle is a battle not for wealth or for power. It is a battle for freedom. It is a battle for the reclamation of the human personality." He wanted the untouchables to rise and abolish their slavery. He said, "You must abolish your slavery yourself. Do not depend for its abolition upon God or a Superman." He was sorry to note that despite all efforts to abolish it, untouchability remains, and so remain the untouchables. To quote Dr. Ambedkar, "There have been many Mahatmas in India whose sole object was to remove untouchability and to evaluate and absorb the depressed classes, but everyone has failed in their mission. Mahatmas have come, Mahatmas have gone, but the untouchables have remained as untouchables. The loss of the untouchables has been," Dr. Ambedkar would say, "the gain of other classes. So," he said, "what you have lost, others have gained. Your humiliations are a matter of pride for others. You are made to suffer wants, privations, and humiliations, not because it was preordained by the sins committed in your previous birth, but because of the overpowering tyranny and treachery of those who are above you. You have no lands because others have usurped them. You have no posts because others have monopolized them. Do not believe in fate. Believe in your strength." 3. Women's rights and human rights. In his political ideas, Dr. Ambedkar stood for equality, social, economic, and political. He stood for justice, social, economic, and political. He remarked, "Justice has always evoked ideas of equality, of proportion, of compensation. Equity signifies equality. Rules and regulations, right and righteousness are concerned with equality in value. If all men are equal, then all men are of the same essence, and the common essence entitles them to the same fundamental rights and equal liberty. In short, justice is another name of liberty, equality, and fraternity." It is in this spirit that he wanted rights for women, especially the protection of their rights. His sponsored Hindu Code Bill, which was killed, buried, unwept and unsung, as he had remarked, had the following points favoring the womenfolk. I. Abolition of the doctrine of rights of birth. 2. Women's absolute rights over property. 3. A share in the property to the daughter. 4. Provision for divorce. He was of the view that a society which did not give due respect and due rights to women was a society most traditional, most backward, and most undemocratic. For him, democracy is not a form of government, but is a form of social organization. Again, he says, democracy is primarily a mode of associated living. It is essentially an attitude of respect and reverence towards our fellow men, especially women. For him, democracy is incompatible and inconsistent with isolation and exclusiveness, resulting in the distinction between the privileged and unprivileged. Dr. Ambedkar was a great advocate of human rights at that. He thought of the state as an institution which maintains, as Lasky also had once said, rights. I. The right of every person to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. 2. The right of every class, the depressed class especially, to have social, economic, and political equality. 3. The right of everyone to enjoy freedom from want and freedom from fear. To him, true freedom was not a mere political freedom, but it was also social, economic, intellectual, and spiritual. He said, freedom of mind is the real freedom. A person whose mind is not free, though he may not be in chains, is a slave, not a free man. One whose mind is not free, though he may not be in prison, is a prisoner and not a free man. One whose mind is not free, though alive, is not better than dead. Freedom of mind is the proof of one's existence. Rights to be protected must have an atmosphere of the rule of law. It is law that helps maintain peace and social justice. It is law that is guardian of liberty and equality. Dr. Ambedkar was convinced that law has not created man, but man has created law for his own happiness, emphasizing that law must be social and human, should discriminate between the wolf and the sheep, should protect the sheep against the wolf. This is what lies behind the ideas of protective discrimination. Rights to be protected must have remedies. Unless the rights are legally protected, they have no meaning at all. According to him, rights are real only if they are accompanied by remedies. It is no use giving rights if the aggrieved person has no legal remedy to which he can resort to when his rights are invaded. In the absence of legal remedies, one should not expect rights being protected, especially from usurpers. In such cases, victims are always the poor, the downtrodden, for goats, as Dr. Ambedkar said, are offered for sacrificial offerings and not lions. He was keen that the individuals need to be free from the shackles of old dogmas and rituals. To quote him, make every man and woman free from the thraldom of the Shastras, cleanse their minds of the pernicious notion founded on the Shastras. An ideal society, for him, was one that is based on equality, liberty, justice, and fraternity. For justice for all. Dr. Ambedkar argued for giving justice to all, especially to those who have been denied justice for centuries. Right done for those wrongs is justice. This was the spirit behind Dr. Ambedkar's concept of justice. His concept of social justice advocated a social system which is based on right relations between man and man, between class and class. According to him, the strength of a society depends upon the presence of points of contacts, possibilities of interaction between different groups that exist in it. There is what Carlyle calls organic filaments, i.e., the elastic. According to him, the strength of a society depends upon the presence of points of contacts, possibilities of interaction between different groups that exist in it. There is what Carlyle calls organic filaments, i.e., the elastic threads which help to bring the disintegrating elements together and to reunite them. It is a society where there are neither the beasts of burden and nor the beasts of prey. Dr. Ambedkar's use of the term social justice is one that advocates the organization of society on the principles of equality, liberty, and justice, which, in turn, necessitates the preferential treatment for the weaker sections of society. That is why such clauses relating to protecting discrimination were made part of the Constitution, in whose making Dr. Ambedkar played a great role, especially in the provisions relating to the fundamental rights and the directive principles of state policy. Dr. Ambedkar entertained hatred for those who debarred the entry of the outcasts on public platforms. He once remarked with regard to the opening of temples for the untouchables, "To open or not to open the temples is a question for you to consider and not for me to agitate. If you think it is bad manners not to believe in the sanctity of human beings, then throw open the doors and be gentlemen, but if you wish to remain an orthodox Hindu, then shut the doors and damn yourself, for don't care to come." Dr. Ambedkar's concept of social justice was related to religion of his own thinking. It was not the religion of a particular sect or community. It was the religion of humanity. He emphasized the humanitarian approach by saying, "I tell you, religion is for man and not man for religion. If you want to organize, consolidate, and be successful in the world, change this religion. The religion that does not recognize you as a human being, give you water to drink, or allow you to enter in temples, is not worthy to be called a religion. The religion that forbids you to receive education and comes in the way of your material advancement is not worthy of the religion. The religion that does not teach its followers to show humanity in dealing with its co-religionists is nothing but a display of a force. The religion that teaches its followers to suffer the touch of animals but not the touch of human being is not a religion but is a mockery. The religion that compels the ignorant to be ignorant and the poor to be poor is not a religion but a visitation." He said, "I like the religion that teaches liberty, equality, and fraternity." 5 Political ideas. Dr. Ambedkar was a great champion of democracy, for whom democracy was more than a form of government, it was a form of social organization. He believed that in a democracy, revolutionary changes in the economic and social life of the people are brought about without bloodshed. The conditions for that are as follows. There should not be glaring inequalities in society, that is, privileges for only one class. 2. There should be the existence of an opposition. 3. Equality in law and administration. 4. There should be observance of constitutional morality. There should be no tyranny of the majority. 6. There should be moral order of society. And 7. There should be public conscience. Addressing the Constituent Assembly, he suggested certain devices essential to maintain democracy. Constitutional methods. 2. Not to lay liberties at the feet of a great man. 3. Make political democracy a social democracy. Dr. Ambedkar firmly believed that political democracy couldn't succeed without social and economic democracy. In his talk given on the Voice of America, he argued that democracy could not be equated with either republic or parliamentary form of government. The roots of democracy lay not in the form of government, parliamentary or otherwise. A democracy is a model of associated living. The roots of democracy are to be searched in social relationship, in terms of the associated life between the people who form the society. His sort of democracy was opposed to every type of coercive institutional Hobbesian authority. It was a democracy which, as a means, would seek to achieve social and economic ideals of society. Rights without economic security have no meaning for the have-nots. Dr. Ambedkar believed in secularism. The secular state would take into consideration the religious sentiments of the people. In all that a secular state means is that this parliament shall not be competent to impose any particular religion upon the rest of the people. That is the only limitation that the Constitution recognizes. He was for equality and freedom. In case of inequalities, he used to say the state intervention is a must. Right to treatment as an equal, he affirmed, must precede the right to equal treatment as a state policy. Equality of opportunity is a misleading term. There should be opportunity for equality. He emphasized on the need for liberty of movement, liberty of speech, liberty of action, and political liberty to choose his government for securing unalienable rights such as life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Political liberty is really a deduction from the principle of human personality and equality. Liberty and equality exist together. One without the other is absurd. He said, so long as you do not achieve social liberty, whatever freedom is provided by the law is of no avail to you. 4. M.N. Roy. A.M.N. Roy, the man, his times, his works. Manvendranath Roy, 1886 to 1954, was born on February 6, 1886 and died on January 25, 1954. He was born as Narendranath Bhattacharya. In his student days, Roy was a revolutionary and was influenced by Swami Vivekananda, Bankim Chandra, Swami Ramtirtha, and Swami Dayanand Saraswati, while the political ideas of Bipin Chandra Pal, or Bindo Ghosh, and Surendranath Banerjee filled Roy with enthusiasm. Revolutionary as Roy was, he worked with the leaders and workers of the Yogantra group. In 1910, Roy was sentenced to imprisonment in the Howrah conspiracy case and was arrested again in connection with a political dacoity of Calcutta. Like any youth of his days, Roy condemned the 1905 proposal of partition of Bengal. In 1915, he fled to Dutch Indies and went over to Java, the Philippines, Korea, and Manchuria. Later, he went to the USA and worked with Lala Lajpat Rai. When he was in the USA, he read the Marxist literature. At last, he landed in Mexico where Michael Borodin initiated a revolutionary into a Marxist. It is said that Lenin called him to Russia in 1920 and he became the advisor of the Bolshevik Party on colonial problems. Roy proved himself to a Marxist activist as well as a theoretician of the Marxist ideology. In fact, Lenin used to describe Roy as the Oriental Marx. Though Roy differed with Lenin with regard to the position of the bourgeoisie in the colonial countries, Lenin was of the view that the working classes in the colonial countries should join hands with the native capitalists to fight the imperialists. Roy's view was that the capitalists in the colonial world would join the imperialists to suppress the working classes. Lenin respected the views of Roy, who had stated his views in his book /Ndaya in Transition, 1922. He wrote in this book that the Indian peasantry and the urban proletariat would be subjected to the double exploitation of foreign as well as the Indian capitalists. Towards the end of 1922, Roy published /Ndaya's Problems and Its Solution. In this book, he criticized Gandhian medievalism and conservatism together with the Congress's constructive program adopted at Bardoli in 1922, and pleaded for the creation of a revolutionary mass political party through mass strike leading to mass awakening. Associating himself with the Vanguard Party, he sent a different program to the Indian National Congress on the eve of the Gaya session, seeking, among others, the complete independence of India, universal suffrage, federal republic, and a social and economic program filled with the communist ideology. In 1923, Roy published 1 Year of Non-Cooperation in which he praised Gandhi for I. The use of mass action for political purpose. 2. Making the Indian National Congress as the mass organization. 3. Liberation of the national forces from governmental representation. And 4. Adoption of techniques of non-cooperation, non-payment of taxes and civil disobedience. But he criticized Gandhi's shortcomings, which he stated as I. His economic program was unable to win the mass support. 2. His policy to unite the landlords/capitalists, the exploiters. His policy to unite the landlords/capitalists, the exploiters, and the workers/peasants was faulty. 3. His vacillation of appeasing the viceroy by seeking interviews with him. 4. His reactionary economies of Charkha. In 1926, Roy wrote The Future of Indian Politics, wherein he referred to the significance of a People's Party, a party which was to supplement the proletarian party, all that was necessitated to boost the general political slump during 1925-26. The People's Party, Roy thought, would bring about the unity of the various sections of society and, in the process, would seek transformations of the society. Roy was of the opinion that there was a strong need of a mass-based revolutionary party in India replacing the two liberal Congress and two capitalist Swaraj Party, while the so-called Labour Party in India represented economism. Still, in 1926 or so, Roy was a Leninist having faith in the proletarian communist ideology seeking radical agrarian reforms in India. In the later years of 1920s, Roy was deputed to organize the Chinese Communist Party as a representative of the Communist International. Though initially he succeeded, but with growing differences with the Chinese Communists and the simmering conflictual relations with Stalin, socialism in one country thesis, there was a final break between Roy and the Communist International in 1928-29. Roy's Russian communism began fading and his Marxism began weakening. However, Roy's interest in the Indian political problem remained active. His suggestion of a constituent assembly in 1927, though, was a premature demand before the Simon Commission. He kept on seeking revolutionary demands, despite the Lahore Congress's Purna Swaraj Revolution. In a pamphlet lesson of the Lahore Congress, he asked for a federal responsible Indian republic, provincial autonomy, abolition of landlordism and all charges on peasants, nationalization of mineral resources, 8-hour working day, social insurance, recognition of workers' right to strike, freedom of press and association, and protection of minorities. M.N. Roy quotes, Gandhiism is a mass of platitudes and hopeless self-contradictions. Gandhiism was not revolutionism but weak and watery reformism. The social basis of Gandhiism is cultural backwardness, its intellectual mainstay superstitions. The Gandhian utopia is a static society, a state of absolute social stagnation. Radicalism is a philosophy of freedom based on scientific knowledge. Revolutionary politics must draw its inspiration from scientific philosophy. Without that inspiration, politics becomes the happy hunting ground for demagogues, charlatans, and job hunters. The dialectical materialism of Marx, therefore, is materialist only in name. Radicalism need no longer sail under false colors, either of a particular brand of nationalism or a communism. Do not believe in political horoscopes. In 1930, Roy came to India and was sentenced to 6 years jail in connection with the Kanpur conspiracy case. He was, thus, back in the Indian political life after 21 years, 15 years the period of exile from 1915 to 1930, and 6 years in the Indian jail from 1930 to 1936. After Roy's release in 1936, he intensified, as a Congress member, his campaign against Gundaism, declaring the Congress not only a bankrupt party but also a spinners association. He founded a weekly independent India in 1937, which later on was named Radical Humanist in 1949. In 1939, Roy organized the League of Radical Humanists in 1949. In 1939, Roy organized the League of Radical Congressmen and contested the presidentship of the Indian National Congress in 1940 but was defeated. He left the Congress in 1940 and organized his Radical Democratic Party, the same year, advocating his 20th century Jacobinism. For Roy, World War I was more of an international civil war than an actual war, though he did favor the Allies. Roy condemned the fascist ideology and also the 1942 Quit India movement as a movement supported by the Indian capitalists and the industrialists. Roy was of the opinion that Gundaism suffered from the Hindu fascist national capitalism while had found Jawaharlal Nehru as the apologist of National Socialism. Roy made a transition from Marxism to radicalism, 1940-47, and from radicalism to scientific humanism, 1947-54. He said himself in the preface to his book Scientific Politics in October 1947, 7 years ago, still spoke as an orthodox Marxist criticizing deviation from or faulty understanding of the pure creed. Nevertheless, the tendency to look beyond communism was already there in a germinal form. While still speaking in terms of class struggle, laid emphasis on the cohesive factor in social organization. Already then, appreciated Marxism as something greater than the ideology of a class. Understood it as the positive outcome of earlier intellectual efforts to evolve philosophy, which could harmonize the processes of physical nature, social evolution, and the will and emotions of individual man. The philosophy of radicalism and scientific humanism is formulated in 3 books of Roy: Scientific Politics, New Orientation, Beyond Communism to Humanism. Roy's other works were Revolution and Counter-Revolution in China, Politics, Power and Parties, Reason, Romanticism and Revolution, Materialism, Science and Superstition, The Ways of Durable Peace, Heresies of the 20th Century, Fascism, The Historical Role of Islam, Ideal of Poverty or Plenty, The Russian Revolution. B.M.N. Roy, Political Ideas. Roy was one of the greatest, if not the greatest, Indian philosophers of the 20th century. As a youth, he was a revolutionary. In his late 20s, he became a Marxist and a materialist who sought to separate philosophy from religion and relate it with science. Moving away from Marxism as he became matured in early 50s, he became a radical humanist. He was a great critic of Gandhi, the Indian National Congress, and the British rule in India. 1. The Young Revolutionary. Roy began as a revolutionary at the age of 18 around 1905, in the wake of the partition of Bengal. He was active in underground revolutionary activities, joining the Anshul Samiti earlier and helping organize the Yugantar group. The legendary Indian revolutionary Jatindranath Mukherjee, Bega Jutton, Roy's first mentor, Lenin and Stalin were his other half-mentors, wanted Roy to seek arms to fight the British for attaining India's independence. He was arrested in the Howrah-Sibpur conspiracy case, 1910-11. The trial went on for a year. Roy fled in the garb of sannyasi in 1914. In 1915, with the beginning of World War I, Roy moved out of the country in order to obtain arms, especially from Germany. Roy kept moving with fake passports and different names: Charles Martin, Hari Singh, Mr. White, D. Garcia, Dr. Mahmood, Mr. Banerjee, so as to avoid his arrest in countries such as Indonesia, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and the USA, where in 1915, he changed his name to Manvendranath Roy. He married an American communist Avelia Trent until they were separated in 1929. By this time, Roy realized that revolutionary activities of collecting arms and fighting the Britishers were of little use due to the following reasons. Revolutionary and terroristic activities could hardly be organized against the mighty Britishers. 2. It was becoming difficult to obtain arms as Germany was not serious in giving arms. 3. Police repression had already shattered the underground organization, killing his mentor Jutton Mukherjee in an encounter. 4. Social revolution was needed before the political one. The change of name to Manvendranath Roy, as he records in his memoirs, enabled him to turn his back on a feudal past and look forward to a new life of adventures and achievements. 2. A Marxist. Roy's journey to Mexico, his meeting with Borelin, Comintern's emissary in 1920, and later his visit to the Soviet Union on Lenin's invitation and thereafter his holding charge of numerous offices of Comintern made him a Marxist. He was a Marxist of the stature of Lenin until he broke with Comintern in 1929. During his period as a Marxist intellectual, he contributed to Marxism in numerous ways. He found materialistic interpretation as an intellectual revolution of history, the highest form of philosophy, the storehouse of human experience. 2. He thought of the material factors as importantly significant. 3. He admired the objective and scientific interpretation characteristically valuable. 4. He regarded capitalism responsible for all inequalities, exploitation, and injustice, considering nationalism as one aspect of capitalism. As a Marxist, Roy submitted his own thesis on the colonial question, which was appreciated by Lenin as well. He helped found the Chinese Communist Party. He gave a Marxist interpretation to the Indian history of his times. 3. Humanist critique of Marxism. By the end of 1920s, Roy's love for Marxism faded. His opposition to the Stalinist line and the Sovietization of Comintern had made Roy a critic of Marxism. From 1930 onward, Roy drifted away from Marxism. Though he began with the idea of revising Marxism, he ended with abandoning it. He always thought that Marx was right in emphasizing the significance of matter, but he did not accept his materialistic interpretation of history, which he thought had elements of determinism and idealism. He thought that Marx was always right in his idea of class struggle and the need for a revolutionary action, but he soon found that Marx's prophecy of a classless and stateless society was not feasible. He always thought that Marx was right in his views on socialism, socialization of the means of production, but he soon found the Soviet socialism both oppressive and tyrannical. He always thought, like Marx, that the state's power went against individual, but soon found that it was neither diffusing nor seemed withering away in Soviet Union. Professor V.R. Mehta, while referring to Roy's condemnation of Marx, says, Marx had indeed provided a powerful method of understanding societies, their power structure, and the process of change. But his very genius made a dogma out of dialect, which Roy feared, turned into determinism and fatalism, and became an obstacle in our understanding of the historical process. Roy always thought that Marx was right in emphasizing the importance of matter, but he soon realized that ideas too had their positive role in society, which Marx had denied. According to Roy, Professor Mehta says, ideas have a causative force. He thought that Hegel was nearer the truth than Karl Marx when he declared that the history of philosophy is the history of civilization. The economic view of history, Roy thought, was one aspect of history, and that it must be studied as the process of integral human evolution, mental, intellectual, social. Roy was opposed to the dictatorship of the proletariat and never thought that the state would ever wither away. Roy writes, we must realize that not only parliamentary democracy was a failure, but the Marxist theory of democracy was fallacious, dangerously so, turning the dictatorship of proletariat into the dictatorship of the Communist Party and eventually ended into the dictatorship of the Secretary-General of the Communist Party. Roy was critical of the Marxist theory of freedom and thought of it as a slavery for the individual. For a radical humanist, M.N. Roy embraced radical humanism during the years following 1940. Roy's radical humanism presumes individual as a rational being, a feature individual alone has, either civil or pre-civil. Group life, a collective one, seeks to adopt the principles of a common life. These principles constitute morality, providing the society its foundation and socialization. Individual alone is capable of pursuing self-fulfillment. Freedom as an urge basic to the being of the individual. Unlike the idealists such as Rousseau, Roy thought of rationality prior to morality and individual prior to the society, thus remaining a liberal insofar as he keeps morality to the point of a norm of individual rationality. Thus, Roy did regard individual as a material being who possessed rationality because he, through knowledge or rationality, is to develop his own freedom. Roy's radicalism was concerned with the individual as a being and as a self, and not as a member of either a nation capitalism or a class Marxism who could, as so, make sense of a life. Such an individual, Roy's radicalism affirmed, would make the being an end in itself. His rational level attaining a value of rationality of an individual would lead to cooperative relationship with others to be. Cooperative relationship with others at the local levels, people's committees levels, would, Roy thought, not cause narrowing the range of freedom, but, with the emerging and empowering rational will, would help participate in the group life as a means to achieve the cosmopolitan form. Professor V.P. Verma, Modern Indian Political Thought, describes Roy's radical humanism as such. New humanism, radical humanism, takes at its starting point man as an ensemble of social relations. It professes confidence in the creative power of man not on the basis of faith and credulity or scriptural sanction, but on the solid testimony of vast and historical researches which testify to the originative and productive activities of man. The glory of man consists in being the highest manifestation of the evolutionary process of nature. New humanism claims to reassert the sovereignty of man by emphasizing that history is the record of man's activities, and society has no business to impose itself as a leviathan on man. The ethical ideas of new humanism are based on rationalism, and man's rationality is traced to the dominant character of nature. Man derives rationality from nature through biological evolution. New humanism accepts the axiological worth of moral and spiritual freedom, reason, and ethics. For the achievement of a radical reconstruction of society, It is essential to start with the recognition of the primacy of the individual. The totalitarian techniques of organization, regimentation, and coordination must not be allowed to subvert the freedom of the individual. Roy formulated the notion of organized democracy where there would not be the imposition of the commands of the Leviathan. Only an organized democracy can wield real control of the state. Roy pleads also for doing away with the myth of democratic centralism. He wanted a social system where social technology and the pooled powers of human reason and engineering would be applied to the reconciliation of individual freedom and social good and practice. 5. Roy's other ideas. Roy's ideas on philosophy are stated in his books Materialism and Science and Philosophy. Philosophy, Roy opines while quoting Pythagoras, is contemplation, study, and knowledge of the nature. It begins, he says, when man's spiritual needs are no longer satisfied by primitive natural religion. Natural growth impels and emboldens him to seek in nature itself the causes of all natural phenomena, to find in nature a unity behind its diversity. In his book Science and Philosophy, he defines philosophy as a theory of life whose function was to solve the riddle of the universe. Roy relates philosophy with science. The problems of philosophy, cosmological, ontological, and epistemological, he says, can all be progressively solved in the light of scientific knowledge. The function of philosophy is to coordinate the entire body of scientific knowledge into a comprehensive theory of nature and life. In Reason, Romanticism, and Revolution, he repeats his concepts of knowledge as a logical coordination of all the branches of positive knowledge in a system of thought to explain the world rationally and to serve as a reliable guide for life. Roy was a great supporter of materialism. Strictly speaking, philosophy is materialism, and materialism is the only possible philosophy. According to him, the origin of everything that really exists is matter, that there does not exist anything but matter, all other appearances being transformation of matter, and these transformations are governed necessarily by laws inherent in nature. Roy's materialism is physical realism, something not as abstract and non-existent but something is real, living, moving, thinking. Man is, Roy says, not a living machine but a thinking animal. Roy has given an important place to ethics in his philosophy. In his view, materialistic ethics is not only possible but materialist morality is the noblest form of morality, linking it with individuals' rationality. Man is moral because he is rational. Search for truth is the quest for freedom. Quest for freedom and search for truth, according to Roy, constitute the basic urge of human progress. The purpose of all rational human endeavor, individual as well as collective, is attainment of freedom in every increasing measure. The amount of freedom available to the individuals is the measure of social progress. Roy refers quest for freedom back to human beings' struggle for existence, and he regards search for truth as a corollary to this quest. Reason, according to Roy, is a biological property and it is not opposed to human will. Morality, which emanates from the rational desire for harmonious and mutually beneficial social relations, is rooted in the innate rationality of man. In conclusion, one may describe M. N. Roy as one of the greatest thinkers. of 20th century India. Materialist as Roy was, he never lost his passion for individual freedom. He was a scholar of excellence who sought to restate Marxism, though he ended as having abrogated it, materialism and democracy, in the light of humanism, which he found not only new but radical as well. Practice questions. 1. Discuss Sri Aurobindo's theory of nationalism or freedom. 2013, 700. 800 words. 2. Describe, in brief, Sri Aurobindo's methods of passive resistance. 200 words. 3. Write a note on Gandhi's theory of Swaraj. 200 to 250 words. 4. Highlight the Gandhian concepts of Swadeshi or trusteeship. 200 to 250 words. 5. Comment on Gandhi's views on the relationship between politics and religion, or end means unity. 700 to 800 words. 6. Describe Dr. Ambedkar as the champion of social justice. 700 to 800 words. 7. Do you agree that Hinduism and caste system are inseparable? Give reasons. 200 to 250 words. 8. Philosophy is materialism and materialism is the only possible philosophy. Roy. Discuss. 200 to 250 words. 9. Discuss M. N. Roy's theory of radical humanism. 700 to 800 words. 10. How does Roy offer a humanist critique of Marxism? 200 to 250 words. 11. Comment on the Marxist and the radical humanist phases of M. N. Roy's thought. 2012, 700 to 800 words. 12. Examine Ambedkar's critique of Marxism. 2013, 700 to 800 words. 13. Nationalism is not a mere political program but is a way of life like religion. Aurobindo goes 2014, 200 words. 14. Comment on the efficiency of satyagraha as a moral resistance to colonial rule. 2012 200 words. 15. Comment on Gandhian perspective of development and its contemporary relevance. 2013 200 words. Western political thought I. Plato and Aristotle. Introduction. Eastern political thought, as C. L. Waper rightly VV remarks, begins with Plato 428/427-348/347 BC and Aristotle 384 to 322 BC. Plato, as a political philosopher, advocated the ideal state, and Aristotle, as a political scientist, sought to build the best feasible state. Plato was an idealist, Aristotle was the most practicable. Plato saw the world from above while Aristotle from down to upward. Plato proceeded from general and reached the particular, whereas Aristotle began from the particular and reached the general. Plato adopted, largely, the deductive method while Aristotle the inductive one. Plato's philosophy began with the conclusions, whereas Aristotle's ended up with the conclusions. If all philosophy is described as a footnote to Plato, all political science may be said to have begun with Aristotle. I. Plato. Introduction. Plato 428/7-348/7 BC, a Greek philosopher, is one of the most creative and influential thinkers in political philosophy. A great deal of writings on Plato has appeared from time to time. Some have described Plato as the real intellectual founder of Christianity, a Christian before Christ, while others as a forerunner of Marxian socialism. With some, Plato is a radical, a revolutionary at that, with others a reactionary and a fascist at that. Plato's modern critics include C.M. Bora, Ancient Greek Literature, W. Fight, The Platonic Legend, R.H. Crossman, Plato Today, A.D. Winspear, The Genesis of Plato's Thought, and Karl Popper, The Open Society and Its Enemies. Plato's admirers include Roland R. Levinson/N. Defense of Plato and John Wilde, Plato's Modern Enemies and the Theory of Natural Law. The descriptive and interpretative and yet sympathetic account of Plato can be found in Ernest Barker, Greek Political Theory, Plato and His Predecessors, and Richard Lewis Nettleship, Lectures on the Republic of Plato. Plato, inheriting the rich tradition of political speculation, was an idealist, for he laid down the basis for political idealism. He was a philosopher, for he had seen in philosophy a definite vision. He was a revolutionary, for he attempted to build a new and novel fabric on the ruins of the society around. Obviously, in the process, Plato drifted away from the prevailing system and was, thus, consequently condemned as utopian, impracticable, idealist, and the like. Plato's place in Western political thought would always remain unparalleled. Numerous idealists regard Plato as their teacher and they feel pride in calling themselves his disciples. Some admire Plato while others condemn him, but none dares to ignore him. Herein lies Plato's greatness. He was, indeed, the idealist among the idealists, the artist among the artists, the philosopher among the philosophers, and the revolutionary among the revolutionaries. B. Plato, the man, his times, his works, and methodology. Plato, an aristocrat by both birth and temperament, was born in democratic Athens at a time when it was engaged in a war against Sparta, the Peloponnesian War. The war lasted for about 28 years and resulted in the fall of Athens. On his father's side, Plato traced his descent from Codrus, the last of the tribal kings of Africa, or even from the god Poseidon, and on the mother's side, from that of Solon, the great lawgiver. Plato was a child when his father, Ariston, died, and his mother, Pyrrhiction, married Pyrilampus, an associate of Pericles, the statesman. As a young man, Plato had nurtured political ambitions, but he became a disciple of Socrates, accepting his basic philosophy and dialectical style of debate, the pursuit of truth through discussions and dialogues. In fact, Plato was disillusioned the way things went around. He was invited to join pubic life when the Spartan puppet government, the Rule of 30, was established in 404 BC and in which his maternal uncles, Critias and Charmides, were members. Plato declined the offer because he was disappointed with the functioning of political leadership in general and with his disgusting experiences of the two successive governments in particular, first by the Rule of 30, and later by the democratic faction, the former entrapping Socrates on charges of corrupting the youth and the latter executing him on charges of impiety. All this convinced Plato that all politics were evil if not given proper direction. Plato himself writes in the 7th letter, supposed to be his autobiography, saying, "Eager though had been at first to go into politics, as looked at these things, the course of political life in the city-states, and saw everything taking any course at all with no direction or management, ended by feeling dizzy. But at last saw that as far all states now existing are concerned, they are all badly governed. For the condition of their laws is bad almost past cure, except for some miraculous accident. So was compelled to say, in praising true philosophy, that it was from it alone that one was able to discern all true justice, private as well as public. And so said that the nations of men will never cease from private trouble until either the true and genuine breed of philosophers shall come to political office or until that of the rulers in the states shall by some divine ordinance take to the true pursuit of philosophy. Italic added. After Socrates' execution in 399 BC, Plato doubted his own safety, and in all disillusionment, set himself for long travels temporarily abroad to Italy, Sicily, and Egypt. In 388 BC, Plato, after his return to Athens, founded the Academy, the institution often described as the first European university. It provided a comprehensive curriculum, including such subjects as astronomy, biology, political theory, philosophy, and mathematics, inscribing, on the very gate of the Academy about mathematics, "Those having no knowledge of mathematics need not enter here." Note: the author acknowledges IGNOU with thanks for having drawn heavily in his chapter from his own writings in the IGNOU study material. Pursuing an opportunity to combine philosophy and practical politics, Plato went to Sicily in 367 BC to tutor the new ruler of Syracuse, Dionysius the Younger, in the art of philosophical rule. The experiment failed. Plato made another attempt to teach Syracuse again in 361 BC, but once again he met with failure. The last years of Plato's life were spent lecturing at the Academy and in writing. Plato died at about the age of 80 in Athens in 348 BC or 347 BC, leaving the management of the Academy to Speusippus, his nephew. Plato's writings were in dialogue form. And the hero in all writings except in the Laws was none but his teacher, Socrates. In the dialogue-type writings, philosophical ideas were advanced, discussed, and criticized in a conversation or debate form involving two or more persons. The use of character and conversation as in dialogue allows an author to enliven his work, to awaken interest of his readership, and, therefore, to reach a wider audience. The collection of Plato's works includes 35 dialogues and 13 letters, though doubts are cast on the authenticity of a few of them. The dialogues may be divided into early, middle, and later periods of composition. The earliest represent Plato's attempt to communicate the philosophy and dialectical style of Socrates. Several of these dialogues take the same form. Socrates, on encountering someone who claims to know much, professes to be ignorant and seeks assistance from him. As Socrates begins to raise questions, it becomes, however, clear that the one reputed to be wise really does not know, i.e. Cephalus, Polemarch, Thrasymachus on justice, what he claims to know, and Socrates emerges as the wiser one because he, at least, knows what he does not know. Such knowledge, of course, is the beginning of wisdom. Included in this group of dialogues are Charmides, an attempt to define temperance; Lysis, a discussion of friendship; Leeches, a pursuit of the meaning of courage; Protagoras, a defense of the thesis that virtue is knowledge, and one that can be taught; Euthyphro, a consideration of the nature of piety; and Book of the Republic, a discussion of justice. The middle and the /eter dialogues of Plato reflect his own philosophical development. Most scholars attribute the ideas in these works to Plato himself, though Socrates continues to be the main character in many of the dialogues. The writings of the middle period include Gorgias, a consideration of several ethical questions; Meno, a discussion of the nature of knowledge; the Apology, Socrates' defense of himself as his trial against the charges of atheism and corrupting Athenian youth; Crito, though half-finished, Socrates' defense of obedience to the laws of the state; Phaedo, the death scene of Socrates, in which he discusses the theory of forms, the nature of the soul, and the question of immorality; the Symposium, Plato's outstanding dramatic achievement, which also contains several speeches on beauty and love; the Republic, Plato's supreme philosophical achievement, which is also a detailed discussion of the nature of justice. The works of the later period include The Statesman, the Theaetetus, a denial that knowledge is to be identified with sense perception; Promenades, a critical evaluation of the theory of forms; Sophist, further consideration of the theory of ideas or forms; Philebus, a discussion of the relationship between pleasure and the good; Timaeus, Plato's views on natural science and cosmology; and the Laws, a more practical analysis of political and social issues. Of all his writings, the Republic, written over a period of Plato's early life as a writer, though finished around the year, i.e. about 386 BC, he established his academy; The Statesman, written about the year 360 BC, and the Laws, published after his death in 347 BC and written a couple of months earlier, may be said to have contained his entire political philosophy. The Republic of Plato is by all means the greatest of all his works. It is not only a treatise on politics, but is also a treatise dealing with every aspect of human life. It, in fact, deals with metaphysics, the idea of the good, moral philosophy, virtue of human soul, education, the scientific training the rulers ought to have, politics, the ideal state, the philosophy of history, the process of historical change from the ideal state to tyrannical regime, economy, communism of property and families, all combined in one. The Republic has 10 books whose subject matter can be summed up as under. Book deals with man's life, nature of justice and morality. 2 books to LV explain the organization of the state and of the system of education. Here, Plato lays down the features of good man, the ideal society, stating 3 elements in human nature: appetite, spirit, and reason, and their corresponding characteristics in the ideal state, the protic heirs, the auxiliaries, the rulers. 3 books v. While stating the organization of the ideal 7 state, refer to such a system based on communism, of families and property, and headed by the philosopher ruler. 2. 4 books tell us how anarchy and chaos visit when the individuals and states get perverted. Book X has 2 parts, part relates philosophy to art and part il discusses the capacity of the soul. The statesman and the laws deal more with the actual states and ground realities and as such do not have the same idealism and radical overtones which the Republic possessed. Plato of the Republic is what is known to the world, the idealist, the philosopher, and the radical. It is usually said that Plato's methodology was deductive, also called the philosophical method. The philosopher, while following this methodology, has his preconceived conclusions and then seeks to see them in actual conditions around him. General principles are determined first and thereafter they are related to particular situation. Plato, it is said, followed the deductive method insofar as he attempted to find the characteristic features of the state in his own imagination and not in the existing conditions prevailing in the city-states of the ancient Greek society. Obviously, he did not find what he had imagined. That Plato's methodology, which is deductive, is an important aspect, but it is, at the same time, an amalgam of numerous methodologies, which is something more important, a fact if one seeks to understand Plato. Nettleship is of the opinion that Plato's methodology is inductive as well, for it relates theory with practice. The fact is that Plato follows a variety of methods in expressing his political thought. Plato's methodology is dialectical, for dialect has been a tradition with the ancient Greeks. Socrates followed this methodology in responding to the views of his rivals by highlighting fallacies in their thinking. Plato, following his teacher Socrates, pursued this methodology in his search for the idea of good. In the process, he was not imparting knowledge as much as he was trying to explain how the people could achieve it themselves. By following the dialectical method, Plato discussed the views of numerous individuals, examined each such view, and ultimately reached the conclusion. Plato's notion of justice was the result of debate which went on among actors such as Cephales, Polemarch, Thrasymachus, Glaucon, and Adimantus. A dialectal method of reaching true meaning of justice. Plato's methodology is analytical insofar as he divided a phenomenon into its possible parts, analyzing each part fully and thereafter knitting the results of all parts together. We see in Plato an analytical mind. When he talked about what constitutes human nature, appetite, spirit, and reason, he found these elements in body politic as well: appetite in the producing class, spirit in the soldier's class, and reason in the ruling class, thus stating that the constituents of the ideal state are producers who provide the material base, soldiers who provide the military base, and the rulers who provide the rational base, proper provision, proper protection, and proper leadership, as C.L. Waper calls them. There is also a teleological method in Plato's thinking. Teleology means the object within objective. It follows that every phenomenon exists for itself and keeps moving towards its desired goal. Plato's teleological approach can well be seen in his theory of forms. Plato was convinced that what appears is the shadow of what it can be. Form is the best of what we see, realities can attain their forms. Plato is known for having pursued the deductive method of examining any phenomenon and also expressing his philosophy. He, following the deductive methodology, had his preconceived conclusions and on their basis constructed his ideal state, explaining how it would be organized and what characteristic features it would have. The Republic was nothing but the creation of his deductive method. Analogy as a method has also been followed by Plato in his philosophy. Analogy means a form of reasoning in which one thing is inferred to be similar to another thing in a certain respect on the basis of known similarity in other respects. There is a clear analogical method in Plato, a method pursued by Socrates, who found analogy in his thought processes by taking recourse to the realms of arts. Plato saw such analogies in the realms of the material world. For the producers of his ideal state, Plato used the word human cattle, the copper, or the bronze. For the soldiers, he used the word the watchdogs, or the sliver, and for the rulers, the shepherd, and the gold. Such analogies are too common in Plato. Plato pursued the historical method as well. His statesmen and the laws have been written by following the historical methodology, wherein he traced the evolution and growth of numerous types of state historically. Even in the Republic, Plato did not lose sight of history. He found the solution of all evils prevailing in the then city-states in history. Furthermore, the Republic, Barker tells us, is not only a deduction from the first principles, it is also an induction from the facts of Greek life, meaning thereby that it is based on actual conditions existing then. C. Plato's political ideas. Socratic base. The Socratic influence on Plato is well known. Professor Maxey, Political Philosophies, writes, in Plato Socrates lived again. Socrates was the unrivaled protagonist whose matchless logic, flashing irony, and sovereign intellect dominated the writings of Plato. Plato was no mortal of flesh and bones but an apatheicized Socrates, speaking not only what the actual Socrates might have spoken but also what the resplendent Plato was no mortal of flesh and bones but an apatheicized Socrates, speaking not only what the actual Socrates might have spoken but also what the resplendent imagination of Socrates would have him say. How much of what is ascribed to Socrates in the works of Plato is of genuine Socratic origin and how much is a Platonic inversion we cannot tell. But it is certain that the genius of Plato deserves no less credit than the influence of Socrates, italics added. There was never a time when the Socratic image was out of Plato's mind. Plato would never find himself complete without his master, Socrates. He wrote with a sense of pride, "Thank God that was born a Greek and not a barbarian, a freeman and not a slave, a man and not a woman, but above all that was born in the age of Socrates." It is well said, as George Sabine, A History of Political Theory, says, that the fundamental ideal of the Republic came to Plato in the form of his master's doctrine that virtue is knowledge. The proposition, Sabine writes for Plato, that virtue is knowledge implies that there is an objective good to be known, and that it can in fact be known by rational or logical investigation rather than by intuition, guesswork, or luck. The good is objectively real, whatever anybody thinks about it, and it ought to be realized not because men want it but because it is good. Plato gave his teacher's doctrine, virtue is knowledge, a prime place in his philosophy. Like his teacher, Plato firmly believed that virtue could be attained through knowledge. He, like his teacher, was convinced that human nature has 4 elements: reason, courage, temperance, and justice. Through these, a man could attain virtue which makes man capable to work towards his end. It inspires man. From Socrates, Plato learnt that the ruler, like a physician or a navigator, is an artist, and to that extent, administration is an art. Accordingly, taking a lesson from his teacher Socrates, Plato urged that the ruler should be one who knows art, science, and knowledge of administration. Socrates used to say, "The public is ill, we must cure our masters." The Socratic imprint on Plato can be observed in every sentence the pupil wrote. Socrates was Plato's hero, the character from whose mouth Plato spoke both for himself and for the master. In most of Plato's writings, Socrates was seen almost everywhere, particularly in the Republic. One may conclude with Sabine, "It may very well be, then, that some considerable measure of the political principles developed in the Republic really belonged to Socrates, and were learned directly from him by Plato. However this may be, in the intellectualist caste of the Republic the inclination to find salvation in an adequately educated ruler is certainly an elaboration of Socrates' conviction that virtue, political virtue not excluded, is knowledge." I see. 2. Plato's theory of forms or ideas. Theory of forms or ideas is at the center of Plato's philosophy. All his other views on knowledge, psychology, ethics, and state can be understood in terms of this theory. His theory of forms or ideas, taken from the Greek word eideos, is so interrelated to his theory of knowledge that they can be understood together. Following Socrates, Plato believed that knowledge is attainable and believed it to have 2 essential characteristics. 1. Knowledge is certain and infallible. 2. That it is to be contrasted with that which is only appearance. Knowledge, being fixed, permanent, and unchanging, is, according to Plato, following Socrates, identified with the realm of ideal as opposed to the physical world which is seen as it appears. In other words, form, ideal, and knowledge constitute what is ideal, and what appears to the eye is the actual. There is, thus, a difference between what is ideal and what is actual, between what are forms and what are appearances, and between what is knowledge and what is an opinion, between what can be and what it is or what it is becoming, and between what the eyes see and the intelligence can foresee. One can see a horse, but one can only foresee hoarseness. Plato's theory of forms or knowledge, or /da, is found in the Republic when he discussed the image of the divided line and the myth of the cave. In the former, Plato made a distinction between 2 levels of awareness: opinion and knowledge. Claims or assertions about the physical or visible world are opinions. The higher level or awareness, on the other hand, is knowledge because reason is involved there. The myth of the cave, as discussed by Plato, described individuals chained deep within the recesses of a cave, where the vision was restricted and no one was able to see another man. The only visible thing was the wall of the cave. Breaking free, one of the individuals escaped from the cave into the light of the day. With the aid of the sun, that person saw for the first time the real world, telling his fellow men that the only thing they had seen heretofore were shadows and appearances, and that the real world awaited them if only they were willing to struggle free of their bonds. The essential characteristics of Plato's theory of forms would, thus, include: A. There is a difference between forms or ideas or knowledge and appearance, actual or opinion, as there is difference between the ideal/visible world and the physical/visible world. B. The form is the ultimate object of appearance. C. The actual world can attain the ideal world. D. Knowledge can replace opinion and is attainable. E. The visible world is the shadow of the real world. F. What appears to be is not the form, but is a form of the form. Plato explained that there is a difference between things which are beautiful and what beauty is. Former lies in the realm of opinion while the latter in the realm of knowledge. What is more important is Plato's insistence that the journey from appearances to form is possible through knowledge. Plato had conceived the forms as arranged hierarchically. The supreme form is the form of the good, which like the sun in the myth of the cave, illuminates all the other ideas. The forms of the good, i.e., the idea of the good, represent Plato's movement in the direction of attaining goodness. In a way, the theory of forms as propounded by Plato is intended to explain how one comes to know and how things have come to be as they are, and also how they are likely to attain their ideals. Plato's theory of form is closely related to his belief that virtue is knowledge. According to Plato, the idea of virtue is the idea of action. The ultimate object of virtue is to attain knowledge. The knowledge of virtue is the highest level of knowledge is attainable, and so is virtue. Plato's theory of form has been extended by him to his political theory. The types of rulers Plato sought to have should be those who have the knowledge of ruling people. Unless power is in the hands of those who have knowledge, i.e., the philosophers, states would have no peace, so thought Plato. IC 3. Plato's theory of justice. For Plato, justice does not consist in mere obedience of the laws, for it is based on the inner nature of the human spirit. It is also not the triumph of the stronger over the weaker, for it protects the weaker against the stronger. A just state, Plato argues, is achieved with an eye to the good of the whole. In a just society, all the rulers, the military, the artisans do what they ought to do. In such a society, the rulers are wise, the soldiers are brave, and the producers exercise self-control or temperance. Justice is the central theme of Plato's Republic, its subtitle entitled Concerning Justice. For Plato, justice is a moral concept. Barker says, justice is, for Plato, at once a part of human virtue and the bond which joins men together in the states. It makes man good and makes him social. Almost a similar view has been expressed by Sabine. He says, justice, for Plato, is a bond which holds a society together. Justice gives the resemblance of what is used in the Greek language. The word dikaiosine has a more comprehensive meaning than the word justice. Dikaiosine means just righteousness. That is why Plato's notion of justice is not regarded legal or judicial, nor it is related to the realms of rights and duties. It does not come within the limits of law. It is, as such, related to social ethics. The essential characteristics of Plato's notion of justice can be stated as these. I. Justice is another name of righteousness. 2. It is more the performance of duties than the enjoyment of rights. 3. It is individual's contribution to the society in accordance with his abilities, capacities, and capabilities. 4. It is a social morality, man's obligation. V. It is the strength of the social fabric as it involves a web of social system. Before stating these views through Socrates, Plato refuted the then prevailing theories of justice. He denounced the father-son's, Cephalus Polemarch, theory of justice of traditional morality, justice giving every man his due, in other words, doing to others what is proper, Cephalus, or doing good to friends and harming enemies, Polemarch. Plato recognized the worth of the traditional theory of justice, which compels men to do what they are supposed to do, or justice as phenomena creating unity. But he did not approve of justice being good for some and evil for others. Justice is, Plato held, good for all, for the giver as well as the receiver, for friends as well as foes. Plato also rejected Thrasymachus' radical notion of justice, according to which justice is always in the interest of the stronger. He did agree with Thrasymachus that the ruler, because he knows the art of ruling, has all the power, but did not agree that the ruler rules always in his own interest. Plato argued through Socrates that the shoemaker does not wear all the shoes he makes, the farmer does not eat all the crop he prepares, accordingly the ruler does not make all the laws which benefit him. Plato agreed with Thrasymachus that justice is an art and that one who knows the art is the artist and none else. And yet, there is another theory of justice advocated by two brothers, Glaucon and Adimantus, Plato's own brothers. This theory is a conventional theory of justice and one which was favorably agreed to by Plato's hero, Socrates. Glaucon held the view that justice is in the interest of the weaker, as opposed to Thrasymachus' view that it is in the interest of the stranger and that it is artificial insofar as it is the product of customs and conventions. Glaucon says, men do not suffer injustice freely and without restraint. But the weaker, finding that they suffer more injustice than they can inflict, make a contract, one with another, neither to do injustice nor to suffer it, and in pursuance of the contract, they lay down a law, the provisions of which are henceforth the standard of action and the code of justice. Plato did see limitations in Glaucon's theory by describing justice as natural and universal as against Glaucon's notion of it as artificial and product of conventions and customs. Plato's own theory, as it stems from the discussion which went on among characters such as Cephalus, Polemarch, Thrasymachus, Glaucon, Adimantus, and Socrates, appears to be as under. A. Justice is nothing but the principle that each one should pursue a function for which one is fitted by nature, each one to do one's own for one's own and for common good. Plato says, I say justice is that very thing. Each one must practice, for which his nature was best fitted. This in a sense appears to be justice. To do one's own business, and meddle in no other business. Meddling in many businesses would be ruin for the city. Justice means specialization and excellence. See, justice helps people to be in a society, a bond that holds society, a harmonious union of individuals, of classes with the state. It is a bond that brings together individuals, classes, and state into one frame. D. Justice is both a public and private virtue. It aims at the highest good of the individual, private, and of the whole society, public. Plato's theory of justice leads to division of labor, specialization, and efficiency. It is, therefore, a principle of specialization, unity, non-interference, and harmony. His notion of justice implies a social virtue, private and public ethics, and a moral dictate. And yet Plato's theory of justice is totalitarian in the sense that it subordinates individual to the state. I see for Plato's theory of education. Plato's Republic is not merely an essay on government, it is, as Rousseau informs us, a treatise on education. The essence of his whole philosophy, as stated in the Republic, was to bring about reforms, political, economic, social, as well as moral, intellectual, cultural, in the ancient Greek society. The object of the Republic was to locate and thereafter establish justice in the ideal state, and his scheme of education aimed precisely at that. For Plato, social education is a means to social justice. It is, therefore, not incorrect to say that education for Plato had been a solution to all the vexed questions. Education, as Kulikovsky tells us, has been an instrument for moral reforms. Plato's theory of education is an attempt to touch the evil at Plato's theory of education thinking. In so ideal state designed to achieve Socrates, Plato had a knowledge, and for making education a very powerful education builds man's necessary condition for order personality. It is public says that as a path of social it is a Plato was. It is important to develop his enterprise for Plato diagnosis to the social education success. Emphasized their powers. Middle-level education helps individuals understand their surroundings, and higher education helps individuals prepare, determine, and decide their course of action. 4. Education helps people earn a living and also helps them to become better human beings. Plato does not want to make education a commercial enterprise. He wants, as Sabine tells us, that education must itself provide the needed means to see that citizens actually get the training they require, and must be sure that the education supplied is consonant with the harmony and well-being of the state. Plato's plan, Sabine states, is, therefore, for a state-controlled system of compulsory education. His educational scheme falls naturally into parts: the elementary education, which includes the training of the young persons up to about the age of 20 and culminating in the beginning of military service, and the higher education, intended for those selected persons of both sexes who are to be members of the two ruling classes and extending from the age of 20 to 35. Plato's scheme of education had both the Athenian and the Spartan influence. Sabine writes, its most genuinely Spartan feature was dedication of education. Sabine writes, its most genuinely Spartan feature was dedication of education exclusively to civic training. Its content was typically Athenian, and its purpose was dominated by the end of moral and intellectual cultivation. The curriculum of elementary education was divided into two parts: gymnastics for training the body and music for training the mind. The elementary education was to be imparted to all the three classes. But after the age of 20, people selected for higher education were those who were to hold the highest positions in the guardian class between 20 and 35. The guardians were to be constituted of the auxiliary class and the ruling class. These two classes were to have a higher dose of gymnasium and music, greater dose of gymnastics for the auxiliaries, and greater dose of music for the rulers. The higher education of the two classes was, in purpose, professional, and, for his curriculum, Plato chose only scientific studies, mathematics, astronomy, and logic. Before the two classes could get onto their jobs, Plato suggested a further education till the age of about 50, mostly practical in nature. In conclusion, we may identify the characteristic features of Plato's scheme of education as these. His scheme of education was for the guardian class, i.e., the auxiliary class and the ruling class. He had ignored the producing class completely. 2. His whole educational plan was state-controlled. 3. It aimed at attaining the physical, mental, intellectual, moral development of human personality. 4. It consisted of 3 stages: elementary between 6 to 20, higher between 20 to 35, practical between 35 and 50. It aimed at preparing the rulers for administrative statesmanship, soldiers for military skill, and producers for material productivity. 6. It sought to bring a balance between the individual needs and social requirement. Plato's plan of education was undemocratically devised in so far as it ignored the producing class. It was limited in nature and was restrictive in extent by laying more emphasis on mathematics than on literature. The whole plan was expectedly and unduly expensive. It was unindividual in the sense that it restricted man's thinking process and his autonomy. It was too abstract and too theoretical, so much so it lost sight of administrative intricacies. ICV Communism of Wives and Property. Plato's consistency is beyond any doubt. If his theory of communism of property is a logical corollary of his conception of justice, his theory of communism of families was a logical corollary of his views on communism of property. Justice, as Plato had put it, was the very objective of the ideal state. The ideal state, Plato goes on to say, consisted of the three classes of the rulers, of the auxiliaries, and of the producers, each doing its own assigned job. Justice would be ushered in, Plato argued, if the guardians, the rulers, and the auxiliaries do away with property, for property represents the elements of appetite, and to do away with property demands the communism of families. Barker writes for Plato, the abolition of family life among the guardians is, thus, inevitably a corollary of their renunciation of private property. According to Dunning, as private property and family relationships appear to be the chief sources of dissension in every community, neither is to have recognition in the perfect state. According to Sabine, so firmly was Plato convinced of the pernicious effects of wealth upon government that he saw no way to abolish the evil except by abolishing wealth itself. The same is true also of Plato's purpose in abolishing families as another, first being property, potent rival to the state in competing for the loyalty of rulers. Anxiety for one's children, Sabine concludes on behalf of Plato, is a form of self-seeking, more insidious than the desire for property. Plato quotes, all things will be produced in superior quantity and quality and with greater ease when each man works at a single occupation in accordance with his natural gifts and at the right moment without meddling with anything else. A hero is born among 100, a wise man is found among 1,000, but an accomplished one might not be found even among 100,000 men. Democracy is a charming form of government, but of variety and disorder and dispensing a sort of equality to equals and unequals alike. Dictatorship naturally arises out of democracy and the most aggravated form of tyranny and slavery out of the most extreme liberty. Excess generally causes reaction and produces a change in the opposite direction, whether it be in the seasons or in individuals or in governments. Honesty is for the most part less profitable than dishonesty. It is right to give every man his due. Justice in the life and conduct of the state is possible only as first it resides in the hearts and souls of the citizens. Love is the joy of the good, the wonder of the wise, the amazement of the gods. No law or ordinance is mightier than reason. The beginning is the most important part of the work. The most virtuous are those who content themselves with being virtuous without seeking to appear so. There are three classes of men, lovers of wisdom, lovers of honor, and lovers of gain. There are two things a person should never be angry at, what they can help and what they cannot. The greatest wealth is to live content with little. The heaviest penalty for deciding to engage in politics is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. The learning and knowledge that we have is, at the most, but little compared with that of which we are ignorant. There will be no end to the troubles of states or of humanity itself till philosophers become kings in this world, or till those we now call kings and rulers really and truly become philosophers. And political power and philosophy thus come into the same hands. Wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something. Plato's communism, to put his theory very briefly, takes two forms. Sabine says, the first is the prohibition of private property, whether houses or land or money, to the rulers and auxiliaries, and the provision that they shall live in barracks and have their meals at a common table. The second is the abolition of a permanent monogamous sexual relation and the substitution of regulated breeding at the behest of the rulers for the purpose of securing the best possible offspring. This communism is to be applied on the rulers and the auxiliaries who were called the guardians by Plato. Plato's argument for communism of property and families was that the unity of the state demands their abolition. The unity of the state is to secure, property and family stands in the way, therefore, property and marriage must go. Sabine. To find similarities between Plato's and Marx's communism, as Professor Jassy or Professor Maxey do, is to draw wrong parallels. Plato's communism has a political objective and economic solution of a political ailment. Marx's communism has an economic objective, a political solution of an economic ailment. Plato's communism is limited to only two classes, the rulers and the auxiliaries, while Marx's communism applies to the whole society. Plato's basis of communism, or property, is material temptation and its nature is individualistic, while Marx's basis is the growth of social evils, which results from the accumulation of private property. Plato's reasons for offering his scheme of community of wives and property were the following: those who exercise political power should have no economic motives, and those who are engaged in economic activities should have no share in political power. Pragmatic as his message was, Plato had learned from the Spartans' successful experiment, whose citizens were denied the use of money and where they all had to consume everything in common. Plato's defense of the communism of families was no less effective. Barker sums up Plato's argument in this regard: Plato's scheme has many facets and many purposes. It is a scheme of eugenics, it is a scheme for the emancipation of women, it is a scheme for the nationalization of the family. It is meant to secure a better stock, greater freedom for women and for men to develop their highest capacities, a more complete and living solidarity of the state or at any rate of the rulers of the state. Plato's plan of communism has been denounced by many, from his disciple Aristotle down to Karl Popper. Aristotle criticizes Plato for having ignored the natural instinct of acquisition, making the scheme partial insofar as excluding the producing class from it and declaring it ascetic and aristocratic, surrendering all the best for the guardians. Others, including Karl Popper, condemn Plato's scheme of communism on numerous grounds, especially the following. A. It is doubtful if communism of families would bring greater degree of unity by making the guardians a single family. B. Communism of wives and families, which Aristotle also hints at, was bound to create confusion if not disorder. One female would be wife of all the guardians and one male, the husband of all the females. One may add, as Aristotle really does, a father would have 1,000 sons and a son 1,000 fathers. C. Common children would tend to be neglected, for everybody's child would be nobody's baby. D. It is also doubtful if the state-controlled mating would ever be workable. It would rather reduce men and women to the levels of mere animals by suggesting temporary marital relationship. E. The whole scheme of communism is too rigid, too strict, and too stringent. F. Plato's communism of families suggests a system of marriage which is neither monogamy, nor bigamy, nor polygamy, nor polyandry. G. Plato's theory of communism is too idealistic, too utopian, too imaginary, and accordingly far away from the realities of life. IC 6. Plato's ideal state, the philosopher-ruler. In all his works on political theory, there is a strong case which Plato builds in favor of an omnicompetent state. Living is one thing, but living well is another and perhaps a different thing altogether. It is the job of the government, Plato affirmed more than once, to help people live a complete life. The problem which Plato addressed was not how best a government could be created, but how best a government could be installed. In the Republic, Plato constructs the ideal state in 3 successive stages. The healthy state, or what Glaucon termed as the city of pigs, is more or less a social grouping where men get together on the principles of division of labor and of specialization to meet their material needs. The luxurious state, arising out of the men of a healthy state to quench their thirst of sofas and tables and of sauces and sweets, and requiring, thus, a band of dogs keen to scent, swift of foot to pursue, and ready to fight. The auxiliaries, the just state, the ideal one, where among the dogs, the philosophers are able to judge by the rule of knowing whom to bite, that is, gentleness to friends and fierceness against enemies, and are there to guide the rest. Thus, there is a clear hint of the classes which constitute the ideal state: the producing class, the auxiliary class, and the ruling class. In the Republic, the state is led by the philosophers. In the statesman, politicus, it is a mixed state ideally led by statesmen, and in the laws, it is an actual state as it is, led by the laws. The ideal state of the Republic is the form of the historical politicus and actual laws states. Plato's rulers, either the philosophers of the Republic or statesmen of the politicus or the impersonal laws of the laws, have the responsibilities of preserving and promoting the interests of the whole community. Their aim is, as Plato expressed in the Republic, giving order and happiness of the state. Our aim in founding the state, Plato continues, was the greatest happiness of the whole. We thought that in a state which is ordered with a view to the good of the whole, we should be most likely to find justice. Or again, we mean our guardians to be true saviors and not the destroyers of the state. In the Politicus, Plato said that the governors ought to use their power with a view to the general security and improvement. In the Laws, Plato was worried about the well-being of the state. What he wanted were the rulers and not pretenders, rulers who must know their job and should be able to perform it in the interests of all. They should be wise, courageous, temperate, and just. These are the qualities that are expressed in the Republic, wise and versed in the traditional customs, the unwritten laws of the divinely remote past, as in the Politicus, and work under the dictates of the written laws as in the Laws. The use of analogies in the writings of the ancient Greek thinkers was a usual exercise, showing, as Barker says, a characteristic of the transition from the old philosophy of nature to the new philosophy of man. Plato's use of analogies demonstrated his love for the art of ruling, planning his ruler in the image of an artist. There were the dog soldiers for guarding and watching the human cattle, and also for keeping the wolves' enemies at bay, the shepherd guardian for looking after the human sheep. All these are mentioned in the Republic. There is the physician statesman, responsible for the general health of the ailing state, the pilot statesman, skilled in his art, wise in his job, and rich in his experiences, for ordering the affairs of the ship of the state, the weaver statesman, for creating a just harmony uniting different elements of human nature. All these are mentioned in the Politicus. Knowledge is the merit which qualifies the rulers to rule their people. It helps them, Plato said, perform their responsibilities in the most perfect manner. The rulers, he insisted, ought to know the science of politics. They ought to use the science, he held, as the artist uses his art. What Plato urged was the very competence of the rulers and strict discipline in the performance of their functions. His rulers do the job of ruling as the peasant does the tilling. The peasant is a peasant because he knows the job of tilling, and similarly, a ruler is a ruler because he knows the job of ruling. Plato did not take any chance which could put the rulers away from their ideals. So he talked about the communistic devices applied on the rulers in the Republic, the promises from them to be alive to the divinely customs as in the Politicus, and the demands from them to be loyal to the written codes in the laws. Plato wanted the art and science of politics to be directed toward the attainment of a just order in which each individual or each group of individuals does its own appointed function. This is why he makes his rulers experts in their branch of business. This is why he makes his rulers undergo an intensive system of education and training. This is why he makes his rulers lead a life devoid of any personal temptations. His anxiety was to build a perfect and hierarchical society where the rulers are expected to uphold and maintain ideals of justice, republic, sustentation, politicus, and public good laws. Plato vested in his philosophic ruler absolute powers on the promise that reason ought to be supreme. However, what he did not safeguard against, as rightly pointed out by Popper, was the possible abuse and misuse of unchecked absolute powers at the hand of the rules, no matter how just or wise he might be. Plato writes in the Laws, if anyone gives too great a power to anything, too large a vessel to sail, too much food to the body, too much authority to the mind, and does not observe the mean, everything is overthrown, and, in the wantonness of excess runs in the one case to disorders and in the other to injustice. His rulers have power, they have power because they have responsibilities, maintaining the rule of justice, allowing no innovation in the system of education and watching against the entry either of poverty or of wealth into the state, and keeping the size of the state neither large nor small but one and sufficient. D. Evaluation of Plato's political philosophy. Plato's adversaries. Plato has been interpreted in so many different ways that it becomes difficult to derive conclusions about him. If for one set of people, Plato is a revolutionary and a prophet of socialism, for others he is a forerunner of fascism and an advocate of reactionaries. Aristotle, Plato's disciple, was his greatest critic. R.H.S. Crossman, Plato Today, C.M. Bora. Ancient Greek Literature, W. Fight, The Platonic Legend, B. Farrington, Science of Politics in the Ancient World, A.D. Winspear, The Genesis of Plato's Thought, Karl Popper, The Open Society and Its Enemies, are men who have condemned Plato. G.C. Field, Plato and His Contemporaries, Ronald B. Levinson, /N Defense of Plato, John Wilde, Plato's Modern Enemies and the Theory of Natural Law, A. Taylor, Plato the Man and His Work, Ernest Barker, Greek Political Theory. R.L. Nettleship, Lectures on the Republic of Plato, admire him. Of all the critics, Popper's criticism of Plato is the most devastating. Plato, to Popper, was an enemy of the open society. Popper holds the view that Plato advocated a closed system which was not different from an idealized reproduction of the tribalism of the past. To Popper, Plato's philosophy and its theories of justice, communism, and education, etc. are but so many subtle ways of justifying authoritarianism and totalitarianism. Plato's philosophy sought to perpetuate or eternalize the ideal of anti-democracy, anti-change, and anti-open society. Popper's tirade against Plato can be summed up in his own words. Plato's fundamental demands can be expressed in either of the two formulae, the first corresponding to his idealist theory of change and rest, the second to his naturalism. The idealist formula is, arrest all political change. Change is evil, rest divine. All change can be arrested if the state is made an exact copy of its original, i.e., of the form or idea of the city. Should it be asked how this is practicable, we can reply with the naturalistic formula, back to the nature. Back to the original state of our forefathers, the primitive state founded in accordance with human nature, and therefore, stable, back to the tribal patriarchy of the time before the fall, to the natural class rule of the wise few over the ignorant many. Popper's italics. Condemning Plato's political program, Popper says that it, far from being morally superior to totalitarianism, is fundamentally identical with it. Popper asserts that Plato's ideal state would lead to a closed system. To quote Popper, excellent as Plato's sociological diagnosis was, his own development proves that the therapy he recommends is worse than the evil he tries to combat. Arresting political change is not the remedy, it cannot bring happiness. We can never return to the alleged innocence and beauty of the closed system. Our dream of heaven cannot be realized on earth. Once we begin to rely upon our reason and to use our powers of criticism, we cannot return to a state of implicit submission to tribal magic. For those who have eaten the tree of knowledge, paradise is lost. The more we try to return to the heroic age of tribalism, the more surely do we arrive at the Inquisition, at the secret police, and at a romanticized gangsterism. Beginning with the suppression of research and truth, we must end with the most brutal and violent destruction of all that is human. There is no return to a harmonious state of nature. If we turn back, then we must go the whole way. We must return to the beast. Popper's italics. John J. Chapman, a devout anti-Platonist, called Plato the Prince of Conjurers. W. Fight holds the view that Plato had the vacillations of an adolescent. R.H.S. Crossman says that Plato was wrong, both for his times and for ours. Plato's adversaries have been active in all the ages beginning from his own days and even including his pupils, Aristotle particularly. Plato's enemies have been really unfair to him. Popper's condemnation is an illustration of such a treatment of Plato. If Plato were truly totalitarian, then he would have built a police state, would have made provisions for secret police, would have suggested severe and harsh punishments, would have provided concentration camps, would have lauded terror. But nowhere do we find Plato saying all this. On the contrary, he pictures an ideal state whose aim is ethical, whose rulers are guided by a rational plan and who have to have a particular type of education, a systematic training, and a life of dedication almost. On the contrary, he pictures an ideal state whose aim is ethical, whose rulers are guided by a rational plan and who have to have a particular type of education, a systematic training, and a life of dedication almost of renunciation. I2. Plato's place in Western political thought. Plato's political philosophy, which emerges from his writings, has its special importance in the history of the Western political theory. Jowett, The Dialogues of Plato, 1902, rightly describes Plato as the father of philosophy, politics, and literary idealism. He says, "Nowhere in Plato is there a deeper irony or a greater wealth of humor or imagery or more dramatic power as in the Republic. Nor in any other of his writings is the attempt made to interweave life and speculation or to connect politics to philosophy." Professor Maxey, Political Philosophies, 1961, writes, "But the midrib of his, Plato's, political philosophy was timeless and universal. As a Greek of the post-Periclean period, he was an anti-expansionist, a disbeliever in democracy, a foe of commercialism, and an admirer of Lacedaemonian militarism. But as an analyst of social and political institutions and a seeker of the ideal, he was the forerunner and inspirer of most of the anti-materialistic political philosophies, reconstructive political theories, and radical political programs which have appeared in subsequent ages." For Emerson, Plato was philosophy and philosophy Plato. Plato's contribution to the Western political thought is without any parallel. He has given it a direction, a basis, and a vision. Political idealism is Plato's gift to Western political philosophy. An idealist, as Plato really was, he was more interested in future than in the present, in a model that a state can be than in the actual state, in the form of the state than in a state that appears at present. This does not mean that the idealists do not take into account the present or the actual state. In fact, the idealists build the fabric of the future on the basis of the present. It is the present that dictates their future. Plato's idealism was grounded in the circumstances of the then city-states. His was a movement to change the Greek of his own times, not for the past as Popper says, but for a future, for a model, and that too through a radical plan. Accordingly, Plato can be described as an idealist but not a utopian, a physician and not a life-giver, a reformer and not a dreamer. There is originality in Plato insofar as he had built not very uncommon institutions on postulates he thought as basic. Plato's significance lies in making education as the bedrock on which he structured the whole ideal state. If the whole scheme of education is practiced completely, the development of the state is certainly assured. Sound education and sound nurturing are guarantees for full-fledged betterment. He was of the opinion that the state could be structured afresh as against Popper's view of piecemeal social engineering. Plato is a philosopher and at the same time an idealist. A philosopher is one who thinks more than he sees. He sees things in general and avoids what is particular. Plato was such a philosopher who saw the general deteriorating conditions of the city-states of his times. He sought to diagnose the ailment rather than the symptoms. What ailed? The ancient Greek society was the ever-sickening corrupt rulers, and his diagnosis, then, was to give the people a set of rulers who knew the art of ruling. Plato was such a philosopher who never lost sight of philosophy, one who was idealistic, purposive, future-oriented, and normative, and yet within the framework of actual conditions. He did reach the heights, but he remained within the reach of what was practicable. He was, thus, a philosopher who remained within the boundaries of realities. He was a philosopher who looked towards the sky but with his feet grounded on the earth. Plato may not be a saint, but he is a teacher to all of us. We can criticize him, but we cannot ignore him. Plato's another contribution to Western political thought was his radicalism. He innovated novel ideas and integrated them skillfully in a political scheme. His radicalism lies in the fact that his rulers are rulers without comforts and luxuries possessed by men of property. They are masters without owning anything. They are parents without calling the children their own. They have powers, absolute powers, but they also have absolute responsibilities. It was a plan to organize the entire social order on the basis of knowledge, skill, and expertise. It was a total negation to the Periclean idea of participatory democratic order with emphasis on capacity and individuality rather than equality. Plato's attempt in the Republic is to portray a perfect model of an ideal order. With primacy of education, he conceived of an elite which would wield power not for itself but for the good of the society. But there was no prescription for checking degeneration or abuse of power. It is because of such an important omission, his more realistic pupil, Aristotle conceived of an ideal state not on the blueprint of the republic but of the laws. The beginning of the modern, democratic order based on the rule of the law could be traced to the laws and not to the republic. However, Plato's place in Western political thought is matchless. His legacy spreads with age, and it is really difficult to prepare a list of subsequent political philosophers who might not have Plato's imprint, either explicitly or implicitly. Aristotle. Introduction. Unlike Plato, Aristotle, 384 to 322 BC, was not an Athenian by birth. He was born in Stagira, was a pupil of Plato, subsequently taught Alexander, and then established his own school, the Lyceum. The fundamental difference between Plato and Aristotle led them to initiate two great streams of thought which constitute what is known as the Western political theory. From Plato comes political idealism, and from Aristotle comes political realism. On this basis, it is easy to understand the comment by Coleridge, the poet, that everyone is born either a Platonist or an Aristotelian. The difference between Plato and Aristotle is the difference between philosophy and science. Plato is known as the father of political philosophy, Aristotle the father of political science. The former is a philosopher, the latter is a scientist. The former follows the deductive methodology, the latter an inductive one. Plato portrays a utopia, the ideal state, whereas Aristotle's concern was with the best possible state. Professor Maxey, Political Philosophies, rightly says, "All who believe in new worlds for old are the disciples of Plato. All those who believe in old worlds made anew are disciples of Aristotle." Aristotle, like Plato, wrote voluminously. Aristotle has written on many subjects. His admirers claimed for him the title of the master of them that know. For about 1,000 years, according to Maxey, Aristotle on logic, Aristotle on mechanics, Aristotle on physics, Aristotle on physiology, Aristotle on astronomy, Aristotle on economics, Aristotle on politics was almost the last word. His information was so much vaster and exhaustive, his insight so much more penetrating, his deductions so much more plausible and true of any of his contemporaries or any of his successors prior to the advent of modern science, that he became the all-knowing master in whom the scholastic mind could find no fault. Maxey. Whatever subject he treated it well. Whatever work he wrote, he made it a masterpiece. His legacy, like that of his teacher Plato, was so rich that all those who claim themselves as realists, scientists, pragmatists, and utilitarians look to him as teacher, guide, and philosopher. Aristotle, the man, his times, his works, and his methodology. Aristotle, 384 to 322 BC, was born at Stagira, then a small Greek colony close to the borders of the Macedonian kingdom. His father, Nicomachus, was a physician at the court of Amyntas II. A longer part of his boyhood was spent at Pella, the royal seat of Macedonia. Because of his descent from a medical family, it can well be imagined that Aristotle must have read medicine, and must have developed his interests in physical sciences, particularly biology. Upon the death of his parents, Aristotle's care fell upon a relative, Proxenus, whose son, Nicanor, Aristotle later adopted. Although not an Athenian, Aristotle lived in Athens for more than half of his life, first as a student at Plato's academy for nearly 20 years, 367 to 347 BC, and later as the master of his own institution, the Lyceum, for about 12 years or so, between 335 and 323 BC. He died a year later in Chalias, the birthplace of his mother, Faustus, while in exile, following fears of being executed by the Athenians for his pro-Macedonian sympathies. "I will not allow the Athenians to commit another sin." First being the execution of Socrates in 399 BC, he had then said. During the intervening period of 12 years, 347 to 335 BC, he remained away from Athens, his journeyman period. Between 347 to 344 BC, he stayed at Assus with one Hermias, a tyrant and an axe slave, but a friend of the Macedonian king, Philip. He married Hermias's niece and adopted daughter, Pythias, and on whose death, later he began a union, without marriage, with her Phyllis, a Stagirite like Aristotle. They had a son named Nicomachus, after Aristotle's father. Aristotle's relationship with Hermias got Aristotle close to the Macedonian king whose son, Alexander, later Alexander the Great, was Aristotle's student for some time, much before the establishment of Lyceum in 335 BC. Like his teacher Plato, Aristotle had kept his association with men of the ruling classes with Hermias between 347 to 344 BC, with Alexander between 342 and 323 BC, and with Antipater after Alexander's death in 323 BC. Such an association with rulers helped Aristotle's penetrating eyes to see the public affairs governed more closely. From Hermias, he came to value the nature of one-man role, learned something of economics and the importance of foreign relations and of foreign policy. Some reference to these are found in his Politicus. From Alexander, Aristotle got all possible help that could impress upon his collections. Alexander is said to have utilized the services of about 800 talents in Aristotle's service and inducted all hunters, fowlers, and fishermen to report to Aristotle any matter of scientific interest. From Antipater came Aristotle's advocacy of modern polity and of the propertied middle class, something that Aristotle had advocated in Politicus. From Lycurgus, the Athenian statesman, 338 to 326 BC, and a Platonist and Aristotle's classmate, Aristotle learned the significance of reforms which he made a part of his best practicable state. But that was not all that was Aristotle's. Aristotle, indeed, had his own to his family background of looking at everything scientifically, Plato's impact over a period of 20 years, his keen observation of political events, his study of 158 constitutions of his times, and his elaborate studies at the Lyceum through lectures and discussions, all these combined to make him equals an encyclopedic mind and prolific writer. Aristotle is said to have written about 150 philosophical treatises, about 30 of which survive. All these touch on an enormous range of philosophical problems, from biology and physics to morals to aesthetics to politics. Many, however, are thought to be lecture notes instead of complete, polished treatises, and a few may not be his, but of members of the school. There is a record that Aristotle wrote 6 treatises on various phrases of logic, 26 on different subjects in the field of natural sciences, 4 on ethics and morals, 3 on art and poetry, 1 each on metaphysics, economics, history, and politics, and 4 or more on miscellaneous subjects. Works can be classified into 3 headings. I. Dialogues and other works of a popular character. 2. Collections of facts and materials from scientific treatment. Eli. Systematic works. Among his writings of a popular nature, the only one which we possess is the interesting tract on the polity of the Athenians. The works on the second group include 200 titles, mostly in fragments. The systematic treatises of the third group are marked by a plainness of style. Until Werner Jaeger, Aristotle, Fundamentals of the History of His Developments, it was assumed that Aristotle's writings presented a systematic account of his views. Jaeger argues for an early, middle, and late period, where the early period follows Plato's theory of forms and soul, the middle rejects Plato, and the late period, including most of his writings, is more empirically oriented. It is not certain as to when a particular work was written by Aristotle. W. D. Ross, Aristotle, presumes that Aristotle's writings appeared in the order of the progressive withdrawal from Plato's influence. The dialogues, especially in rhetoric, also the Gryllus on the soul, also the Endemus, the Protrepticus on philosophy, were written during Aristotle's stay in the academy. Dialogues like Alexander and on monarchy were written during the time or later when Alexander assumed power. To the period between 347 and 335 BC belong Aristotle's The Organon, the Physics, the Didache, a part of De Anima, and the Metaphysics, the Eudemian Ethics, and a greater part of the Politicus. All these are largely Platonic in character, but in the forms of dialogues. To the period of his headship of the Lyceum belong the rest of the works, notably the Meteorological, the works on psychology and biology, the Constitutions, the Nicomachean Ethics after his son and not father, the Poetics, and the Politicus. Aristotle's political theory is found mainly in the Politicus, although there are references of his political thought in the Nicomachean Ethics. His Constitutions analyses the system of government on the basis of his study of about 158 constitutions. Notable among them is the Constitution of Athens. Aristotle's Politicus, like any other work of his, has come down to us in the form of lecture notes. See Barker, The Political Thought of Plato and Aristotle, and consists of several essays written at various times about which the scholars have no unanimity. Jaeger argues that a distinction is to be made between the original Politics, books 2, 3, 7, 8, which is Platonist in inspiration and which deals with the construction of the ideal state or the best possible, and the truly Aristotelian Politics, books 4, 5, 6, which contains a much more empirical grasp of how politics works in the real political world. Barker puts the order of the 8 books of the Politicus on the basis of internal development of Aristotle's ideas. The first 3 books deal with the beginning of preliminary principles and criticism. The 4th and the 5th books, traditionally arranged as the 7th and 8th books, deal with the construction of the ideal or the best possible state. The last 3 books, i.e. 6th to 8th, traditionally 4th to 6th, deal with the analysis of the actual states and also with the causes and cures of revolutions. Aristotle's methodology was different from that of Plato. While Plato adopted the philosophical method in his approach to politics, Aristotle followed the scientific and analytical methodology. Plato's style is almost poetic, whereas that of Aristotle, prose-like. Scientific as Aristotle's method of study is, it is, at the same time, historical, comparative, inductive, and observational. Barker comments that Aristotle's methodology is scientific, his work is systematic, his writings are analytical. Aristotle's each essay begins with the words, observation shows. It is. said that Alexander had employed over 1,000 people for reporting to him anything of scientific nature. He did not accept anything except which he found was proven empirically and scientifically. Unlike his teacher Plato, who proceeded from general to the particular, he followed the path from the particular to the general. Plato argued with conclusions that were preconceived, while Aristotle, in a scientific way, arrived at his conclusions by the force of his logic and analysis. Empiricism was Aristotle's merit. Aristotle's chief contribution to political science is to bring the subject matter of politics within the scope of the methods which he was already using to investigate other aspects of nature. Aristotle, the biologist, looks at the developments in political life in much the same way that he looks at the developing life of other natural phenomena. Abraham et al. Identifies features of scientific methodology in Aristotle. Some such features are: Aristotle's conception of systematic knowledge is rationalistic. According to him, basic concepts and relations in each field are grasped directly on outcomes of an inductive process. Data are furnished by accumulated observation, common opinion, and traditional generalization. Theoretical principles emerge from analytic sifting of alternative explanation. The world is a plurality of what we could today call homeostatic systems whose ground plan may be discovered and rationally formulated. Matter and form are relative analytic concepts. Dynamically, matter is centered as potentiality, and form as culminating actuality. Man is distinctively rational. Characteristic features of Aristotle's methodology. Major characteristic features of Aristotle's methodology can be briefly explained as under: Inductive and deductive. Plato's method of investigation is more deductive than inductive, whereas Aristotle's methodology is inductive than deductive. The deductive features of Aristotle's methodology are quite visible, though shades of Plato's reasoning remain on the margins. Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics does contain ideals of normative thinking and ethical life. Same is true about his Politicus as well. Like Plato, Aristotle does conceive a good life, his deductive thinking, but he builds good and honorable life on the inductive approach about the state as a union of families and villages which came into existence for satisfying the material needs of man. His inductive style compels him to classify states as he observes them, but he never loses sight of the best state that he imagines. Historical and comparative. Aristotle can claim to be the father of historical and comparative methods of studying political phenomena. Considering history as a key to all the secrets, Aristotle takes recourse in the past to understand the present. The fact is that all his studies are based on his historical analysis. The nature of the causes and description of revolution, which Aristotle takes up in Politicus, have been dealt historically. Aristotle also follows the comparative method of study, both intensively and extensively. His classification of states together with the consequent cycle of change is based on his intensive study of 158 constitutions of his times. Through comparative analysis, he speaks about the pure and perverted forms of states. Teleological and analogical. Aristotle pursued teleological and analogical methods of analyzing and investigating political phenomena. His approach was teleological, using the model of craftsmanship. Aristotle insisted that nature works like an artist, and in the process it seeks to attain the object for which it exists. Nature, Aristotle used to say, does nothing without a purpose. Man lives in society to attain his development. State helps man to achieve his end. Following his teacher Plato, Aristotle found much in common between a ruler and an artist, between a statesman and a physician. Analytical and observational. Aristotle's methodology was both analytical as well as observational. In his whole thought process, he observed more than he thought. All his studies were based on data and facts, which came under his keen observation. Through study, experiments, and observations, Aristotle analyzed things and, therefore, reached conclusions. Regarding state as something of a whole, for example, Aristotle went on to explain its constituents, families and villages. He declares man as a social animal by nature, considers family as the extension of man's nature, village as the extension of family's nature, and state as the extension of village's nature. See Aristotle, his political ideas. See Plato and Aristotle. There was much that separated Aristotle from Plato, the pupil from the teacher. Their views about life were different. Their vision about the world was different. Their approaches were different, and accordingly, they differed in conclusions. Maxi writes, "Where Plato let his imagination take flight, Aristotle is factual and dull. Where Plato is eloquent, Aristotle is terse. Where Plato leaps from general concepts of logical conclusions, Aristotle slowly works from a multitude of facts to conclusions that are logical but not final. Where Plato gives us an ideal commonwealth that is the best his mind can conceive, Aristotle gives us the material requisites out of which, by adapting them to circumstances as model state may be constructed." Aristotle was Plato's disciple, but he was his critic as well. It is, therefore, common to project Aristotle against Plato as Andrew Hacker political theory really does. One is acclaimed to be a scientist while the other a philosopher, one a reformist, the other a radical, one willing to work and build on the actual state, the other anxious to recast the state afresh. On the farthest possible extreme, one advocating political realism, the other adhering to political idealism. One beginning with particular and ending at general, the other starting from the general and coming down to the particular. Aristotle's criticisms of Plato were on the following grounds. His greatest complaint against Plato was that he made a departure from experience. Aristotle says, "Let us remember that we should not disregard the experience of ages. In the multitude of years these things, if they were good, would certainly not have been unknown." He admitted Plato's works were brilliant and suggestive, but were at the same time radical and speculative. See Sabine, A History of Political Theory. Aristotle criticized Plato's state as an artificial creation, built successively in 3 stages with producers coming first and, thereafter, the auxiliaries and the rulers. As an architect, Plato built the state. Aristotle, on the contrary, regarded the state as a natural organization, the result of growth and evolution. He says that if the numerous forms of the society before society were natural, so was natural the state as well. With Plato, Aristotle does recognize the importance of the state for the individual, and also, like Plato, considers the state like a human organism, but unlike him, he does not think of the state as a unity. For Aristotle, the state was a unity in diversity. Aristotle did not agree with Plato on the notion of justice, for he, unlike Plato, found justice more in the realms of enjoying one's rights rather than performing one's duties. For Aristotle, justice was a practical activity, a virtue and not doing things in accordance with one's nature. Plato's justice was ethical in nature while that of Aristotle judicial or more specifically, legal in nature. Plato's justice was, as Aristotle believed, incomplete insofar as it dealt predominantly with duties, and more or less ignored rights. In other words, Aristotle labeled Plato's justice as moral in nature since it gave primacy to the performance of one's duties. Aristotle did not approve of the 3 classes of Plato's ideal state, especially the guardians having the political power. He disagreed with the idea of one class, guardians consisting of the rulers and the auxiliaries, enjoying all powers of the state. The failure to allow circulation, says David Young, Rhetorical Discourse, between classes excludes those men who may be ambitious and wise, but are not in the right class of society to hold any type of political power. Aristotle, he continues, looks upon this ruling class system as an ill-conceived political structure. Plato, in his Republic, did not consider laws as important. He was of the opinion that where the rulers were virtuous, there was no need of laws, and where they were not, there the laws were useless. Aristotle realized the significance of laws and held the view that the rule of law was any day better than the rule of men, howsoever wise those rulers might be. Even Plato realized the utility of laws and revised his position in his laws. Aristotle doubted if Plato's community of wives and property would help produce the desired unity. Rather, he regarded these devices as impracticable, for communism of property created conflicts while that of the family led to a system where love and discipline within the family would evaporate. By providing communistic devices, Plato, Aristotle felt, had punished the guardians and deprived them of intrinsic love among the members of the family. Plato's communism created a family of the state which, according to Aristotle, led to a point where the state ceases to be a state. Sabine says, "A family is one thing and a state is something different, and it is better that one should not try to ape the other." Aristotle's criticism of Plato, violent as it is at times, is a matter of fact. But there is the other fact as well, and that is that there is a Plato in Aristotle. Foster, Masters of Political Thought, says, "Aristotle, the greatest of all Platonists that he is permeated by Platonism to a degree in which perhaps no great philosopher besides him has been permeated by the thought of another. Every page which Aristotle wrote bears the imprint of Plato. In fact, Aristotle begins from where Plato ends up. The ideas, expressed by Plato as suggestions, illusions, or illustrations are taken up by Aristotle." Dunning, A History of Political Theories. It would not be unfair if the pupil is thought to be an extension of the teacher. Aristotle, instead of damaging Plato's ideals, builds on them. Ross, Aristotle points out, but of his Aristotle's philosophical, in distinction from his scientific works, there is no page which does not bear the impression of Platonism. Both Plato and Aristotle start with ideal, examine the actual, and stop at the possible. There is, in each, a belief in natural inequality, in the dominance of reason over the passion, in the self-sufficing state as the only unit necessary for individual development. Like his teacher Plato, Aristotle thinks that the ethical perfection of man is possible only in a state and that the interest of the state is the interest of those who constitute it. Indeed, Aristotle's criticism of Plato cannot be ignored, and in fact, he had no regrets on that count. Will Durant rightly says, as Brutus, a character of Shakespeare Julius Caesar, loves not Caesar less, but Rome more, so Aristotle says, dear is Plato, but Will Durant rightly says, as Brutus, a character of Shakespeare Julius Caesar, loves not Caesar less, but Rome more, so Aristotle says, dear is Plato, but dearer still is truth. So writes Ebenstein, great political thinkers, Plato found the corrective to his thinking in his own student. ILC 2, Aristotle, Politics and Ethics. Aristotle is not a philosopher of Plato's sort, but the philosophical basis of his political ideas cannot be ignored. There is the philosophical basis in whole of his political theory. There is a belief in God in Aristotle. He considers God as the creator of everything. This provides a spiritual outlook to him. According to him, every phenomenon has two aspects, form and matter. Aristotle gives significance to what constitutes matter, whereas Plato believes that whatever is visible is the shadow of the form. Aristotle, on the other hand, is convinced that what is visible is also important insofar as it is itself the result of numerous elements constituting it. The form only activates it, guides it, and helps it to attain its end, which is ethical. Aristotle also believes that man's soul has two parts, logical and illogical, and through ethical virtues, man attains rationality, the logical part of the soul. Aristotle is a political realist, but in spite of it, he has not lost sight of politics existing to achieve its moral ends. In fact, Aristotle does not regard politics as a separate science from ethics. Politics is the completion of verification of ethics. To say it in other words, politics is, in Aristotle's views, continuation of and continuation with ethics. If one would like to put Aristotle's point, one would say that just as it is human nature to seek happiness, it is human nature to live in communities. We are social animals, and the state is a development from the family through the village community, an offshoot of the family. Formed originally for the satisfaction of natural wants, state exists for moral ends and for the promotion of the family. Formed originally for the satisfaction of natural wants, state exists for moral ends and for the promotion of the higher life. The state is a genuine moral organization for advancing the development of human beings. In Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle clearly says, we regard the object of politics as supreme, which is the attainment of a good and honorable life of the members of the community. Ethics guides his political theory, seeking the correlation of political and ethical life. His Nicomachean Ethics is an inspiration to his Politicus. Following are the main points of Aristotle's political theory. For Aristotle, the state is not merely a political community, it is at the same time a government, a school, an ethics, and a culture. It is what expresses man's whole life, gives man a good life, which, in turn, means a moral and ethical living. 2. In his Nicomachean Ethics, he describes the moral qualities which a man should possess. In Politicus as well, he points out the qualities of a citizen. A good man can only be a good citizen. As in a good man, so in a good citizen there ought to be qualities such as cooperation, tolerance, self-control, qualities which Aristotle says are imbibed by practice. Thus, practice helps attain qualities and politics helps achieve ethical ends. 3. Aristotle's bias of political theory is his ethics. In his work on ethics, he says emphatically that man is different from animal insofar as he is more active and more rational than animals. It is through his rationality, the element of reason in him, that man does what is in his interest or is in the interest of the community he is a part of. He seeks what is good for him and for his fellow beings. Men, Aristotle holds the view, and not animals, have lessons of ethics. 4. Aristotle's political theory is intimately related to his ethical theory. His theory of justice, for example, is ethically oriented. For Aristotle, justice is virtue, a complete virtue, morality personified, and all that is good. This is his notion of justice in his Nicomachean Ethics. In his Politicus, he puts forth the view that justice is distributive and linked to the notion of proportionate equality, which for Aristotle meant to treat equals equally and unequals unequally. Ethics is not only a basis for his political theory, it is its escort and inspiration as well. Nowhere in the discussion of his political ideas does Aristotle say anything which is not ethical. ILC 3, Aristotle, Theory of Justice. Like his teacher Plato, Aristotle believed that justice is the very essence of the state and that no polity can endure for a long time unless it is founded on a right scheme of justice. It is with this consideration in view that Aristotle seeks to set forth his theory of justice. He held the view that justice provides an aim to the state and an object to the individual. When perfected, man is the best of animals, but when separated from law and justice, he is the worst of all. Like Plato, Aristotle regarded justice as the breadth of the state/polity. According to him, justice is virtue, complete virtue, and the embodiment of all goodness. It is not the same thing as virtue, but it is virtue itself and virtue in action. Justice is virtue, but it is more than virtue, it is virtue in action, i.e., virtue in practice. Reason is, for example, a virtue, but the reasonable/rational conduct is justice. Truth is a virtue, but to be truthful is justice. What makes a virtue justice is the very practice of that virtue. So Aristotle says the good in the sphere of politics is justice, and justice contains what tends to promote the common interest. For Aristotle, justice is no less significant, for he regards justice as the very virtue of the state. It is justice that makes a state, gives it a vision, and coupled with ethics, it takes the state to the heights of all ethical values. Justice saves the state from destruction, it makes the state and political life pure and healthy. Ross says Aristotle begins by recognizing two senses of the word. By just, we may mean what is lawful or what is fair and equal. For Aristotle, justice is either general or it is particular justice as a part of general justice, a part of complete virtue if by general justice we mean complete virtue. According to Aristotle, general justice is complete goodness. It is complete in the fullest sense because it is the exercise of complete goodness not only in himself but also towards his neighbors. Particular justice is a part of complete/general justice. It is, therefore, a part of complete goodness, its one aspect. A person seeking particular justice is one who observes laws but does not demand from the society more than what he deserves. Particular justice is of two types, distributive and corrective. For Aristotle, distributive justice hands out honors and rewards according to the merits of the recipients, equals to be treated equally and unequals unequally. Corrective justice takes no account of the position of the parties concerned but simply secures equality between the two by taking away the advantage from the one and adding it to the disadvantage of the other, giving justice to one who has been denied and inflicting punishment on one who has denied the other justice. One can compare Plato's notion of justice with that of Aristotle in the following ways. For Plato, justice is the performance of one's duties to the best of one's abilities and capacities. For Aristotle, justice is the reward in proportion to what one contributes. 2. Plato's justice is related to duties, it is duties-oriented, whereas Aristotle's justice is related to rights, it is rights-oriented. 3. Plato's theory of justice is essentially moral and philosophical while that of Aristotle is legal. 4. Both had a conception of distributive justice. For Plato, that meant individual excellence and performance of one's duties, while for Aristotle it meant what people deserve, the right to receive. Plato's justice is spiritual whereas Aristotle's practical, i.e. itus, virtue in action, goodness in practice. 6. Plato's justice is related to one's inner self, i.e. what comes straight from the soul. Aristotle's justice is related to man's actions, i.e. with his external activities. Aristotle's theory of justice is worldly, associated with man's conduct in practical life, of course, with all ethical values guiding him. But he is unable to correlate the ethical dimension of justice to its legal dimension. His distributive justice, rewards in accordance to one's abilities, is far, far away from the realities of the political world. It is, indeed, difficult to bring about a balance between the ever-increasing population and ever-decreasing opportunities of the state. 4. Aristotle on property, family, and slavery. Aristotle's theory of property is based on his criticism of Plato's communism of property. Plato thought of property as an obstacle in the proper functioning of the state and, therefore, suggested communism for the guardian class. But for Aristotle, property provided psychological satisfaction by fulfilling the human instinct for possession and ownership. His chief complaint against Plato was that he failed to balance the claims of production and distribution. In Plato's communism of property, those who produce properly do not obtain the reward of their efforts, and those who do not produce, the rulers and the auxiliaries, get all comforts of life. His conclusion, therefore, is that communism of property ultimately leads to conflicts and clashes. He is of the opinion that property is necessary for one who produces it and, for that matter, necessary for all. Professor Maxey expresses Aristotle's voice when he says, man must eat, be clad, have shelter, and in order to do so must acquire property. The instinct to do so is as natural and proper as the provision that nature makes in supplying wild animals and the means of satisfying the needs of sustenance and production. Property is necessary, Aristotle says. Wealth, property, is a store of things which is necessary or useful for life. According to Aristotle, property is a part of the household, and the art of acquiring property is a part of managing the household, for no man lives well, or indeed live at all, unless he is provided with necessaries. With regard to the ownership of property, Aristotle referred to individual ownership and individual use, which is, for Aristotle, the most dangerous situation. 2. Common ownership and individual use, a situation that begins with socialism, but ends in capitalism. It is also not acceptable. Common ownership and common use, a device invariably impracticable. 4. Individual ownership and common use, a device generally possible and equally acceptable. Aristotle says property ought to be generally and in the main private, but common in use. According to Aristotle's thesis, private property is essential and, therefore, is justified, but it has to be acquired through honest means. Of all the means, private property is essential and, therefore, is justified, but it has to be acquired through honest means. Of all the means of acquiring wealth, taking interest is the most unnatural method. Aristotle is also against amassing property. So he said to acquire too much wealth property will be as gross an error as to make a hammer too heavy. As against Plato, Aristotle advocates the private family system. According to Aristotle, family is the primary unit of social life which not only makes society but keeps it going. Criticizing Plato's communism of families, Aristotle writes, "For that which is common to the greatest number has the least care bestowed upon it. Everyone thinks chiefly of his own, hardly at all of the common interest, and only when he is himself concerned as an individual. For besides other considerations, everybody is more inclined to neglect something which he expects another to fulfill, as in families many attendants are often less useful than a few. Each citizen will have 1,000 sons who will not be his sons individually, but anybody will be equally the son of anybody, and therefore will be neglected by all alike." Aristotle believed that family is one institution where an individual is born, is nurtured, gets his identity, his name, and above all attains intellectual development. He asserts that family is the primary school of social virtue where a child gets lessons of qualities such as cooperation, love, tolerance, and sacrifice. It is not merely a primary association, but is a necessary unit of society. If man is a social animal, which Aristotle insists he is, family becomes the extension of man's nature, the village, the extension of families, and the state, an extension and union of families and villages. Aristotle quotes, At his best, man is the noblest of all animals, separated from law and justice he is the worst. Change, in all things, is sweet. Both oligarch and tyrant mistrust the people and therefore deprive them of their arms. Democracy arises out of the notion that those who are equal in any respect are equal in all respects. Because men are equally free, they claim to be absolutely equal. Education is an ornament in prosperity and a refuge in adversity. He who is unable to live in society or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself must be either a beast or a god. In a democracy, the poor will have more power than the rich because there are more of them and the will of the majority is supreme. Man, by nature, is a political animal. Nature does nothing uselessly. Plato is dear to me, but dearer is truth. Republics decline into democracies and democracies degenerate into despotisms. The law is reason, free from passion. The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is always sweet. The worst form of inequality is to try to make unequals equal. This is the reason why mothers are more devoted to their children than fathers. It is that they suffer more in giving them birth and are more certain that they are their own. Those who educate children well are more to be honored than they who produce them, for these only gave them life, those the art of living well. We make war so that we may live in peace. Well begun is half done. What it lies in our power to do, also lies in our power not to do. A family, Aristotle says, consists of husband, wife, children, slaves, and property. It involves 3 types of relationships: that of the master and slave, marital, between the husband and wife, and parental, between the father and the child. The master, Aristotle held, rules the slave. The husband rules the wife, Aristotle regards woman inferior to man, and the father rules the son. With his belief in patriarchy, Aristotle wants to keep woman within the 4 walls of the house, good only for household work and reproduction and nurture of the species. For him, man is the head of the family. Likewise, Aristotle affirms that man is superior to woman, wiser than the slave, and more experienced than the children. Aristotle is convinced that family is the very unit which makes up, ultimately, the state from man to family, families to village, from villages to the state. This is how the natural growth of the state takes place. Aristotle justifies slavery, which in fact was the order of the day. He writes, "For that some should rule and others be ruled is a thing not only necessary, but expedient. From the hour of their birth, some are marked out for subjection, others for rule." So Foster rightly says, in fact, Aristotle justifies slavery on grounds of expediency. According to Barker, Aristotle's conception of slavery is more a justification of a necessity than a deduction from disinterested observation of facts. Maxey is more clear than numerous others in expressing Aristotle's justification of slavery. Some persons, remarks Aristotle, think slavery is unjust and contrary to nature, but he is of the opinion that it is quite in accord with the laws of nature and the principles of justice. Many persons, he asserts, are intended by nature to be slaves. From the hours of their birth they are marked for subjection. Not that they are necessarily inferior in strength of body or mind, but they are of a servile nature, and so are better off when they are ruled by other men. They lack somehow the quality of soul that distinguishes the freeman and master. Consequently, it is just that they should be held as property and used as other property is used, as a means of maintaining life. Why should one person be a slave and another master? Aristotle's answer is, for he who can be and therefore is others, and he who participates in rational principle enough to apprehend, but not to have such a principle, is a slave by nature, and one who is one's own and participates in the rational principles because he has such a principle is a master. What distinguishes a master or freeman from a slave? Aristotle makes the point. Nature would like to distinguish between the bodies of freemen and slaves, making the one, slave, strong for servile and labor, the other, freeman, upright, and although useless for such services as labor, useful for political life in the arts both of war and peace. So he concludes, it is clear, then, that some men are by nature free, and others slaves, and that for these latter slavery is both expedient and right. The argument supporting Aristotle's contention may be stated in his own words. Where then there is such a difference as that between soul and body, or between man and animals, as in the case of those whose business is to use their body, and who can be nothing better, the lower sort are by nature slaves, and it is better for them as for all inferiors that they should be under the rule of a master. Slavery is not only natural, it is necessary as well. It is natural, Aristotle argued, because nature does not admit equality. It is necessary, he continues, because if the master needs a slave so that he is able to enjoy a free life, the slave also needs a master so that he is able to attain the virtues of freemen only in the company of freemen. A slave, according to Aristotle, is not a human being. He is subhuman, incomplete, and a barbarian. However, he is an animate, a means for action and not intended for production, for he helps in the business within the household. He belongs to the master. But Aristotle rejects inhumane treatment of slaves and advocates their emancipation as a reward for their good behavior. Aristotle had emancipated his slaves a year before his death. Il v. Aristotle, Theory of Revolution. In Book V of the Politicus, Aristotle discussed one of the most important problems which made it a handbook for all the statesmen for all times to come. The problem which he took up was one that related to political instability or the causes and cures of revolutions. The analytical and the empirical mind of Aristotle gives numerous causes which would affect the life of the state. As a physician examines his patient and suggests remedies, so does Aristotle, the son of a medical practitioner, Nicomachus, ascertains the causes of what ails the states and thereafter suggests remedies. Gettel says, Politicus is not a systematic study of political philosophy but rather is a treatise on the art of government. In it, Aristotle analyzes the evils that were prevalent in the Greek cities and the defects in the political systems and gives practical suggestions as to the best way to avoid threatening dangers. Dunning writes the same thing. In Book V of the Politicus, Aristotle follows up his elaborate array of the causes that produce revolutions by an equally impressive array of means of preventing them. Revolution, according to Aristotle, means a change in the constitution, a change in the rulers, a change big or small. For him, the change from monarchy to aristocracy, an example of a big change, is a revolution. When democracy becomes less democratic, it is also a revolution, though it is a small change. In Aristotle's views, political change, big or small, total or partial, is a revolution. So to sum up Aristotle's meaning of revolution, one may say revolution implies a change in the set of rulers. 2. A change, political in nature. 3. A palace revolution. 4. Political instability or political transformation. V. A change followed by violence, destruction, and bloodshed. Aristotle was an advocate of status quo and did not want political changes, for they brought with them catastrophic and violent changes. That is why he devoted a lot of space in the Politicus explaining the general and particular causes of revolutions, followed with his suggestions to avoid them. Professor Maxey identifies the general causes of revolutions as stated by Aristotle in his Politicus. They are that universal passion for privilege and prerogative which causes men to resent and rebel against condition which unfairly, in their opinion, place other men above or on a level with them in rank or wealth. 2. The overreaching insolence or avarice of rulers or ruling classes which causes men to react against them. 3. The possession by one or more individuals of power such as to excite fears that they design to act up a monarchy or an oligarchy. 4. The endeavors of men guilty of wrongdoing to foment a revolution as a smokescreen to conceal their own enemies. V. The disproportionate increase of any part, territorial, social, economic, or otherwise, of the state, causing other parts to resort to violent means of offsetting this preponderance. 6. The dissension and rivalries of people of different races. 7. The ruling family feuds and quarrels, and 8. Struggles for office and political power between rival classes and political factions or parties. To the general causes of revolutions, Aristotle adds the particular ones peculiar to the various types. In democracy, the most important cause of revolution is the unprincipled character of the popular leaders. Demagogues attack the rich, individually or collectively, so as to provide them to forcibly resist and provide the emergence of oligarchy. The causes of overthrow of oligarchies can be internal, as and when a group within the class in power becomes more influential or rich at the expenses of the rest, or external, by the mistreatment of the masses by the governing class. In aristocracies, few people share honor. When the number of people benefiting becomes smaller or when disparity between rich and poor becomes wider, revolution is caused. Monarchy, kingship, and tyranny are bad forms of constitution to begin with and are very prone to dissensions. Causes of revolutions Aristotle suggested means to avoid them. Maxey, in this connection, says, the first essential Aristotle says is jealously to maintain the spirit of obedience to law, for transgression creeps in unperceived and at last reigns the state. The second thing is not to maltreat any classes of people excluded from the government, but to give due recognition to the leading spirits among them. The third device for preventing revolution, according to Aristotle, is to keep patriotism at fever pitch. The ruler who has a care of the state should invent terrors and bring distant dangers near, in order that the citizens may be on their guard and, like sentinels in a night watch, never relax their attention. The fourth expedient is to counteract the discontent that arises from inequality of position as conditioned by arrangements which will prevent the magistrates from making money out of their positions by limiting the tenure of office and regulating the distribution of honors so that no one person or group of persons will become disproportionately powerful. Fifth, and finally this. Of all the things which have mentioned, that which most contributes to the permanence of constitutions is the adaptation of education to the form of government. The young, in other words, must be trained in the spirit of the constitution, whatever that constitution may be, must be disciplined to social habits consonant with the maintenance of the constitution, must learn to think and act as integral parts of a particular form of political society. Profound and realistic analysis of the general and particular causes of revolution together with the suggestion to cure the ailing system was important for Aristotle because, according to him, the whole treatment of the subject of revolution was not without serious weaknesses. He has given a very narrow meaning of revolution by calling it a political change only, forgetting that revolution is always a comprehensive social change in the fabric of the whole system. He also assigns a negative role to the revolution by saying that revolution brings with it destruction, violence, and bloodshed. In doing so, Aristotle fails to recognize the fact that revolutions, as Marx had said, are locomotives of history, violence only a non-significant attending characteristic of that noisome change. Aristotle emphasized that revolutions need to be kept away, and this made him the status quoist of his times. Aristotle's treatment of revolution was to describe it as a political upheaval and accordingly limited in nature. Marx gives to the concept of revolution a broader view which is social. For Aristotle, revolutions caused bloodshed, violence, catastrophic changes, while, for Marx, revolutions signify a direction towards a new change, an improved state of affairs, and therefore a welcome step in the society. Aristotle's theory of revolution suggests Aristotle as a status quoist. His theory states revolutions lead to violence and create a situation of uncertainty. Marx regards revolutions as those changes which relieve society of stagnation and help enter the society into a life of new beginnings. Il. 6. Aristotle, Theory of State. For Aristotle, as with Plato, the state polis is all-important. Both Plato and Aristotle see in the polis more than a state. The polis is for both a community as well as a state, state as well as a government, government as well as a school, school as well as a religion. What is more is the fact that both regard the polis as a means for the attainment of complete life. The state with Aristotle, as with Plato too, began for the satisfaction of basic wants, but as it developed, it came to perform more elevated aims essential for good life. Aristotle says, but a state exists for the sake of a good life and not for the sake of life only. The characteristic features of Aristotle's theory of state can be briefly stated as under. The state for Aristotle is a natural organization and not an artificial one. Unlike Plato's ideal state, Aristotle's state is not structured or manufactured, not a make, but is a growth growing gradually out of villages, with villages growing out of families and the families out of man's nature, his social instincts. The state grows like a tree. The state is prior to the individual. It is so in the sense, the whole is prior to the part. The state, Aristotle says, is by nature clearly prior to the family and the individual, since the whole is of necessity prior to the part. For example, if the whole body be destroyed, there will be no foot or hand except in an equivocal sense. As we might speak of a stone hand, for when destroyed the hand will be no better than that. But things are defined by their working and power, and we ought not to say that they are the same when they no longer have their proper quality, but only that they have the same name. The proof that the state is a creation of nature and prior to the individual, he continues, is that the individual, when isolated, is not self-sufficing, and therefore he is like a part in relation to the whole. But he who is unable to live in society, or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself, must either be a beast or a god. He is no part of a state. The state is not only an association or union as Aristotle calls it, but is an association of associations. The other associations are not as large as is the state, they are specific and, therefore, limited in their objectives and Vi. The state is not, Aristotle says, a unity which it is for Plato. Plato seeks to attain unity within the state. Aristotle too seeks to attain the unity, but for him it is unity in diversity. For Aristotle, the state is not uniformity, but is one that brings all the diversities together. VII. Aristotle's best practicable state is, according to Sabine, what Plato called second best state. Aristotle's state is the best possible state, the most practicable. Coin sums up Aristotle's best possible state, saying, Essence. The state, on the other hand, has general and common purposes and therefore has larger concerns as compared to any or other associations. The state is like a human organism. Aristotle is of the opinion that the state, like the human organism, has its own parts, i.e., the individuals. Apart from the state, he argues, the individuals have no importance, and separated from the body, the parts have no life of their own. The interest of the part of the body is inherent in the interest of the body. What separate interest a hand has when apart from the body? Likewise, the interest of the individuals is inherent in the interest of the state. The state is a self-sufficing institution while the village and the family is not. The self-sufficient state is higher than the families and the villages. It is their union. As a member of the family, the individuals become social. Aristotle's best possible state is simply the one which is neither too rich nor too poor, secure from attack and devoid of great wealth or wide expansion of trade or territory, homogeneous, virtuous, defensible, unambitious. Aristotle's best possible state is simply the one which is neither too rich nor too poor, secure from attack and devoid of great wealth or wide expansion of trade or territory, homogeneous, virtuous, defensible, unambitious community. Self-sufficient but not aggressive, great but not large, a tightly independent city devoted to the achievement of the highest possible measure of culture and virtue, of well-being and true happiness attainable by each and by all. It is 1. Which is a small city-state. 2. Whose territory corresponds to the population it has. 3. That is geographically located near the river and where good climate conditions exist. 4. Where the rule of law prevails and where authority/power is vested in the hands of the citizens. On the basis of his study of 158 constitutions, Aristotle has given a classification which became a guide for all subsequent philosophers who ventured to classify governments. For him, the rule of one and for the interest of all is monarchy, and its perverted form is tyranny if such a rule exists for the benefit of the ruler. The rule of the few and for the interest of all is aristocracy, and its perverted form is oligarchy if such few rule in their own interest. The rule of many and for the interest of all is polity, and its perverted form is democracy if such a rule exists for those who have the power. Aristotle too refers to the cycle of classification. Monarchy is followed by tyranny, tyranny by aristocracy, aristocracy by oligarchy, oligarchy by polity, polity by democracy, and democracy by monarchy, and so goes on the cycle of classification. Aristotle's classification has become outdated, for it cannot be applied to the existing system. What he calls the classification of states is, in fact, the classification of governments, for, like all the ancient Greeks, he confuses between the state and the government. 7. Aristotle, evaluation of his political ideas. Aristotle is rightly regarded as the father of political science, as through his meticulous and painstaking research of political institutions and behavior, he provided the first framework of studying politics empirically and scientifically. His classification of constitutions provided the first major thrust for studying comparative politics. The primacy of the political science was most forcefully argued when he commented that man by nature is a political animal, distinguishing between individualistic animals like the lions and tigers to the gregarious ones like the humans. His lasting importance was his advocacy of the rule of law rather than personalized rule by the wisest and the best. Aristotle's practical prescriptions have been more lasting and more influential than the radical and provocative ideas of Plato. It is because of such extraordinary acumen that Aristotle's influence on the subsequent political philosophers is without a parallel in the history of political theory. In fact, he is accepted more than his teacher. His views about the state, and particularly the nature of the state, have not been challenged. All those who venture to classify states start from Aristotle. His views on revolution were the last words on the subject until Marx came to analyze it differently. However, the collapse of communism has revived more interest in Aristotle's perceptions than that of Marx. Polybius 204-122 BC, Cicero 106-43 BC, Thomas Aquinas 1225-74, Marsilio of Padua 1270-1342, Machiavelli 1469-1527, John Locke 1632-1704, and the recent communitarians like Macalintry, Sandel, and Taylor follow Aristotle in spirit. This spirit is evident in all the major works of political theory originating even in contemporary times. Practice questions. 1. In Socrates, Plato lived again. Explain. 200 to 250 words. 2. Evaluate Plato's theory of justice. 700. 800 words. 3. The state is individual writ large. Discuss. 200 to 250 words. 4. Central to Aristotle's political thought is his classification of the different types of political constitutions in the politics. Evaluate. 2014, 200 words. 5. Discuss Plato's theory of state. 700. 800 words. 6. Compare Plato's views on communism with those of Marx. 700 to 800 words. 7. The state is prior to the individual. Explain. 200 to 250 words. 8. Evaluate Aristotle's criticism of Plato. 700 to 800 words. 9. Compare Aristotle's views on revolution with those of Marx. 700 to 800 words. 10. State and examine Aristotle's theory of slavery. 700 to 800 words. Western political thought 2, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, Mill. Eastern political thought moves into the modern / VEE with Niccolò Machiavelli 1469 to 1527, who stands at its doorsteps. Machiavelli's chief contribution lies in his theory of statecraft and the use of the word state. Thomas Hobbes 1588 to 1679, a materialist scientist, begins his philosophy with man and ends up with the state. John Locke 1632 to 1704 is described as the forerunner of liberalism. John Stuart Mill 1806 to 73 is a great Democrat and a great humanist at that. Niccolò Machiavelli 1469 to 1527. Machiavelli, the man, his times, his works. Niccolò Machiavelli, the essayist, the dramatist, the historian, the sketchwriter, the biographer, the dialogist, the novelist, the poet, the statesman, the political realist, was born on May 3, 1469 in Florence, and died of illness on June 22, 1527 in Florence. He was, in every sense of the word, a true. Remarkably well educated, though he did not join any major university due to limited finances of the middle-class family he belonged to. The effect of humanist teachings prevalent at most of the institutions of higher learning at that time on Machiavelli was limited. His knowledge of the specific details of politics was due to his career as a bureaucrat and diplomat. Little is known about his early life. His studies of Livy and Polybius had made him sufficiently a Republican. There is no evidence of his having served the Medici family before 1494, but as the Republic was established in Florence, Machiavelli rose high in administration rapidly. He served the Florentine Republic from 1498 to 1512, holding high official positions relating to foreign affairs, interior, and war. As the Medici family again succeeded in obtaining Florence in 1512, Machiavelli lost the job and was even imprisoned on charges of conspiracy. After his release, he retired to the countryside. How difficult was it for any politician and for Machiavelli to lead life in political disgrace? From his Hamlet, he made all efforts to gain favor with the new Medici rulers. But all this was of no particular use. Even the task of writing the history of Florence, given to him by the Medici rulers at the end of his life, was meant, in fact, to keep him out of mischief. Perhaps the Medici rulers knew of what Machiavelli had himself said: an able statesman out of work, like a huge whale, will endeavor to overthrow the ship unless he has an empty cask to play with. It is, therefore, not as to what Machiavelli taught dangerous politics to the princes, but on the contrary, as the commentator Bell says, princes have taught Machiavelli what he has written. Machiavelli's teachings fell on his own. In his own political career, Machiavelli was always on the wrong side. When he was to be with his Republican friends, he had begun appeasing the Medici rulers, and when he should have been with the Medici rulers, he was seeking to be friendly with his erstwhile Republican friends. Shortly before his death, Florence, once again, was pronounced a republic and his old post of secretary was given to someone else. Machiavelli lost the opportunity and lost his life. It was, indeed, an irony that a man who laid down rules of political success so successfully was an utter failure in his own political career. The Italy of Machiavelli's times was economically commercial-minded, socially divergent, politically disunited, ethically corrupt, but at the same time intellectually fairly advanced. F.J.C. Earnshaw, The Social and Political Ideas of Some Great Thinkers of the Renaissance and Reformation, writes, intellectually and aesthetically in the van of all European peoples, morally and politically Italy, lagged far in the rear. Her people, widely diverse in race and culture, were utterly degenerate and corrupt. She had lost all military capacity. Her princes were craven and criminal. Her church was secularized and incredibly depraved. She was borne by violent schisms and incessant intrigues. Italy at Machiavelli's times comprised Naples in the south, the Duchy of Milan in the northwest, Venice in the northeast, Florence, and the Papal State Rome. F.J.C. Earnshaw, The Social and Political Ideas of Some Great Thinkers of the Renaissance and Reformation, writes, intellectually and aesthetically in the van of all European peoples, morally and politically Italy, lagged far in the rear. Her people, widely diverse in race and culture, were utterly degenerate and corrupt. She had lost all military capacity. Her princes were craven and criminal. Her church was secularized and incredibly depraved. She was borne by violent schisms and incessant intrigues. Italy at Machiavelli's times comprised Naples in the south, the Duchy of Milan in the northwest, Venice in the northeast, Florence and the Papal State Rome in the center, almost all at war with one another. The game of politics, then of Italy, knew no rules whatsoever. Earnshaw points out treasons, betrayals, poisonings, assassinations, perjuries, hypocrisies, sacrileges, infidelities, all kinds of base and hateful villainies were employed without scruple or remorse. Related to it was the lack of native military capacity. The people of Peninsula as a whole were cowardly, feeble and femininely, and as such were, in general, contentious and quarrelsome. More alarming than the mutual domestic strifes was the aliens' interest in Italy. The Papal State was always ready to invite the Spanish forces. Florence had the French as its allies, the Swiss and the Turkish auxiliaries were ready at any invitation. Internal disorders and frequent external interferences were Italy's lot during Machiavelli's times. The role of papacy in this regard was damaging as Machiavelli saw it. To all the ills of Italy, Machiavelli found a solution in strong and powerful government whose job was not so much to promote as was to protect, not so much to preserve as was to expand, and not so much to be moral as was to be powerful. All his writings are directed to make a case in favor of a potent authority. Machiavelli's Liber dell'arte della guerra, The Art of War, was published in 1521, his story Florentine, The Florentine History, in 1532, his Discorsi sopra la prima decada di Livio. The Discourses on the first 10 books of Titus Livius was not published till 1531, and his Principe, The Prince, was published in 1532. Machiavelli shared with the Renaissance humanists a passion for classical antiquity. To their wish for a literary and spiritual revival of ancient values guided by such authors as Plato, Cicero, and St. Augustine, he added a fierce desire for a political and moral renewal on the model of the Roman Republic as depicted by Livy and Tacitus. Though a Republican at heart, he saw as the crying need of his day a strong political and military leader who could forge a unitary state. The Prince was written to envision the possibility of a strong state with an energetic prince like Cesare Borgia to lead it, though the prince was dedicated to Lorenzo the Magnificent, the Medici ruler of Florence. The 25 chapters of The Prince are written in a terse, analytical, and frequently aphoristic style. Preceding political writers from Plato and Aristotle in ancient times and through the Middle Ages and the 15th century humanists had all concurred in treating politics as a branch of morals. Machiavelli's chief innovation was to break with this long tradition and to confer autonomy upon politics. In chapter 15 of The Prince he writes, "My intent being to write a useful work for those who understand, it seemed to me more appropriate to pursue the actual truth of the matter than the imagination of it. Many have imagined republics and principalities which were never seen or known really to exist, because how one lives is so far removed from how one ought to live, that he who abandons what one does for what one ought to do, learns rather his own ruin than his preservation." Like Galileo in astronomy at the end of the 16th century, Machiavelli in politics describes the world as it is rather than as people are taught that it should be. The Prince is a work on how to found a state, while the Discourses constitute a work on how to maintain the state. The Prince is great because it provides a grammar of power. The Discourses are great because they provide a philosophy of organic unity in a state. Whereas the Prince is concerned with the qualities of princes, the Discourses place a greater emphasis on the civic demands on citizens. Machiavelli's central claim in the Discourses is that liberty is a necessary precondition for the accumulation of power and riches. The protection of liberty is, therefore, the fundamental political task in a republic and requires first and foremost a citizen body of the highest virtue. Machiavelli also wrote Dell'arte della guerra 1519-20, The Art of War, which discussed military organization and tactics. Machiavelli believed strongly that states should develop citizen militias, which would be much more reliable than the untrustworthy and fickle mercenary soldiers. His story Florentine, 1520-24, Florentine Histories, used episodes from Florentine history to illustrate political principles and to criticize Florentine factionalism. But he carefully avoided either praising or criticizing the Medici. His play La Mandragola, circa 1517, The Mandrake Route, is a thoroughly amoral and hilarious masterpiece, the best comedy to come from Renaissance Italy. He also wrote another comedy, Clizia, circa 1525, the short story Belphegor, written between 1515 and 1520, poetry and shorter historical work. L. B. Machiavelli, Political Ideas. I. Machiavelli's Methodology. Politics as a study of man's political activities is public and hence social in its essence. An investigator on politics, therefore, is not to be blamed if his study is not the study of any other physical science. But this is not to say that politics cannot be studied scientifically. Politics can be inexact as it really is, but nothing forbids it from being a science if by science we mean a sum total of knowledge derived after study, observation, and experiment. Machiavelli knew the age he lived in. He, more than anybody else, realized the limitations of the localized feudalistic institutions to combat the oncoming forces resulting through changes in the social and economic spheres over the years. He, therefore, was the one who had denounced papacy as a social force in the changing society of his times, liberating politics from the clutches of the feudalistic tendencies in general and the church in particular. It was Machiavelli who had comprehended the services that a strong administration could render in the new conditions the society was to witness. It was against this background that Machiavelli wrote his chief writings, mainly The Prince, The Discourses, The Art of War, and The Florentine History. Sabine very aptly sums up Machiavelli's position vis-a-vis his age when he says, "No man of his age saw so clearly the direction that political evolution was taking throughout Europe. No man knew better than he the archaism of the institutions that were being displaced or accepted more readily the part that naked force was playing in the process. Yet no one in that age appreciated more highly the inchoate sense of national unity on which this force was obscurely based. No one was more clearly aware of the moral and political corruptions that went with the decay of long-accustomed loyalties and pieties, yet no one, perhaps, felt a keener nostalgia for a healthier social life, such as was typified in his mind by ancient Rome." Machiavelli was, thus, the child of his times in the fullest sense of the term. He lived at a time when the age of faith was being replaced by the age of reason. It was a time when man had started moving out of the closed feudalistic society, a time that marked the beginning of what was later to be known as capitalism. The whole of West Europe at Machiavelli's age had started experiencing the effects of the scientific discoveries. The decline and fall of the feudalistic system was, by that time, a foregone conclusion. The capitalist society had already registered its birth. Machiavelli's writings demonstrated the end of one age and the beginnings of another, notwithstanding the typical Italian influence that was marked vividly in all his works. Since Machiavelli was to represent a society which had undergone the effects of what was then termed as Renaissance, he was, therefore, bound to condemn the institutions and the laws governing such institutions which represented the age prior to the days of Renaissance. The papacy, for example, was one such institution which became a target of his criticism. So were criticized the various other ethos adorning the pre-Renaissance society. Machiavelli favored a near break with the past. True to the kind of new society that he came to represent, Machiavelli, while denouncing the methods of investigation prevalent in the Middle Ages, is said to have adopted what may be termed in one word as scientific method of study and inquiry based on observation, experiment, and study. That Machiavelli should have relied on observation and the study of the past in finding solutions to the ills of Italy of his age was but natural. Machiavelli is, thus, believed to have attended political issues through the eyes of history. Accordingly, the true method in the science of politics was, in Machiavelli's opinion, the historical method. He believed that men in all ages had been the same as at present and hence had to solve almost the same problems through the same means. It was, in Machiavelli's view, necessary to study the past if one wanted to understand the present. This was why Machiavelli took much interest in the ancient Greece and particularly the history of the ancient Rome. This was why he, as Dunning points out, felicitated himself on being the first to perceive the true relation of history of politics. But Machiavelli's historical method was peculiar in the sense that it was not history that provided any clue to the understanding of the present-day politics. In his arrangements, it was not the past that guided the present, but it was the present that guided the past. In Sabine's words, his Machiavelli's method, insofar as he had one, was observation, guided by shrewdness and common sense. Machiavelli's historical method was historical insofar as history was able to support his point of view in describing the present. It was, thus, present to be found in the past, politics to be found in history. What were important in Machiavelli's writings were not the conclusions drawn from history, rather the support to reinforce the conclusions already drawn. He had used Livy, as Dunning tells us, for the purpose of sustaining than for the purpose of discovering principles. More than this, what is important in Machiavelli is the use of inductive processes replacing the deductive reasoning used earlier. Even in using the inductive processes, Machiavelli's conclusions bore marks of perception rather than of any kind of reasoning. Allen remarks in this connection, "In the Discorsi, Machiavelli frequently announces the widest generalizations without giving any reasons for his belief. Machiavelli's explanation of the sense of right and wrong in man, his belief in the radical selfishness of man, his conception of fear and its as dominant factors in human doings, and his belief in a tendency of corruption and ruin inherent in all institutions where such examples arrive through perceptions rather than through reasoning." But to say all this is not to criticize Machiavelli. His merit lies in the fact that he had, as Allen also admits, attempted a new method in dealing with political problems. Allen says, "In attempting to do all this by means of observation of and inferences from undisputed facts of the past and the existing, he was doing what had never been done before, since, at all events, the classical days of antiquity. In adopting the use of inductive processes, Machiavelli was almost like a scientist. He never blamed or praised political actions. He simply gave a descriptive analysis of them. Ernst Cassirer holds, Machiavelli studied political actions in the same way as a chemist studies chemical reactions. Assuredly, a chemist who prepares in his laboratory a strong poison is not responsible for its effects. In the hands of a skilled physician, the poison may save the life of a man; in the hands of a murderer it may kill. In both cases we cannot praise or blame the chemist. He has done enough if he has taught all the processes that are required for preparing the poison and if he has given us its chemical formula. Machiavelli's prince contains many dangerous and poisonous things, but he looks at them with the coolness and indifference of a scientist. He gives his political prescriptions. By whom these prescriptions will be used and whether they will be used for a good or evil purpose is not a concern of his. In fact, Machiavelli possessed the insight of both a scientist and an artist. He was a scientist in the sense that he had based his study on observation and experiments. He was an artist in the sense that he knew how best a presentation could be made. Whatever he had said and the way he had presented his sayings did make sense insofar as they were directed with a purpose. Machiavelli had a message to deliver, and he did not hesitate in delivering it through whatever methods available to him. What he said was important, but more important was the way he had said. Machiavelli was a political realist, and there are realistic parallels in him as are found in Arthashastra's tradition, one who was not interested in abstract philosophical questions. The state as it is interested him more than the state as it ought to be. This was why he dealt with politics as politics only. To Machiavelli, Felix Gilbert notes, "Politics is an exacting mistress. Man's whole behavior must be adjusted to her commands. Man ought be to purely homo politicus." It was not a weakness, but a matter of pride to Machiavelli that he could not reason about the production of silk or wool, or about gains and losses, but that it was his lot to reason about politics. This was why he favored its separation from all morality, ethics, or religion. This was why the conduct of the ruler concerned him more than that of the Pope. We may conclude in the words of Gilbert, when we read his Machiavelli works, we find that they still speak to us directly, immediately, in a strangely compelling way. Many of his examples are antiquated, many of his proposals exaggerated and unreal. But these are insights which disclose an opposite truth. There are passages which touch us like an electric shock. In placing politics in the stream of history, in demonstrating that every situation is unique and requires man to use all his forces to probe all the potentialities of the moment, Machiavelli has revealed more than anyone before or after him that, at any time, politics is choice and decision. B. 2. Machiavelli on human nature. Beyond Machiavelli's political ideas lies the assumption that human nature, in general, was selfish and that the rulers had to work upon their policies on this assumption. According to Machiavelli, men are, in general, bad, and that the wiser ruler will construct his policies on this assumption. The Prince and the Discourses dealt at length with human nature. In The Prince, Machiavelli said that men were ungrateful, fickle-minded, deceitful, cowardly, and avaricious. In a world consisting of such people, the prince would do better if he were feared more than loved. Since love demanded obligation on the part of the subjects and since subjects were wicked, they would break the obligation whenever their interests demanded so, while fear of the prince would hold people together and hold them indefinitely. The Discourses also described almost the same picture of human nature as was characterized in The Prince. Here in the Discourses, Machiavelli drew up human nature in the psychological setting, though in lesser degree than what Thomas Hobbes did a little later. In the words of Professor Dunning, Machiavelli says, "Men have by nature endless desires, and that the craving for additional satisfaction of them is the mainspring of all human action. One of the most potent of these desires is that which finds satisfaction in private property. This is why Machiavelli, while keeping this view of human nature in relation to property, had said in The Prince that men more readily forget the death of a father than the loss of patrimony, and extended the theme in the Discourses when he said that executions should be reasonably few, but confiscation none at all. Machiavelli's man, in this sense, is a market man about whom Hobbes had to say more at a later stage. The society that was appearing after Renaissance was indeed not the feudal society but of growing middle-class people, with whom nothing was more dear than the personal security and the security of their private property. Nothing more dear than the material gain they cherished so much. Machiavelli was echoing their voice when he favored republican government because from it, there were more chances of material gains than from princedom. B. 3. Machiavelli on forms of governments. Machiavelli classified governments either as republicans or as princedoms. The Prince was essentially a study of monarchy in relation to the extension of political dominion, and the Discourses was in like manner a study of republican government in relation to the same end. Of the two forms of government, Machiavelli preferred the republican system to that of the monarchical for reasons, as may be mentioned below. As the people as a whole were wiser than the prince. B. They were, in general, no more vacillating than a prince. C. The adjustment of the people in the choice of the rulers was in general sound equals and often unimpeachable. This could not be the case in monarchies. D. The princedom could better establish and found a state. The republic alone could maintain it. E. The republics kept faith better than princes. F. The republics were better suited to changing conditions and circumstances of the monarchies. The government by a few aristocracy, in Machiavelli's opinion, was the worst of all. Machiavelli's anger, according to Berkey, The History of Political Thought, is especially directed against feudal lords, gentlemen in their castles, whose capacity constituted the greatest constant danger to the peace of Italian cities. A landed aristocracy, Dunning echoes Machiavelli's voice, in particular renders free government impossible. This class, indeed, when possessing castles and subjects of their own, he, Machiavelli, considers fatal to all social order. In fact, Machiavelli was an ardent advocate of popular regime. He was, as Felix Gilbert, Machiavelli and Guicciardini says, convinced that the best form of government was a regime in which the great mass of citizens had the controlling power. IB 4. Machiavelli on the preservation of the dominions. Machiavelli's political ideas revolved around the devices through which the states could be preserved as effectively as possible. He drew up a series of methods in The Prince for purposes of stabilizing princedom, and in the discourses he made a plea for making republics permanent. For the stability of the princedoms he offers the following advice in The Prince. Vi. Vil. 8. The prince ought to respect the established institutions and the customs of the country. The prince ought to have a well-trained army consisting of citizens and not mercenaries. 3. The prince ought to be miserly with his own money and those of his subject, but lavish in distributing the spoils of war. The prince ought to be very careful in his attitude towards the public. He should keep his hands off the property and the women of his subjects. The prince ought to punish people through his subordinates, but the act of grace be performed by him alone. The prince ought to be feared but not hated by his people. The prince ought to keep his people busy in great enterprises, in controversies of the neighboring states, and in encouraging commerce, trade, arts, etc. The prince ought to act as the father patron of his people. The prince ought to be shrewd in matters relating to religion, ethics, and morality. The preservation of the republics is to be achieved by almost those means which are required in the case of monarchies. Since the republican government has to have the popular will as its base, Machiavelli refers to the constitution, custom, and law to be very carefully framed and changed if at all necessary. Echoing Machiavelli's voice, Dunning says an adaptation of constitution as well as law to the varying conditions in a state is indispensable to the preservation of the republican government. But modification of fundamental law, i.e. constitution, in republics should always be made with the least possible deviation from ancient forms, i.e. customs, etc., however great the change in substance. In the discourses, Machiavelli refers to the following major methods for the preservation of the republics. I. There should be a provision in the Republican Constitution for the exercise of absolute power by some officials to meet emergencies like revolutions. 2. There should be a provision for making judicial investigation of charges against public officials. 3. There should be adequate provisions for the people to express their feelings, emotions, and views. 4. There should be respect for law both by the people and those who execute it. IB v. Machiavelli on the extension of the dominions. The prince deals with the methods as to how monarchies could be enlarged, while the discourses with extension of the republics. The prince refers to the founding of the princedoms by giving illustrations of some princes endowed with virtue and of others blessed with fortunes. Moses was described as having founded princedom through his own ability and resources, i.e. virtue, while Cesare Borgia was described as having established princedom through the aid of others, i.e. fortune. But Machiavelli emphasized in The Prince that it was better for the prince to depend more on virtue than on fortune. Even fortune, Machiavelli says, sides those who are virtuous, men of wisdom, of virility, of rash energy. But surely think, he says, that it is better to be impetuous than to be cautious, for fortune is a woman, and in order to be mastered she must be jogged and beaten. She submits more readily to boldness than to cold calculation. Therefore, like a woman, she always favors young men because they are not so much inclined to caution as to aggressiveness during mastering her. Both the monarchy and republic have, Machiavelli tells us, tendencies of expansion. While the prince is impelled by his own nature to enlarge his kingdom, the republics are compelled by necessity. Machiavelli drew a blueprint for purposes of enhancing the dominion of the states. Dunning sums up Machiavelli's point of view when he says, increase the population of the city, acquire allies rather than subjects, establish colonies in the conquered territory, turn all booty into the treasury. Carry on war rather by field campaigns and pitched battles than by sieges, keep the state rich and the individual poor, and with the utmost care maintain a well-trained army. Machiavelli favored a well-disciplined citizen soldiery so as to enable both the monarchy and the republic to pursue the aggrandizement policy and maintain existence. In Machiavelli's view, good soldiers and not good amount of money are the real strength of the state. Money will not, Machiavelli says, procure good soldiers, but good soldiers will always procure money. Force, indeed, he admits, is essential for the very life of the state. He who acquires, he says, dominion but lacks strength is doomed to ruin. But that is not all what a state really needs. Along with force, craft is also necessary. While force without craft, Machiavelli says, is never sufficient, craft with force will meet with success. This principle holds as good for monarchy as for republic. Machiavelli quotes, "A prince never lacks legitimate reasons to break his promises. Benefits should be conferred gradually, and in that way they will taste better. He who wishes to be obeyed must know how to command. It is better to be feared than loved if you cannot be both. Men rise from one ambition to another. First they seek to secure themselves against attack, and then they attack others. The promise given was a necessity of the past. The word broken is a necessity of the present. The wise man does at once what the fool does finally. Hence, it comes about that all armed princes have been virtuous and all unarmed princes have been failures. Politics have no relation to morals. It is a double pleasure to deceive the deceiver. God creates men, but they choose each other. When neither their property nor their honor is touched, the majority of men live content. The first method of estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has around him. Never do any enemy a small injury. To understand the nature of the people one must be a prince, and to understand the nature of the prince one must be of the people. Men should be treated generously or destroyed. Because they take revenge for slight injuries, for heavy ones they cannot. IB 6. Machiavelli's theory of state. Machiavelli may not be a theorist of state, but he did make a plea for the state. He may not be a political philosopher in the sense Plato and Aristotle were before him or Hobbes, Rousseau, and Marx were after him, but he had the insights of a political realist. He might not have discussed theoretically the nature of the state, but he did discuss what a stable state could be or ought to be. Significantly, it is Machiavelli who gave the state its very name. Dowdall writes, a word was wanted for the kingdom of the king, the duchy of a duke, the county of an unmit ebar count, the dominium of an independent lord, and the government of a free city. Machiavelli decisively selected and defined and proclaimed the appropriate word, and himself founded the modern science of the state. The Machiavellian state exists for its own and its own existence, its own maintenance and its own expansion. It has a system of its own values, its own security is the only law, and its own promotion the only object. When the safety of our country is absolutely at stake, there need be no question of what is just or unjust, merciful or cruel, praiseworthy or disgraceful, but all other considerations set aside, that course alone is to be taken which may save our country and maintain its liberty. The reason of the state is the state for its own sake, the end in itself. The Machiavellian state is a secular one. Machiavelli opposes papacy, but he is not against Christianity. He is against the church, but he is not the enemy of religion. He is not non-religious, much less irreligious. His main concern was not religion but politics, power, and the unity of the state. He thus puts religion in the political context. Berkey writes, the value of religion for him, Machiavelli, lies in its function of making the people obedient to the laws. There is no surer, Machiavelli says, sign of decay in a country than to see the rights of religion held in contempt. The Machiavellian state is ethically a neutral one. What it means is that the state is not any ethical body wedded to morals, but Machiavelli does not preach in moralism, deceit, or treachery. He does not want the state/prince to preach moralism or ethics either. He regards ethics and morals necessary means for developing people into law-abiding citizens. Though Machiavelli would not want the prince to act ethically always, he would not demand of ethics to guide the affairs of the states either. IB 7. Machiavelli on morality and religion. With regard to Machiavelli's views on morality and religion, he has been denounced as an apostle of devil, the teacher of evil, as Leo Strauss' Thoughts on Machiavelli says, 4. Having advised the ruler to avoid values of justice, mercy, temperance, wisdom, and love of his people in preference to the use of cruelty, violence, and fear of deception. Scholars like Benedetto Croce, Elementi de Politica, and Quentin Skinner, the foundations of modern political thought, view Machiavelli sympathetically. The ruler's commission of acts deemed visions by convention are a last best option. Even Rousseau held the view that the prince teaches the people the truth about how princes behave rather than celebrating the immorality. Machiavelli did not teach morality in his ideas nor wanted his rulers to preach it. What he did was that he made satire on public affairs. Rather, he wanted the people to observe ethical and moral standards so to help them become obedient citizens. Likewise, Machiavelli was not opposed to Christianity and religion, though he was no friend of Christian church. His anger against papacy and the church was due to their role of dividing the Italians and making them fight with one another. The fact is that Machiavelli was a true Christian who wanted the papacy and the church to confine their activities to education and religion. Machiavelli held men of religion in high esteem. The prophet ranked above the legislator. Machiavelli held men of religion in high esteem. The prophet ranked above the legislator in Machiavelli's scheme of things. What he wanted was to keep religion separate from politics. The otherworldly phenomena should concentrate on otherworldly job. He would not allow religion to guide politics. He would rather allow the state attain its ends with any or all means possible. L.C. Machiavelli's place in the Western political thought. Machiavelli remains an impenetrate figure. As Sabine observes, he has been represented as an utter cynic, an impassioned patriot, an ardent nationalist, a political Jesuit, convinced Democrat, and an unscrupulous seeker after the favor of despots. His works excite similar controversy. Civil Republican commentators, e.g. Skinner, Pocock, see Machiavelli as part of a broader contemporary renaissance of the virtues of classical humanism. Straussians, e.g. Strauss, Mansfield, in contrast, view Machiavelli as a pivotal figure in the history of political philosophy in his elevation of liberty above nature as the defining object of political inquiry. To these interpreters, Machiavelli is the first modern political philosopher. Machiavelli was, indeed, first in many respects. He gave the state its recognition as a state. He made politics an independent science, an end in itself. He sought to show that religion and politics were two distinct arenas. He made a strong plea that religion was an internal affair of the individual. He made it clear that the rulers may be religious and moral as individuals, they need not be so as rulers. For him, the security of the state was above all religions, all ethics, and all morality. And yet, he could not rise above his time and above Italy. Sabine rightly says that Machiavelli was narrowly local and narrowly dated. He could not foresee the emerging state in the rest of Europe of his days. Had he written in any country except Italy, or had he written in Italy, after the beginnings of Counter-Reformation in the Roman Church, it is impossible to suppose that he would have not treated religion as he did. His republican thought had, indeed, a great influence on the coming generations, Pocock, Rahi. Machiavelli's republicanism was novel. And yet, Machiavelli was neither a complete medieval nor a complete modern. He was entrapped into innovation, modern, and tradition, medievalism. He had neither the best of both the world, neither medieval nor modern, but stood at the interstices between the two. Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679. L. A. Hobbes, The Man, His Times, and His Works. Hobbes was born on April 5, 1588, in Malmesbury, England. He claimed that his mother gave birth to him on hearing the rumor that the Spanish Armada would destroy the nation. She gave birth to twins, wrote Hobbes himself in fear. His father, also named Thomas, was an illiterate clergyman prone to quarrels. Biographers are of the opinion that timidity and argument were notable traits of Hobbes throughout his life. After Hobbes's father abandoned his village and family, the children were raised by their uncle, Francis Hobbes. The uncle was determined to give Hobbes a good education. From the beginning, Hobbes demonstrated brilliance, reading and writing at 4, learning Greek and Latin at 6, and entering Oxford at 15. His stay at Oxford for a period of 5 years, though brought him a university degree, was not a happy time. He found Oxford teaching too dry and too obsolete. After leaving Oxford, Hobbes was introduced to Lord Cavendish, later the first Earl of Devonshire, and became tutor of his eldest son. He gave instructions to Charles Il in mathematics between 1646 and 1648. His association with the royal families proved to be of much help to Hobbes. He could, thus, travel extensively and meet the leading and scientific figures of the day, especially Bacon, Harvey, Descartes, and Galileo, whose influence had a marked imprint on Hobbes' philosophy. Learning, at whatever age it comes, was never a late affair for Hobbes. He was 40 years old when he worked on geometry as John Aubrey, Hobbes's friend, tells us, something which along with physics became Hobbes's pattern of thinking that time onward. He was employed as Roger Bacon's secretary in 1623–24. In 1628, Hobbes published his translation of Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War. Around 1640, he is said to have met Galileo. Stirred by his chance discovery of Euclid, Hobbes considered applying the science of geometry to politics. He wrote a treatise in 1640 on citizenship and absolution, the elements of law natural and politique, which circulated widely in manuscript form. Fearing for his safety at the hands of Parliament, Hobbes fled to Paris, where he promptly composed numerous objections to René Descartes' Meditations, which he saw before publication. He began work on a proposed trilogy on the body, the man, and the citizen. After the publication of Leviathan in 1651, Hobbes returned to England, notorious but respected at the same time, and carried on years of controversies, notably on free will with Bishop John Bramhall and on mathematics with John Wallis, the inventor of algebra. Hobbes, considered an atheist by many in Parliament, was saved from a charge of Christian heresy by the interception of the king, who gave Hobbes a handsome pension, ordered Hobbes to refrain from further publishing any inflammatory works. In 1672, Hobbes wrote a brief, compelling autobiography, and in 1675, at the age of 86, translated the Iliad and the Odyssey. Hobbes died on December 4, 1679. Hobbes's chief writings include the Elements of Law, finished in 1640 but published in 1950, De Civ, 1642, Leviathan, 1651, De Corpore, 1655, and De Homine, 1659. Hobbes's Leviathan was the strongest and boldest statement of his political thought, in which he offered to show that there was an alternative. According to Hobbes, people are more or less equals in strength and intelligence. Mankind is driven by the desire to fulfill their wants and needs. In satisfying themselves, men, however, would inevitably encroach on people attempting to fulfill their own wants and needs. Therefore, people would constantly be at odds, and the essentially matched strengths of the opponents would ensure a constant state of warfare, which to Hobbes included the tendency to war and the lack of assurance to the contrary. Hobbes proposed that there is an even more powerful drive, the fear of death, and that to assuage this fear, people join in a contract with one another. This sovereign, called the Leviathan by Hobbes, would keep his subjects in check and protect them from their enemies. Where once good and bad were relative values decided by individuals, there would now be a common rule, since all were under the sovereign and under his total control, which would allow no review. In De Corpore, 1655, The Body, Hobbes turned to the philosophy of motion and to the idea that life as well as thought was merely motion. His utterly mechanistic view of life in these works was the source of great contention. In 1668, Hobbes finished a history of the Long Parliament and submitted it to the king, who denied its publication because of Hobbes's dangerous political suggestions. Behemoth, The History of the Causes of the Civil Wars of England, from 1640 to 1660, did not reach the public until 1682, buried in a composite edition of his treatises. I.L.B. Hobbes, Political Ideas. Hobbes's reason for the emergence of Leviathan can be stated as under the civil state, that is, the result of the passage of primitive man from the state of nature to a social life, derives from a contract, the purpose of which is to procure the greatest possible pleasure, a pleasure which could not be had in the state of nature. The state of nature in which man lived before the formation of society was founded on savage egoism, which drove man to secure a maximum of pleasure without hindrance from a norm of justice or mercy toward other men. Every man was continually engaged in war against all other men. With the dawn of reason, man understood that he could not live in eternal warfare, and that if he wished to satisfy his instinct of egoism, he must seek peace. The means of attaining peace consisted in man ceding his natural rights in favor of an authority which would ensure this peace and allow the greatest possible pleasure. Once man had ceded his rights to this authority, he would be bound to obey him. This contract having been made, authority came into being in the person of the sovereign who had not ceded his natural rights. The members of the state then have given up their rights in favor of the ruler, while the ruler alone still enjoys the same unlimited and absolute power which belonged to all men in their primitive condition. The ruler must retain this power if he is to have the authority and strength to dominate the instincts and passions of individuals and to ensure the maximum of good for all. This massing together of individuals, dominated by force, is the state, the symbol of which Hobbes believed he had found in the monstrous biblical animal, the Leviathan, which was capable of devouring all other animals. Thus, Hobbes named his greatest work the Leviathan. I.L.B. Hobbes' methodology. The Hobbesian method is said to be resolutive compositive 1. According to this method, one comes to understand a given object by resolving it into its constitutive parts and then subsequently composing it back into a whole. Such a process, Hobbes says, may be used when one investigates a natural body, say a man, a table, an abstract body, say a square, or a political body, such as a state. So, to use Hobbes's example, one can intellectually resolve the idea of a human being into the following ideas: rational, animated, and body. On the other hand, one can compose the idea of a man by reconstructing these concepts. In the process of resolving and composing a thing, one is able to discover its essential qualities. Hobbes used the method of resolution and composition in his Science of Politics. He first resolved the state into its parts, i.e., human beings, and then resolved these parts into their parts, i.e., the motions of natural bodies, and then resolved these into their parts, i.e., abstract figures. After such a resolution, Hobbes recomposed the state in his grand trilogy that progressed from the abstract and physical investigation of natural bodies to the study of human bodies to finally the examination of political bodies. Hobbes's resolutive compositive method can be traced to Galileo, whom he had met in around 1640. The resolutive part was the way to reach the required basic propositions, and the compositive was the way to build the complex ones from them. The Galilean method was, in its resolutive part, an exercise in imagination. What simple motions or forces could be imagined which, logically compounded, would provide a casual explanation of the complex phenomenon which are to be explained? One had to begin, then, by assuming that the observable thing to be explained was the compound effect of some simple observable factors and search in one's imagination for such factors as would, by strict logical combination, necessarily produce results. Motion is a fact of history. Human behavior, Hobbes says, is a mode of motion, and the social behavior is a special case of human behavior which arises when men act with reference to one another. He, accordingly, says that the government is what it demonstrably is to contract successfully beings whose motivation is that of human machine. Hobbes's hypothesis, keeping his resolutive compositive method in view, was that the motion of individual human beings could be reduced to the effects of a mechanical apparatus consisting of sense organs, nerves, muscles, imagination, memory, and reason. The apparatus was always in motion because other things were always impinging on it. In a loose sense, it was self-moving because it had built into it a desire or endeavor to maintain its motion. These endeavors could be called appetites and aversions. Hobbes thus held the view that all human actions could be resolved into elementary motions of body and mind which the scientist could recombine in a way that would explain everything. Without taking his readers to the resolutive stage of his postulates, he starts up straight away with the postulates and compositive reasoning. Hobbes believes that resolution and composition are the methods to obtain philosophical knowledge. The appropriate method for scientifically investigating the natural world, Hobbes says, is resolution. The goal of physics is to understand the motions of the world as experienced by us. Since our knowledge of the physical world comes from our experiences, Hobbes believes the first job of physics is to analyze the faculty of sense. Hobbes reso/ves human sensation into its various parts, the sense organs, the faculties of imagination and fancy, and the sensations of pleasure and pain. Hobbes then resolves natural bodies, starting with a resolution of the whole world to unveil the variety of motions responsible for physical phenomena such as the motion of the stars, the change of seasons, the presence of heat and color, and the power of gravity. All of these natural phenomena are explained, just as geometric figures are, in terms of bodies in motion. Hobbes uses a compositive method in geometry. Starting with definitions of lines and points, Hobbes derives a number of conclusions about the world of geometric figures. In his physics, on the other hand, Hobbes starts by resolving senses and the phenomena provided by them. Moral philosophy is a part of physics because the motion of material bodies on our sense organs causes a variety of motions in the human body. While moral philosophy is technically a part of physics, it may also be seen as the starting point for political philosophy insofar as it lays down the foundational ethical principles from which social conclusions are derived. Following the method of resolution, Hobbes resolves the state into its fundamental parts, i.e. humans, and further resolves humans into their parts, i.e. motions of the mind. Hobbes's political argument in Leviathan then begins with his views on the nature of the mind and human psychology. After studying human individuals in isolation, he reconstructs the state by placing them in a state of nature, an abstract condition prior to the formation of political society. By analyzing the behavior or motions of humans in this controlled environment, Hobbes believes he has discovered the causes of causes. At the same time, Hobbes uses the compositive method to intellectually reconstruct the states. He also tries to demonstrate his political conclusions following the paradigm of geometry by defining fundamental features of his scientific method. There is, in him, the materialistic vision quite visible. It should be noted that Hobbes is not always consistent or rigorous in applying a scientific method to political matters. In the introduction to Leviathan, for example, Hobbes claims that self-inspection is the primary method for understanding his political ideas. In this case, the foundational principles of his political science are not derived from physics but are known simply by reflecting on one's experience. B2 Hobbes's philosophical basis. Hobbes's political philosophy, as evident in Leviathan, begins with the study of human individuals and the motions of their parts. In the early chapters of Leviathan, Hobbes advocates a mechanistic and materialist psychology. He claims that the motions of external physical objects on sense organs cause a variety of mental experiences in the mind, which Hobbes refers to as fancies or appearances, which mental phenomena ultimately cause human behavior. As Hobbes sees it, the movement of external objects lead to the production of mental motions called endeavors, which are of two types, appetites and aversions. An appetite is an endeavor that causes an individual to seek out a particular object. An aversion, on the other hand, is an endeavor that causes one to avoid an object. For Hobbes, individuals naturally have an appetite for the good, which he defines simply as the object of one's appetite. In other words, if a person desires an object, that object is good for that person. When deciding how to act in a particular situation, humans must deliberate by weighing appetites and aversions. Individuals will necessarily choose the act that apparently produces the greatest good for the individual concerned. Deliberation, therefore, is not as much a matter of choice as it is the result of a mechanical process. B3 Hobbes on human nature. Hobbes's belief is that all phenomenon in the universe, without exception, could be explained in terms of motions and interactions of material bodies. He did not believe in the soul or in the mind as separate from the body or in any of the other incorporeal and metaphysical entities. Instead, he saw human beings essentially as machines with even their thoughts and emotions operating according to physical laws and chains of cause and effect, action and reaction. As machines, human beings pursue their own self-interest relentlessly, mechanically avoiding pain and pursuing pleasure. Hobbes saw the commonwealth or society as a similar machine, larger than the human body and artificial but nevertheless operating according to the laws governing motion and collision. In putting together this materialist view of the world, Hobbes was influenced by his contemporaries, Galileo and Kepler, who had discovered laws governing planetary motion, thereby discrediting much of the Aristotelian worldview. Hobbes hoped to establish similar laws of motion to explain the behavior of human beings, but he was more impressed by mathematical precision of Galileo and Kepler than by their use of empirical data and observations. Hobbes hoped to arrive at his laws of motion deductively in the manner of geometrical proofs. Hobbes maintained that the constant back-and-forth mediation between the emotion of fear and the emotion of hope is the defining principle of all human actions. What human nature always wants is the prospect, i.e. hope, of attaining some apparent good, whereas fear is the recognition that the same apparent good may not be attainable. Man tosses between hopes and fears, always wanting hope to avoid fear. He is, therefore, selfish, wants what he desires. Unto himself, the property of his own person, owes everything to himself and nothing to none else. Selfish as he is always insecure. Insecure as he finds himself, he never rises from his timidness. My mother gave birth to twins, myself in fear. To cover up his lacks, he wants power, power over others, and power for himself. No wonder Hobbes regards individuals' nature timid, selfish, bad, quarrelsome, egoistic, suspicious, nothing beyond him, and full of appetite. Hobbes's picture of human nature thus is all negative with nothing positive in it. 2b4 Hobbes on the state of nature. The Hobbesian state of nature is a state without government, without authority, without the state. It is a state without laws but with people. It is a state of men with their natural powers, a state of perpetual war, suspense, hatredness, a state where there is no building, no knowledge of the face of earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death. The state of nature, as depicted by Hobbes, is really horrible, unbearable, unlivable, where everyone is everyone else's enemy, and where everyone is at war with all else. In the natural condition of mankind, Hobbes says humans are equal despite minor differences in strength and mental acuity. Hobbes's notion of equality is peculiar in that Hobbes quotes, "Curiosity is the lust of mind. Force and fraud are in war the two cardinal virtues. In the state of nature profit is the measure of right. It is not wisdom but authority that makes a law. Leisure is the mother of philosophy. Not believing in force is the same as not believing in gravitation. Such truth as opposes no man's profit nor pleasure is to all men welcome. Life itself is emotion, and can never be without desire, nor without fear, no more than without sense. Words are the counters of wise men and the money of fools. Give an inch, he'll take an where there is no common power, there is no law, where no law, no injustice. When, therefore, our refusal to obey frustrates the end, then there is no liberty to refuse, otherwise there is. Refers to the equal ability to kill or conquer one another, but quite consistent with his notion of power. This equality, Hobbes says, naturally leads to conflict among individuals for three reasons: competition, distrust, and glory. In the first case, if two individuals desire a scarce commodity, they will compete for the commodity and necessarily become enemies. In their efforts to acquire desired objects, each person tries to destroy or subdue the other. On account of the constant fear produced in the state of nature, Hobbes believes it is reasonable to distrust others and use preemptive strikes against one's enemies. Hobbes also considers humans to be naturally vainglorious and so seek to dominate others and demand their respect. The natural condition of mankind, according to Hobbes, is a state of war in which life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short because individuals are in a war of all against all. In such a state, Hobbes contends that individuals have a natural right to do whatever they believe is necessary to preserve their lives. In other words, individuals in the state of nature are not constrained by moral or legal obligations, as neither could exist prior to the establishment of a commonwealth. Human liberty, for Hobbes, is simply the freedom of bodily action and is not limited by any moral or legal notions. A person is free, in other words, when not physically confined or imprisoned. 2b Hobbes on natural rights. Natural rights constitute one of the important aspects of Hobbes's political ideas. Natural rights, for Hobbes, were those rights which were related to the self-preservation of the people. Arguing his case, Hobbes wrote, "We have a right to do whatever we think will ensure our self-preservation if we have any rights at all. If nature has given us any rights whatsoever, then the first is surely this: the right to prevent violent death befalling us. We do not just have a right to ensure our self-preservation," he continues, "we each have a right to judge what will ensure our self-preservation, since we have to judge ourselves and since we do not trust anybody else. We all are insecure because trust is more or less absent. In a state of natural condition of this kind, of war of one against all and of all against each, nothing can be, Hobbes says, unjust, the motions of right and wrong. Justice and injustice have no place. The natural right to life, thus, is extended to right to free activity, to acquiring anything, i.e., property. Such rights belong to all of us, implying thus right to equality. It is possible to highlight the major features of the Hobbesian theory of natural rights. Natural rights emanate from the state of nature, i.e., they are available in the state of nature. 2. They are, in nature, therefore, neither moral nor legal, they emerge from man's brutal life, they are less rights and more physical energies. 3. They demonstrate more of man's physical powers because there are no duties which bind them not to demonstrate it. 4. They are absolute because there are no constraints on them. They express man's selfishness and his passions. Within such a state of nature, the only law that prevails is the law of manipulation, take whatever you can and keep till the time you can. 2b6 Hobbes on law of nature and the social contract. As the state of nature is a state of continuous and comprehensive war, Hobbes claims that it became, with the passage of time, necessary and rational for individuals to seek peace to satisfy their desires, including the natural desire for self-preservation. The human power of reason, Hobbes says, reveals the law of nature that enables them to establish a state of peace and escape the horror of the state of nature, passions of man, draw people in the state of nature towards war while the reason of men inspire people to move from the horrible state of nature to peace, security, and development. Reason is this law of nature. A law of nature is, Hobbes says, a precept or general rule found out by reason by which a man is forbidden to do that which is destructive of the life. A law of nature is a general principle given to the individual by nature rather than revealed by God. Of the 19 such general laws of nature, 2 are important. These are: I. Every man ought to endeavor peace as far as he has hope of obtaining it, and when he cannot obtain it, that he may seek and use all helps and advantages of war. Leviathan 14.4. 2. That a man be willing, when others are so too, as far forth as for peace and defense of himself he shall think it necessary, to lay down this right to all things, and be contented with so much liberty against other men as he would allow other men against himself. Leviathan 14.5. What Hobbes sought here to explain is the transition from the state of nature to civil society. He made each one enter into a contract with everyone else to surrender these natural rights to Leviathan. Thus, by surrendering the natural rights, each individual or part, his resolutive component of his scientific method, became a part of the whole under Leviathan. Now the compositive component comes forth, thus was born a civil society. Thus was born the state, the Leviathan, thus was achieved the security and peace, one that was not found in the state of nature. The social contract so made created both the society and the state, a contract in which the Leviathan, state, sovereign, was only a product and not a party. Hobbes explained the situation after the social contract, they, individuals, agree to limit drastically their right of nature, retaining only a right to defend their lives in case of immediate threat. The sovereign, Leviathan, the state, however, retains his, or her, or their right of nature, a right to all things, to decide what everyone else should do, to decide the rules of property, to judge disputes, and so on. Hobbes concedes that there are moral limits on what sovereigns should do. However, since in any case of dispute the sovereign is the only rightful judge on this earth, that is, those moral limits make no practical difference. In every moral and political matter, the decisive question for Hobbes is always who is to judge. As we have seen, in the state of nature, each of us is judge in our own cause, part of the reason why Hobbes thinks it is inevitably a state of war. Once civil society exists, the only rightful judge is the sovereign. B7, the Leviathan state. The Hobbesian Leviathan state is the product of the social contract concluded by the people living in the horrible state of nature. Reason prevailed passion in the state of nature. The final cause, end, or design of men for forming commonwealth/state, Hobbes says, is the foresight of their own preservation and of a more contented life thereby, that is to say, of getting themselves out from that miserable condition of war, where there is no visible power to keep them in awe and tie them by fear of punishment to the performance of their covenants and observation of laws of nature. Thus was created the state whose powers lay in the hands of one man, Leviathan, the sovereign, or an assembly of men. He had with the power received from the people who, after having surrendered their natural rights, had after having entered into the civil society no power against the Leviathan, the people were now powerless against the omnipotent sovereign, they had all the duties to obey the state. The Leviathan now awed them all. With no rights and with all duties towards the state, the people had entered the civil society with the law of nature guiding them under a powerful state. The Hobbesian state was an all-powerful body with absolute and unlimited and centralized powers. Hobbes's sovereign was absolute insofar as his powers were indivisible. No one but he alone could exercise them. Hobbes obviously preferred monarchical or one man's rule to any other form of government. His theory of state was thus the theory of a sovereign state. He had advocated an authoritarian state, but his state was not totalitarian. Though he would give the sovereign all powers, he would not allow him to be killed nor his liberty of life to be doomed. If the sovereign, Hobbes says, command a man to kill, wound, man had the liberty to disobey. The Leviathan came up to give people their security of life and therefore was not supposed to take it away. Andrew Hacker, Political Theory, Philosophy, Ideology, Science, says, Hobbes's state is authoritarian, but it is not totalitarian. That is, the sovereign does not try to regulate all facets of human and social life. Economic, residential, familial, and other decisions are left to the individual. At another place, he says Hobbes's task of reconciling power and consent is a far harder one than Machiavelli's, to combine authoritarian rule with as much freedom as possible, to concentrate power while respecting the individuality of each citizen. Hobbes's political ideas on political obligation, why to obey the sovereign, were not engineered so either to give the obligation of any medieval/godly outlook or to promise man to have a good life if he obeyed the sovereign. His argument was simple: man obeys because he had himself willed the Leviathan. Legal obligation: he obeys because he was morally obliged to obey for having himself invited the Leviathan. Moral obligation: and he obeys because if he did not, he would go back to the state of nature. Disobedience would amount to telling the Leviathan that he was no more wanted and would lead the life as solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. See Hobbes' conclusion. Hobbes's whole political philosophy is partly convincing. His picture of the nature of man leading to his views on the state of nature, law as it existed, filled with human passions on the natural rights, began with the first flaw, man is selfish, etc., continued till the end. Though at places he seemed convincing. His individualism disappeared the moment he made man surrender his natural rights and enter the civil society. His sovereign, the Leviathan, was omnipotent to the extent of being absolute. His philosophy, unlike those who came before him, began with individual and ended up with the state. On one side of the contract, Hobbes was an individualist, devoted. Almost 11 of the Leviathan's chapters are on the individual, while on the other side of the social contract, he is absolutist, a man worshipping the setting sun of state. Hobbes's merit lies in applying the Galilean resolutive compositive method, though partially, in building a society of discrete individuals to be held in check by the absolute sovereign. His mechanical construction seems so complete and so systematic that there appears no crack in the argument. So smooth is Hobbes's push that once one agrees with him on his first assumption, one has no other way but to follow him. Hacker says Hobbes' model is, in reality, a self-contained and internally consistent political system. It is fascinating to note how Hobbes virtually drags the reader into his model. One must accept each element of the system. Individualism, the state of nature, the social contract, sovereignty, the natural law, because each hinges logically on all the rest. Before the reader knows it, he is rolling along in an elaborate snowball, and he must travel in the direction in which Hobbes has pushed him. Sabine holds the same opinion when he says Hobbes's philosophy illustrates the saying of Bacon that truth emerges more easily from error than from confusion. Because of this clarity, Hobbes was probably the greatest writer on political philosophy that the English-speaking peoples have produced. There is, in Hobbes, a bit of everything that was to become a leading theme, either for appreciation or for condemnation in the times to come. There is the theory of state sovereignty from which John Austin was to learn much. There is atheism, or what one may call his secularism, which the West was to cherish in future. There is a flavor of hedonism on which Jeremy Bentham was to construct his utilitarianism, his pleasure-pain theory. There is materialism, mechanical and sensual, that was to pave way for a theme which wrapped a greater portion of the world. There is individualism on which the later liberal thinkers, John Locke and others, were to formulate liberal democratic theory. There is authoritarianism and absolutism, a type akin to the fascist regimes and their state. And this, containing a bit of everything, has been Hobbes's chief demerit as well. It is his weakest point insofar as his theory could not be accepted in totality. It is his strongest point because his theory became a source of strength for all shades of opinions. Coming in days ahead, even Hobbes's critics did not miss respecting his analysis. LOL. John Locke, 1632–1704. Locke, the man, his times and his works. Unlike Hobbes's philosophy, Locke's philosophy begins and ends up with the individual, though Locke is not as consistent a philosopher as Hobbes. Locke, unlike Hobbes, sets the beginning of what came to be later known as liberalism. The others who followed him, from Bentham to Dworkin, from Mill to Nozick, from Green to Rawls, built on his teachings. The later liberals accepted the fundamental assumptions of Locke and carried the liberal ethos forward to their own times, making changes here and there. Born at Ringdon, Locke was the son of a Somerset attorney and the grandson of a clothier. Locke's father had participated in English Civil War as a captain on the Parliament's side. Born in a storm, Locke, in fact, lived all through in the storm. He started his education at home, and at the age of 20 he entered Christ Church College, Oxford, then managed by the fanatical and intolerant left wing of the Puritans. He did his BA in 1656 and MA in 1658 and then worked at Oxford as a philosophy tutor. His association with Oxford lasted up to 1684. His interest in sciences, particularly in medicines, was well known at Oxford. In 1666, he was introduced to Lord Ashley, later known as Earl of Shaftesbury, on whom he conducted a successful operation. This brought Locke close to Lord Ashley, the founder of the Whig group, and he became Lord Ashley's personal physician and his confidential secretary. From this time onward, for about 15 years, Locke's fortune fluctuated with that of Lord Ashley's. When Lord Ashley had gained the king's favor, Locke used to hold charge of important offices, as he really did till about the year 1673, when he acted as Secretary of Presentations and Secretary of the Council of Trade and Plantations. In 1673, Lord Ashley lost the king's favor, so Locke also went out of public office. During the period between 1673 to 1679, Locke spent most of his time in France, presumably for purposes of rest and treatment. In 1679, Charles II brought Lord Ashley back to public life, so it was time for Locke to resume office, all this till 1681, when Lord Ashley again got into trouble. Locke, fearing his arrest, this time took refuge in Holland in 1683. In Holland, Locke became acquainted with William Ill, who was to occupy the English throne in 1689. With William Ill as the king and with Lord Somers as Lord Ashley's successor, whose friendship Locke prized too much, he was able to command respect under the new regime after the 1688 revolution. He became Commissioner of Appeals and in 1696 Commissioner of Trade and Plantations. In 1700 he resigned and thereafter did not appear in public life. Locke's death came in 1704, and as Lady Massam, Locke's friend, says, his death was like his life, truly pious, yet natural, easy and unaffected, nor can time, think, ever produce a more eminent example of reason and religion than he was, living and dying. Both Hobbes and Locke had certain important similarities. Both were Englishmen living at the same crucial period of English history. Both had education at the same place, Oxford, entertaining the same small view of Oxford intellectuals. Both had close contacts with the ruling families of their respective times, Hobbes with Lord Cavendish and Locke with Lord Ashley. Both took refuge on foreign land when in trouble, Hobbes fleeing to France and Locke to Holland. But these similarities did not make them similar. In fact, they were not similar as individuals. In their personal commitments, they stood apart, Hobbes with the Royalists' cause and Locke with the Parliament's. In their mental attitudes, they were poles apart. Hobbes was rigid in arguments and robust in health, while Locke was as liberal in thoughts and feeble in body. In their philosophical messages, both stood for entirely different teachings. Hobbes built the case for a strong Leviathan and Locke for a limited government. A glance at the English history of that period shows that when Hobbes lived and thought, the crisis was still on. There was no final victory of either the king or the Parliament. In fact, the Civil War was in its continuing stage. Hobbes looked at this problem as a problem of division of power, and he was against it. As he said, for these powers are incommunicable and inseparable. But if he, the sovereign, transfers the militia, he retains the judicature in vain for want of execution of the laws, or if he grant away the power of raising money, the militia is in vain. And so if we consider any one of the said rights, we shall presently see in the conservation of peace and justice. Hence Hobbes wanted the powers of the government not to be divided and not to be vested in two or more than two hands or bodies. He would be happy if these were exercised by one, the monarch, or by many, Cromwell's men. That was precisely Hobbes's problem, the problem of the division of powers. That was precisely his solution to the English Civil War, the solution of entrusting sovereignty to either the king or the Parliament. Locke's times were different. Locke's times were different. Locke had lived to see the fleeing of James I.L., the 1688 Revolution, the final victory of the Parliament, the incarnation of William Ill, and the signing of the Bill of Rights, 1689. His own commitment to the Parliament were a matter of no secret. He was thus to defend and justify the revolution that Parliament had so successfully engineered. He did this by explaining the nature and justification of political power. This is why he comes to build a theory of state which limits more than it enhances the powers of the state. To put it more crudely, Locke's point is that the powers be limited because there are limited functions for which politics exists. Locke's writings were numerous. Mention may be made to a letter on toleration, 1689, two treatises of government, 1690, a second letter on toleration, 1690, essay concerning human understanding, 1690, a third letter on toleration, 1692, some thoughts concerning education, 1693, and the reasonableness of Christianity, 1695. In his essay concerning human understanding, Locke explains his experimental psychology of knowledge. The mind, he says, is like a piece of blank white paper upon which experience writes. His idea that the mind is blank until experience writes upon it has been described by his followers as the tabula rasa theory of mind. In Latin, tabula rasa means blank slate. Thus, For Locke, knowledge is rooted in experience, and that the truth is never absolute, for it keeps modifying and expanding as new experience is gained. Hence, if the knowledge is to be expanded, ideas have not to be suppressed. He further says that toleration is required for acquiring scientific truth, and if toleration is required, the state has to be limited. Thus, Locke is a strong advocate of religious toleration, and that is why he writes not one, but 3 letters on toleration. Locke's The Reasonableness of Christianity is his theological work providing Christianity a rational defense. His 2 treatises, the first treatise was a refutation of Filmer Patriarcha Monarchy. Godly ordained Laslet asserts that Locke wrote a rejoinder to Filmer's Patriarcha, in which the first treatise was an attack on patriarchalism in the form of sentence-by-sentence refutation of Robert Filmer's book, while the second outlines Locke's ideas for a more civilized society based on natural rights and contract theory. Who had defended the principle of absolute hereditary was not directed against Hobbes's views, with whom he disagreed drastically on the social contract theory, but was one in which Locke had defended the natural rights, property rights, and sought to build a state with limited functions and limited powers, one which could be overthrown by those who made it. He wrote, "Lest men fall into the dangerous belief that all government in the world is merely the product of force and violence." I.L.B. Locke, Political Ideas. 3b. I. Locke on Human Nature. Locke's view of human nature is entirely different from that of Hobbes. Locke is of the opinion that men, being made in God's image and thus endowed with natural reason, are rational. They are social insofar as God had made them equal, with equal rights and equal corresponding duties, helping and reciprocal. Because of the reciprocity, men, by nature, not only respect but also recognize another. They are, thus, moral beings insofar as they conduct themselves according to the law of nature, which is that of reasonableness, equity, and justice. So, the Lockean man is a rational being, a social being, and a moral being. Hence, man is good, rational, social, cooperative, and helpful. The Lockean human nature stands opposite to the Hobbesian one, which is selfish, egoistic, and quarrelsome. ILB 2. Locke on state of nature. Like Hobbes, Locke also visualized the state without the state, i.e. the state of nature. Locke's description of the state of nature is, indeed, not of an unbearable condition. His men in the state of nature were not afraid of violent death, nor is life presented as being solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. His perfect freedom of the state of nature seemed to work out reasonably well, but that was not the stage of the state of nature from where the civil government was formed. This was a stage where, as Hacker puts it, men do not appear to abuse their liberty, and they do not go about threatening the lives of their neighbors. This was a stage where men left good for others, and also to the amount that they usefully used it. This was a stage when men lived in the premonetary stage, a stage when the property right of men was limited. But as money came to be introduced, not merely for exchange purposes but also for accumulation purposes, there and then, property right of men became unlimited. That was also a state of nature. Here, in this stage, the postmonetary stage, there were more transgressors than in the premonetary stage. How men learned to form the state from the postmonetary stage of the state of nature. Locke says, and this was here that he presents almost the Hobbesian picture of the state of nature. Though in the state of nature he, man, has such a right, free, equal, and proprietor of his own person and possessions, yet the enjoyment of it is very uncertain and constantly exposed to the invasion of others. For all being kings as much as he, every man his equal, and the greater part no strict observers of equity and justice. The enjoyment of property he has in this state, the state of nature, is very unsafe, very unsecure. This makes him willing to quit a condition which, however free, is full of fears and continual dangers. C.B. Macpherson, The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, has rightly hinted at this contradiction in Locke. He says, the contradiction between Locke's 2 sets of statements, as pointed out above, about natural man is fundamental. The state of nature is sometimes the opposite of the state of war, sometimes identical with it. This is the central contradiction in the explicit postulates on which Locke's political theory is built. Locke claims that in the first stage of the state of nature, men were social, and as they were guided by the law of nature, i.e. reason, they were rational as well. He also claims that men were free and that they were equal. Since there was everything in the state of nature, the family, trade and commerce, peaceable living, one could assume that there was a society in the state of nature. Although the Lockean society of the state of nature in the beginning was both free and equal, but it turned out to be unfree and unequal society at the close of the state of nature. Such a change occurred within the state of nature when the limited property right became unlimited property right. This was what was made out by Locke himself. That is a stage, the state of nature, of perfect freedom to order their actions and dispose of their possessions as they think fit, within the bounds of the law of nature. A state also of equality, wherein all the power and jurisdiction is reciprocal, no one having more than another, paraphor. The state has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone, and reason, which is that law teaches all mankind. Para 6. And this state of nature now became one where there appeared certain inconveniences. The law of nature, like civil laws, could be violated. There were no police and no prosecutors or judges in the state of nature. It lacked the common lawgiver, common law executor, and common judge. It was here that men united to form and put themselves under the government so to protect their property, both property in kind and property in person, i.e. labor. 3b. 3. Locke on law of nature and natural rights. Locke admits the existence of law of nature as well as people living in the state of nature having natural rights. He says, though this state of nature be a state of liberty, yet it is not a state of license. What Locke meant by this was that men in the state of nature were bound by the natural law. Natural law was one which people not only recognized but would apply to themselves. One where people realized one another's existence, one's rights and one's duties towards others. Natural right was meant as an entitlement of an individual under the natural laws. Natural right was naturally given to men by God, for their living, their sustenance. Property was such right, and it was one which included the lives, liberties, and the estates. Natural law was not the divine law as Locke saw it. It was a law discovered by reason and applied to all the people. Because it was related to reason, natural law was just and known to each and all. The state of nature, as depicted by Locke, was one that worked through the natural law. To some extent, Locke even thought of natural law as complementary to each other. The existence of the natural law in the Lockean state of nature cements the type of society existing then. It is here that Hobbes and Locke drastically differ. For Hobbes, the state of nature was a state of perpetual war, while for Locke, it had the people together though it lacked the state. For Hobbes, the law of nature in the state of nature initially was the law of might is right, while for Locke it was a law of reason. For Hobbes, natural rights were nothing but sheer physical energies, while for Locke they were a set of entitlements possessed and enjoyed by the individuals in the state of nature, having behind them the sanctions of natural laws in the state of nature and those of the state when the latter is formed by the people from among themselves. Unlike the Hobbesian view of surrendering the natural rights in the state of nature at the feet of Leviathan, the Lockean individual's natural rights were inalienable. Hobbes's Leviathan was made omnipotent, while the Lockean state was a trustee one with limited powers. Locke quotes, wherever law ends, tyranny begins. It is one thing to show a man that he is in error and another to put him in possession of truth. Good and evil, reward and punishment are the only motives to a rational creature. These are the spur and reins whereby all mankind are set on work and guided. Government has no other end but the preservation of property. Wherever the society is dissolved, it is certain the government of that society cannot remain. Things of this world are in so constant a flux that nothing remains long in the same state. Where there is no law, there is no freedom. Right and convenience go together. The great and chief end, therefore, of men's uniting into commonwealth and putting themselves under government is the preservation of their property. As much as one can make use of any advantage of life before it spoils, so much he may by his labor fix a property in. Whatever is beyond this is more than his share and belongs to others. God gave the world to men in common, but it cannot be supposed he meant it should always remain in common. The state of nature is the state of perfect freedom, also of equality, but it is not a state of license. All being equal, no one harms others. 3b4. Locke on property right. Locke, as the forerunner of liberal theory, was a great advocate of individual, his rights, his liberties, and his autonomy, and thus, in the process, made out a case for a state that was limited not only in functions but also in powers. His individual was an end in himself, while the state served as a means for the end, for the individual's welfare. The state, for Locke, existed for the protection and preservation of individuals' rights. His views on rights and preservation may be stated as under. Rights? Rights were the domain of all human beings because only humans have rights. Natural rights, Locke affirms, stemmed from the fact that a person exists. If a person did not exist, he did not possess rights. The human existence ensures the existence of rights for human beings. In his An Essay Concerning Humane Understanding and two treatises of government, Locke argued that natural law and natural rights were inherent to man's being, while the statists, such as Hobbes, reject the idea of inborn human rights. Rights only resided in the individual. Since such individual was a single human being and separate from all others, he, as with everyone else, retained, like all other human beings, natural rights. Locke seemed saying either natural rights existed in each person or they existed in none. Because society, community, state, or government were not human beings, none of these had natural rights. Rights existed with individual and remained with him. As the rights remained with individual and could not be taken from him, they were inalienable. No power, Locke insists, could take them away from the individual, not the government or the state which the individuals agreed to form. The state, Locke says, existed to preserve and protect the individual's rights, which rights already existed with individuals as human beings. The state preserved, protected, maintained, and guaranteed rights. The individual had the right to seek protection of his rights from the state. He even had the power to overthrow the state which did not maintain or protect his rights. Rights description. Locke was convinced that individual lives and lives by reason. To survive by reason, Locke continues, the individual must be free from the initiation of force. Society, indeed, benefits and is beneficial to the individual because it provided him protection, division of labor, and other related things. It was beneficial to that extent also from where the individual was still free to act and survive according to his own reason. Being required by man's rational nature, rights were not arbitrary or negotiable, they were absolute in the sense that they were absolute requirements for life within a society. These rights included right to life, to liberty, to equality, and to property. Right to property, Locke's theory, analyzed and evaluated. According to Locke, right to property is an important one insofar as it is the essence of his theory of rights. Property, for Locke, in the broader sense includes life, liberty, and estates. In this sense, right to property includes right to life and to liberty as well. But it is property in the narrower sense, in the sense of estates and possessions, that Locke uses the right to property in his whole political ideas. Locke's theory of property can well be explained and analyzed in his own words, emphasis added in italics. Men, being once born, have a right to their preservation and consequently to eat and drink and do such other things as nature affords for their subsistence. Para 25. God has also given them reason to make use of it to the best advantage of life and convenience. And though all the fruits belong to mankind in common, and nobody has originally a private dominion exclusive of the rest of mankind, yet being given for the use of men, there must of necessity be a means to appropriate them. Para 26. Every man has a property in his own person, this nobody has any right to but himself. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are his property. Whatsoever then he removes out of the state that nature has provided and left, in it he has mixed his labor with and joined to it something that is his own and thereby makes it his property. Para 27. And the taking of this or that part from the nature given to men in common does not depend on the express consent of all the commoners. Para 28. As much as any one can make use of to any advantage of life before it spoils, so much he may, by his labor, fix a property in. Whatever is beyond this is more than his share and belongs to others. Nothing was made by God for man to spoil or destroy. Para 31. God gave the world to man in common. For their benefit and the greatest conveniences of life they were capable to draw from it, it cannot be supposed he meant it should always remain common and uncultivated. He gave it to the use of the industrious and rational, not to the fancy or covetousness of the quarrelsome and contentious. Para 34. That every man should have as much as he could make use of would hold still in the world without straining anybody, since there is a land enough in the world to suffice double the inhabitants, but not the invention of money and the tacit agreement of men to put a value on it introduced by consent, larger possessions and a right to them. Para 36. And as different degrees of industry were apt to give men possessions in different proportions, so this invention of money gave them the opportunity to continue and enlarge them. Para 48. But since gold and silver has its value only from the consent of men, whereof labor yet makes, in great part, the measure, it is plain that men have agreed to disproportionate and unequal possession of the earth, they having, by a tacit and voluntary consent, found out a way how a man may fairly possess more land than he himself can use the product of, by receiving in exchange for the overplus gold and silver which may be hoarded up, these metals not spoiling or decaying in the hands of the possessor. This partage of things in an inequality of private possessions men have made practicable out of the bounds of society and without compact, only by putting a value on gold and silver and tacitly agreeing in the use of money. Para 50. It is very easy to conceive how labor could at first begin a title of property in the common things of nature, and how the spending it upon our uses bounded it, so that there could then be no reason of quarreling about title nor any doubt about the largeness of possession it gave. Right and convenience went together. Para 51. The equality of a simple, poor way of living, confining their desires within the narrow bounds of each man's small property, made few controversies and so no need of many laws, where there were but few trespasses and offenders. Since then those who liked one another so well as to join into society, they could not but have greater apprehensions of others than of one another. It was natural for them to put themselves under a frame of government. Para 107. Nobody doubts but an express consent of any man entering into any society makes him a perfect member of that society, a subject of that government. Every man that any possession or enjoyment of any part does thereby give his tacit consent. Para 119. The great and chief end, therefore, of men's uniting into commonwealths and putting themselves under government is the preservation of their property. Para 124. Characteristics of property right. From above, we may bring out certain characteristics of property right as they appear in Locke's writings. 1. Property as a right is a natural right. It exists because man exists. It is a possession of the individual as a human being. 2. Property as a right is a right possession in the sense that one owns it. It is not that one as individual possesses it, it is that he owns it, makes it, controls it. To possess it does not mean that one owns it, and conversely, to own it does not mean that one possesses it. A car John owns, but he does not possess it because a thief, after having stolen the car, possesses it. 3. Property as a right becomes property of a person who has put labor in having it. What is in the nature belongs to nature and is everyone's, but when a person has an apple by using his hand, i.e., labor, an apple becomes his property. 4. In the initial stages and until the discovery of rare metals such as gold and silver, property rights were limited. No one would take more than he required, for no one could have it or store it. Obviously then, things were left for others and in good conditions as well. Till then, all the world was America. For many, silver, gold were then unknown, and therefore, property could not be owned more than it was required. 5. With the introduction of money, gold, and other rare metals, property right became unlimited, for gold or silver became not only property, but the medium of exchange of goods. Locke justifies the unlimited right of property in amassing it, for the world, Locke would say, belongs to the entrepreneurs and not the lazy. 6. The state comes to be established for the protection of property of those who had it in the form of estates, and of those who had it in the form of life and liberties. It is clear that the Lockean society in the state of nature in its initial stages is free and indeed equal, a society where there are few or no trespassers, but as money, gold, and silver were introduced, property right which was limited earlier became unlimited, resulting thus in a society of unequal men. As a result of unlimited property rights, on the eve of the formation of the state, trespasses increase, controversies enhance, and the state is formed to protect the property of the people, of those who have possessions and of those who have only labor. The Lockean society, though free, is unequal, and this inequality is taken over by the political society where the government is called upon to protect the property relations as existed in the state of nature. Locke's defense of property, though, suggests for him a title of one who is advocating the case for a class state as Macpherson feels, yet it goes to his credit that he is presenting a mercantilist argument in a very successful manner. He is granting unlimited right of accumulating money to the industrious and rational, and that too in the interest of public good. William Ebenstein rightly remarks, when Locke defended property on the ground of individual effort and initiative, he protected the productive capacities of a new system of commercial and industrial capitalism against the restrictive traditions of a repressive state. Locke's theory of rights and property is not without its weaknesses. Locke has been assailed as a philosopher of inconsistencies. Some of the demerits in his theory of rights and property may be briefly stated as under. 1. At times, Locke insists that the rights are natural because they belong to the individual as a human being, while at other times, he says that these rights are the result of his labor, property right being individuals after having put his labor in what is common for all. 2. Locke's rights, especially property right, are limited at one stage, and after the introduction of gold and silver the right to property becomes unlimited. Locke's division of right as limited and right as unlimited is made with a view to justify right to property as claimed by the capitalists in the later years. 3. Locke's theory of rights, property right including, paves the way for the rise of capitalist class in the society. He, therefore, emerges as a defender of capitalism. 4. Locke's theory of rights, property right again including, earns for him the title of the forerunner of the liberal doctrine which dominated the West in the later centuries. 5. Locke's theory of property is a contradiction in itself. In the initial stages, property right is described limited, but in the later stages, following the introduction of gold and silver, this right is described unlimited, and more so, it is defended as such. Il B. v. Locke, the social contract. According to Locke, the Commonwealth is instituted by the explicit consent of those who were to be governed. Those who made this agreement transferred to the civil government their right of executing the law of nature and judging their own case. The establishment of the Commonwealth, Ruth Grant. John Locke's liberalism, says, was a two-step process. One step was universal consent, i.e., unanimity in forming the political community, consent to join a community, a consent which was binding, which could not be withdrawn. The second step was to form the government so as to rule through a consent for which there was no need of unanimity, majority consent was sufficient to rule. The universal consent was to form the community, a stable society. The majority consent was to form and conduct the business of the government, one that could be changed, majority consent to make it and run it through, and majority consent to oust it. Locke and Hobbes compared. Table 13.1 Premises. Good and pleasant. He quotes the American frontier and Soldania as examples of people in the state of nature where property rights and, for the most part, peace existed. Princes are in a state of nature with regard to each other. Rome and Venice were in a state of nature shortly before they were officially founded. In any place where it is socially acceptable to punish wrongdoings done against any person, for example on the American frontier, people are in a state of nature. Though such places and times are insecure, violent conflicts are often ended by the forcible imposition of a just peace on evil. Short. Knowledge of natural law. Epistemology. Doers and peace is normal. Humans know what is right and wrong and are capable of knowing what is lawful and unlawful well enough to resolve conflicts. In particular, and most importantly, they are capable of telling the difference between what is theirs and what belongs to someone else. Regrettably, they do not always act in accordance with this knowledge. The gap between our ideas and words about the world and the world itself is large and difficult. Humans are imperfect as to be mostly worthless in resolving practical disputes. In a state of nature, people cannot know what is theirs and what is someone else's. Property exists solely by the will of the stronger, thus in a state of nature men are condemned to endless violent conflict. In practice, morality is for the most part merely a command by some person or group or God, and law merely the momentary will of the stronger. It is the naming that makes it so. Sometimes Hobbes comes close to the Stalinist position that conflict. But still, if one man calls something good while another man calls it evil, the deed or man referred to still has real qualities of good or evil. The categories exist in the world regardless of our names for them. And if one man's word does not correspond to another man's word, there's a problem of communication, not fundamental arbitrariness in reality. Peace is the norm and should be the norm. We can and should live together in peace by refraining from molesting each other's property and persons, but for the most part we do. Truth itself is merely the will of the stronger. Men cannot know good and evil, and in consequence can only live in peace together by subjection to the absolute power of a common master, and, therefore, there can be no peace between kings. Peace between states is merely war by other means. Table 13.2 Conclusions. No right to rebel, there can happen no breach of covenant on the part of the sovereign, and consequently none of his subjects, by any pretense of forfeiture, can be freed from his subjection. The rulers will defines. Civil society. Rights. Role of the state. Civil society precedes the state both morally and historically. Society creates order and grants the state legitimacy. Men have rights by their nature. The only important role of the state is to ensure that justice is good and evil for his subjects. The king can do no wrong because lawful and unlawful, good and evil are merely commands, merely the will of the ruler. Civil society is the application of force by the state to uphold contracts and so forth. Civil society is a creation of the state. What most modern people would call civil society is jostling, pointless conflict, and pursuit of selfish ends that a good government should suppress. You conceded your rights to the government in return for your life. Whatever the state does is just by definition. All of authorized use of force. Seen to be done. Authorization is meaningless except that the authorization gives us reason to believe that the use of force is just. If authorization does not give us such confidence, perhaps because the state itself is a party to the dispute or because of past lawless acts and abuses by the state, then we are back in a state of nature. Society is a direct creation of the state and a reflection of the will of the ruler. The concept of just use of force is meaningless or cannot be known. Just use of force is whatever force is authorized. The function of the legitimate civil government formed by the society and the one that carries on its task through the majority consent is to preserve, as far as possible, the rights of life, liberty, health, and property of its citizens, and to prosecute and punish those of its citizens who violate the rights of others and to pursue the public good even where this may conflict with the rights of individuals. In doing this, it provides something unavailable in the state of nature, an impartial judge to determine the severity of the crime and to set a punishment proportionate to the crime. This is one of the main reasons why civil society is an improvement on the state of nature. Political power, derived as it is from the transfer of the power of individuals to enforce the law of nature, has with it the right to kill in the interest of preserving the rights of the citizens or otherwise supporting the public good. Despotic power, by contrast, implies the right to take the life, liberty, health, and at least some of the property of any person subject to such a power. The argument for legitimate revolution follows from making the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate civil government. A legitimate civil government seeks to preserve the life, health, liberty, and property of its subjects insofar as this is compatible with the public good. Because it does this, it deserves obedience. An illegitimate civil government seeks to systematically violate the natural rights of its subjects. The magistrate or king of such a state violates the law of nature and so makes himself into a dangerous beast of prey who operates on the principle that might makes right or that the strongest carries it. In such circumstances, rebellion is legitimate as is the killing of such a dangerous beast of prey. Thus, Locke justifies rebellion and regicide under certain circumstances. B6 Locke's theory of state. The Lockean state that emerges after the social contract has certain features which can be summed up as under. First, the Lockean state is a state proper and as such covers only the political aspect of man's life. It does not cover, for example, man's other aspects. In this sense, Locke is able to make a distribution between state and society. Third paragraph of the second treatise, while defining political power, gives to the state what is only states. Second, the Lockean state is based on consent and as such is a consent state. Para 15 says, all men are naturally in that state, the state of nature, and remain so till by their consents they make themselves members of some politic society. Emphasis added. Similarly in Para 95, Locke says, men being, by nature all free, equal, and independent, no one can be put out of this estate and subjected to the political power of another without his own consent. The only way whereby any one divests himself of his natural liberty and puts on the bonds of civil society is by agreeing with other men to join and unite into a community. Third, the Lockean state has government which is limited in terms of functions. In other words, the Lockean government is a limited government. The government is formed for doing a specific job. Locke repeatedly refers to this job as the preservation of property, property which, in its broader sense, includes lives, liberties, and estates, and in its narrower sense, includes only estates, possessions, or goods. The Lockean government has a clear mandate from its political society to do the job of preserving property, and in this sense, his government acts on a trust posed in it by the people who, by their consent, become a political body. Fourth, the government of Locke's imagination is not only a trustee insofar as it performs a set job, it is also limited in its powers. The Lockean government has to work under certain limitations. Para 142 sets such bounds on the legislative organs as are put by the political society and the law of God. It reads, first, they are to govern by promulgated established law. To have one rule for rich and poor, for the favorite at court and the countryman at plough. Secondly, these laws also ought to be designed for no other end ultimately but the good of the people. Thirdly, they must not raise taxes on the property of the people without the consent of the people. Fourthly, the legislature neither must nor can transfer the power of making laws to anybody else. Fifth, Macpherson's description of the Lockean state as a joint stock company model seems a very apt description. Locke's state consists of both property owners and the whole population. There are shareholders, men of property, the proprietors who run a company that has several employees, the laboring class. The state as a joint stock company is necessary both for the property owners who seek from it their profit and increase their capital and for men in the laboring class who seek from it their livelihood by selling labor. Once the two classes, the property owners and the laboring class, agree to run the company, and they agree because it is in their interests to agree, the company is wholly managed and controlled by the shareholders who elect a board of directors from amongst themselves through a majority vote and with a mandate that the directors would promote the interests of the shareholders. Sixth, the Lockean government is a trustee government, and as and when it violates the trust, Locke's individual has not only a right but also a duty to change or rebel against the government. This is a right against the government and not against the political society or say the whole citizen body. The dissolution of society and the dissolution of the government are two different dissolutions. It goes to the merit of Locke that he builds the foundation of his whole system as stable as possible. There is the individual and his rights as the very basis of the system. There is the community, the custodian of the individual rights and the authority standing behind the government. There is the government or the legislative, which is constitutionally the supreme power. There is the executive or the king who enjoys independent status with certain discretionary powers. See Locke. Conclusion. Locke's political ideas make no secrets of his position as the harbinger of liberal theory. He makes a distinction between various aspects of man's life, political aspect being one among so many others. He bases his state on the will of the individual who possesses natural rights prior to the formation of the state. His government is a government with specific functions, and since the functions are limited, the powers of the government are also limited. He is a great believer of the majority principle, and above all, he allows the individual to build a government if the latter fails to honor its commitment for which it was built. There is, thus, in Locke, more of individual and less of state, i.e. of government. Locke not only builds the tenets of liberalism, he also builds the ambiguities which liberalism has not been able to set aside till this day. Liberalism takes a small view of the government, and yet it wants the government in any case. It wants a limited government, and yet it insists on making it powerful. It demands the government to be based on men's wills, and yet it regards the majority principle as the only way to run the government. It considers men to be equal as citizens, and yet it allows them to flourish on unequal economic rights. It values obedience, and yet it permits men to act in the name of individual conscience when necessary. These are liberalisms and also Locke's ambiguities. Like any other thinker, Locke represents his own age, the age of the bourgeois triumphs. Lasky sums up in a lengthy passage Locke's position in the most apt manner when he says, the friend of Sydenham, Boyle, and Newton, the administrator of commercial empire, the man who had experienced exile and confiscation of property for the sake of his beliefs, he, Locke, summarizes in himself the outcome of an age. Rationalism, toleration, constitutional government, without excess in any, these are his watchwords. His emphasis upon the natural right of life, liberty and property is his centuries' insistence that a man's efforts shall not be without its reward. His atomic view of society as a body of individuals living together for mutual convenience leads easily to a state the functions of which are limited by the powers they confer upon it. Is, in short, constructing the foundations of a society in which the landowner and the farmer, the merchant and the shopkeeper have the right to confidence. His security is security for them, his liberty the kind of liberty they could, with their property, expect to achieve, and the kind of governmental machine he constructed for their control is one that they may expect to operate in their own way. 4. John Stuart Mill, 1806–73. 4. A. Mill, the man, his times and his works. The democratic element in the liberal theory was first introduced in all earnestness by John Stuart Mill. John was born in London of a scholarly family and was the son of James Mill, himself an author in his own right. John would be a successor worthy of both of us, James once told Bentham, who was his friend. With this in view, John's education was directed by James, who acted both as John's teacher and as his companion. John studied Greek at the age of 3 and Latin at the age 7, in addition to studying arithmetic and history. At the age of 12, John could read Plato, Herodotus, Xenophon, and Aristotle in their original language. With these classical theorists, he added the study of recent theorists like Hobbes while showing equal interest in algebra, geometry, experimental sciences, and logic. He had his instructions on political economy from his father during their regular morning walks, studying thus economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo. At the age of 14, John visited France and stayed there with General Sir Samuel Bentham, Jeremy Bentham's brother. At Montpellier in France, John studied chemistry, zoology, philosophy of science, and mathematics. The following year, when he returned home, he did his reading of Locke, Condillac, and Helvetius. His study of Roman law and jurisprudence was completed by his father's friend and an eminent jurist, John Austin. It was all at a tender age of 15. So heavy was the dose in education for John that he became prematurely an old man, causing even a phase of depression when he was just 20. At the age of 17, he joined the East India Company and served it for a long period of 35 years until 1858, when the company was. At the age of 17, he joined the East India Company and served it for a long period of 35 years until 1858, when the company was closed. John Stuart Mill was 16 when he founded a utilitarian society to discuss the ideas of Jeremy Bentham. He used to contribute articles to the Westminster Review, Bentham's and the Philosophical Radicalists' official organ. He also joined the Speculative Society for having discussions on logic and psychology, and for economics, he became a member of the Political Economy Club. John Stuart Mill, hereinafter as Mill, married at a very late age with one Harriet Taylor, who was Mill's intellectual associate after his father's death, for about 30 years, and his wife for 8. After their marriage in 1851, the Mills spent most of the time in seclusion, and after Harriet's death in 1859, Mill was left almost alone, living mostly in his villa near Avignon, where he died in 1873. Between 1865 and 1868, Mill was a member of the House of Commons, where he advocated various measures like proportional representation, woman suffrage, and the reduction of the national debt. For a man like Mill, so well read and so well educated, the situation, as he found himself in the second half of the 19th century, was really bewildering. Having himself brought up in the strict discipline of Benthamite philosophical radicalism, he soon found it wanting in many respects. Himself a follower once of Bentham, he soon found Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Carlyle more inspiring. Realizing fully well the role of the state that it can play in the life of the individual, he soon found the Hegelian and Burkean theses of the state too towering. A modest critic of capitalism and the one who would recommend regulatory measures on private property, as Mill was, he soon found the working class unequal to the tasks of a rapidly growing society. A great believer of democracy as Mill was, he found one-man, one-vote system as damaging and an instance of false democracy. An enthusiastic advocate of man's freedom as Mill was, he soon found the /ISIS-FAIR policy too harmful for the greater part of mankind. Amidst these bewildering ideas around, Mill was no follower of either Hegel or Burke in giving the state what is not states. He was no follower of Marx in giving to the proletariat exclusive rights of governing the society. He was no follower of either Adam Smith or Ricardo in giving unhindered freedom to the propertied classes. He was no follower of Bentham in raising all the time cries of utility. His was what Hacker calls a careful and painstaking approach. When he, Mill, speaks, Hacker continues, of democracy, he gives close attention to the concrete political institutions which may hopefully make that form of government a reality. When he discusses human freedom, he lists the explicit consequences which may be expected if men are allowed to express themselves without hindrance. Mill came to introduce in the liberal theory the humanistic and democratic values for the first time, and this precisely was his distinctive contribution to liberalism and also to political theory. But his tragedy was that he could not abandon completely his bourgeois assumptions on which his whole political theory rested. George H. Sabine points out very rightly when he says, his Mill's expressly stated theories of human nature, of morals, of society, and of the part to be played by government in a liberal society were always inadequate to the load that he made them carry. Mill's principal works include the System of Logic, 1843, the Principles of Political Economy, 1848, On Liberty, 1859, Considerations on Representative Government, 1861, Utilitarianism, 1863, and The Subjection of Women, 1869. 3 of his works were published after his death: Autobiography, 1873, 3 Essays on Religion, 1874, and Chapters on Socialism, 1879. These were brought out by his stepdaughter, Helen Taylor. The System of Logic revitalized the study of logic and provided a definitive account of the philosophy of science and social science. The Principles of Political Economy defined the orthodox form of liberal principles. On Liberty and Utilitarianism were Mill's best-known works in moral philosophy, which were, indeed, of continuing significance. His Considerations on Representative Government is a work on democracy, whereas The Subjection of Women highlighted his arguments favoring the franchise rights for women. His autobiography gave insight of a scholar of Mill's caliber. 3 Essays on Religion emphasizes the role of religion in inculcating a moral code which guides people. Chapters on Socialism provides an Englishman's view of socialism which attracted the later English socialists more than Marx. John Stuart Mill quotes, If mankind minus one were of one opinion, then mankind is no more justified in silencing the one than the one, if he had the power, would be justified in silencing mankind. Every great movement must experience 3 stages: ridicule, discussion, adoption. What distinguishes the majority of men from the few is their inability to act according to their beliefs. The only freedom which deserves the name is that of pursuing our own good, in our own way, so long as we do not attempt to deprive others of theirs, or impede their efforts to obtain it. We have a right, also, in various ways, to act upon our unfavorable opinion of anyone, not the oppression of his individuality, but in the exercise of ours. The worth of a state, in the long run, is the worth of the individuals composing it. Over himself, over his own body and mind, the individual is sovereign. Whatever crushes individuality is despotism, by whatever name it may be called and whether it professes to be enforcing the will of God or the injunctions of men. The only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. His own good, either physical or moral, is not a sufficient warrant. Ask yourself whether you are happy and you cease to be so. One person with a belief is equal to a force of 99 who have only interests. Conservatives are not necessarily stupid, but most stupid people are conservative, have learned to seek my happiness by limiting my desires rather than in attempting to satisfy them. He who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that. That which seems the height of absurdity in one generation often becomes the height of wisdom in the next. 4b. Mill's political ideas. 4b. Mill's scientific method. Mill's system of logic makes him an empiricist in so far as he attributes to experiences all states of consciousness. This leads to what may be called Mill's scientific method as well. He argues that the rules of scientific method evolve out of the spontaneous inductions about the world that we make as embodied creatures. As we investigate the world to find the best means to satisfy our natural needs and aims, we find that some maintain themselves while others turn out to be false. The former guide us and they become our laws. A law is a regularity that we accept for purposes of prediction and contrary to fact inference. Out of these ways of experiencing and coming to understand the world grows our account of explanation. To explain a fact is to locate a law under which it can be subsumed. As we proceed to understand and explain the world, the generalizations began to accumulate and interweave. With these, there are patterns, a pattern about patterns, a law about laws, which includes all sorts of laws about all sorts of events. This is the universal causation, ensuring that for every sort of event, there are laws. In his scientific method, Mill does include a range of hypotheses. The researcher reaches for data and experiments and eliminates hypotheses which are not true. This is what Mill calls the principle of determinism, the scientific method at which a researcher reaches. 4b. Mill's modifications of Benthamite utilitarianism. Though the origins of utilitarianism can be traced to Epicurus 341 to 270 BC, its advocacy has come through the writings of Hume 1711 to 76, Bentham 1748 to 1832, and John Stuart Mill 180,673. It is a consequentialist theory of ethics, much a theory that judges the rightness or wrongness of an action of what occurs as a result of doing something. Judging action to be right or wrong on the basis of their effects seemed to allow Bentham and Mill to objectify morality. This utilitarianism, Or consequentialism is different from the deontological theories which lay emphasis on the ought to part of one's doing. The deontologists are interested only in the act, how to do, and not in their effects, good or bad. Although Mill's account is primarily influenced by Jeremy Bentham and Mill's father James Mill, his conception of utilitarianism is so different from Bentham's, however, that some modern thinkers have argued that he demonstrated libertarian ideals and that he was not as much a consequentialist as was Bentham, although he did not reject a consequentialism as Kant did. Bentham's famous formulation of utilitarianism is known as the greatest happiness principle. It holds that one must always act so as to produce the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people within reason. One of Mill's major contributions to utilitarianism is his argument for the qualitative separation of pleasures. Bentham treats all forms of happiness as equal, whereas Mill argues that intellectual and moral pleasures are superior to more physical forms of pleasure. Mill distinguishes between happiness and contentment, claiming that the former is of higher value than the latter, a belief wittily encapsulated in the statement that it is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied, better to be a Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. And if the fool or the pig are of a different opinion, it is because they only know their own side of the question. Thus, distinguishing between quality and quantity of pleasure, Mill, in his utilitarianism, distinguishes between physical pleasures, eating, drinking, and having intimate relationships with others, etc., and intellectual pleasures, philosophical debate, reading, listening to an opera, etc. Being a highly educated man and a little sexually expressed, Mill naturally favored the higher pleasures over the lower ones. Mill was critical of those who believed that the principle of utility was nothing more than a justification for gratifying one's physical appetites. In fact, given the choice, Mill believed people would always seek the higher pleasures over the lower ones. In fact, he considered this to be the natural thing for humans to do. A beast's pleasure does not satisfy a human being's conception of happiness. Mill's argument is that the simple pleasures tend to be preferred by people who have no experience with high art and are, therefore, not in a proper position to judge. Mill supported legislation that would have granted extra voting power to university graduates on the grounds that they were in a better position to judge what would be best for society. This does not mean that Mill devalued those who were uneducated. However, the qualitative account of happiness that Mill advocates thus sheds light on his account presented in On Liberty. As Mill suggests in that text, utility is to be conceived in relation to mankind as a progressive being which includes the development and exercise of his rational capacities as he strives to achieve a higher mode of existence. In Chapter 2 of Utilitarianism, Mill spends some time answering various objections he felt could be raised against Bentham's version of the principle of utility. One of the biggest objections that he felt needed to be countered was that the principle of utility is based on an ideal which is unattainable, that people cannot be happy all the time. Mill's response was to suggest that if we have in mind a life of complete and total unending happiness, then, of course, this is unobtainable. No one can be that happy all the time, and nor should they be. However, we can aspire to live a life which is generally more happy than not, and as such this should be our goal. Mill also felt that some people might ask why they should be concerned about other people's happiness, especially if this involved some loss of pleasure on their own part. Mill's response to this objection was to show that in order for someone to be happy, there must be some trade-off between people. We cannot think it is feasible to live a purely selfish existence and expect to give nothing back to others around us, for we will soon become very unhappy at how other people begin to treat us in due course. We can also find happiness in helping other people. Probably one of the biggest objections Mill considers is the charge that there is often no time to calculate and weigh up the different effects our actions might have. Sometimes we are called to make decisions in the heat of the moment and as such do not have the luxury of deliberating the various outcomes of our actions before doing something. Mill also objects to Bentham's assertion that utility was itself an end. He argues that utility is only a means to an end. He also says that one does not seek utility as such, utility was the object, effect of which was either a pleasure or pain. Thus, as Mill argues, people seek effects of the utility, which is pleasure or pain, and not the utility. Fan is an object, cooling is the effect, we obtain cooling through the fan, it is cooling which is the end and not the fan which is a means. Mill's charge against Bentham was that he made a confusion between the end and the means. So considered, unlike Bentham, Mill would want the development of human personality rather than utility. To be a happy man is different from being a rich man. Mill objects to Bentham's views that all the people seek pleasures and avoid pains. He argues that since people prefer higher pleasures to lower ones and since people vary from place to place, condition to condition, time to time, one man's pleasure may not be the pleasure of another man, and the same man's pleasure at one point of time may not be a pleasure for him at another time. Mill, indeed, is a utilitarian like Bentham, but what he is not is that he is not a Benthamite. 4b3 Mill on Liberty. What forced Mill to write On Liberty was not as much the advocacy of liberal principles as was the detailed and sustained argument for maximizing personal freedom, which was the need of hour during his times. According to Mill, personal freedom was threatened by A. The excessive power of the government and its written laws through the majority rule, de Tocqueville's phrase, the tyranny of the majority, and B. The excessive power of public opinion and its unwritten laws. His aim was, as he tells, to allow the individuals to say and do whatever they want without inflicting harm on other people. By arguing as such, he was giving expression to the utilitarian cause. Such freedom would bring direct social benefit for everyone, i.e., development for each one and for all, in all sectors and ideas, education and business, over himself. Over his own body and mind, the individual is sovereign. The basis of Mill's faith was that liberty would breed competition and variety, and these, in turn, would foster excellence. Only by competing with each other in the realm of ideas, practical experiments for living, and trade would our society improve. For example, in the realm of ideas, free speech, Mill says, was essential for a number of reasons. Without it, one may stifle some ideas which may be true. Or, if the minority ideas are not true, then one loses the opportunity to have our ideas challenged and to think through how one could defend them. Any attempt to stifle the expression of any idea for whatever reason was an assumption of infallibility and would run the risk of making people complacent about their beliefs and thus would prevent them from improving their ideas or even understanding them as fully as they could. Mill was not only in favor of free ideas, he was also in favor of free expression of ideas. Even a cynic is free to have his own ideas. None, not even the whole mankind, has the right to suppress the ideas of one person who holds different opinion. By doing so, the whole mankind would commit two wrongs. By suppressing the ideas of one person who might be right and the whole mankind wrong. 2. By doing so, the whole mankind would lose the opportunity of having a second thought of what it held. Mill was a passionate advocate of individuals' personal liberty, though Professor Barker might describe him as the prophet of empty liberty and abstract individual. Mill gave all freedoms to the individual in his self-regarding activities, though in his other regarding activities, the individual was to go by the rule or law. He did speak about two exceptions with regard to the expression of personal freedom. No one had the right to express his views over a matter under the consideration of the court, and no one had the right to harm himself or harm others. Mill was convinced that an individual's development, i.e., development of his character, was related not as much to the concept of utility as Bentham would think as to the concept of liberty. The development of the character depends on the exercise of character. He was of the opinion that liberty, more than the utility, was helpful in the development of human personality, which, in return, helped make the government more democratic, representative, and responsive. 4. Mill's structure of government. An individualist as Mill was, the development of human personality is the only thing that was important for him. Institutions exist for individuals and not the individuals for the institutions. Similarly, there are men who exist not for their bread or for their bread and butter but for their development of their character, of their personality, and for the promotion of higher values. Thus, institutions seek man's development, state including. This is Mill's argument for representative government. He says in his Considerations on Representative Government, hereinafter representative government, that the ideally best form of government is that in which the sovereignty or supreme controlling power in the last resort is vested in the entire aggregate of the community. Every citizen not only having a voice in the exercise of that ultimate sovereignty, but being at least occasionally called on to take an actual part in the government by the personal discharge of some public functions, local or general. The representative government is ideal because it rests on two principles. The first is, Mill says, that the rights and interests of every or any person are only secure from being disregarded when the person interested in himself is able and habitually disposed to stand up for them. The second is that the general prosperity attains a greater height and is more widely diffused in proportion to the amount and variety of the personal energies enlisted in promoting it. The exercise of character. Mill is a great advocate of participation. He says in Representative Government that the only government which can fully satisfy all exigencies of the social state is one in which the whole people participate, that any participation even in the smallest public function is useful, that the participation should everywhere be as great as the general degree of improvement of the community will allow, and that nothing less can be ultimately desirable than the admission of all to a share in the sovereign power of the state. How the people participate. Mill's answer is that it is in the representative government that the whole people have the opportunities of participation. The meaning of representative government. The meaning of representative government, Mill says, is that the whole people, or some numerous portion of them, exercise through deputies periodically elected by themselves the ultimate controlling power. But careful as Mill is always, he cautions about the dangers of representative government being turned into a false form of democracy. He thus recommends what is based on Hare's proposals, proportional representation to allay the tyranny of any majority political, social, or economic, and also favors plural voting so as to keep a balance of weight between the vote of an ordinary person and that of any person doing some socially useful work. Mill writes about these in the representative government. In a really equal democracy, every or any section would be represented, not disproportionately but proportionately. A majority of the electors would always have a majority of the representatives, but a minority of the electors would always have a minority of the representatives. Man for man, they would be as fully represented as the majority. Unless they are, there's no equality, but a government of inequality and privilege. One part of the people rule over the rest, there is a part whose fair and equal share of influence in the representation is withheld from them, contrary to all just government, but above all, contrary to the principle of democracy. Or at another place he says, democracy is not the ideally best form of government, unless it can be so organized that no class, not even the most numerous, shall be able to reduce all but itself to political insignificance, and direct the course of legislation and administration by its exclusive class interest. This is what is Mill's argument for proportional representation. For plural voting, Mill's argument runs as under also in his representative government. In all human affairs, every person directly interested and not under positive tutelage has an admitted claim to a voice, and when his exercise of it is not inconsistent with the safety of the whole, cannot justly be excluded from it. But though one ought to have a voice, that everyone should have an equal voice is a totally different proposition. If with equal virtue one is superior to the other in knowledge and intelligence, or if with equal intelligence one excels the other in virtue, the opinion, the judgment of the higher moral or intellectual being is worth more than that of the inferior. One of the two, as the wiser or better man, has a claim to superior weight. 2 or more votes might be allowed to every person who exercises any of these, say, socially useful, superior functions. In this direction of plurality of votes lies the true ideal of representative government. The plurality of votes must on no account be carried so far that those who are privileged by it, or the class to which they mainly belong, shall outweigh by means of it all the rest of community. The object of the government in Mill's views being the attainment of values and virtues in men and their self-development, it is essential that the government should be of those whose self-development is being sought. This is possible only when the people participate in the making and working of their government, or when the government is truly representative. True political education cannot be imposed on the people as Plato had suggested, nor it means the habit of obedience as Burke had recommended. Political education is the participation of the people in the process of self-government. Trials and errors, omissions and commissions can teach an individual a lot. Hacker writes for Mill, he says, political education can only be meaningful if every citizen is encouraged to participate in the process of self-government. An individual learns best in the course of making and correcting his own mistakes. Virtue and intelligence should become genuine attributes of character in a citizen and not simply a catalogue of catchphrases he has memorized. And then, through participation, people at large would be able to control their rulers by influencing the character and direction of public policy. This would also help the people to exercise their pressure in pushing their own demands as against the ruler's selfish demands, for in the absence of the right of participation, the realization of the people's interests cannot be imagined. Participation based on proportional representation and plural voting, as Mill suggests, can be of immense help in furthering the interests of the people as it is in strengthening the foundations of representative government. So, all of Mill's hopes lay on the individual. He, therefore, insists that the individual should exercise his ballot in a responsible manner, casting his vote in the right manner, and should be able to know for himself as to who has to be his representative. He has to be, as Mill suggests, active, self-helping character. Mill's views about representatives are not appreciative. He thinks that the representative is no better than an average voter. The representatives only check and supervise those who make the nation's crucial decisions, i.e. cabinet. The representative assembly, should control the operations of government, Mill says. That alone, he continues, which it can do well, it ought to take personally upon itself. With regard to the rest, its province is not to do it, but to take means for having it well done by others. Parliament, accordingly, Mill would say, is not expected, nor even permitted, to originate directly either taxation or expenditure. All it is asked for is its consent, and the sole power it possesses is that of refusal. But a popular assembly, Mill continues, is still less fitted to administer, or to dictate in detail to those who have the charge of administration. Even when honestly meant, the interference is almost always injurious. With regard to matters like the legislation, Mill says, a numerous assembly is as little fitted for the direct business of legislation as for that of administration. If this is all which a representative assembly is not supposed to do in Mill's opinion, which and for what, then, it actually exists? Mill has a heavy agenda for the representative assembly. Instead of the function of governing for which it is radically unfit, the proper office of a representative assembly is to watch and control the government, to throw the light of publicity on its acts, to compel a full exposition and justification of all of them which anyone considers questionable, to censure them if found condemnable, and, if the men who compose the government abuse their trust, or fulfill it in a manner which conflicts with the deliberate sense of the nation, to expel them from office and either expressly or virtually appoint their successors. In addition to this, the Parliament has to be at once the nation's committee of grievances and its Congress of opinions. With such functions, the representative assembly, in Mill's opinions, can usefully employ itself only if it talks The actual administration is carried on by the cabinet, chosen from the parliament with the help of the permanent public services appointed through the competitive examinations. This, in short, is the framework of Mill's structure of representative government. Wherever Mill holds the view the representative government is practicable, it is the best government, and wherever it is impracticable, it is the worst. Western political thought 2, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, Mill 13.39 v. Mill as a reluctant Democrat. That Mill is a Democrat is something which cannot be ignored. He is so because at the heart of the whole philosophy lies his passion for human personality. He strongly feels, and none before him had felt so strongly, that democracy alone helps individual attain his interest, his prosperity. This Bentham also felt. But whereas Bentham was interested in a happier man, Mill, on the other hand, is interested in a better man too. Mill is a Democrat because he feels, and here again he has no parallel amongst all the earlier liberal thinkers, that man's participation in the process of government generates in man a process of development as well. For it is he who believes that the development of character depends upon the exercise of character. Mill is a Democrat because he is so well aware of democracy's shortcomings, people's illiteracy, their apathy, their ignorance, their passiveness, that in spite of all these weaknesses he is ready to give democracy a chance. He is a Democrat because he is able to make a distinction between false and true democracy, between the rule of either ignorant or of elite and the rule of the competent, between the rule of quantity and that of the quality. He is a Democrat because he wants to give franchise to each and all, male and female, aristocrat, one who gives to life more than he takes out of it, as Mill thinks, and manual laborer. But in giving this right, Mill recommends his concept of plural voting, i.e. one vote each to every citizen, but more than one vote to those citizens who are doing socially useful functions. He is a Democrat because he neither wants the tyranny of majority nor the attack on minorities. His answer to these evils is the proportional representation. But one must note that Mill is a Democrat only from the standards of the 19th century point of view. His own country, after having tried plural voting particularly, abandoned his recommendations. His speeches favoring proportional representation and woman suffrage in the House of Commons when he was its member went without any particular heed. If Mill is a Democrat, he is also a liberal. It will be well to call him a liberal Democrat rather than a democratic liberal. Such a proposition means that he is first a liberal and only afterwards a Democrat. He builds democratic elements on the already assumed liberal foundations. What it means is that he accepts all the liberal ethos, assumptions of the capitalistic society, its class interests, private property system, limited state, and autonomous individual. On these assumptions, he builds the Democrat model, the model of representative government, one vote to each and several votes to some. Honest as Mill is in creating the democratic model, he does not throw away his bourgeois assumptions. He remains, among the liberals, a rebel liberal, and among the Democrats, a reluctant Democrat, as C.L. Waper, Political Thought, feels. 4. C. Mill, Conclusion. Mill is an individualist insofar as he gives minimum functions to the state. In this regard, he refers to 3 propositions. I. When a thing could be done better by the individual, it should not be done by the government. 2. Though individuals may not do particular things so well as the government officials do, it would be desirable that they be done by the individuals. 3. Increase in the functions of the government would add unnecessarily to its powers. But it should be concluded that Mill has no role for the state. His references with regard to the functions of the state are given in his Principles of Political Economy. These functions are many, especially preservation of peace and order, laying down laws of inheritance, definitions of property, laws about contracts, setting up civil tribunals to settle disputes, registry of births, marriages, deaths, and general statistical data, monopoly of money, prescribing standards of weights and measures, paving, lighting, and cleaning streets, making and improving harbors, lighthouses, surveys, maps, etc., fostering exploration, colonization, culture, research, and universities. The list is indeed lengthy, but it brings Mill nowhere close to socialism. True that Mill is aware of the evils of capitalism. True also that he wants to regulate it, but equally true is his respect for private property. Mill only hopes that capitalism's injustices would decrease and the nature of private property would undergo a drastic change. All this would happen, Mill hopefully hopes, with the emergence and growth of cooperative bodies. Mill proceeds, one may conclude, with bourgeois presumptions, adjusts these presumptions with his moralistic values, criticizes its certain institutions but holding fast to its basic foundations of private property, and on these, he constructs his democratic model by creating the structure of representative government, and when he feels that the structure is too weak as against the foundations, he accommodates structure to the demands of the foundations. And this is what he actually does. His liberalism, nay his bourgeois base, outweighs his democracy. Macpherson rightly positions Mill when he says he, John Stuart Mill, may be regarded as the first serious liberal democratic theorist, in that he was the first liberal to take seriously the claims of the nascent democracy. He had some reservations, indeed, about a fully democratic franchise. Yet in the end, Mill found himself helpless, unable to reconcile his notion of values with the political economy which he still believed in. His only way out was the hope that a network of co-partnerships might turn every worker into his own capitalist. Mill was honest in what he had said or preached. Indeed, he aimed at the improvement of humankind. For this end, he was active in many causes. He denounced the takeover by the British government of the East India Company, correctly anticipating the evils consequent upon the scramble for spoils by second-rate English officials. He supported reforms of the Irish land tenure system in order to relieve the peasants of their poverty. During his period in Parliament, he denounced English methods in Ireland, a move which was unfortunately denounced as support for the Fenians. In 1866 and 1867, he was active along with Herbert Spencer and many other liberals in the Committee for the Prosecution of Governor Eyre for his atrocities on the blacks in Jamaica. In his own days, Mill was immensely influential. He was never one to compromise his principles, and his efforts to pursue those principles were steady and often successful. He inspired many with ideas and in action wanted to make the world a better place. Practice questions. 1. Machiavelli's philosophy was both narrowly local and narrowly dated. Explain. 200 to 250 words. 2. In what ways does Machiavelli's works reflect his times? 200 to 250 words. Or, explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important stage in the evolution of political sciences. 2014, 700 to 800 words. 3. Evaluate Machiavelli's views on statecraft. 700 to 800 words. 4. Hobbes begins with the individual and ends up with the state. Explain. 200. 250 words. 5. Hobbes was a theorist of absolutism. Substantiate. 700 to 800 words. Or, covenants without swords are but words and no strength to secure a man at all. Hobbes 2013, 200 words. 6. Discuss John Locke as the forerunner of liberalism. 700 to 800 words. 7. Locke is an individualist out and out. Substantiate 2013, 700 to 800 words. 8. Comment on the assertion of Laslett that Filmer and not Hobbes was the main antagonist of Locke. 2013, 200 words. 9. All silencing of discussion is an assumption of infallibility. J.S. Mill, 2014, 200 words. 10. Evaluate Mill's views either on liberty or on representative government. Or, describe J.S. Mill as a reluctant Democrat. Western Political Thought 3, Marx, Graham Sci, Arendt. I. Karl Marx, 1818 to 83. I. A. Karl Marx, The Man, His Times and His Works. Karl Marx was born at Trier, a place in the Rhineland area of Germany, on May 5, 1818, where he finished his secondary education in 1835. His father, a middle-class Jew, later converted to Protestantism, lawyer, sent him to the universities of Bonn and Berlin. At Berlin, he obtained his Ph.D. from the University of Jena in 1841 on the thesis entitled The Difference Between Democritus and Epicurus' Philosophy of Nature. By this time, Marx had started shaping his view of the world outlook. He was a young Hegelian with leftist leanings. It was because of this that he could not get a university job and thus turned to journalism and started editing Rheinische Zeitung. In 1843, he had to leave the journal following its closure for his criticism against the then German government. This year, he married Jenny and was now a socialist. He came to Paris in 1843 and got acquainted. Materialism with German philosophical background. Thus, he wrote his Introduction to a Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right in 1844, first published in 1927, in which he condemned Hegel's idea that the state was, in its origin, quite independent of the empirical individuals who composed it. Rejecting the Hegelian thesis that the state was the embodiment of men's general interests, he held that the purpose of the true state was not that each citizen should devote himself to the general cause, but that the general cause should be truly general, i.e., the cause of every citizen. Marx also did not agree with Hegel that the state was a mediator between particular interests and held, on the contrary, that it was itself a tool in the hands of the particular interests. In this book, he also disclosed the historic role of the proletariat and explained the inevitability of revolution as a fulfillment of history's innate tendency. In the year 1844, Marx also wrote Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, first published in 1932, a work in which Marx expounded socialism as a general worldview and not merely a program of social reform, and also related economic categories to a philosophical interpretation of man's position in nature, i.e., his theory of alienation. Now in Paris, he came under the influence of communist theory, particularly the role of the working class in history. His meeting with Friedrich Engels in Paris turned into a lifelong association between the two. After 1845, Marx spent some time in Brussels and studied economics and economic theory. Marx and Engels wrote together The Holy Family, 1845, Theses on Feuerbach, 1845, and The German Ideology, 1845-46. The Holy Family was a polemic against the Bauer brothers who looked down upon the proletariat as an uncritical mass, while rejecting the idealism of Hegel and those of the young Hegelians. Marx and Engels attempted to show the idea of the social relations of production and the view that the struggle of the working class against their exploiters was the central feature of all history. Theses on Feuerbach, a polemic against Feuerbach, was a work in which Marx and Engels expounded the ideas A. That the social life is mainly practical. B. That man is the product of his own labor. C. That he is essentially social by nature, and D. That the ideological phenomena depend on the conditions of society's existence and development. The German Ideology, 1845-46, was a work written against the views expressed by the young Hegelians and those of Feuerbach and also of the anarchist Stirner. In this book, which appeared in 1932, Marx and Engels developed the ideas they had expressed in The Holy Family and Theses on Feuerbach, especially the view that idealism as a theory had to be associated with clashes against the proletariat and that the establishment of the communistic system was to be inevitable consequences of the operation of the economic laws which worked, independent of man's will. In 1847, Marx wrote The Poverty of Philosophy, a polemic against Proudhon's The Philosophy of Poverty, and indeed, a work of mature Marxism. In 1848, Marx and Engels both wrote for the Communist League the Communist Manifesto, the first programmatic document. In 1848, Marx and Engels both wrote for the Communist League the Communist Manifesto, the first programmatic document of scientific communism, the one that expounded the foundations of Marxism. In February 1848, the troubles arose and Marx participated in the struggle in Rhineland, Germany. On failure of these events, he returned to Paris only to be expelled from France. He came to London in 1849 and lived there until his death in 1883. In the proletarian movement, Marx was active in fighting for the workers. After the dissolution of the Communist League in 1852, Marx founded the First International, the International Workingmen Association, in 1864. This gave him the opportunity to follow closely the progress of the revolutionary movements in all the countries. In 1850, he wrote The Class Struggles in France, a work in which he emphasized on the alliance between the workers and the peasants. In his The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1852, he predicted that the bourgeois state machinery would be destroyed ultimately. In 1871, he wrote The Civil War in France, The Experiences of the Paris Commune, a work in which Marx expounded his views on the state form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the Critique of the Gotha Program, 1875, he developed further the theory of scientific communism. Marx's works on economics are highly exhaustive. The Grundrisse, 1857-58, published in 1941, was his wide-ranging work with special reference to the study of economics. In his The Critique of Political Economy, 1859, he set forth the essence of the materialistic understanding of history. This theme and the working of the capitalistic society were worked out later in his Capital Volume 1867 and Volume IL 1885, which were published by Engels after the death of Marx, and Volume IL in 1894. In his Theories of Surplus Value, 1862-63, he discussed mainly the theories of Adam Smith and Ricardo. Marx died on March 14, 1883. Marx's political ideas are scattered over a long period of his writings since 1843, when he started expressing himself. As he advanced in age, his ideas began evolving with the changing times. He wrote not only on economics and politics, but also on sociology, philosophy, and art. He wrote certain works on his own, while others he co-authored with Friedrich Engels. 1820-95. Engels also wrote separately as well. What is known as classical Marxism includes the writings of both Marx and Engels. V.I. Lenin, 1870-1924, describes three components of classical Marxist writings. I. The dialectical philosophy with German imprint, especially the ideas of Hegel, 1770-1831, from which we have A. Theory of dialectical materialism, and B. Theory of historical materialism, i.e., the materialistic interpretation of history. 2. The economic ideas with the English imprint, especially the ideas of Adam Smith, 1723-1790, and David Ricardo, from which we have A. Theory of surplus value, and B. Analysis and critique of capitalism. 3. Views on the state and revolution, the French imprint, especially the ideas of Proudhon, 1809-1865, from which we have A. Theory of class and of class struggle. B. Theory of revolution. C. Theory of freedom and of alienation. D. The theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat. E. The eventual emergence of the classless and the stateless society. Most of the classical Marxist writings came as polemics. Marx learned a lot from Hegelian dialectic philosophy but condemned it for being mythical. He is said to have put the Hegelian dialectical philosophy stand on its feet. He learned a lot from Adam Smith on economics but is said to have built his whole socialist theory as a reaction to Smith's capitalism. He learned a lot from Proudhon and said to have admired his What is Property? 1840 but had written Poverty of Philosophy against Proudhon's philosophy of poverty. The classical Marxist philosophy is the amalgamation of the three major philosophical strands of his times: German, English, and French. Marx, dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism, as numerous followers of Marx think, is the philosophical basis of Marx's whole ideas. The term dialectical materialism was coined by Joseph Dietzgen, a socialist, in 1887, although the casual mention of the term is found in Kautsky's Friedrich Engels. Marx himself had talked about the materialist conception of history, which was later referred to as historical materialism by Engels. Dialectical materialism is one principal idea of Marx which he formulated by taking the dialectic of Hegel and joining it to the materialism of Feuerbach through both extracting a concept of progress in terms of the contradictory and interacting forces called the thesis and antithesis, culminating at a critical nodal point, giving rise to the synthesis and applying it to the history of social development. For Marx, everything in existence is a unity of opposites. Every phenomenon, the thesis, gives birth to its antithesis. There is, thus, the law of negation of negation. These opposites must interpenetrate with each other. And then begins the law of transformation from quantity to quality. The new mode of production is the synthesis which, with the passage of time, becomes thesis in relation of production. Thus, the process of social development keeps marching ahead. IB 2. Marx, historical materialism. The application of dialectical materialism to history is what may be called Marx's another principal idea, historical materialism. For Marx, the concept of materialism is the study of the real economics on the social life of man and the influence of man's actual way of life on his thinking and feeling. He is of the opinion that human beings in history are real and creative ones who enter into definite, necessary relations which are independent of their will. He makes it clear that the real basis of society is the material base. It is a way of living, a life process. Human beings' thinking and ideology, politics, law, religion, art, science, etc. are reflected in their life activities. That is why Marx emphasizes that life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. Marx explains that as men are social beings, they tend to interact with one another and with nature. Their mode of production is combined with their mode of cooperation or conflict, thus relating the mode of production to productive forces. These material relations, Marx says, constitute the social relations on which is built the superstructure. Based on the material life, human beings develop and process consciousness which is at first conscious and with the passage of time becomes social. Through relationships within the society in which they live, they create more needs and increase productivity. Thus is developed the division of labor. Starting thus, Marx explains, the division of labor creates contradiction and antagonism within two polar sides: wife as slave and husband as master, in the family, individuals and state, ruling class and the ruled class. Human beings thus become alienated. For Marx, the history is neither a collection of dead facts nor an imagined world, rather, it is the active and real-life process of human individuals. They live in the actual, empirically perceivable world under specific social conditions. Marx says that history is nothing but the succession of separate generations, each of which exploits the materials, the forms of capital, the productive forces handed down to it by all preceding ones, and thus, on the one hand, continues the traditional activity in completely changed circumstances and, on the other, modifies the old circumstances with a completely changed activity. The activity in which human beings engage sustains their lives. The formation of human beings' ideas is interwoven with the material activity and the material relationship with others. Such activities then generate means of production and social relationships. In the social production of their means of existence, men enter into definite, necessary relations which are independent of their will, productive relationships which correspond to a definite state of development of their material productive forces. The productive forces grow within the context of increasingly outdated relations of production. The contradiction between productive forces and the existing production relationship causes social revolution. A new established production relation replaces an outdated form. This is the development of history of human beings in a dialectic process. Marx's clear formulation of his materialist conception of history is found in the preface of his book A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. He says, in the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms. Development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms, with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. The changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. In studying such transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. Karl Marx quotes, "The first requisite for the happiness of the people is the abolition of religion. History repeats itself, first as tragedy, second as false. The ruling ideas of each age have ever been the ideas of its ruling class. All know is I'm not a Marxist. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Religion is the opium of the masses. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communist revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. Workers of the world, unite. Men's ideas are the most direct emanations of their material state. Without doubt, machinery had greatly increased the number of well-to-do idlers. Revolutions are the locomotives of history. Sell Aman a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man how to fish, you ruin a wonderful business opportunity. For the bureaucrat, the world is a mere object to be manipulated by him. Nothing can have value without being an object of utility. Reason has always existed, but not always in a reasonable form. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. Democracy is the road to socialism. Landlords love to reap what they had never sowed. While the miser is merely a capitalist gone mad, the capitalist is a rational miser. The rich will do anything for the poor but get off their backs. The theory of communism may be summed up in one sentence: abolish all private property. Thus, historical materialism is the methodological approach to the study of society and history. As an explanatory system, historical materialism is the history of the development of productive forces from one socio-economic formation to another. The primitive community society in which man, as a food gatherer, lived a tribal life largely matriarchal, as he began domesticating animals instead of killing them, and mixed farming as he became the food producer who lived in a more developed tribal settled life, transforming the society into the patriarchal one. Thereafter, man started the production. Surplus production led to the growth of numerous other economic activities on which emerged the slaving-owing society. More production meant more exchange and more distribution so as to have more consumption. Private ownership started, and with it started the class of the masters on the one hand, and the class of the slaves on the other. With the class society, opposing classes began splitting into two irreconcilable interests, gave birth to the institution of the state and the state power. The numerous class societies were, Marx says, witnessed in history from slave-owning class society, master-slaves, to feudal class society, feudal lords and the serfs, and then to the capitalist class society, the capitalists and the workers. The capitalist society, through revolution as with other class societies, would give place to the socialist class society which, with the dictatorship of the proletariat, would establish socialism, from each according of his abilities to each according to his work, and finally would lead to the communist classless and stateless society where the state would wither away, from each according to his work to each according to his needs, and from where would begin the real history and freedom of man. 3. Marx on theory of surplus value. The theory of surplus value is another tenet of Marx's ideas. The surplus value is the difference between the exchange value of the labor and the exchange value of the product. The exchange value of the labor is the value a laborer gets, whereas the exchange value of the product is the value a capitalist gets by selling the product in the market. What the laborer gets is much less than what the capitalist gets. The surplus value is the difference between what the laborer gets and what he produces. Marx makes the surplus value explain himself in this way. A worker works with the capitalist for, say, 8 hours a day on, say, rupees 100. In the first 5 hours, the worker produces the value of rupees 100. The remaining 3 hours value which the worker produces does not go to him. This is the surplus value produced by the workers that remains unpaid and goes to the capitalist and increases the capitalist accumulation. Through surplus value, the capitalist becomes rich day after day and the worker gets poorer and poorer. The worker becomes the instrument of the capitalist's exploitation. This economic category influences the capitalist positively and the worker, both adversely and negatively. So considered, Marx's surplus value theory is essentially an accumulation of capital theory, which helps step up continuously and constantly the rate of capital accumulation. IB. 4. Marx on the critique of capitalism. In broad outlines, Marx understands capitalism as the buying and selling of commodities for profit. Such a meaning of capitalism hardly explains its real connotation. Marx, therefore, proceeds to distinguish between different economies. He says that there is a substantial difference between the capitalist economy and economies of the earlier societies. In the early societies, say in the medieval times, emphasis was on the use production, i.e. production for consumption and service, while in the capitalist economy, production is for profit, limitless profit. In the earlier societies, say slave-owning or feudal, the relationship between slaves, masters, or serfs, feudal lords, was both personal, informal, and intimate, but in the capitalist society, workers and the capitalist, the relationship remains impersonal, formal, and complex. In the earlier societies, the circulation of commodities was expressed in the form of CMC, commodity money commodity, while in the capitalist society, the pattern becomes MCM, money commodity money. In the first case, the latter commodity becomes qualitatively better commodity because of its use value, while in the capitalist society, the latter money remains only quantitatively better. As Marx says, in the circulation of CMC, the money is in the end converted into a commodity that serves as a use value. In the inverted form MCM, on the contrary, by the purchase of commodity, the capitalist throws money into the circulation in order to withdraw it again by the sale of the same commodity. He lets the money go, but only with the sly intention of getting it back again. The money, therefore, is not spent, it is merely advanced. Capitalism, thus, is not interested in the use value of the commodities. It is interested only in the more money that it wants to increase. Marx's main contribution in the field of political economy is his analysis and critique of capitalism. It is, therefore, natural that he should have studied economists like Adam Smith, Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, and David Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy. These classical economists, Smith and Ricardo, who sought to advocate free economy and free trade, were criticizing, thus, the mercantilist or the semi-capitalist economy of the 18th century. The message of the classical economists was, sweep away all the rules and regulations restricting trade, allow the manufacturers to employ labor on any terms on which they could secure it, allow them to sell their commodities in any market they could reach and at any price they could get. Everything would go better, they argued, if laissez-faire and laissez-aller are freely allowed. Thus, the classical economists made a case for the capitalist economy by condemning the semi-capitalist or the mercantilist system. Marx, on the other hand, made a case for the socialist economy by condemning the capitalist system of production. The classical economists demonstrated as to how capitalism would flourish if it is let free. Marx, on the other hand, demonstrated as to where capitalism would take if it were not stopped. Thus, Marx began from where the classical economists ended. He devoted much of his time analyzing the working of capitalism, in forecasting its collapse, and in giving the outlines of the socialist picture. For Marx, the starting point is material production. Individuals producing in society the socially determined. Production of individuals naturally constitute the beginning of every society. Production by isolated individuals is, for Marx, an absurdity. But production by itself is production of a particular time, i.e., production at a certain stage of development. Each stage of production has its own characteristic features, although various stages may have some common features as well. Production in the slave-owning society has its own features, so has the feudal system of production, so also has the capitalism mode of production. And yet all these stages have something in common. In all these stages of production, there exists the institution of private property, there exists private ownership of the means of production, and therefore there exists exploitation of man by man. So political economy should start with production. But Marx does not regard, as the classical economists do, production having the same significance as distribution, exchange, and consumption. He regards them not identical but as members of one entity, different aspects of one unit. He says production predominates not only over production itself but over the other elements as well. With production, the process constantly starts over again. That exchange and consumption cannot be the predominating elements is self-evident. The same is true of distribution, it is itself but a factor of production. A definite form of production thus determines the forms of consumption, distribution, exchange, and also the mutual relations between these various elements. Of course, production in its one-sided form is, in its turn, influenced by other elements. Social development is nothing but the development of the productive forces from one type of society to the other. Each new type of society is an improvement over the earlier society in terms of the development of the productive forces. The term productive forces refers to man's relations with nature, while the production relations refers to the relations among people. For Marx, the process of production functions and proceeds through the contradictory unity of two aspects: the productive forces, signifying the relations of men with nature, and the relations of production, signifying the relations among men when they act on nature. Man acts on nature through the means of production. The means of production include the objects of labor, i.e., the natural substances on which man uses his conscious and purposeful labor to satisfy his needs by modifying and adapting them. 2. The instruments of labor, i.e., the things through the help of which men exert their labor on the natural substances. The means of production take the shape of productive forces when the labor power of the people set the process of production in motion. As productive forces reflect the relation of man with nature, the level of their development characterizes man's control over the forces of nature. The relations of production are those relations which men enter into when they engage themselves in the process of production. In order to produce, men must have the means of production, i.e., the objects and instruments of labor. These means of production, when they belong to the individuals or groups of individuals, characterize a class society, and, when they belong to the whole society, characterize a socialist society. To whomsoever the means of production belong, to him belong the products as well. If the means of production is owned by the particular individuals, the products belong to him or them, and if they belong to the whole society, they belong to our society. Capitalism, as against the earlier modes of production, characterizes the further development of private property, its greater concentration in the hands of a minority of capitalists, and the deprivation of the mass of workers of ownership of the means of production, and their transformation into a kind of people compelled to sell their labor power to the capitalists. Marx began his study of capitalism with an analysis of commodity production. A commodity is, the Marxists say, a product of labor produced for sale in the market and for exchange. The commodity production is not any new thing in the capitalist system. Its mass production produces capitalists on the one hand, and on the other hand, the workers. It creates capitalism, transforming the earlier formula CMC into MCM. In the formula CMC, there is the circulation of commodities, but the commodities exist as U-value. In the formula MCM, there is the circulation of money, and the commodities exist as exchange value. In the former case, money creates values; in latter case, money creates surplus value. Capitalism is thus a system where the owner of money has a definite aim, the appropriation of surplus value, and where the labor power becomes a commodity itself. Thus, under the system of capitalistic production, the capitalists exist to exploit the workers. The capitalist society, therefore, characterizes the relations between labor and capital, between the workers and the capitalists, and from those relations spring all other relations of the capitalist society. Surplus value, which the capitalists appropriate, results in the law of capitalist accumulation, which means that the competition among the capitalists would force them to accumulate constant capital in the form of machinery or raw material. 2. The law of the concentration of capital, which means that as competition grows, it ends up in monopoly, for as Marx once said, one capitalist kills many. 3. The law of increasing misery, which means that the number of the unemployed workers would increase along with their misery. I.B.V. Marx, Theory of Class Struggle. The theory of class struggle is yet another tenet of Marx's political ideas. Class struggle is the characteristic of class society and not of the classless society. Accordingly, there was no class struggle in the primitive communist society, and there would be no class struggle in either the socialist society that follows the capitalist society or the communist one that would follow the socialist society. The primitive communist, the socialist, and the communist societies are examples of classless societies, whereas the slave-owning, feudal, and the capitalist societies are examples of class societies. It is in the class societies where we have the class struggle, because in each such class society there exist antagonistic, i.e. opposing, classes, slaves and masters in the slave-owning society, serfs and the feudal lords in the feudal society, and the workers and the capitalists in the capitalist society, and there alone exists class struggle. With regard to the meaning of class, Lenin says, classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and by the dimensions of the share of the social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. From this definition, there appear 4 indicators of a class. A. What is the place a class occupies in the system of social production? B. What is the relation of the class to the means of production? C. What role does the class play in the social production? D. What is the share of the social wealth a class receives? On the basis of it, there is a class of owners, masters, feudal lords, capitalists, and of non-owners, slaves, serfs, and the workers. And the one that does not own has no means of production. The class that owns is the owner of the means of production, and the one that does not own has no means of production. The The class that owns the means of production plays the role of the organizer/manager, which manages the social production, and the class that does not own the means of production plays the role of producing the social production. The class that owns and manages the social production acquires all the social profit, and the class that does not own but produces the social production through its labor gets only the wages. The class struggle prevails between such opposing classes, between the masters and the slaves, between the feudal lords and the serfs, and between the capitalists and the workers, in short, between the haves and the have-nots, between the possessing class and the non-possessing class. The possessing class is the exploiting class, and the non-possessing class is the exploited class. Since the days of class society, there has been a class struggle. The class struggle continues till the time such class society exists. Marx referred to two main classes in the class society, though he was well aware of the non-main classes in each such class society. He was of the opinion that the non-main classes, say the middle class in the capitalist society, always played the villain's role, discouraging the sharpening of the conflict between the two main classes, for as Marx said, such a middle class live like the poor and dreams like the rich. Marx was of the opinion that the middle class's future is always certain. Few of them would join the rich, while many of them, the poor. The class struggle in the class society has three dimensions: economic, political, and ideological. There is the economic struggle between the possessing class and the non-possessing class. The latter, for example, in the capitalist society, would seek higher wages, shorter working hours, better living facilities, and the former resisting such concessions. There is the political struggle between the possessing class and the non-possessing class, the former controlling the state power and use for its own promotion, and the latter fighting to acquire the power of the state. There is the ideological struggle between the possessing class and non-possessing class, the former controlling all channels of media together with the supporting intellectual classes, and the latter submitting to the dictates of the exploiting ones. IB 6. Marx's theory of revolution. Marx's theory of revolution stands opposite to Aristotle's. For Aristotle, revolution means replacement of one set of rulers by another. For Marx, they are significant insofar as they affect every individual. For Aristotle, the nature of revolution is political, while for Marx, its nature is social. For Aristotle, revolutions are always sudden, violent, and, in effect, catastrophic, while for Marx, revolutions may or may not be. Violence is only the attending characteristic of revolutions. For Aristotle, revolutions need to be probed, causes found, and for Aristotle, revolutions need to be probed, causes found, and to be avoided and curbed, whereas for Marx, revolutions are welcome steps, locomotives of history, and hence relieve society of its stagnation. For Aristotle, revolutions are negative, while for Marx, they are always positive. For Marx, revolutions are social, inherent in the womb of the class society. Accordingly, they are the ongoing process in which causes and effects are dialectically related. The old social order includes in its womb elements which contradict its dominant features. Marx writes, "In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution." Marx identifies all past political revolutions as partial and social. The transition from the feudal relations of production, for example, to bourgeois relations of production represented a partial political revolution. Marx thus writes, "What is the basis of a partial, purely political revolution? It is that a part of civil society emancipates itself and attains universal domination, that a particular class undertakes the general emancipation of society from its particular situation. This class frees the whole society, but only under the presupposition that the whole of society is in the same situation as this class, that it possesses or can easily acquire, for example, money and education." The capitalist revolution, following the earlier feudal revolution, was partial because it did not impact the whole society. It was political because the state came into the hands of one class, the capitalists, who, like the feudal lords, established the bourgeois class society. The Marxian notion of revolution highlights the following. A. Revolutions are social and not merely political. B. They are whole sort of things and not partial. C. They occur when the productive forces clash with the relations of production at a certain stage of development of the society. D. They are class when the opposing class relations of the society remain untouched, and they are classless when the opposing classes are abolished. Public property system replaces the private property system, and while the exploiting classes are abolished, there remains only one class, the proletariat, the working class. E. They do not occur for the sake of violence. They occur to bring the changes. Violence and bloodshed are the attending features. Revolutions act as midwives, helping the birth of a new life. F. They are the culminating point after which begins the revolutionary era of the transformation of society. IB. 7 Marx on alienation and freedom. Marx's concept of alienation is based on his analysis of alienated labor. Through political economy, he sees that the worker is degraded to the most miserable commodity, i.e., the misery of the workers increases with the power and size of their production. Marx depicts political economy as the following. The worker becomes poorer the more wealth he produces. He becomes an ever cheaper commodity the more goods he creates. The devaluation of the human world increases in direct relations with the increase in value of the world of things. Labor does not only create goods, it also produces itself and the worker as a commodity, and indeed in the same proportion as it produces goods. Accordingly, where there is more commodity production, as it is in capitalism, more does the worker get alienated there. Consequently, the workers relate to the product of their labor as to an alien object. For it is clear on this presupposition that the more the worker expends himself in work, the more powerful becomes the world of objects which he creates in face of himself, the poorer he becomes in his inner life, and the less he belongs to himself. Under the laws of political economy, the more the workers produce, the less they have to consume, thus the more values they create, the more valueless and worthless they become. It is understandable that labor produces works of wonder for the rich, but nakedness for the worker. It produces palaces, but only hovels for the worker. It produces beauty, but cripples the worker. Marx explains 4 forms of alienated labor. 1. Workers are alienated from their productive activity, in that they no longer labor to satisfy their own needs. 2. Workers are alienated from the product of their labor, which now belongs to the capitalist. Instead of finding expression in producing, workers turn to consuming to express themselves. 3. The cooperative nature of work is destroyed through the organization of the labor process, alienating workers from their fellow workers. Additionally, workers often must compete against one another for work and pay. 4. Workers are alienated from their human potential, as the transformative potential of labor is lost under capitalism. Alienation caused by the capitalist system frustrates our nature, i.e., human nature, the possibilities for realizing the human potential. According to Marx, a direct consequence of the alienation of the man from the product of his labor, from his life activity, and from his species life is that man is alienated from other men. When man confronts himself, he also confronts other men. What is true of man's relationship to his work, to the product of his work, and to himself, is also true of his relationship to other men, to their labor and to the objects of their labor. To Marx, the ultimate goal of human beings is to pursue real freedom. Marx believes that human beings are creators of history, and also they have the ability to emancipate themselves from being alienated. For Marx, human beings should be freely associated people as a whole. He writes in the German Ideology, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for men to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as have a mind without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. Marx's view of freedom, though oftenly figures in the background of his writings, plays a central role in his thought. James Rourke, The Problem of Freedom in Marxist Thought, says, the theme of the freedom of men has a pervasiveness of the forms of alienation in the long development of his Marx's thought, which marks it as one of those basic themes providing continuity in his work. Marx rejects the liberal conception of freedom as it consists in the maximum absence of restraints on the activities of atomized individuals. For him, such a view of freedom, say liberty, mistook the negative tendencies of man, his selfishness for his true essence. His view of freedom puts emphasis on man's positive relations, i.e. human relations, to each other. Men are related to men as human beings, as species being. Accordingly, freedom, for Marx, consists in the ability to follow the inborn laws of one's own nature, rather than to be determined by external factors. Since man is essentially a social being, he achieves his freedom by positively developing his capacities in the society of which he is a member. Freedom consists in man's understanding of the objective laws and using them for human benefits. He must know the objective laws, change them through his efforts and for benefits of humanity. Philosophers have only interpreted the world, the point, however, is to change it. For Marx, revolutionary activity itself constitutes freedom. As Cornforth puts it, a passive slave is simply a slave, but a slave in revolt is acting as a freeman even though he still wears his chains. Such people are pioneers of human freedom. IB. 8 Marx on theory of state. Marx's views on the theory of state, scattered as they are over a period of almost 4 decades in his numerous writings, can be summed up as under: society and state for Marx are 2 distinct realities. The type of society explains the type of state. The society thus furnishes the basis over which is constructed the superstructure of the state. B. The state is not independent of society, and those who make it, as Marx thinks that Hegel has so made independent, make the state only a fiction, an illusion, and thus, Marx believes, impose it on the society. C. The state is, for Marx, a means for the fulfillment of the ends of those who control. C. The state is, for Marx, a means for the fulfillment of the ends of those who control the society. Thus, the slave-owning society serves the masters, the feudal state serves the feudal lords, and the capitalist state serves the capitalists, the bourgeoisie. D. The class society produces a state that serves the economically dominant class and becomes, in the process, an instrument of exploitation which exploits the economically weak one, such antagonistic classes originating because of the institutions of private property and of division of labor. E. The state, for Marx, is thus an engine of class rule. The seizure of power by the proletariat from the capitalist signifies the dictatorship of proletariat, which dictatorship abolishes the roots of class antagonism, i.e. private property in the means of production and division of labor, and in the process establishes socialism through public ownership of the means of production. F. The dictatorship of proletariat is not the abolition of the state as is the existence of the state. The proletarian state, like any state of the class society, is also a means that serves the workers and a means that leads to its own abolition, its own withering away, as Engels uses the words. G. Regarding the state as a parasite feeding upon and clogging the free movement of society, Marx observes its destiny is its own abolition. The first step is the overthrow of the existing state, the bourgeois state, by revolution of the proletarian class. The next task is the establishment of a transitional state, the proletarian dictatorship. This new state, however, is to be abolished not by the revolution, or by force, but through its own withering away. LC. Conclusion. Marx has been criticized on numerous grounds. It is argued that his communism has failed to fulfill its promise. His theory did not reflect its practice. It is also argued that the workers have never been in the vanguard of revolutionary movements. Marx failed to consider adequately the gender factor and devoted all his energy on the class concept. He is also accused of focusing far too much on production without giving enough attention to consumption. Bernstein, the evolutionary socialist, had questioned all his presumptions. And yet Marx was no sympathizer of a class society, a society that creates antagonistic classes, a society that thrives on individual and private laurels, a society in which private property reigns, and a society in which the possessing class enslaves the non-possessing class. He was no admirer of the state that coerces, a state that superimposes itself, a state that becomes independent in itself, a state that is bureaucratic, and a state that is of the few, by the few, and for the few. His concept of man was not the unfree man, an alienated one, but a man who, as an employer, exploits below him and who, as a worker, finds no satisfaction in what he does. What he wanted was a community where men have their social self prior to their individual self, a community where power of an individual is replaced by the power of the individuals, the social power of all now, directed to the exploitation of all the resources that a community has, and a community where there are no class divisions and where man labors not under any compulsion but does his job as a matter of habit. L. Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937. Antonio Gramsci was an Italian philosopher, a journalist, a socialist politician, an activist of the Communist Party of Italy, a political theorist who lived at the beginning of the 20th century and in Mussolini's fascist Italy. His writings are concerned with the analysis of culture and political leadership. He has been a highly original thinker within the Marxist tradition. He is well known for his concept of hegemony as a means of maintaining the state in a capitalist system. Gramsci, the man, his times, and his works. Gramsci's early life and youth coincided with the industrial and economic development of Italy. Despite the peculiarities of the Italian society, for example, the significant differences between North and South, the variety of regions, dialectics and traditions, the domination of the foreign powers, and the domination of the Catholic Church, at the beginning of the 20th century, efforts were made to modernize the Italian society on the model of the Central European states, positivistic approach to science, technology, and education, scientific organization of work, i.e. Taylorism, for industrial production, scientific organization of culture and education. Consequently, Italy did enjoy a period of social peace during the last years of the 19th century. Gramsci was born on January 22, 1891 in Ales in the province of Cagliari in Sardinia, one of the poorest regions of Italy, which had maintained its own strong cultural identity. It had its own language, history, and culture, which differ considerably from those of the Piemontese, who ruled the Sardinian kingdom from Turin in the northern part of the mainland. It was in Turin that Antonio Gramsci went to study at university, but which he eventually had to abandon due to lack of money and severe health problems. Turin was, at that time, the center of Italian industrialization and the focus of the first organization of the Italian working class. Gramsci started his political and educational life during the First World War as a journalist and theater reporter, attending, frequently in the evening, the meetings of the Confederazione Generale del Lavoro trade union and Socialist Party. After the war, within the core of Red Socialist Turin, he created two journals, Ordine Nuovo and Unita, with an object to educate the new working class created by industry and the war. The most prevalent theme of the Ordine Nuovo was the relationship between the scientific management of work, Taylorism, and the scientific management of education and training, i.e., between the organization of work and the organization of culture. Gramsci's approach was both radical and revolutionary, and he kept publishing leftist material during the following 5 years till 1926. Things had already become difficult in Italy, with Mussolini capturing power in Italy in the early 1920s. With the massive series of arrests that followed Mussolini's special legislation of 1926, Gramsci was arrested and jailed. He was then 35 years old, a member of parliament, and had been, from 1925, General Secretary of the Italian Communist Party. At his trial in 1928, the official prosecutor ended his peroration with the following statement to the judge: "We must stop this brain working for 20 years. Gramsci's brain did not stop working in prison. On the contrary, soon after his arrest he began to make plans to conduct research on what is now considered as the most important analysis on hegemony, i.e. on the links between politics and education. In a letter to his sister-in-law, Tatiana, dated March 9, 1927, he spoke about a project to write something für ewig, forever, something which would also serve to absorb him and give a focus to his inner life. The first point of the plan referred to a history of Italian intellectuals. Then he spoke of studies on linguistics, on the theater of Pirandello, and on serial novels and popular literary taste. He defines the history of intellectuals as the process of formation of the public spirit, and finally, he writes that the different topics of his plan have in common the creative popular spirit, i.e., the way the hegemony of a certain social group grows up, from the soul of the group toward its political organization. In fact, in another letter to Tatiana he says, "Thinking disinterestedly or study for its own sake are difficult for me. Do not like throwing stones in the dark. Like to have a concrete interlocutor or adversary," and he speaks of the polemical nature of his entire intellectual formation. Gramsci died in 1937 without having had the possibility of completing his work. His 33 prison notebooks were saved by his sister-in-law, Tatiana, and smuggled out of Italy. He had written a good deal before his imprisonment, but his reputation as one of the major Italian thinkers and educators. Letters from Prison and the Prison Notebooks. Gramsci has been described as one of the most influential Marxist thinkers of the 20th century, a key thinker in the development of Western Marxism. It is said that he wrote more than 30 notebooks and about 300 pages of history during his imprisonment. These writings, known as the Prison Notebooks, contain his views on the Italian history, critical theory and educational theory, cultural hegemony which helps maintain the capitalist state, the need for populist education to encourage development of intellectuals so as to guide the workers, the distinction between political society which dominates directly and coercively, and civil society where leadership is constituted through ideology or by means of consent, absolute historic. These writings, known as the Prison Notebooks, contain his views on the Italian history, critical theory and educational theory, cultural hegemony which helps maintain the capitalist state, the need for populist education to encourage development of intellectuals so as to guide the workers, the distinction between political society which dominates directly and coercively, and civil society where leadership is constituted through ideology or by means of consent, absolute historicism, the critique of economic determinism and the critique of philosophical materialism. ILB I. Gramsci on hegemony. Gramsci honors Lenin for introducing the concept of hegemony. He says the greatest modern theoretician of the philosophy of practice, i.e. Lenin, has in opposition to the various tendencies of economism, constructed the doctrine of hegemony as a complement of the theory of the status force. Lenin had used the term to indicate the political leadership of the working class in a democratic revolution. Gramsci used the concept of hegemony as an analysis to explain why the socialist revolution as predicted by Marx had not occurred by the early 20th century. He in his own times had found capitalism more entrenched than ever. Explaining the whole situation, Gramsci held the view that capitalism had maintained control not just through violence and politico-economic coercion but also ideologically through hegemonic culture in which the values of the capitalists had become the values of all, that the consensus culture which had thus developed was one in which the working class had begun identifying their good with the good of the capitalists, and that the working class, now being the part of the system, wished to maintain the status quo rather than launch revolution. Gramsci quotes, turn in my cell like a fly that does not know where to die. I am a pessimist because of intelligence, but an optimist because of will. In the life of children there are two very clear phases, before and after puberty. Before puberty, the child's personality has not yet formed and it is easier to guide his life and make it acquire specific habits of order, discipline, and work. After puberty, the personality develops impetuously and all extraneous intervention becomes odious, tyrannical, insufferable. My practicality consists in the knowledge that if you beat your head against the wall, it is your head which breaks and not the wall. That is my strength, my only strength. The challenge of modernity is to live without illusions and without becoming disillusioned. To tell the truth is revolutionary. In history, in social life, nothing is fixed, rigid, and definitive. And nothing ever will be. A given socio-historical moment is never homogeneous. On the contrary, it is rich in contradictions. Give culture this meaning, exercise of thought, acquisition of general ideas, habit of connecting causes and effects. Believe that it means thinking well, whatever one thinks, and, therefore, acting well, whatever one does. Gramsci is of the opinion that hegemony is born from the basic idea that government and state cannot enforce control over people unless more methods are entailed. The state for him, therefore, is coercion combined with hegemony. Hegemony, according to him, is political power that flows from intellectual and moral leadership, authority, or consensus as distinguished from armed force. A ruling class forms and maintains its hegemony in civil society by creating culture and political consensus through unions, political parties, schools, media, the church, and other voluntary associations. Gramsci holds the view that if any class wishes to dominate in modern conditions, it has to move beyond its own narrow, economic corporate interests, so to cover the exerting of intellectual and moral leadership, and to make alliances and compromises with a variety of forces, calling it a union of social forces, a historic bloc. A bloc that forms the basis of consent to a certain social order which produces and reproduces the hegemony of the dominant class through a host of institutions, social relations, and ideas. So understood, he regards the role of superstructure in both maintaining and fracturing relations of the base as of paramount importance, a thinking that was not of Marx's view. Gramsci's theory of hegemony, as it appears in prison notebooks, refers to three dimensions of hegemony: A, intellectual, B, moral, C, political. The first two, A and B, constitute leadership and consent respectively, while C constitutes domination, subjugation, force, and coercion. Hegemony is the spontaneous consent given by the people to the general direction imposed on social life by the dominant fundamental group historically, caused by the prestige which the dominant fundamental group enjoys because of its position and function in the world of production. The function of the intellectuals is to organize the consent of the masses in support of the dominant fundamental group. Gramsci's theory of hegemony implies A, a dominant group, and B, a dominated group, A controlling B. Within the dominated group, there are the enemies who are eliminated or subordinated by force, while there are the others from whom the active or passive consent is sought. Hegemony, though, involves both attaining consent among allies and using force against enemies. The dominant group, consisting of leaders, exercises leadership before attaining power, and after attaining state power, exercises both leadership and domination. Hegemony thus helps attain and maintain dominance more than force. Gramsci's hegemony is the dominance of the dominant group over the dominated group, not merely through force. It has to have the consent of the dominated group, the latter willingly accepting the dominance. Hegemony is merely consent, it has to have the domination, i.e. force as well. It is the combination of both consent and force, domination extracted through the support of willingness and through the use of force on the part of authorities. Hegemony is consent plus force, consent attained willingly, spontaneously, that is the social hegemony, while force as political hegemony attained through coercion when necessary. The consent of the dominated group does not come from the group through fear of the force dominant group possesses. It comes through the efforts of the intellectuals who, acting as the agents of the dominant group, this historic bloc, help to gain consent from the group which is dominated. B2 Gramsci, role of the intellectuals in hegemony. Gramsci regards the role of the intellectuals as an important one, fusing moral dimension with practical activities of the dominant group so as to enable it to exercise hegemony. According to him, the special function of the intellectuals, besides organizing domination for the capitalists in the capitalist society, is to organize the consent of the masses in support of the dominant class. Such a consent, Gramsci says, comes easily given the prestige of the dominant class. Though Gramsci regards everyone a philosopher, thinking in his own way or unconsciously, yet all are not capable of performing the social functions of the intellectuals. The intellectual is one, Gramsci believes, who is able to relate himself with the world in which he lives. There is no place for the intellectual other than in relation to a fundamental class. The intellectual, for Gramsci, is not merely an orator or talker, he is a director and the organizer who helps build society and produce hegemony by means of ideological apparatuses such as education and the media. Gramsci classifies intellectuals into two types: organic and traditional. An organic intellectual is one who holds a close relation to the world or lived experience of the class which he represents. Such an intellectual elaborates a vision of emancipation embedded in a class experience which entails first to discovering and then elaborating the formulation of public spirit. The organic intellectuals are those who share class experience with those they represent, articulate that experience in political terms. They mobilize subordinate classes. The traditional intellectuals find themselves as a class apart from society and live in their own world of fancies. The job of the organic intellectuals is to organize and manage the spontaneous consent for the dominant class for whom they act as their agents, though some devise strategies. Some intellectuals are visionaries, organized intellectuals, while others are divulgators, traditional intellectuals. Gramsci is of the opinion that although all tasks require a degree of intellectual and creative ability, some individuals are required to perform tasks which are overtly intellectual. Initially, such intellectuals are associated with particular technical requirements of the economic system. Subsequently, they get associated with the more general administrative or organizational institutions of the whole society. In the political sphere, such intellectuals represent the interests of the dominant economic group and develop its ideational understanding of the world. In the bourgeois society, the bourgeois intellectuals serve their dominant class, while in the socialist society, the socialist intellectuals serve dominant proletarian class. Through hegemony, the educative pressure emanating from the intellectuals is applied so as to obtain people's consent and their collaboration, turning necessity and coercion into freedom. The dominant group, once in power, implements its educative projects to obtain consent. The school as a positive educative function and the courts as a repressive and negative educative function. 2b3 Gramsci on state and civil society. Gramsci's theory of hegemony is closely associated with his conception of the capitalist state, which he believes rules through consent plus force. The state, Gramsci feels, should not be understood in the narrow sense of the government, but should cover the whole arena of political society. Building on the Marxian notion of the state, Gramsci makes a distinction between the state as a political organization, the integral state, the visible political constitution of civil society, and the state. Building on the Marxian notion of the state, Gramsci makes a distinction between the state as a political organization, the integral state, the visible political constitution of civil society, and the state as merely a government. Gramsci develops his own view of what Marx thought of superstructure. He refers about two major levels of superstructure which he describes as civil society and political society. Civil society is composed of all those private organisms, schools, churches, clubs, journals, and parties which contribute in molecular fashion to the formation of social and political consciousness. Political society, on the other hand, is composed of those public institutions, the government, courts, police, and army, which exercise direct dominion. It is synonymous with the state. The ruling class exerts its power over society on both of these levels of action, but by very different methods. Civil society is the marketplace of ideas, where intellectuals enter as salesmen of contending cultures. The intellectuals succeed in creating hegemony to the extent that they extend the world view of the rulers to the ruled and thereby secure the free consent of the masses to the law and order of the land. To the extent that the intellectuals fail to create hegemony, the ruling class falls back on the state's coercive apparatus, which disciplines those who do not consent and which is constructed for all society in anticipation of moments of crisis of command, when spontaneous consensus declines. There is, thus, the narrower use of the word state in Gramsci, which includes government coercive apparatus together with the general notion of state or integral state, which includes social hegemony and political government. Gramsci provides an insight about civil society and state in the changing circumstances of his times of 1920s, 1930s, and early 1940s of Mussolini's totalitarian and authoritarian regime. What was base in Marx becomes civil society, much larger than the economy base, and includes in it the ensemble of organisms commonly called private, church, school, political parties, market, etc. What was superstructure in Marx becomes state, much narrower than that of Marx, and includes in it the political society, government, political power, power domination arena. Marx's superstructure included the social, political, religious, cultural, and educational aspects of social life. Gramsci's treatment of civil society and political society stemmed and was tied with his theory of hegemony, explaining the power which leadership possessed before attaining state power, and with state power and domination after capturing state power through the supportive class of intellectuals managing and organizing consent for the ruling class. Marx's superstructure is the reflection of the base, whereas Gramsci's superstructure extorts dominance, consent from civil society and exercises force when necessary. Marx was replying to the dilemma of his own times and Gramsci of his times, interpreting it from his own perspective. ILB4 Gramsci's strategy of revolutionary change. One which alone has some importance. To his disappointment, Gramsci found depoliticization and passivity of the Second International 1889 an example of political quietism, giving a vulgar materialistic understanding of social change. a simplistic materialism epistemology which is only a form of idealism in reverse. Gramsci, on the other, sought to have a dialectical and reciprocal unity of theory and practice, thought and action, subject and object. He aspired to build an open, unorthodox theory relevant to the masses, able to stimulate and awake its creative potential. Capitalism does not explore itself, it will have to be seized. His theory of praxis, depended as it was on the working classes and their councils, saw in them formation of socialist grassroots democracies, empowering, dignifying, rejuvenating every day. Inadequate to the tasks as these revolutionary working class and its councils were, they need to be guided by the Revolutionary Party, the modern prince, a tightly organized mass combat organization, a compact vanguard party embedded in the masses, the galvanizer of struggles and a central bearer of critical and active consciousness that is to inflame the masses, whose role is to instruct and coordinate, a pedagogy of praxis. His view of the party was a broad-based mass socialist one, rooted in everyday social reality and linked to a broad network of popular workers' organizations seeking to avoid inter-party obstruction and demonstrating a disciplined unity in action. Gramsci's Revolutionary Party was an organization of the most advanced, the most consciousness and coherent elements of trained and prepared members, organizers. From the organizational point of view, the Gramscian Party was to function organically and not bureaucratically on the basis of democratic centralism and mutual interaction of different decision-making levels. In Gramsci's revolutionary theory of party, there has to be its own group of organic intellectuals who, with combative democratic tribunes, are engaged with the life of the masses and committed to the ideas of freedom, equality, and human solidarity. These intellectuals, seeking to create an organic, egalitarian unity with the lower classes and all the oppressed, are to serve the revolutionary cause as the harbingers of hope and progress, demystifiers of the dominant ideology, organizers of counter-hegemony, helping to empower the masses and lead them, as well as the entire humankind crippled by the capitalist order, to a higher conception of life. As they are the organic part of the community, intellectuals must articulate new values within the shared language and symbols of the larger culture. Hoare and Noel Smith write, in this connection, for Gramsci, the mode of being the new intellectuals can no longer consist in eloquence, which is an exterior and momentary mover of feeling and passions, but in active participation in practical life as constructor, organizer, permanent persuader, and not just a simple orator. As such, the new intellectuals, as an internalized rather than a superimposed force, have to engage the masses in their liberatory philosophy, avoiding an elitist, obscure, and alienating mode of communication which breeds anti-intellectual passivity in the wider population. The new liberatory consciousness has to be organically connected, integrated within the very fabric of social and cultural life of the working class, expressed in the words that belong to the historical moment. Gramsci does not ignore the role of the Revolutionary Party in the testing times and wants it to become a school of democracy and freethinking, educating the cadre and also the wide segments of the working class and the labor and social movements. The party has to place itself at the helm of the many non-class social movements and social currents, united front around the working class power, a historic bloc, a unity in multiplicity, with the leading role of the working class against the capitalist class. Gramsci is well aware of the role of ideology and its struggle, which, according to him, is a double one. To free the working class from ideas that bind it to the existing exploitative order, and 2. To bind other subaltern classes into a bloc with the working class. Hence, he gives ideology a more active role in politics and history, i.e., the role of influencing the terms of consciousness, exerting influence through its own cultural institutions. Public education, as one of the party's numerous fronts, is used to teach, at the most fundamental levels, the ways of cultural Marxism's ideas of social justice and general worldview. Eventually, the conventional wisdom of the culture is changed and the natural order of the culture's thinking reflects the new ideology, all without firing a shot. As the cultural memory of the target culture is replaced by Marxist thinking as the conventional wisdom, a new cultural hegemony is in place. In order to implement his ideas of achieving cultural hegemony, Gramsci developed the ideas of using the culture's functional intellectuals. These are the people who run the culture's schools, media, churches, and social programs of various sorts. They are tasked with maintaining the drumbeat of cultural Marxism. They are the frontline advance troops in the culture war, spreading the cultural hegemony over the capitalist one. Thus, through the war of position, the strategy works towards the war of maneuver. The war of position is a culture war in which anti-capitalist elements seek to gain a dominant voice in mass media, mass organizations, and educational institutions to heighten class consciousness, teach revolutionary analysis and theory, and inspire revolutionary organization. Following the success of the war of position, communist leadership proceeds to begin the war of maneuver, the actual insurrection against capitalism with mass support. I.L.C. Gramsci concluding remarks. Gramsci's respect for Marx was unparalleled. He was, at one point of time, a great advocate of Marx's concept of historical materialism. In Gramscian view, all meaning is derived from the relation between human practical activity, i.e. praxis, and the objective historical and social and historical context. The concepts by which we organize our knowledge of the world do not derive primarily from our relation to things but rather from the social relations between the users of these concepts. Gramsci was a true historicist in the sense that he, like any Marxist, believed that truth was truth when and wherever it is. And yet, he did not fully endorse Marx's materialism regarding it economism while, on the other hand, ignoring factors such as culture. Nor did Gramsci subscribe to the Marxist materialistic views entirely. However, he remained Marxist in his own right, though certain analysts from the center and the right have found something new in his concepts, i.e., in hegemony especially. His contribution to Marxism relates to his theory of hegemony, the role of idea and, in particular, the role of intellectuals and the concepts of civil society to include more than economism. His analysis of culture studies and of political leadership. One may conclude Gramscian contribution in the words of Dan Jakovich, Revolution and the Party in Gramsci's thought. Gramsci's monumental work rightly earned him the reputation of one of the great dialecticians of the 20th century. One of the most definite lessons it could teach us lies in the general lucidity of his methodological example. The construction of material and ideological counter-hegemony, of material dual power and a revolution of consciousness, the transformation of socialism will require an unprecedented level of historical creativity. Despite certain ambiguities and mistakes, as well as numerous misappropriations, he enriched the tradition of socialism from below, committed to the creation of a democratic republic of workers and citizens' councils, an association of self-governing producers. Throughout his life, which was full of suffering, the early battles and disappointments, the terrible anguish and uncertain work in a fascist dungeon with an unbeatable optimism of will, Gramsci has always stood behind that red banner on which the motto, "Never slaves, never masters," has been inscribed, ushering a new democratic socialist civilization. LLL. Hannah Arendt, 1906-75. Hannah Arendt can well be described as one of the influential political philosophers of the 20th century. Though a prominent American intellectual, she did not accept Anglo-American philosophical tendencies of pragmatism, empiricism, and liberalism. Her writings had enormous impact on political theory. In 1975, the year of her death, she got the Sonning Prize by the Danish government for her contribution to European civilization, an award never received by an American or a woman till then. A. Arendt, Her Times and Her Works. Hannah was born on October 14, 1906 in Hanover, Wilhelmine, Germany. Raised in Königsberg, she was the only child of Paul and Martha, both prodigy of entrepreneurs from Russian Jewish families. She was 7 when her father died and her mother married Martin Beerwald in 1920, bringing 2 older stepsisters, Eva and Clara, into Hannah's home. Hannah was an avid reader, and by her 16th year she had interest in reading Kant and Goethe. After her graduation, she demonstrated her love for theology, and that was one reason that she studied theology at the University of Marburg with Rudolf Bultmann. At Marburg, Hannah began her long relationship with Heidegger, who was then lecturing at the university. His writing became what was later known as Being and Time. Her brief and passionate affair with Heidegger ended when she learned of his involvement in the Nationalist Socialist Party. Though their friendship, despite strained relationship, continued for years to come, Hannah Arendt, now referred to as Arendt, was influenced by Heidegger's phenomenological methods, which she studied with Husserl at the University of Heidelberg. She wrote her dissertation on St. Augustine's concept of love under the supervision of Karl Jaspers. Arendt earned her doctorate in September 1929. In 1929, she married Gunther Stern. Antisemitism was then on the rise in Germany. She undertook a project that would help her understand the conflict between German nationalism and minority status. Her book, The Life of a Jewish Woman, a biography of a Jewish salon hostess in Berlin who was converted to Christianity in early 1800s, remained unpublished until 1958. With the rise of National Socialism, the Nazi Party of Hitler, Arendt carried her political activity in association with the German Zionist organization. Arrested by the Gestapo, Arendt escaped prison sentence and fled to Paris in 1933, where she met Walter Benjamin and Raymond Aron, gaining, thus, their friendship. In 1939, she divorced Stern and remarried Heinrich Blücher, a German political refugee in 1940 whom she had met in 1936. Both Arendt and Blücher came to the USA in 1941. During World War I, Arendt wrote The Origins of Totalitarianism, and the same was published in 1951. The book was well received and she became, now, an intellectual celebrity. In 1951, she assumed American citizenship. In 1952, Arendt received a Guggenheim Foundation grant for the study of Marxism and totalitarianism. Her next 3 books, The Human Condition, 1958, Between Past and Future, 1961, and On Revolution, 1968, come from this work. In these texts, her desire to reconstruct political philosophy in phenomenological terms came to the fore. The controversial text Reflections on Little Rock, 1959, studied the emerging Black civil rights movement. She wrote articles for the New York Review of Books in the 1960s and early 1970s criticizing the abuse of executive power and what she calls the imperial presidency associated with military intervention in Vietnam. She became the first woman to hold a full professorship at Princeton University, and she went on to teach at the University of Chicago, Wesleyan University, and the New School for Social Research in New York. Arendt wrote the most controversial work of her career, Eichmann in Jerusalem, in 1963. She covered Eichmann's trial, which led to a series of her lectures, Neo-Kantian in nature, leading to her work, The Life of the Mind, published in 1978. During her lectures at Aberdeen, Scotland, she survived a heart attack. The second and fatal attack occurred in her New York apartment on December 4, 1975. The Life of the Mind had 3 themes: thinking, willing, and judging, but she managed to complete the first 2 parts, which were published posthumously. Arendt's life became the inspiration for the novel An Admirable Woman, 1983, by Arthur A. Cohen, possibly because her personal struggles and romantic life were so intriguing. Her romantic interests included Leo Strauss, Hans J. Morgenthau, and W. H. Auden. During her life, she fiercely guarded her privacy. Arendt's major works included The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, The Human Condition, 1958, Between Past and Future, 1961, On Revolution, 1962, Eichmann in Jerusalem, A Report on the Banality of Evil, 1963, On Violence, 1970, Men in Dark Times, 1968, Crisis of the Republic, 1972, The Life of the Mind, 2 volumes. 1978, Lectures on Kant's Political Philosophy, 1982, Love and St. Augustine, 1996. A brief discussion of Arendt's major writings and the essence contained in them is not out of context. On Totalitarianism, also known as The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, she spoke about the nature of Hitler's Nazism and the Soviet Stalinism. The 2 systems exhibited completely novel form of government. Both were built on terror and ideological fiction. In both regimes, terrorism was not only a means to some political end but was an end in itself. The Human Condition, 1958, was a work in which she undertook a thorough historical philosophical inquiry that returned to the origins of both democracy and political philosophy in the ancient Greek world and its bearing in the modern era. Her specific role was to prepare a phenomenological reconstruction of different aspects of human activity so as to better discern the type of action and engagement. In this work, she sought to assert that politics was a valuable realm of human action, praxis, and the world of appearances, devaluing the human action and subordinating it to the life of contemplation. Regarding Plato as the prime culprit, theory was made above praxis, episteme over mere doxa. In The Human Condition, Arendt set herself to save action and appearance from the depredations of the philosophers. She argued, in this work, for the tripartite division of human activities into labor, work, and action, and their ascending hierarchy important for freedom. On Revolution was her commentary on the French and American revolutions. Disputing the liberal and the Marxist interpretation of these revolutions, Arendt claimed that these revolutions demonstrated the exercise of individuals' fundamental political capacities to establish a tangible public space of freedom, though the 2 revolutions failed to establish freedom in the long run. Eichmann in Jerusalem, A Report on the Banality of Evil, was the characterization of Eichmann's actions as the chief architect and the executioner of Hitler's genocidal final solution for the Jewish problem. Arendt concluded that Eichmann operated unthinkingly, following orders, efficiently carrying them out without any consideration of their effects on those she charged head. Eichmann, Arendt thought, failed to exercise his capacity of thinking, the first volume of The Life of the Mind, and also failed to use self-reflection as a basis for judgment. Thinking is different than knowing. It is reasoning which derives us beyond understanding, knowledge. Judging is interconnected with thinking. Arendt can be rightly described as an original thinker. Her power of originality is evident in her On Totalitarianism, The Origins of Totalitarianism, The Human Condition, On Revolution, and The Life of the Mind. In these works, she not only tossed with the most crucial political events of her times, Laut also interpreted them as specific categories in political thinking. Indeed, she wrote prolifically, and yet it is difficult to classify her in terms of her being a conservative, a liberal, a socialist, or a communitarian. And yet her political ideas were of much importance. Her critique of representative democracy, her emphasis on civil engagement and participation and deliberative activities, her insistence on separating morality from politics, her admiration of revolutionary tradition, her defense of constitutionalism and the rule of law, her advocacy of human rights, her critique of all forms of traditionalism, her identification with republicanism, all these reveal the essence of her political philosophy. Hannah Arendt quotes, There is a strange interdependence between thoughtlessness and evil. Ideas, as distinguished from events, are never unprecedented. Man cannot be free if he does not know that he is subject to necessity. He has to liberate himself from necessity. Opinions are formed in a process of open discussion and public debate, and where no opportunity for the forming of opinions exists, there may be moods of the masses and moods of the individuals, the latter no less fickle and unreliable than the former. But no opinion. Only the mob and the elite can be attracted by the momentum of totalitarianism itself. The masses have to be won by propaganda. The most radical revolutionary will become a conservative the day after the revolution. Storytelling reveals meaning without committing the error of defining it. Arendt on conception of modernity. In her works, The Human Condition and Between Past and Future, Arendt articulated a negative conception of modernity, describing modernity as the age of mass society in which there has been the rise of socia/ out of the previous distinction between the public and the private, and the victory of animal laborns over Homo faber, as the age of bureaucratic administration in which there is the elite domination and manipulation of public opinion, the age of totalitarian forms of government in which Nazism and Stalinism rule terror and violence, as the age where history as a natural process has replaced history as a fabric of actions and events, homogeneity and conformity have replaced plurality and freedom, and where isolation and loneliness have eroded all spontaneous forms of living together, as the age where the past no longer carries any certainty of evaluation. It may be noted that her negative appraisal of modernity was shaped largely by her experience of totalitarianism of the 20th century. She, therefore, deplores the wrongs found in modernity, though she insists on retaining the values of past rather of tradition. Only on the reappropriation of the past, one can hope to give the present its meaning. For her efforts to reestablish link with the past, Arendt is indebted to Walter Benjamin and Martin Heidegger. From Benjamin, she took the idea of a fragmentary historiography, one that seeks to identify the moments of rupture, displacement, and dislocation in history on the one hand, and on the other, enables one to recover the lost potentials of the past. From Heidegger, she took the idea of a deconstructive reading of the Western philosophical tradition, one that seeks to uncover the original meaning of our categories and to liberate them from the distorting incrustations of tradition. What has to be preserved in the past is not traditionalism but what was genuine and fresh in the past, and one that can make the past meaningful and illuminate the present. According to Arendt, modernity has certain features: world alienation, earth alienation, the rise of social, and the victory of animal labyrinths. World alienation refers to the loss of world of experience and action by means of which we establish our self-identity and our adequate sense of reality. Earth alienation refers to the attempt to escape from the confines of the earth and to recreate life, thanks to science and technology, under laboratory conditions. The rise of the social refers to the expansion of market economy and the ever-increasing accumulation of capital where life becomes an object of production and consumption, of acquisition and exchange. The victory of animal labyrinths refers to the victory of the values of labor over those of Homo faber, in which values such as freedom, plurality, solidarity are sacrificed in favor of productivity and abundance. Arendt tells us that the world alienation and the rise of the social emerged from the 16th to the 19th century, while the earth alienation and the victory of animal labyrinths from beginning of the 20th century. She also identifies a number of causes: the discovery of America and the corresponding shrinking of the earth, the waves of expropriation started during the Reformation, the invention of the telescope challenging the adequacy of the senses, the rise of modern science and philosophy, and the expansion of the realm of the economy, of the production and accumulation of social wealth. 3b. 2. Arendt's theory of praxis. Arendt's theory of praxis is her most original contribution to the 20th century political thought. Praxis or action is different from fabrication. It is, rather, linked to freedom and plurality through speech and remembrance. Action, being a mode of human togetherness, helps develop a conception of participatory democracy which is opposed to bureaucratized and elitist forms of politics. For Arendt, action is one of the fundamental categories of the human condition and constitutes the highest realization of the vita activa, the three categories which correspond to the three fundamental activities of our being in the world: labor, work, and action. Labor is the activity which is linked to the human condition of life, work is the activity which is tied to the condition of worldliness, and action is the activity tied to the condition of plurality. For Arendt, each activity is autonomous in the sense of having its own distinctive principles. Labor is judged by its ability to sustain human life, to cater to our biological needs of consumption and reproduction. Work is judged by its ability to build and maintain a world fit for human use, and action is judged by its ability to disclose the identity of the agent, to affirm the reality of the world, and to actualize our capacity for freedom. Labor, work, and action are characteristics which make human life complete. It is these, Arendt argues, which distinguish humans from animals and gods. Of the three, action alone has two central features: A, freedom, and B, plurality. By freedom, Arendt means the capacity to begin, to start something new, to do the unexpected, with which all human beings are endowed by virtue of being born. Action as the attainment of freedom, Arendt says, is rooted in the fact that each birth indicates a new beginning and the introduction of something novel in the world. Plurality as the other feature of action stems from the fact that any action is never done in isolation from others. Action needs plurality in the sense that performing artists need an audience. Without the presence of others, Arendt argues, action would cease to be meaningful activity. Action, to the extent that it requires appearing in public, making oneself known through words and deeds, and eliciting the consent of others, can only exist in a context defined by plurality. It is by virtue of plurality that each of us is capable of acting and relating to others in ways that are unique and distinctive, and in so doing, contributing to a complex network of actions and relationships. This network of actions is what makes up the realm of human affairs, that space where individuals relate directly without the intermediary of things or matter, that is, through language. Speech through language entails action. The two go together and bring people in relation to one another. Arendt's characterization of power as acting in concert is an example of plurality as a feature of action. In concert means a situation where word and deed have not parted company, where words are not empty, as Arendt says, and deeds not brutal, where words are used to veil intentions but to disclose realities, and deeds are not used to violate and destroy but to establish relations and create new realities. The polis, Greek word for community, stands, for Arendt, more than just a place or location. It is a source of appearance whose primary function is to preserve the words and deeds of its citizens from the oblivion and the ravages of time, and thereby leave a testament for future generation. The polis by establishing a framework where action and speech would record and transform stories, where every citizen would be a witness and thereby a potential narrator. What the polis established, then, was a space where organized remembrance could take place, and where, as a result, the mortality of actors and the fragility of human deeds could be partially overcome. For Arendt, therefore, the polis stands for the space of appearance, for that space where appear to others as others appear to me, where men exist not merely like other living or inanimate things, but to make their appearance explicitly. Such public space of appearance can always be recreated anew wherever individuals gather together politically, that is, wherever men are together in the manner of speech and action. The space of appearance must be continually recreated by action. Its existence is secured whenever actors gather together for the purpose of discussing and deliberating about matters of public concern, and it appears the moment these activities cease. It is always a potential space that finds its actualization in the actions and speeches of individuals who have come together to undertake some common project. 3b. 3.2. Arendt's theory of judgment. Arendt's writings, as against those on the theory of action, do not present a unified theory of judgment. They represent two distinct models, one based on the standpoint of the actor, the other on the standpoint of the spectator, both at odds with each other. Judgment as the facility of the political actors acting in the political realm, and judgment as the privilege of the non-participating spectators. The actor's model, judging in order to act, and the spectator's model, judging in order to call the meaning from the past. The judgment as the faculty of the political actors, acting in the political realm, is what may be called, as Arendt says, political ability, the ability to see things not only from one's point of view but from the perspective of all those who happen to be present. One of the fundamental abilities of man as a political being, insofar as it enables him to orient himself in the political realm, in the common world, see her better past and future. This ability is one's insight having its roots in the common sense, disclosing to us the nature of the world insofar as it is a common world. It is judging through which sharing the world with others is possible. For Arendt, the validity of political judgment depends on our ability to think representatively, i.e., from the standpoint of everyone else, so that we are able to look at the world from a number of different perspectives. And this ability, in turn, can only be acquired and tested in a public forum where individuals have the opportunity to exchange their opinions on particular matters and see whether they accord with the opinions of others. In this respect, the process of opinion formation is never a solitary activity. Rather, it requires a genuine encounter with different opinions so that a particular issue may be examined from every possible standpoint until, as she puts it, it is flooded and made transparent by the full light of human comprehension. Validity goes with the representative character of judgment and valid opinions, while truth, however rational it may be, leaves the mind little freedom of movement. It rather eliminates the diversity of views and reduces the richness of human discourse. Arendt's defense of judgment as a well-grounded opinion needs to be understood as a defense of political deliberation. For Arendt, it is the spectators who have the privilege of judging impartially and disinterestedly, and in doing so they exercise two crucial faculties, imagination and common sense. Imagination is the faculty of representing in one's mind that which has already appeared to one's senses. Through the imagination one can represent objects that are no longer present and thus establish the distance necessary for an impartial judgment. The other faculty that spectators have to apply is common sense of sensus communis, since without it they could not share their judgments or overcome their individual idiosyncrasies. Kant believed that for our judgments to be valid we must transcend our private or subjective conditions in favor of public and intersubjective ones, and we are able to do this by appealing to our community sense, our sensus communis. The criterion for judgment, then, is communicability, and the standard for deciding whether our judgments are indeed communicable is to see whether they could fit with the sensus communis of others. Arendt points out that the emphasis on the communicability of judgment of taste, and the correlative notion of an enlarged mentality, link up effortlessly with Kant's idea of a united mankind living in eternal peace. She argues that it is by virtue of this idea of mankind, present in every single man, that men are human, and they can be called civilized or humane to the extent that this idea becomes the principle not only of their judgments but of their actions. It is at this point that actor and spectator become united. The maxim of the actor and the maxim, the standard, according to which the spectator judges the spectacles of the world, become one. 3b. For Arendt, her other political ideas. For highlighting Arendt's contribution to the conception of citizenship, it should be important to discuss it through two themes. 1. The public sphere, and 2. Public agency and public identity. So far as the theme of public sphere is concerned, Arendt refers to a. The space of appearance, a space of political freedom and equality. This space comes into being when citizens act in concert through speech and persuasion. b. The command world is the shared and public world of human artifacts, institutions and settings which separate us from nature. Both the dimensions are essential to the practice of citizenship, the former providing the spaces where it can flourish, the latter providing the stable background from which public spaces of action and deliberation can arise. For Arendt, the reactivation of citizenship in the modern world depends upon both the recovery of a common, shared world and the creation of numerous spaces of appearance in which individuals can disclose their identities and establish relations of reciprocity and solidarity. As regards the first feature, Arendt always stressed the artificiality of public life and of political activities in general, the fact that they are man-made and constructed rather than natural or given. She regarded this artificiality as something to be celebrated rather than deplored. Politics for her was not the result of some natural predisposition or the realization of the inherent traits of human nature. Rather, it was a cultural achievement of the first order to enable individuals to transcend the necessities of life and to fashion a world within which free political action and discourse could flourish. Equality does not rest in some natural condition, but it is a natural attribute which individuals obtain in the public realm. Rejecting neo-romantic appeals to the VO/K and to ethnic identity as the basis for political community, Arendt maintained that one's ethnic, religious, or racial identity was irrelevant to one's identity as a citizen, and that it should never be made the basis of membership in a political community. Political participation itself is important, Arendt says, for it helps to establish relations of civility and solidarity. She rejects intimacy and warmth helping to build something political. Only civic friendship and solidarity make and preserve what may be called political. The second feature stressed by Arendt has to do with the spatial quality of public life, with the fact that political activities are located in a public space where citizens are able to meet one another, exchange their opinions and debate their differences, and search for some collective solution to their problems. Politics, for Arendt, is a matter of people sharing a common world and a common space of appearance so that public concerns can emerge and be articulated from different perspectives. In her view, it is not enough to have a collection of private individuals voting separately and anonymously according to their private opinions. Rather, these individuals must be able to see and talk to one another in public, to meet in a public political space, so that their differences as well as their commonalities can emerge and become the subject of democratic debate. A further implication of Arendt's conception of the spatial quality of politics is that since politics is a public activity, one cannot be part of it without in some sense being present in a public space. To be engaged in politics means actively participating in the various public forums where the decisions affecting one's community are taken. Arendt's insistence on the importance of direct participation in politics is thus based on the idea that, since politics is something that needs a worldly location and can only happen in a public space, then if one is not present in such a space, one is simply not engaged in politics. This public or world-centered conception of politics lies also at the basis of the third feature stressed by Arendt, the distinction between public and private interests. According to Arendt, political activity is not a means to an end, but an end in itself. One does not engage in political action to promote one's welfare, but to realize the principle intrinsic to political life, such as freedom, equality, justice, and solidarity. In a late essay entitled Public Rights and Private Interests, PRPI, Arendt discusses the difference between one's life as an individual and one's life as a citizen, between the life spent on one's own and the life spent in common with others. She argues that our public interest as citizens is quite distinct from our private interest as individuals. The public interest is not the sum of private interests, not their highest common denominator, or even the total of enlightened self-interests. The public interest refers to the interests of a public world which we share as citizens and which we can pursue and enjoy only by going beyond our private self-interest. With respect to the second claim concerning the question of political agency, it is important to stress the connection that Arendt establishes between political action, understood as the active engagement of citizens in the public realm, and the exercise of effective political agency. This connection between action and agency is one of the central contributions of Arendt's participatory conception of citizenship. According to Arendt, the active engagement of citizens in the determination of the affairs of their community provides them not only with the experience of public freedom and public happiness, but also with a sense of political agency and efficacy. Arendt's views on power are, indeed, instructive. It is not strength. Unlike strength, it is not the property of an individual but of a plurality of actors joining together for common political purpose. It is not force. Unlike force, power is not a natural phenomenon, but a human creation, the outcome of collective engagement. It is not violence. Unlike violence, Arendt says, it is based not on coercion but on consent and rational persuasion. For Arendt, power is a sui generis phenomenon since it is a product of action and rests entirely on persuasion. It is a product of action because it arises out of the concerted activities of a plurality of agents, and it rests on persuasion because it consists in the ability to secure the consent of others through unconstrained discussion and debate. Arendt maintains that the legitimacy is always continuing and derived from the initial getting together of people, that is, from the original pact of association that establishes a political community, and is reaffirmed whenever individuals act in concert through the medium of speech and persuasion. For her, power needs no justification, being inherent in the very existence of political communities. What it does need is legitimacy. Power springs up whenever people get together and act in concert, but it derives its legitimacy from the initial getting together rather than from any action that then may follow. Indeed, for Arendt, power is what keeps the public realm, the political space of appearance between acting and speaking men, in existence. Like the space of appearance, power is always a power potential and not an unchangeable, measurable, and reliable entry like force or strength. It springs up between men when they act together and vanishes the moment they disperse. Power, then, lies at the basis of every political community and is the expression of a potential that is always available to actors. It is also the source of legitimacy of political and governmental institutions, the means whereby they are transformed and adapted to new circumstances and made to respond to the opinions and needs of the citizens. It is the people's support that lends power to the institutions of a country, and this support is but the continuation of the consent that brought the laws into existence to begin with. All political institutions are manifestations and materializations of power. They petrify and decay as soon as the living power of the people ceases to uphold them. Arendt's views on politics and democracy are not less significant. According to her, power is not the right of the rulers, but it is only that they exercise it. The rulers exercise power as is conferred on them through people's support. As the people's support empowers them to exercise power, the rulers are entitled to exercise power so long as they are able to obtain and sustain power. Likewise, the power of the law is not the command of the ruler, it is the reward/return the rulers receive after having performed their responsibilities. They have powers to command because they have to perform duties and obligations. The government, Arendt insists, is the product of people's consent. Power stems from the consent and remains until the consent remains. ILC, Arendt, evaluation. Arendt remains the most original, challenging, and, indeed, influential thinkers of the 20th century. Her works had an impact on the development of modern political theory. In numerous conferences, her work had become the source of scholarly seminars. A host of political thinkers with varying divergent positions made use of her thought, especially participatory Democrats such as Benjamin Barber and Sheldon Volleen, communitarians such as Taylor and McIntyre, and neo-Kantians such as Habermas, Wellmer, Richard Bernstein, and Salah Ben Habib. She had well devoted her writings to the nature of politics and political life in a manner called phenomenological in character. Arendt wrote for about 2 decades on topics which covered all possible issues relating to her times, and yet she produced no major work on feminism. She was a born Jew and fought furiously for the Jewish people, for her own life, and yet wrote dissertation on a Christian saint. The Hellenic and German influence on her thought was quite clear, and yet her emphasis on direct citizen deliberation, admiring political freedom, excluded all that one finds in representative model. Her analysis of the political events of her times and her interpretation of political concepts were without any specific flaws, and yet she could hardly escape criticism from the feminists and Marxists. She lived the life of a refugee in the United States, and yet it is difficult to detect any American influence on her. She shared, with pride, the classical heritage which her political philosophy sought to elucidate, and yet she could hardly find something good in modernism. She kept tossing between the past and future. Practice questions. 1. What did Marx learn from Hegel, Smith, and Proudhon? Examine. 700 to 800 words. 2. Elucidate Marx's theory of surplus value. 200 to 250 words. 3. The history of all hitherto existing classes is the history of class struggle. In the light of this statement, explain Marx's theory of class struggle. 700, 800 words. 4. Compare Marx's views on revolution with those of Aristotle. 200 to 250 words. 5. Explain Gramsci's concept of hegemony. What was the rationale behind his theory of hegemony? 700, 800 words. 6. What role does Gramsci assign to the intellectual class in his theory of hegemony? 200 to 250 words. 7. Explain Gramsci's strategy of revolutionary change. 700 to 800 words. 8. Bring out the essence of Arendt's thought from her writings on the origins of totalitarianism or the human condition. 200 to 250 words. 9. Discuss clearly Arendt's critique of modernity. 700 to 800 words. 10. Write a brief essay on Arendt's theory of praxis. 200 to 250 words. 11. Comment on Hannah Arendt's conception of the political. 2012, 200 word. 12. Discuss in what sense Marx's understanding of state can be considered as materialistic. 2013, 700, 800 words. J. 13. Power is never a property of an individual. It belongs to a group and remains in existence only so long as the group keeps together. M. Hannah Arendt. 2014, 200 words. Indian nationalism, strategies and perspectives. Nationalism is an infantile disease, the measles of mankind, yet we may not dispute Haywood's comment that it is at various times progressive and reactionary, democratic and authoritarian, liberating and repressive, and left-wing and right-wing. However, it does not have a characteristic in every form of nationalism the central political importance of the nation itself. Rader 1 may not agree with Einstein that nationalism and its growth do not emerge all of a sudden. Numerous factors, some internal and some external, contribute to the evolution of nationalist feelings in any country over a period of time. This is true with regard to the evolution and growth of nationalism in India. The exploitation of Indian resources by the British East India Company before 1857 and that of the British government after 1857 led to the growing poverty of Indians. As a consequence of English exploitation and the arrogance and oppressive behavior of the British, the racial antagonism coming as these were through their civilizing mission, the oppressive brutal rule of the English, the imposition of the English way of life, including their language and system of education, their desire to make India their colony, all these went into preparing a ground on which was built nationalistic consciousness among the Indians, though slowly and gradually. The introduction of means of transport and communication played its indirect role, while the rise of the Indian press a direct role. The introduction of means of transport and communication played its indirect role, while the rise of the Indian press a direct role in generating nationalism in India. R.C. Majumdar, History of the Freedom Movement in India, rightly says, the strong current of the nationalist ideas which passed over the whole of Europe must have stimulated the growth of nationalism in India. The ideas and events culminating in the American independence and the French Revolution in the latter part of the 18th century and the glorious struggles in different regions of Europe in 1830 and 1848 made a profound impression on the English-educated Indians. These English-educated Indians led the Indian nationalism in its early years, following the formation of the Indian National Congress in 1885. The role of the social and religious Renaissance movements during the 19th century India made a ground for political awakening in India. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, 17721-833, aptly described as the prophet of the Indian Renaissance, was indeed the father of modern India. His two greatest contributions were I. Founding of the Brahmo Samaj, 1828, and 2. Seeking the abolition of Sati, 1829. Following the foundation of the Brahmo Samaj, there began numerous other socio-religious reform movements in the country. The Prarthana Samaj, 1857, M.G. Ranade, the Veda Samaj, 1865, Madras, the Arya Samaj, 1875, Swami Dayananda Saraswati, the Ramakrishna Mission, 1896-97, Swami Vivekanand, the Theosophical Society, 1875, Blavatsky, Alcott, together with other social organizations such as Satya Sadhak Samaj, Sri Narayana Dharma Paripalana Sabha, the Ahmadiyya and Aligarh movements and the Singh Sabhas made the beginnings of the Indian nationalism possible. Though these social religious movements were regional in scope, their general perspectives were remarkably similar, which, to a great extent, gave way to a common consciousness. Numerous historical researches by scholars such as Prince Bothillink, and the archaeologists like Alexander Cunningham and Marshall, and men with literary interests like Sir William Jones, Max Muller, Jacobi, Colebrook, Roth and Keith gave to the Indians a history of the country which was glorious enough to be proud of, as it brought to light an India which was once a culturally, socially and economically developed nation. These historical findings developed among the Indians a new sense of pride in their ancient civilization. The spread of Western education and through it Western civilization and culture made the Indians well aware of political thinking emerging in the world, especially Europe. Relevant terms such as liberty, equality, fraternity, nationality, nationalism, revolution went straight into the Indian heads. The press, with dailies like the Amrit Bazar Patrika, the Indian Mirror, the Hindu, the Kesari, the Bengali, and the like contributed a lot to the growth of Indian nationalism. The English language, means of transport and communication, and the English rule did bring Indians closer. Thus was born a modern India, largely during the closing years of the 19th century. Before the birth of the Indian National Congress, there had emerged numerous provincial organizations in the country. Mention may be made of the British Indian Society, Bengal. Thompson, 1843. The British Indian Association, Bengal, 1851. Harish Chandra Mukherjee, Debendranath Tagore, Rajendra Mitutra. The Bombay Presidency Association, Feroz Shah Mehta, Jagannath, Badruddin Tayabji, 1852. The East India Association, Bombay, Dadabhai Naoroji, 1866. The Sarvajanik Sabha, Bombay, 1870, M.G. Ranade. The Indian Association, Bengal, 1876, S.N. Banerjee. And the Mahajan Sabha, 1884. Birth of the Indian National Congress. The Indian National Union was made the Indian National Congress at the suggestion of Dadabhai Naoroji. The Indian National Congress was founded in 1885 by A. O. Hume, a retired official of the English East India Company. The first session of the Indian National Congress began in Bombay, now Mumbai, on December 28, 1885 with W.C. Banerjee. 72 delegates from different parts of the country attended the first session. 434 attended in 1886, 607 in 1887, and 1,200 in 1888. During the years 1889 and 1890, the attendance went up to about 2,000. The four objectives of the Indian National Congress as declared then were I. Promotion of personal intimacy and friendship among the workers of the country's cause. 2. Eradication of all possible race, creed or provincial prejudices amongst all the lovers of the country, and the fuller development of national unity. 3. The authoritative record of the matured opinions of the educated class in India. 4. The determination of the lines upon which the next 12 months would be devoted to labor for the welfare for public interest. The British government in India welcomed the formation of the Indian National Congress during the initial years, suspected it later and finally ridiculed it thereafter. The Indian National Congress spearheaded the liberation struggle, though extremists, revolutionaries, the peasants, and the workers too played their role. For about the first 20 years, from 1885 to 1905, the Indian National Congress sought reforms, social, economic, political, military, in the Indian society through methods exclusively of constitutionalism. Following the Partition of Bengal Proposal 1905, mass movements such as Swadeshi and boycott began in the country, and there were launched extremist and revolutionary activities in major parts of the country, openly at some places and secretively at others, sometimes from the India soil and sometimes from abroad. With the rise of Gandhi on the Indian political scene from 1915 to 16 onwards, especially since 1917, the era of mass satyagraha entered the liberation struggle in India, though the peasants and the workers too contributed to the freedom struggle. India attained freedom on August 15, 1947. The strategy. Constitutionalism. The Indian National Congress in the first 20 years was known as the Moderate Congress, with moderate leaders such as Hume, Banerjee, Wedderburn, George Ewell, Dinshaw Wacha, Subramaniam Iyer, Feroz Mehta, Dadabhai Naoroji, Surendranath Banerjee, Badruddin Tayabji, Madnamohan Malviya, M.G. Ranade, and Gopal Krishna Gokhale. These leaders thought of the English rule in India as a blessing and regarded India's development as being associated with the development of Great Britain. For these leaders, the English were men of justice and their rule in India was indeed just. They thought that the English rulers in India and the English people in general were to be made familiar with the problems which the Indians faced. As most of the Indian leadership was an English-educated one, it found the English friendly and sympathetic. The demands of the then Indian National Congress were moderate, as were their methods and strategies. Regarding the British rule in India as being kind and considerate, the moderate Congress thought that whatever India had attained so far was the gift of the English. Through their annual resolutions, the Indian National Congress during 1885 to 1905 sought reforms in the Indian Council, the highest body in England composed mostly of the appointed English officials. That was why that the Congress, in its 10th annual resolution, demanded the setting up of a committee to give advice to the Secretary of State for India. The Congress also demanded the reorganization of the Indian legislative councils and of the provincial legislative councils, seeking more inclusion of the Indians in them. It was because of these demands that the Indian Councils Act, 1892, increased the number of additional members in these councils. The Congress's other demands during the period, 1885 to 1905, included I. The appointment of Indians to the high governmental posts. 2. Increasing the age for competitive examination and their being conducted in India as well. The age was subsequently increased from 19 to 23. 3. The expenditure on military operations be cut. Foreign wars should not be imposed on Indians. 4. Indians be given high posts in the military services. V. Executive and judiciary be separated. 6. Land reforms be introduced and zamindari oppression be removed. 7. Progress in trade, commerce and industry be made in India's favor and the use of Swadeshi goods be increased. 8. Local self-government institutions be encouraged. 9. Educational institutions be promoted, university acts be relaxed, and X. Attempts be made to protect the civil rights of the people. Despite these repeated requests passed by the Indian National used through annual sessions, nothing much was done either by the British government in India or by the government in England. The strategy for seeking the redressal of the Congress's demands during the first 20 years of its establishment was constitutional and peaceful, mostly in the form of resolutions, appeals and requests, with hands always folded and heads always bowed. The Congress leadership sought audience of the English officials in order to present to them their resolutions. Their major strategy was meeting the officials, convincing them about their demands and bringing them round to their opinions. Propaganda was the chief weapon which the moderate Congress used. Leaders such as Dadabhai Naoroji, Wedderburn and Hume laid much emphasis on propaganda both in India as well as in England. They were of the opinion that if the Englishmen in general and the English Parliament in particular were properly informed and opinionated, success would soon follow. Naoroji and Wedderburn forcefully launched the Congress movement in England. In 1888, a paid Indian agency was set up under the leadership of William Digby. The following year, there was formed in England the British Committee of the Indian National Congress, which was to supply authoritative and detailed information about the national movement. In 1893, the British Committee succeeded in forming the Indian Parliamentary Committee. With the election of Naoroji and Wedderburn to the House of Commons, there started a more effective propaganda of the Congress in England. The Indian National Congress, it is said, spent about £3,000 for carrying out its work in England. At the behest of the Congress leaders, numerous English parliamentarians, while in the British Parliament, took keen interest in Indian affairs. These included men such as John Bright, Henry Fawcett, Charles Bradlaugh, Schwann, McNeill, Seymour, Key, and Samuel Smith. A magazine called India began publishing in England. The moderate Congress made use of sending delegations from time to England, which would make its point in a discussion with the English people. The first official deputation consisted of Surendranath Banerjee, W.C. Banerjee, Eardley Norton, and A.O. Hume in 1890. This delegation delivered many lectures on Indian affairs. G.K. Gokhale and Dinshaw Wacha and Subramania Iyer also went to England to give evidence before the Welby Commission and in the process spoke about the Indian point of view. Though the moderate strategy of constitutionalism did not yield much success, its loyalism towards the British rulers stood more as an obstacle. That was one reason that the nationalist leadership of 1885 to 1905 could not attract and entertain much of the support for the Indian masses. However, the moderates did lay the ground for the later leadership to lead the liberation movement. LLL. Strategy: extremist militant revolutionary. The rise of militant extremism in the early days of the 20th century may be traced to numerous factors. The young congressmen were not satisfied with either moderate demands of the early congressmen or their moderate methods. The new socio-economic conditions throwing a vast majority of the locally educated Indians out on the roads were already a disappointed lot. The terrible natural calamities, 18 famines in 1896 and a plague in 1897. With no or only negligible relief coming from the Government had already exhibited the officials' bankruptcy, the humiliation of the Indians abroad, especially in South Africa where they were treated nothing better than either slaves or criminals, made them realize that they were regarded worse abroad because they were not better at home. The victory of Ethiopia over Italy and of Japan over Russia in 1896 and 1905 respectively had already shown that European invincibility was merely a matter on paper. The partition of Bengal, proposed and effected in 1905, though invoked in 1911, was the lone factor that changed the course of our liberation struggle. From 1905 began the extremist militant movement which replaced the Congress's strategy of constitutionalism by Swadeshi and boycott. The slogans such as Swadeshi and boycott set India ablaze with sentiments, and Swaraj became our guiding mantra. Though the 1906 Calcutta session of the Congress headed by Dadabhai Naoroji avoided the split in the Congress, yet the Surat split, 1907. At the Surat Congress session gave the leadership of the nationalist movement in India in the hands of Lala Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Bipin Chandra Pal, Aurobindo Ghosh, and the like. These extremist leaders presided over the nationalist feelings for about a decade, demanding Swaraj, self-government in the country with strategies relatively harsher than those of the moderate Congress of boycott, passive resistance, and Swadeshi. These leaders were no admirers of the English rule in India, nor did they have any faith in the English sense of justice. Often describing the British rule as a curse on India, these leaders were the sons of the soil sorts and had found in Indian past all pride and all glory. In themselves, they were not revolutionaries, though Valentine Kairal had described Tilak, Lokmanya, as he was respectfully referred to, as the father of the Indian unrest, but they had all sympathized with the revolutionary activities. The problem of the partition of Bengal was more political than administrative. S. Gopal, The British Policy in India 1858 to 1905, quoted the then Home Secretary of India saying, "Bengal united is power, Bengal divided will pull in reversal different ways. One of our main objects is to split up and thereby weaken a solid body of opponents to our rule." Though the partition proposal was publicly known in December 1903, the decision to partition Bengal was announced on July 19, 1905 and was brought into effect on October 16, 1905. Anti-partition movement was launched on August 7, 1905. There was a hardal in Calcutta, people walked bare feet and took bath in the Ganga. Amar Sonar Bangla and Band Mataram were sung in the streets. Bengal was protesting, so was the whole of India. The extremists, as opposed to the moderate congressmen, had a dominant influence over the people and over the ongoing movements in the country. They introduced several new forms of mobilization and techniques of struggle. Mendicancy and petitioning of the moderates gave way to hartals and passive resistance. Reforms came to be replaced by Swaraj. Requests were eclipsed by right, Swaraj as a birthright, Tilak. Swadeshi became the order of the day. Extended boycott came to include boycott of foreign goods, boycott of government schools and colleges, courts, and government services. Moderates' cooperation with the British was replaced by the extremists' methods of conflict. Moderates had worked with the government while the extremists fought with it. The moderates conversed with the Englishmen while the extremists argued with them. Obviously, the extremist politics was not to the liking of the British officials in India. The British authorities did everything to alienate the extremists, appeasing the moderates, welcoming the Muslim deputation in October 1906, seeking separate representation of the Muslims in the legislative bodies, and blessing the founding of the All India Muslim League in December 1906. While the repressive policy of the British government in India went on curbing the extremists, there had been the revolutionary movement already at work to take on the British imperialists, some of its adherents resorting to anarchical activities. Barendra Kumar Ghosh and Bhupendra Nath Dutt in particular building underground societies. Gormukh Nihal Singh writes, their secret societies trained the young recruits in physical exercises, use of weapons and religious practices of Shakti cult. The weapons for them were obtained in different ways. By manufacturing bombs, by stealing firearms, by purchasing them from foreign lands and smuggling them into the country. Activities launched then were as under. An attempt was made in December 1907 to blow up the train in which Lieutenant Governor of Bengal was traveling. Shortly after, the district magistrate of Dhaka was shot in the back, though not fatally. These activities in the provinces of Bengal were followed by attempts to kill Kingsford, though he survived. Sir Andrew Fraser was murdered in November 1908. Besides Bengal, Maharashtra was another important center of revolutionary activities. Abhinava Bharat, the well-known Revolutionary Association of Nasik, seriously took up the revolutionary activities and tried to spread its branches all over Maharashtra. According to R. C. Majumdar, as a result of its efforts, there was at that time a network of secret societies all over the country. Many colleges and educational institutions in Pune and Bombay had at least one secret society or branch of Abhinava Bharat. Some secret societies set up factories at Nasik, Pune, Bombay, Kathura, Basai, etc. for manufacturing bombs or explosive materials. Their activities also included collection of and training in arms and explosives wherever and whenever possible. Among the revolutionary leaders of Maharashtra, Shyamji Krishnavarma, the Chefakar brothers, and the Savrukar brothers were the most eminent. In December 1909, Jackson, the district magistrate of Nasik, who had committed Ganesh Savrukar to trial, was shot dead. Like Bengal and Maharashtra, the Punjab also witnessed the outburst of revolutionary activities. Hardial, Ajit Singh, and Sufi Amba Prasad spread the revolutionary spirit all over the province. Lala Lajpat Rai helped them a great deal, though, like Tilak, he concentrated his activities in Congress work. As usual, secret arrangements were made for collecting arms and manufacturing bombs. Ajit Singh, along with Amba Prasad, distributed a number of revolutionary publications. Taking advantage of the discontent caused by the colonization bill, Ajit Singh and Syed Haider Riza formed the Indian Patriots Association and addressed a meeting at Lyalpur. The reactionary policy of Lieutenant Governor Sir Denzil Abedison also added fuel to the fire. In consequence, there were riots in Lahore and Rawalpindi. The revolutionary activities, though not of a very organized character, also made appearances in Madras, Benares, and in many other parts of the present Rajasthan. On March 13, 1908, a serious riot broke out in Tinuvali. Many public buildings were attacked and partially burnt. The furniture and official records were set on fire. Revolutionary ideas were preached in public meetings, and some sort of secret association was organized by Nilakanta Brahmachari. On June 17, 1911, the district magistrate of Tinuvali was shot in a railway carriage. The revolutionaries of Rajasthan carried on their activities under the leadership of Arjun Lal Sethi, Bharat Keshri Singh, and Rao Gopal Singh. Benares also became a very big center of revolutionary activities. The revolutionary activities were also carried beyond the borders of India. In London, an India House was opened by Shyamji Krishnavarma, who published a paper called The Indian Sociologist. The India House soon became the center of revolutionary activities. In July 1909, one Madan Lal Dhingra assassinated Col Sir William Curzon Wyllie by way of vengeance for the heavy sentences of transportation and death passed by British courts on patriotic Indian youths. Dr. Lakaka was also murdered at the Imperial Institute, London. In the meantime, the government kept pursuing the policies of repression, arresting some while dividing others. World War began in 1914. There was the union between the moderates and the extremists on the one hand, and between the Congress and the Muslim League in Lucknow in 1916 on the other. The Lucknow Pact of 1916 between the Congress and the Muslim League brought the two political parties together in a temporary truce. Meanwhile, Tilak's and Annie Besant's Home Rule movements placed before the country a concrete program of self-government. The August Declaration of 1917 by then Secretary of State for India, Lord Montagu, promised a responsible government to the Indians through successive stages of the Indians' successful association in the administration. World War ended in 1918, and the British government gave to the Indians the Government of India Act 1919, enlarged councils with little more powers, diarchy in the form of partial responsible government, and an increased communal representation. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, had already entered the Indian political scene and had begun presiding over the proceedings of the Indian National Congress. 4. Strategy. Non-cooperation and civil disobedience movements. With the techniques of nonviolent satyagraha which Gandhi had learnt in South Africa, where he spent about 22 years, he rose from local mass struggles at Champaran, Kheda, and Ahmedabad to the nationwide mass satyagraha, including non-cooperation movement, 1920-22, also called the Rolat Satyagraha, the civil disobedience movement, 1930-34, also called the Salt Satyagraha, the individual satyagraha, 1940, and to quit India movement, 1942, from which he withdrew soon after the movement went violent. Gandhi made the Congress movement into a mass movement, and with every movement, Gandhi rose as a taller leader. His contribution to the nationalist struggle was without any parallel. He fought a non-violent battle against the mighty British Empire. He made the people fearless, ready to embrace any sacrifice. He was a political leader and a social reformer whose services touched every heart, and at whose call people were ready to lay down their lives. He helped every Indian attain Swaraj, every poor his care, every Dalit his identity. Truth was his goal, nonviolence his means, and humanity his religion. Rabindranath Tagore gave Gandhi the title of Mahatma and the nation, Father. Gandhi's two great mass movements, non-cooperation and civil disobedience, are discussed as under. The non-cooperation movement began as a protest against the Rolat Acts and the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, and with the utilization of Home Rule League and the Khilafat movement, Kakad Ali, Muhammad Ali. The special session of the Congress at Calcutta in August 1920 could not formulate its policy of non-cooperation, but within months, the Congress authorized, at the Nagpur Congress session 1920, Gandhi to launch the nonviolent non-cooperation movement. The Gandhian program of non-cooperation was simple and seemingly negative in character. In essence, it consisted of a boycott of the impending elections under the Government of India Act 1919, b. boycott of government schools and colleges, c. boycott of the law courts, and d. boycott of foreign goods. Besides, the non-cooperation resolution also advised a. surrender of titles and honorary offices and resignation from nominated seats in local bodies, b. refusal to attend government levees, durbars and other official and semi-official functions held by government officials, or in their honor, c. refusal on the part of the military, clerical and laboring classes to offer themselves as recruits for service in Mesopotamia. The constructive side of the program embodied a. the establishment of national schools and colleges for education of children, b. the use of private arbitration courts in place of government courts for litigation, etc., c. the adoption of Swadeshi in piece goods on a vast scale, for the revival of hand-spinning and hand-weaving, and d. the removal of untouchability. The non-cooperation campaign was unfolded in the early months of 1921, and the whole nation rose as one. Masses of students left the government-controlled educational institutions. The lawyers of the eminence, as of C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru, gave up their practice, abjured their accustomed luxury, and plunged into the movement. Many Muslim leaders like Ali brothers, Dr. Ansari and Abul Kalam Azad also came forward as non-cooperators. Seth Jamna Lal Bajaj promised to pay an annual sum of Rs.100,000 for the maintenance of non-proselytizing lawyers. The tax/law and charkha appeared in every home. They became the symbols of the movement, both in its political as well as its economic aspect. The charkha appeared on the national flag and dominated the political history of India throughout the Gandhian era. In this potentially explosive situation, the British government arranged for the visit of the Prince of Wales to India. Misreading the Indian mind, the authorities believed that the prince's presence would excite the imagination of the masses with their traditional reverence for royalty. Here they erred grievously. The Congress, while emphasizing that it meant no disrespect to the British crown, proclaimed a boycott of all functions connected with the prince's visit on the ground that the authorities were exploiting his presence for political purposes. Consequently, a complete suspension of public life, including the closing of business houses and schools, preceded the prince wherever he went. Empty streets greeted him, and the functions held in his honor were boycotted. The government now struck, and struck hard. All Congress and Khilafat organizations were outlawed, and a policy of mass arrests was adopted. In the next 5 months, 30,000 nationalists were sent to prison with their eminent leaders, viz. Mahatma Gandhi, the Ali brothers, Lala Lajpat Rai, Motilal Nehru, Hussein Ahmad, Abul Kalam Azad, and others. In mid-February 1922, Gandhi withdrew the movement. Gandhi withdrew the movement owing to the outbreak of mass violence at Chaurichara in the Gorakhpur district of the United Provinces, now Uttar Pradesh. Though the withdrawal of the movement was criticized by numerous Congress leaders, C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Patel, Subhash Chandra Bose, yet the movement demonstrated the willingness and ability of Indians to make any sacrifice for the nation. It almost took another 8 years for Gandhi to launch the Salt Satyagraha, the civil disobedience movement. In between, the Swaraj Party successfully condemned the Government of India Act 1919 and forced the Simon Commission, 1928, to review the Act of 1919. The holding of the All-Parties Conference to prepare the Nehru Report. 1929, Jinnah's 14 points, propagating the communal virus, the historical Lahore session of the Congress, 1929, declaring the passage of the Purna Swaraj resolution under the leadership of the Congress President, Jawaharlal Nehru, all happened in a row. In accordance with the decision taken at the Lahore session, the Independence Day was celebrated with great enthusiasm throughout the country. Meetings were held in almost every town and village where the Independence Pledge was read and taken by millions of people. The Independence Pledge-taking ceremony on January 26, 1930 demonstrated the depth and strength of popular feeling which only awaited a signal to launch on civil disobedience. Even then, Gandhi did not make haste. On January 31st, he suddenly announced his 11 points, expressing his willingness to put off the civil disobedience. When Gandhi's offer of cooperation on the basis of the 11 points failed to yield any result, he had no other way but to launch his campaign of civil disobedience. Hence, on March 12, 1930, Mahatma Gandhi, accompanied by his 78 hand-picked followers, set out on his famous march from his ashram at Sabarmati for the small village Dandi on the seashore, a distance of 241 miles, to break the salt law. Along the route, he preached the message of nonviolence, and as he marched, a fire of patriotic fervor flared through the country. On the 24th day, Gandhi reached the seashore. Early next morning, soon after the morning prayers, he and his followers broke the salt law, for example, c. Rajagopalachari breaking the salt law at the sea coast at Tanjore by picking up salt from the seashore. It was a signal for the army of the nonviolence to charge the citadel of British imperialism. The general had made his first attack and his disciples followed the leader. Gandhi's action was followed by a countrywide breaking of the salt law. At places where salt law could not be violated because of the absence of saline water, other laws were violated. At Calcutta, the sedition law was broken by publicly reading seditious literature. In the central provinces, forest laws were violated. As a part of the campaign, boycott of foreign goods and picketing of liquor shops were also started on an extensive scale. Besides, ladies of respectable families joined in hundreds and suffered imprisonment. Thus, the civil disobedience movement, which started with the Dandi March, soon developed into a very strong movement. According to Subhash Chandra Bose, the Dandi March of Mahatma Gandhi was very significant. It may be compared to Napoleon's march on Paris on his return from Elba and to Mussolini's march on Rome with a view to the seizure of political power. Never was the wave of patriotism so powerful in the hearts of mankind as it was on this occasion, which is bound to go down in the chapters of history of India's national freedom as a great beginning of a great movement. A temporary suspension of the movement and the resultant Gandhian Pact, 1931, the three Round Table Conferences of 1930, 1931 and 1932, and the Communal Award of early 1932 paved the way for the passage of the Government of India Act, 1935. The Pune Pact of 1932 sought to neutralize the Communal Award. The results of the elections held under the Act of 1935 gave majority to Congress in 6 provinces: Madras, Bombay, Central Provinces, Orissa, Bihar and up the Congress-led governments in Northwest Frontier Provinces and Assam. Only in 3 provinces, Punjab, Sindh and Bengal, was the Muslim League in power. These ministries worked until September 1939 when the Governor-General declared India a belligerent country without consulting the elected leaders. The Congress ministries resigned after having worked well for about a year and a half. With World War I, the Indian nationalist movement entered into its last stage of the liberation struggle. The war situation was fully utilized by the Congress, which offered to cooperate with the British, provided that the independence as the goal of India was declared, and 2. A provisional rational government was set up at the center. The August 1940 Linlithgow's offer could hardly change the situation. The individual Satyagraha, 1940, launched by the Congress did not move the British government, though about 30,000 Satyagrahis, first Satyagrahis was Vinoba Bhave, got themselves arrested. The ever-worsening position of the Allied powers during World War II exerted a lot of pressures on the then British Prime Minister, Churchill, by Allied friends Chiang Kai-shek, China and Franklin Roosevelt, USA. The Cripps mission of 1942, sent in March, went back without winning Indian support in the war. The Gandhian Quit India Movement 1942 and Do or Die resolution was launched when Gandhi and members of the Congress Working Committee were in jail. The Quit India Movement came to be launched by the people, violence in full swing. Gandhi had declared its disassociation with the 1942 movement. The end of war in 1945 brought victory for the Allies and also the Labour Party winning elections in England. The Labour Party was committed to India for granting her independence. The process began swiftly. The cabinet mission of 1946 was dispatched. Its proposals were accepted. However, the League's insistence and Jinnah's stubborn attitude seeking separate land for the Muslims were responsible for the Mountbatten Plan of June-July 1947. The Indian Independence Act of 1947 gave India her independence, albeit with the division of the country into 2 dominions, India and Pakistan. V. Peasants and workers' movements in India's freedom struggle. The peasants and the workers' movements played a significant role in India's freedom struggle, though in their initial stages these were mainly concerned with their own problems. Emerging out of their discontent in most part of the 19th century, these movements were deeply influenced by and in their turn had a significant impact on the ongoing struggle for national freedom. The usual impression which prevailed about Indian peasantry was that it was, by and large, passive during the period before independence. The fact was to a great extent the opposite. The peasants had risen in protests, arms and revolts against the oppression of the zamindars on the one hand and against the exploitative policies of the colonial government on the other. The Sannyasi Rebellion, 1763–78, in a number of districts in Bengal and Champaran of Bihar, the Wahhabi Rebellion, 1830–31, at Baduria in Bengal, the Farizi Rebellion, 1838–48, in Faridpur in East Bengal, the Sanhal Rebellion, 1855–56, in Bengal and Bihar, the Indigo Rebellion, 1858–61, in Bengal, the Mapla Rebellion, 1836–49, in Malabar and the Deccan Riots, 1875, are some examples of the peasants' outbursts. Some characteristic features of such outbursts can easily be observed. These outbursts largely had anti-Zamindar or anti-British content or both. 2. Most of these were spontaneous, with hardly any formal organization and mostly without any ideology or leadership. 3. Some of these uprisings were short-lived but had, at the same time, wide participation. 4. In most cases, economic exploitation was the major motivating factor, though they did raise certain political challenges, some seeking land while others liberation. Most of the uprisings were brutally suppressed, though the administration did notice certain genuine peasants' grievances. It was with Gandhi that the peasants' movement in India got politicized. With his successful experiments of satyagraha in South Africa, Gandhi made village the primary focus for the peasantry cause. Under his leadership, the Indian National Congress formed peasant committees and organized some local peasants' movements seeking the redressal of their grievances. More prominent among the Gandhian peasant movements were the Champaran Satyagraha, 1917, which had abolished the Tinkathia system, the Kheda non-revenue movement, 1918, the peasant upsurge in Bardoli, 1928. Against the revenue hike forcing the government to reduce the increase from 22% to 6.25%, and the No Rent and No Revenue campaign in Oudh during 1930-32. Gandhi's greatest contribution to the Indian National Congress was to transform the English-educated elite class to a mass organization. He did so, among other things, by incorporating the peasant masses. He raised the peasants' issues at the All India politics level, mobilizing them in the All India movements of 1920, non-cooperation movement, He raised the peasants' issues at the All India politics level, mobilizing them in the All India movements of 1920, non-cooperation movement, 1930, civil disobedience movement, and 1942, Quit India movement. However, all his campaigns were of controlled mass participation without drastically changing the rural relations or and injuring the interests of the zamindars. There had begun, in the meantime, regional peasant organizations in states like Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. In Bengal, the left-oriented peasant leaders formed a Banjiya Krishak Sabha in March 1936. Later, the representatives of different peasant organizations from different provinces held a conference at Lucknow in 1936, presided over by Swami Sahajananda of Bihar. This was the first session of the All India Kisan Sabha (AKS). During 1940s, AKS organized two major peasant movements, the Abhaga movement in Bengal, 1946-47, and the Telangana uprising in Andhra Pradesh, 1946-51. The Tabhaga movement seeking two-thirds share of the crop for the sharecroppers on Jotdar's land, and the Telangana movement raising arms against feudal exploitation. However, the formation of AKS was an important step in itself. A Kisan Manifesto of 1937 sought 50% reduction in land revenue and rent, a moratorium on debts, the abolition of feudal levies, security of tenure for tenants, a living wage for agricultural laborers, and the recognition of peasant unions. During the following years, peasants kept mobilizing in support of their demands on the one hand, and on the other kept providing a helping hand to the nationalist movement. The political leaders provided the peasants their leaders from time to time, mobilizing them through meetings, rallies, demonstrations, and formation of Kisan Sabhas. The relationship of the peasant movement with the national movement continued to be one of a vital and integral nature. The areas of the peasant movement were the areas of national movement, especially those in the states of Punjab, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Bihar. There could hardly be separation between a politicized and conscious peasantry on the one hand and the active political workers ready to perform the task of organization and leadership on the other. Ideologically, the peasant movement could not, and in fact, in the later years of nationalist liberation, did not separate itself from the ideology of nationalism. Bipin Chandra and others, India's struggle for independence, rightly point out its nationalist leaders, cadres and leaders carried the message of not only organization of the peasantry on class lines but also of national freedom in most areas. Kisan activists simultaneously enrolled Kisan Sabhas and Congress members. The peasant movement and the freedom movement went together, though only occasionally they confronted each other when the left-wing activists took extreme positions with regard to the cause of peasantry. Though Narayan Meghji Lokande is described as the moving spirit of the labor movement in India, yet the workers' movement may be said to have a real beginning with the formation of the 125 trade unions into an All India Trade Union Congress (ATUC) in 1920, with Lala Lajpat Rai assuming the office of its first president and Dewan Chaman its general secretary. Lala Lajpat Rai made every effort to bring the workers in line with the liberation struggle. In his presidential address, he had emphasized, Indian labor should lose no time to organize itself on a national scale. The greatest need in this country is to organize, agitate, and educate. We must organize our workers, make them class conscious. While aware that, for some time to come, the workers will need all the help, guidance, and cooperation they can get from among such individuals as are prepared to espouse their cause, he maintained that eventually labor shall find its leaders from among its own ranks. The AudioBook manifesto urged the workers not only to organize themselves but also to participate in nationalist politics. Workers of India, your nation's leaders ask for Swaraj, you must not let them leave you out of the reckoning. Political freedom to you is of no worth without economic freedom. You cannot, therefore, afford to neglect the movement for national freedom. You are part and parcel of that movement. You will neglect it only at the peril of your liberty. The manifesto thus included: I. Workers to participate in nationalist politics. 2. Workers to realize the importance of organizing themselves into trade unions. 3. Indian workers working abroad to unite with workers working in the country. 4. Attempting to establish a socialist state in India. V. Socialization of the means of production, distribution and exchange. 6. Seeking improvement in the conditions of the workers, especially in economic, social and political life. 7. Demand for civil and political rights for the workers, and 8. Seeking the right to organize, bargain and strike work. Indeed, it took time for the workers' movement to take a concrete shape. In fact, the workers' movement did not rise up for numerous reasons. The workers' unity was still a far cry. Because factories and mills were not fully developed, the moderate Congress did not consider the workers' cause worthy enough to take up, for it never thought of the British regime and their institutions as inimical to the interests of Indians. However, once organized, the workers' movement kept contributing its lot to the nationalist struggle. The workers participated in the Gandhian non-cooperation movement 1920. Within a year, the number of the trade unions as members of AudioBook rose to 183, though the number of strikes went down in number. There were 376 strikes in 1921, but between 1924 and 1927, the workers' strikes were only 130. The consolidation of various left ideological trends as they appeared in India under the directives of the Comintern organized themselves into workers' and peasants' parties with S.A. Dange, Muzaffar Ahmed, P.C. Joshi, Sohan Singh Josh ignoring AudioBook initially and dominating it thereafter. The result was the boycott of Simon Commission in 1928, numerous workers' meetings organized on May Day, Lenin Day and the anniversary of the Russian Revolution and so on. The government, worried and nervous at the growing militancy of the workers, followed the enactment of repressive laws, the Public Safety Act and the Trade Disputes Acts, on the one hand, and began arresting the workers' leaders, the communist ones, on the other. There was thus the Merit Conspiracy Case 1929. The labor movement suffered a major setback partially due to the repressive policy of the government and partially the communists' reversal policy of aligning themselves with the nationalist politics. The communist leadership of the labor movement suffered when the communists were thrown out of the AudioBook in the 1931 split. However, the workers did participate in Gandhi's civil disobedience movement, striking work at Sholapur, Karachi, Calcutta and Madras. In Bombay, about 20,000 workers struck work, declaring themselves the hands and the feet of the Congress. The Railwaymen's Union with about 5,000 people took part in the Hartal on July 6, 1930, downing their tools. The workers' movement followed a leisurely pace between 1931 and 1936. Though the workers had begun rejoining under the Congress leftists, the Congress Socialists and the Communists after 1934, the Congress Socialist Party had been formed in 1934, they all rallied with the AudioBook in 1935. Accordingly, the number of trade unions increased from 271 to 562 during 1937 to 39. The workers' membership increased from 261, 047 to 399, 159, so increasing the number of the workers' strike considerably. With the beginning of World War II, 1939, there arose with the Congress's resolution of staying away from the war, Workers' Association in the Nationalist Liberation. Despite the communists initially disassociating themselves from the war, the workers staged demonstrations and had strikes in Delhi, Lucknow, Kanpur, Bombay, Allahabad, Jamshedpur, Indore and Bangalore for days together, thus strengthening the nationalist movement. 6. Indian National Movement, Different Perspectives. The Indian national movement was, indeed, one of the biggest mass movements modern society has ever seen, though it began modestly with the English-educated middle class. Its beginnings never sought a Swaraj, much less the complete independence of India. Hume 1829 to 1912 and his friends had never dreamt that they would ask for an independent India. The movement, which began with the formation of the Indian National Congress in 1885, was hardly national, though Indian it was, and in a very much smaller sense, a movement. The 72 members who gathered in a building of Gokuldas Taj Pal Sanskrit College, Bombay, sought only to increase comradeship among the active workers in order to remove disparities and focus the attention of the educated classes on socio-political problems and to formulate a policy of national uplift for the following years. There was neither any demand for self-rule nor for any responsive and responsible system duly elected by the people. With full faith in the British regime and in its sense of justice, there were reforms year after year until 1905 to 2006 when the attainment of Swaraj was declared the official objective of the Indian National Congress. During the first 20 years of its formation, the tone of the Congress was always conformist, loyalist, and liberal. India was not a nation in the 19th century so much as a European state during the last days of the century. India was not a nation in the 19th century so much as a European state during the last days of the century. It was an amalgamation of regions with all sorts of diversities, caste, religion, and region, economically backward and socially segregated. Socio-economic reform movements sought to modernize India first before it was made to walk on the path of national consciousness. The national movement in India which so arose was to have different perspectives. The liberal perspective of the Indian national movement was heralded by the Indian National Congress, Inc., more as a pressure group through the Moderate Congress until 1905 and as a political party, especially with the arrival of Mahatma Gandhi after 1915. Indeed, the socio-religious movements of the 19th century, an amalgam of the old and the new ideas, had to a great extent nurtured the roots of national consciousness. The modest demands of the Moderate Congress, mostly reforms, social, economic, and political, constituted what may be described as liberal through moderate means, petitions and prayers, expressing loyalism in most of Congress's resolutions. The aim then was not to overthrow colonial rule but to wage a struggle against social and economic backwardness, not to demand but to suggest or urge the enactment of its annually passed resolutions. The liberal perspective then meant expanding the powers of the provincial and central councils, enhancing the non-official members of the councils, holding the civil service examination in India as well as England, separating judicial and executive functions and reducing the expenditure on the Indian treasury. With a brief interval between 1906 and 1916 when extremist militant leadership sought Swaraj and some revolutionaries sought independence, the liberal perspective of the Indian national movement continued during the Gandhian era of the movement. During the initial period of his leadership, Gandhi did not raise his voice beyond Swaraj until 1929 when the Purna Swaraj resolution was passed in the Lahore session of the Congress. Gandhi's non-cooperation movement 1920-22 was more a protest against the tyrannical laws than a resolution of the country's independence. His civil disobedience movement 1930-34 was a protest against the non-performance of the promises made than the overthrow of the British colonial rule. Gandhi's Quit India movement 1942, with which he disassociated himself when the movement went violent, was more an act of frustration against the British, not solving the Indian political problem, than the end of the British rule. There was the other side of the Congress's liberal perspective in what it thought of independent India. The Nehru Report 1928, for example, sought universal adult franchise, equal rights for women, and dissociation of the state from religion besides seeking the dominion status. The liberal perspective of the Congress was evident in the Karachi Resolution of the Congress, in which the basic civil rights of free speech, free press, free assembly, equality before law, election on the basis of universal suffrage, provision for free and compulsory education, better conditions for workers, state ownership of key industries, cultural freedom of the minorities, all these were made as the Congress's political program in later years. The Objectives Resolution of January 1947 summed up the whole liberal perspective for which the Congress stood all the time in the history of national movement: parliamentary democracy, civil and political liberties, decentralized authority, the assured rights of minorities, and the liberal socialist Gandhian principles. The socialist perspective of the Indian national movement developed in the late 1920s and 1930s, with socialist ideas acquiring roots in the Indian soil. Socialism became the accepted ideal among the Indian youth, from Bhagat Singh to Subhas Chandra Bose on the one hand and from the Communist Party of India to the Congress Socialist Party on the other. India was seen the victim of British imperialism, and the solution of all the economic and social ills found favor in socialism. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917, was hailed, while the withdrawal of Gandhi's non-cooperation movement, 1922, was criticized, giving rise to socialist literature. Dange published a pamphlet, Gandhi and Lenin, and started the first socialist weekly, The Socialist. In Bengal, Muzaffar Ahmed brought out Navayug. In Punjab, Ghulam Hussain and others published Inquilab, and in Madras, M. Singarala founded the Labour Kisan Gazette. The revolutionaries Chandra Shekhar Azad and Bhagat Singh turned to socialism. Trade unions and peasant movements grew rapidly throughout the 1920s. Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhas Bose toured the country attacking imperialism, capitalism, landlordism, and preached the ideals of socialism. Jawaharlal Nehru presided over the Indian National Congress in 1936 and 1937, while Subhas Bose did so in 1938 and 1939. The Congress Socialist Party had already been formed in 1934. By 1930s, it was made clear that political freedom had no meaning without the socio-economic content. Jawaharlal Nehru's socialist ideas were well known. His biographer S. Gopal describes Nehru as a self-conscious revolutionary radical on his return from the Soviet Union in 1927. At the Lahore session of the Congress 1929, Nehru had himself said, "I'm a socialist and a Republican. India would have to adopt a full socialist program if she was to end her poverty and inequality." In the presidential address of the 1936 session of the Congress, Nehru had said, "I am convinced that the only key to the solution of the world's problems and of India's problems lies in socialism. Point 1 See no way of ending poverty, the vast unemployment, the degradation and the subjection of the Indian people except through socialism. This involves vast and revolutionary changes in our political and social structure." Nehru remained a socialist within the framework of the Congress, finding the latter to be an agency for attaining political freedom and socialism as a means for attaining social and economic freedom. Disenchanted with the Gandhian strategy and leadership and attracted by the socialist ideology, the formation of a socialist party within the Congress was thought of by the young congressmen in jails during 1930-31 and 1932-34. The Congress Socialist Party, CSP, emerged at Bombay in October 1934 under the leadership of Jayaprakash Narayan, Acharya Narendra Dev and Minu Masani. The CSP agreed in the four basic propositions. National struggle for freedom is the primary struggle in India and nationalism was a necessary stage on the way to socialism. 2. The socialists must work inside the Congress. 3. The socialists need to give the Congress and the national movement a socialist direction. And 4. The socialists need to organize the workers and the peasants' wage struggles for their economic demands and make them the social base of the national struggle. The CSP, therefore, marched on the task of transforming the Congress and of strengthening it. Transformation meant the persuasion of the Congress to adopt the socialist vision in independent India and a relatively more radical pro-labor and pro-peasant India. This, for the CSP, meant the ideological transformation while the organizational transformation was meant to bring the socialist congressmen in top positions of the Congress Party. However, Gandhi's larger-than-life image landed up ultimately making the liberal democratic thought as the basic constituent of the CSP leadership. The Marxist perspective of India's national movement revolved around making socialism a strong current in Indian politics. Ever since the formation of the Communist Party of India in 1925, the Marxists sought to control the workers and the peasants' organizations. Ideologically, the Marxian features were consistent and militant anti-imperialist, anti-landlordism. 2. The acceptance of socialist vision of independent India. 3. Economic and social transformation of society. And 4. Anti-fascist, anti-colonial, and anti-war foreign policy. The Marxist cadres were, indeed, militant, courageous, and sacrificing, but they failed to establish the dominance of socialist ideas over the national movement. And yet, the impact of the Marxian ideas was quite evident on Indian society. The organization of the workers and the peasants was one of the greatest achievements of the Marxists. Its impact on the Congress was also important. Its commanding influence over nearly one-third of the votes in the All India Congress Committee during 1936 to 1939 was organizationally important. The left orientation of the Congress in late 1930s was due to the Marxists and the Socialists. The policy adopted in the Karachi session in 1931, the election manifesto of the Congress in 1936, the setting up of the National Planning Committee in 1938 had a leftist impact. The radical humanist perspective is reflected in the writings of M. N. Roy, one of the tallest political theorists of the 20th century India. He sought to incorporate Marxism in Indian politics, though he abandoned it in his later life. As against the liberals moderates who believed in the capacity of the British rulers and their reforms and the extremists militarists nationalists who sought to do away with British colonialism, Roy gave a Marxist interpretation to the nature of Indian politics. He was of the opinion that the Indian people were exploited by the foreign capital as well as by the Indian capital, lending to the growth of the urban proletariat. He held the view that the British and the Indian capitalists have joined hands in damaging the cause of the workers and peasants in India. He gave a program to the Indian National Congress on the eve of its 1922 Gaya session. The program included abolition of landlordism, reduction of land rent, government needs to modernize agriculture, abolition of indirect taxes, development of modern industries, 8-hour workday together with the fixation of the minimum wages, free and compulsory education, and separation of state and politics. In his Future of Indian Politics, Roy emphasized the need of a mass political party to mobilize and strengthen the workers and peasants for collective action. A socialist India could not, Roy thought, be built overnight. There has to be achievement of free Indian democracy, followed by the transformation of the social order into a socialist democracy. The roots of Roy's radical humanism can well be traced to his weekly journal /Independent India, which was later renamed The Radical Humanist. His radical humanism was a critique of spiritualism, nationalism, and communism. It stood for materialism which, according to Roy, represents knowledge as it really exists. It, as Roy describes, had three elements: rationality, morality, and freedom. Rationality, which at the lowest level seeks the satisfaction of individual wants, and at the higher level signifies struggle for freedom. Freedom signifying the progressive disappearance of all restrictions, and one that unfolds the potentialities of individuals as human beings. Reason, morality, and freedom are not speculative, but are universe. Morality must be referred back to man's innate rationality. Only then, man can be moral spontaneously and voluntarily. The innate rationality of man is the only guarantee of a harmonious order, which will also be a moral order. Condemning Gandhi's Congress as Spinners' Association and Gandhi as a bundle of contradictions, his philosophy only medievalism, Roy regarded individual as a sovereign entity, the basis of the political order he had imagined. Roy advocated a partyless democracy whose basic feature is that the people have the ways and means to exercise sovereign power effectively. Power to be so distributed that the maximum power could be vested with the local community and minimum at the apex. Roy's politics was humanist politics, while he thought of party politics as power politics. The Dalit perspective of Indian national movement rose as a reaction to the Brahminical hegemony. It reflects the anti-caste and anti-class phenomena. Segregated socially, the Dalit movement dismissed the premise of the mainstream nationalist movement that India was a nation. Dr. Ambedkar, for example, condemned the notion of a nation in a caste society and described each caste, a nation itself. Jyotiba Phule used to say, unless all the people in the Balistan, Phule's term used for India, including the Shudras, Adishudras, Bil, Koli became educated and are able to think and unite, they cannot constitute a nation. Dr. Ambedkar wrote, I am of the opinion that in believing that we are a nation, we are cherishing a great delusion. How could people, he questioned, divided into several thousands of castes be a nation? The Indian National Congress, Dr. Ambedkar used to say, spearheading the national movement, represented the Indian bourgeoisie's drive to obtain overall economic and political control. However, his entry into Nehru's cabinet in 1946 shifted his Dalit perspective in the background. The Dalit movement before 1947 did not support the freedom movement. In fact, the Dalit leaders found the colonial rule congenial to their interests. They favored the alien rule to the oppressive Brahmin supremacy, though they soon realized that ultimately, the colonial rule would go against the Dalits. The Dalits, during pre-independence days, would seek favors from the colonial British rule. It was with this view that in 1919 Dr. Ambedkar demanded separate electorates, seeking reservation seats. Dr. Ambedkar sought these concessions at the first Round Table Conference in January 1931 and got them confirmed in the second Round Table Conference in September 1931, though through the Pune Pact, the provision for the joint electorate was offered so as to neutralize the Dalits' separate electorate demands. Dr. Ambedkar's Labour Party of India in 1933 helped the Dalits to elect 22 members to the Bombay Legislative Council. In 1941, another political party, the Scheduled Castes Federation, SCF, was launched by Ambedkar with the aim of highlighting the grievances of the scheduled castes and fighting for their rights. SCF remained active for nearly 16 years before it was abolished by Dr. Ambedkar. In 1956, he had established the Republican Party of India, RPI. It may, however, be noted that Gandhi, Periyar, and others also did a lot for improving the conditions of the Dalits during the pre-independence days. It would be instructive to see the alternative perspectives quite visible in the Indian Constitution. The liberal individualistic perspective dominates in the Constitution. One may locate this perspective in preamble, fundamental rights, polity, form of government. Parts of socialist and Gandhian perspectives do find their place in the directive principles of state policies. There is the Dalit perspective in the form of numerous affirmative activities extended to the weaker sections of the Indian society. Practice questions. 1. Describe the contribution of the moderate Congress to the national movement of India. 700 to 800 words. 2. With what objectives was the Indian National Congress formed in 1885? 200 to 300 words. 3. Explain the causes of the rise of extremism. 200 to 300 words. 4. State briefly the aims of the extremist militants and the methods they adopted. 700 to 800 words. 5. Describe in brief the role of the revolutionaries in the national movement of India. 700 to 800 words. 6. Write a brief note on non-cooperation movement. 200 to 300 words. 7. Why was the civil disobedience movement launched? State Gandhi's role in the movement. 700 to 800 words. 8. Describe the liberal perspective of India's national movement. 700 to 800 words. 9. Comment on the Marxist understanding of India's freedom movement. 2013. 200 to 300 words. 10. To what extent the Indian Constitution reflects the successful reconciliation of alternative perspectives. 2012. 200. 300 words. The making of the Indian Constitution, 1949 and enacted in January 1950, was not entirely new. 7. The Constitution of India, though adopted in November. In order to understand the Constitution, it would be appropriate to have a glance on the constitutional developments during the British colonial rule in India, the legacy of its rule and philosophy of the Constitution as founded by the Indian Constituent Assembly. Constitutional development. The British government took over the administration of India from the English East India Company following the First War of Independence, 1857. In 1858, the British government passed acts for India from time to time. To know these acts, it is necessary to know the constitutional development of India. The first such act was the Government of India Act, 1858. The main provisions of the Better Government of India Act, 1858 were the Secretary of State for India, a member of the British Cabinet with a council called the India Council of 15. Members came to substitute both the Board of Control and the Court of Directors. 2. The Secretary of State for India and the India Council were to superintend, direct and control all the governmental affairs of India. 3. All the major appointments, the Governor-General of India, the Law Minister and other members of his council, the governors, members of their councils, etc., were made by the Crown on the advice of the Secretary of State for India. 4. The military and naval forces of the English East India Company were transferred to the Crown subject to the same conditions of service under which they were enlisted. All the treaties made by the company were to be binding on the Crown. All the contracts, liabilities and engagements etc. entered into by the company were to be handed by the Secretary of State for India and his council on behalf of the Crown. 6. The assumption of the government of India by the Crown was to be declared to the princes and the people of India through the Queen's Proclamation. The Queen's Proclamation was declared on November 1, 1958 at a darbar held in Allahabad. The proclamation held out promises to respect the honor and dignity of the native princes and to assure the people equal protection of law and respect for their traditions and customs. The British government passed the Indian Councils Act of 1861, 1892, and 1909 through which changes were made in Indian councils. The Indian Councils Act of 1861 expanded the Governor-General's Council by adding minimum 6 and maximum 12 additional members for legislative purposes. These additional members were to be nominated by the Governor-General for a period of 2 years. The Legislative Council was to make laws and regulations for all persons and places in British India, with the Governor-General having the veto power to disallow any such legislative measure. All legislative measures passed by the Government of India were to be communicated to the Secretary of State for India, who could disallow them with the approval of the Crown. The membership of each provincial legislatures, Bombay, Bengal, Madras, Northwest Frontier Province, Punjab, enhanced with minimum 4 and maximum 8 additional members, each member appointed for a period of 2 years. In each council, either at the centre or in the provinces, half of the additional members so appointed were to be non-official. Each bill passed by the provincial legislature was to have the assent of the governor of the province and the Governor-General and disallowance of the Crown acting through the Secretary of State for India. The Indian Councils Act of 1892 increased the number of additional members of the Central Council between 10 minimum and 16 maximum. The provincial council's additional members were also increased between 8 and 20. The functions of the legislative councils, both at the centre and in the provinces, were enlarged so as to include the discussion of the financial statement, asking questions from the executive councillors, though which question could be disallowed by the president of the legislative councils without assigning reasons. The Act of 1892 introduced the elective element in case of the additional members. The total membership, for example, of the Legislative Council at the centre was 16, of which 6 were officials and 10 non-officials. Of 10 non-officials, 5 members were elected, 1 elected by the Calcutta Chamber of Commerce and 4 from the 4 provincial legislatures, and the other 5 were to be nominated non-officials. Likewise, the total strength of the Madras Legislative Council was 20 with 9 officials and 11 non-officials. Of the 11 non-officials, 7 were to be elected, 4 by municipalities, 1 by the university, 1 by the Madras Corporation, and 1 by Madras Chamber of Commerce. The rest 4 non-officials were to be nominated. Separate communal representation was introduced following the request made by the Muslim deputation in 1906 in Indian Councils Act of 1909, also called the Morley-Minto Reforms. The Indian Councils Act of 1909 expanded the members of the Legislative Council from 16 to 69 at the centre and of the provincial legislatures, with 52 in Bengal, 47 each in Madras. Bombay and United Provinces, 41 in East Bengal and Assam, 25 in Punjab and 16 in Burma. In the case of the Central Legislative Council, out of 69, 37 were officials, 27 nominated officials and 9 ex officio members of the Executive Council and 32 non-officials. Out of 32, 27 were elected non-officials, 13 general electorate, 12 class electorate with 6 landholders and 6 Muslims, and 2 were to be from special electorates. The Act of 1909 enlarged the functions of the Legislative Council's right to discussion, asking questions and supplementary questions, with the President of the Council disallowing any question or any resolution without assigning any reason. The Act of 1909 introduced separate electorate system. Franchise was introduced, but it was both restricted and discriminatory. Candidates seeking elections were subject to qualifying certain conditions. 2 relatively larger acts were passed in 1919 and 1935. They were known as the Government of India Act, 1919 and the Government of India Act, 1935. While the Government of India Act, 1919 specified the British government's intention to grant responsible government in India, the Government of India ACCT, 1935 was the last comprehensive act passed by the British government for India, followed by the Indian Independence Act, 1947, granting freedom to India and partitioning the country into 2 dominions, India and Pakistan. The main provisions of the Government of India Act, 1919, also known as the Montfort Reforms, were VI. 8. She. 12. The preamble of the Act of 1919, following the Montanga Declaration of 1917, stated that the responsible government was to be the ultimate object of the British government in India, to be granted to the Indians in successive stages. The Council of the Secretary of State was to comprise 8 to 12 members. Half of them were to have spent at least 10 years in India. Part of the expenses of the office of the Secretary of State was to be met by the British government. The Secretary of State was not allowed to interfere in administrative matters of the provinces concerning the transferred subjects, and also in matters on which Governor-General and his legislature were in agreement. The Governor-General had the power to nominate as many members of his Executive Council as he wanted. The Act of 1919 made the provision for appointment of a High Commissioner in England to look after trade and students' interests. The central legislature was to consist of 2 houses, i.e., the Council of the States, Upper House, and Legislative Assembly, Lower House. The Council of the States was to consist of 60 members, out of which 1 was to be the President, 34 elected, and 25 nominated. The Legislative Assembly was to consist of 143 members, out of which 103 were to be elected and 40 to be nominated by the Governor-General. The franchise was limited, discriminatory, with communal representation as before. The tenure of the upper house was 5 and the lower house 3 years. Both the houses had equal legislative powers. In case of a tie, the Governor-General was to call a joint meeting where 13, 14, 15, XVI, 17, XV, 19, XX. The matter was to be decided by majority vote. The Executive Council at the center was not responsible to the legislature, and the Governor-General had the right to reject its advice. Provincial legislatures were to be unicameral. 70% members of the provincial legislative councils were to be elected and 30% were to be nominated. The governors were given instrument of instructions which guided them in carrying out their administrative affairs. The system of diarchy was introduced in the provinces. Besides Muslims, other minorities including Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, Christians, and Europeans were also given separate representation in the legislatures. New reforms were to be examined after 10 years. The central government had the power to make laws on 47 subjects, and the provincial governments were to make laws on 51 subjects. Following the recommendations of the Simon Commission, 1928, the 3 Round Table Conferences, 1930, 1931, and 1932, as also of the pressure of the national movement, the Government of India Act, 1935 was passed. The main features of the Act of 1935 were: a federation of India was promised, comprising both provinces and princely states. The provisions of the Act establishing the federal central government were not to go into operation until a specified number of rulers of states had signed instruments of accession. Since this did not happen, the central government continued to function in accordance with the 1919 Act, and only some parts of the 1935 Act dealing with the provincial governments went into operation. Vi. The Federal Assembly was to consist of 375 members, out of which 250 were to be elected by the legislative assemblies of the British India provinces, while 125 were to be nominated by the rulers of princely states. 7. The central legislature had the right to pass any bill, but the bill required the approval of the Governor-General before it became law. On the other hand, the Governor-General had the power to issue ordinances. 8. The Indian Council was abolished. In its place, a few advisors were nominated to help the Secretary of State for India. Diarchy which had been established in the provinces by the Act of 1919 was established at the center. However, it came to an end in the provinces. 12. 13. XIV. No money bill could be placed in the central legislature without the consent of the Governor-General. The federal legislature was to consist of two houses, the Council of States, Upper House, and the Federal Assembly, Lower House. The provinces were given autonomy with respect to subjects delegated to them. Two new provinces, Sindh and Orissa, were created. Reforms were introduced in NWFP as also in the other provinces. Separate electorates continued as before. 15. One-third Muslim representation in the central legislature was guaranteed. The Governor-General remained the head of the central administration and enjoyed wide powers concerning administration, legislation, and finance. The Council of States was to consist of 260 members, out of which 156 were to be elected from British India and 104 to be nominated by the rulers of princely states. The Secretary of State was not to interfere in matters which the governors dealt with the help of Indian ministers. 16. Autonomous provincial governments in 11 provinces, under ministries responsible to legislatures, were set up. 17. Burma and Aden were separated from India. 18. The federal court was established at the center. 19. The Reserve Bank of India was established. XX. The three lists were the central list with 59 subjects, the provincial list with 54 subjects, and the concurrent list with 36 subjects. The residuary powers rested with the Governor-General. The Act of 1935 was criticized by both the Congress and the Muslim League, yet when it was enacted in 1937, both the political parties participated in the elections. Following the declaration of India as a belligerent country, emergency was imposed in 1939. It was after a great deal of discussions and numerous mission plans, the Cripps Plan 1942 and the 1946 Cabinet Mission Plan, that the British government declared India to be independent, but with partition of the country into two dominions, India and Pakistan. The main features of the Indian Independence Act, 1947, also called the Mountbatten Plan, were: the act provided for the creation of two independent dominions, India and Pakistan. B. It provided for the partition of Punjab and Bengal with separate boundary commissions to demarcate the boundaries between them. C. Besides West Punjab and East Bengal, Pakistan was to consist of territories of Sindh, Northwestern Frontier Province, Sylhet Division of Assam, Bawalpur, Khairpur, Baluchistan, and 8 other relatively minor princely states in Baluchistan. D. The paramount authority of British Crown over the princely states was to lapse and they were free to join the Dominion of India or Pakistan or remain independent. E. Both the dominions of India and Pakistan were to have governor-generals appointed by the British King. The Act also provided for one common governor-general if both the dominions so agreed. F. The constituent assemblies of both the dominions were free to frame the constitutions for their respective countries without any limitation whatsoever. They were also free to withdraw from the British Commonwealth. G. For the time being, till the new constitutions were framed, each of the dominions and all the provinces were to be governed in accordance with the Government of India Act, 1935 with such modifications, omissions or additions as may be done by the Governor-General in Council. The Constituent Assembly, as constituted under the Cabinet Mission Plan of 1946, and later bifurcated after the partition, were to frame their respective constitutions for India and Pakistan. The Indian Constituent Assembly made its constitution, adopted it in November 1949, and enacted it on January 26, 1950. The legacy of the British rule. The British rule in India was not without impact. Numerous basic features of the colonial rule were clearly evident. Professor Bipin Chandra and others, India after Independence, 1947 to 2000 mention 4 such basic features of the British colonial era. These were as follows. I. Colonialism led to the complete but complex integration of India's economy with the world capitalist system, though in a subservient position. Since 1750s, India's economic interests were completely subordinated to those of Great Britain. 2. To suit the British industry, a peculiar structure of production and international division of labor was forced upon India. India produced and exported raw materials and foodstuffs such as cotton, jute, oilseeds, and minerals, and imported manufactured products of the British industry from biscuits and shoes to machinery such as cars and railways engines. The pattern of India's foreign trade was an indication of the economy's colonial character. As late as 1935 to 39, food, drink, tobacco, and raw materials constituted 68.5% of India's export, while manufactured goods were 64.4% of her imports. Basic to the process of economic development is the size and utilization of the economic surplus or savings generated in the economy for investment and, therefore, expansion of the economy. The net savings in the Indian economy from 1914 to 1946 were only 2.75% of the gross national product, GNP, i.e. national income, while this percentage was 12% of GNP in 1971 to 1975. The total capital formation was 6.75% of GNP during 1914 to 46 as against 20.14% of GNP during 1971 to 75. Furthermore, a large amount of India's savings were not only appropriated by the colonial state, they were also wastefully spent. An estimate says that 5 to 10% of India's total national income was unilaterally exported out of the country. The colonial state spent a large sum of money in constructing, determining, and maintaining the colonial structure. India's policies were formulated in Great Britain in the interest of the British imperialistic designs and the British capitalist class, and against Indian agriculture and industry. The British colonial state imposed free trade in India and did not provide any tariff protection, though after 1918 the government did provide some inadequate relief. Moreover, the currency policy of the British government was so manipulated after 1880 that it served the colonial interests. The government spent almost the entire income in meeting the requirements of the British Indian administration and military expenditure. After 1890, military expenditure, for example, was nearly 50% of the central government's income. In 1947, this figure stood at nearly 47%. Besides, the Indian tax structure was highly inequitable. The peasants and the poor paid taxes, while the bureaucrats, landlords, merchants, and traders paid hardly any. The impact of colonialism on agricultural and industrial development was, indeed, severely adverse. While agriculture stagnated in most parts of the country, the industrial growth only helped the British. There was a decline in per capita agricultural production which fell by 14% between 1901 and 1941, while the fall in per capita food grains was even greater at over 24%. The agrarian structure evolved then was determined by landlords, moneylenders, and merchants. By 1940s, over 70% of land was controlled by the landlords. Commercialization of agriculture and tenancy legislation went against the rural poor, and landlessness was on the rise during most parts of the colonial period. The landless agricultural labor was 13% of the agricultural population, and this percentage grew to 24% in 1951. There was increase in tenant farming and sharecropping, leading to the division of land into small holdings and fragmentation. The colonial government did nothing to improve agriculture as the Indian peasant continued to use primitive implements. Rural backwardness was one aspect of our rural life and industrial backwardness was another. The 19th century witnessed the collapse of handicraft and artisanal industries in the country, while the industrial development was confined to those products which helped the colonial interests. There was virtual absence of capital goods and machine industries. Over 90% of our need with regard to machine tools was met through imports. The industrial production was negligible. Whatever industrial development occurred, it was mostly dominated by foreign capital, mostly the British, in fields such as coal mining, the jute industry, shipping, banking, insurance, tea, and coffee plantation. Industrial development was lopsided and did nothing for the country. The industries were concentrated only in a few regions, leading ultimately to regional disparities. The development in the growth of the means of transport and communication, though helped the people in bringing them close to one another, enabled the colonial interests linking the raw material producing areas with the exporting-importing centers. The needs of the Indian industries with regard to their markets and sources of raw materials were neglected. The freight rates were so fixed that they favored the imports-exports goods rather the internal movement of goods. Development in small-scale and consumer industries during the colonial rule was limited. There was no indication of any industrial revolution occurring in the country. Such industrial development assisted the colonial masters rather than opening doors for any industrial growth. The economy did not take off, employment opportunities did not improve, and per capita income remained stagnated. All the so-called development which occurred seemed to be only within the framework of a colonial economy. Underdevelopment remained and pauperization continued as before. On the health front, the situation was even worse. During 1941 to 50, the annual death rate was 25 per 1,000 persons, while the infant mortality rate was between 175 and 190 per 1,000 live births. Life expectancy was 32 years during 1940 to 51. Epidemics like smallpox, plague, and cholera, and diseases like dysentery, diarrhea, and malaria took millions of lives every year. There were only 10 medical colleges turning out about 700 graduates and 27 medical schools turning out 7,000 licentiates every year in 1943. The number of hospitals was 1,915 with 16,731 beds, while there were only 6,589 dispensaries, with 7,072 beds in the early years of independence. In the vast majority of towns, there were no modern facilities of sanitation available. Modern water supply systems were unknown in villages and were absent in a large number of towns as well. There was no electricity in most of the towns. Electricity in rural areas was unthinkable. Education, by the end of the 19th century, was also almost unavailable. In 1951, 84% Indians were illiterate, while illiteracy was 92% among women. There were at that time 13,590 middle schools and 7,288 high schools. In short, poverty, backwardness, and impoverishment were the lot of the Indians during the British colonial rule in India. The colonial state itself was authoritarian and autocratic. The laws were few but were largely harsh. The administration was oppressive and repressive, and the police and the civil servants had a large measure of authority and power. The deputy commissioner was the collector and the judge, combining the powers of the executive and the judiciary. The colonial legal system was, indeed, based on the concept of equality of all before law, and yet the courts favored the Europeans, particularly the British against the Indians. Civil liberties like the freedom of speech, association, and of press were assured by the colonial rulers, and yet they were abused by them in the name of law and order when they resorted to mass arrests during the period of national movement. The representative system came to be introduced from 1909, and yet the franchise remained restrictive, limited, and discriminatory. Only 3% Indians could vote after 1919, and about 15% after 1935. The unification of the regions under the British colonial rule was achieved through the policy of divide and rule. The constitutional development process was slow and inadequate. The administrative policy remained divisive and discriminating. Bureaucracy was rule-bound, and yet confined, loyal to the colonial rulers. Armed forces were professional, and yet fought to protect the designs and interests of the alien masters, keeping them away from the life and thinking of the rest of the population, especially the national movement. Bipin Chandra and others quote Rabindranath Tagore, who had commented on the British rule just 3 months before his death in 1941. The wheel of fate will someday compel the English to give up their Indian empire. But what kind of India will they leave behind? What stark misery! When the stream of their centuries' administration runs dry at last, what a waste of mud and filth will they leave behind them? Legacy of the national movement. While India inherited economic and administrative structures from the colonial rule, the values, the ideals, the vision which inspired India in her nation-building efforts were largely derived from the national movement. In other words, the social and political perspectives which formed the overall philosophy of our constitution and polity were, to a great extent, drawn from the national movement. The freedom struggle of India was one of the greatest mass movements in world history. Gandhi's chief contribution was his efforts to make the Congress movement a mass movement. The movements such as the non-cooperation movement, 1920-22, and the civil disobedience movement, 1930-34, which Gandhi led, drew people out of their homes, whether they were peasants or workers, students or teachers, men or women, rich or poor. Gandhi, in fact, moved and mobilized millions of people of all castes, all creeds and all regions into politics. He made people brave enough to make any sacrifice. He introduced satyagraha and nonviolence as the very mantras of all the movements he had launched. He showed to the world that the liberation struggle could be fought and won through nonviolent methods. The Indian national movement was fully committed to a polity based on the ideals of representative democracy, and this perspective guided the framers of the Indian Constitution. Our struggle against British colonialism was based on the principles seeking civil liberties for the individual, and this became the very philosophy and goal of our polity. From the beginning, the national movement sought democratic values for the individual, and these formed the very foundation of our political system which we established after independence. Throughout the period of our movement, we fought for our rights, and this is what the framers of our Constitution assured us through the fundamental rights. Our struggle was represented through people of all faiths and all regions, and this is what is reflected in every article of our Constitution. Democracy and its very ideals and ideas constituted the basis of our national movement. All the policies and resolutions of the Indian National Congress, the major political organ of India's national movement, were publicly discussed and debated, and only thereafter were voted upon. Rich and heated debate and open voting had been the methods of the Congress. Gandhi's resolution on the non-cooperative movement, for example, was initially voted against Gandhi with 1336 votes against his resolution and 884 votes in his favor. The election of Subhas Chandra Bose as the president of the Indian National Congress in 1938 was against the wishes of Gandhi, and yet Bose's acceptance of Gandhi's leadership as the father of the nation reflects the very political culture that was the bedrock of our struggle against British colonialism. Consensus, to some extent, was achieved and made the very basis of our democratic functioning. The liberal democratic tradition nurtured by the Congress was made the goal of our Constitution after independence. The national movement provided the alternative culture of democracy and civil liberties, the majority rule and the right of the minorities as against the colonial culture of authoritarianism, bureaucratism, and paternalism. The Indian national movement offered a strong critique to the economic policies of the British rulers, and in the process evolved a broad economic strategy to overcome India's economic backwardness and underdevelopment. This strategy became the basis of India's economic thinking after independence. Self-reliance was thought to be the economic solution to India's economic problem during the days of national movement. The leaders of the national movement were one with regard to the objective of economic development, which was the modernization of India's agriculture and industry through science and technology based on indigenous efforts. The Resolution on Fundamental Rights and Economic Program, as adopted in the Karachi session of the Congress, 1931, was the economic manifesto of independent India. The resolution declared, "The state shall own or control key industries and services, mineral resources, railways, waterways, shipping, and other means of public transport." The 1938 National Planning Committee favored the promotion of planned economy as an instrument of integrated and comprehensive development. The Nehruvian five-year plan strategy after independence was clearly evident in the Congress's economic resolutions passed from time to time, though not much to the liking of Gandhi. From the beginning, the Indian national movement had a pro-poor orientation. The poverty of the masses, for example, was related to the British colonial rule in Nehruji's writings, poverty and the un-British rule in India especially. The rise of socialist ideas in the 1920s and in the 1930s was an example of this orientation. The removal of poverty became the most important goal after the overthrow of colonialism. Nehru, Bose, the Congress Socialists, the Communists, and other socialist groups sought to give the national movement a socialist vision in independent India. The Indian Constitution, in its numerous articles, reflects the socialist principles, though the Indian National Congress advocated the creation of an egalitarian society. The national movement of India sought to favor equality through its numerous resolutions. Its reform agenda included the improvement of the social position of women, struggle against caste inequality and caste oppression, abolition of untouchability, and special facilities for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. India's constitution is an attempt to bring about equality in the Indian society. From the beginning, the national movement of India was committed to secularism. Secularism defined in the context of the Our freedom struggle meant separation of religion from politics, regarding religion as a private matter of the individual, state's neutrality towards religion, equal respect for all religions by the state, and active opposition to communalism. The Indian National Congress, in its Karachi session of 1931, declared that in independent India every citizen shall enjoy freedom of conscience and the right freely to profess and practice his religion, that all citizens would be equal before law irrespective of caste, creed, or sex, that no disability would attach to any citizen because of caste, creed, or sex in regard to public employment, office of power or honor, and in the exercise of any trade or calling, and that the state shall observe neutrality in regard to all religions. Gandhi, in his political ideas, had advocated close relationship between religion and politics, though he thought of religion as morality or / truth. But even he, himself, moved a resolution in the Karachi session of the Congress while disapproving the communalist designs, stating religion as being a sectarian belief system to divide people. In 1942, he had said, "Religion is a personal matter which should have no place in politics." Again, in 1947, he said, "Religion is the personal affair of each individual. It must not be mixed up with politics or national affairs." Nehru thought of communalism as the Indian form of fascism. The nationalists fought the movement on secular lines. They would not appeal or argue on religious grounds. The framers of the Indian Constitution had imbibed a secular orientation in their outlook, which is emphatically evident in the Constitution itself. The national movement in India recognized the diversities as they existed on the Indian soil. It therefore always advocated integration or unity in diversity or all-Indianness. The Congress's cadres, its appeals, its audience, and its leadership were drawn from all over India, from numerous communities and from every region. The national movement from the beginning had emphasized the unity and integrity of India. Almost all the groups, moderates or extremists, congressmen or revolutionaries, argued on unity lines, notwithstanding the communal organizations which confined themselves to the people of their community. The roots of foreign policy of independent India can be traced to the days of national movement. In the 1930s and 1940s, the national movement took a strong anti-fascist stand. Gandhi, while condemning Hitler's genocide of the Jews, said in 1938 if there ever could be a justifiable war in the name of and for humanity, a war against Germany to prevent the wanton persecution of a whole race would be completely justified. In the 1936 Lucknow session of the Congress, Nehru spoke of the Congress policy against fascism. He said, "We see the world divided up into two vast groups today, the imperialists on one side and fascists on the other. Inevitably, we take our stand with the progressive forces of the world which are ranged against fascism and imperialism." The Indian national movement had never advocated the chauvinistic design as an instrument of national policy. Rather, it favored world peace and security, internationalism, and anti-imperialism. The national movement of India gave to independent India the political tradition of compromise, accommodation, reconciliation, and consensual methods in resolving differences on numerous issues. Nehru had largely worked within this tradition, though politicking is emerging to make it thin. Our nationalist leaders possessed moral integrity of the highest order, many of them making sacrifices. The movement produced harmony, unity of means and ends, and innovating ideals, all these inspiring the framers of the Indian Constitution to evolve a philosophy of humanity and a peaceful world order. Professor Bipin Chandra and others sum up the legacy of the Indian national movement as a commitment to political and economic independence, modern economic development, the ending of inequality, oppression and domination in all forms, representative democracy and civil liberties, internationalism and independent foreign policy, promotion of the process of nation in the making on the basis of the joyous acceptance of the diversity, and achievement of all these objectives through accommodative politics and with the support of a large majority of the people. 4. The Constituent Assembly. That the Indians should have a constituent assembly to frame a constitution of India was initiated by Gandhi in 1922 and M.N. Roy in 1927, though Nehru had articulated the idea later in 1933. The Indian National Congress had officially demanded a constituent assembly in 1935. The British government of India had accepted the demand for a constituent assembly in Linlithgow's August offer of 1940. The 1942 Cripps Plan promised such an assembly after World War I. It was only in 1946 that the Cabinet Mission Plan proposed the Constituent Assembly of 389 members to frame the Constitution of India. The members of the Constituent Assembly, 389 in number, were to represent British India, 296, and the princely states, 93. Out of 296 members, 292 were to be elected by the provincial legislatures, while 4 members were to represent the chief commissioners' provinces. 93 members were to be nominated by the rulers of the princely states. Following the partition of the country, the Constituent Assembly was bifurcated. As a result, the membership of the Indian Constituent Assembly was reduced to 299, out of which 229 represented the British Indian provinces and 70 the princely states. Table 16.1 A. State-wise membership of the Constituent Assembly of India as on December 31, 1947. British provinces 299. S. States no of S. States no of N. Members N. Members 1. Madras 49-7. CP and 17 Bihar 2. Bombay 21-8. Assam 8. 3. West 19-9. Orissa 9 Bengal 4. United 55-10. Delhi 1 Provinces 5. East 12-11. Ajmer 1 Punjab Marwara 6. Bihar 36-12. Korg 1. Table 16.1 B. Princely States. S. States no of S. States no of N. Members N. Members. Alwar 17. Udaipur. Baroda Bhopal Bikaner Cochin Gwalior Indore Jaipur. 18. Sikkim and Cooch Behar Group. 19. Tripura, Manipur and Khasi States Groups. 20. UP States Group. 21. Eastern Rajputana States Group. 22. Central India States Group including Bundelkhand and Malwa. 23. Western India States Group. 24. Gujarat States Group. 9. Jaipur 2. 10. Kolhapur 1. 12. Mayurbanj 1. 25. Deccan and 2 Madras States Group. 26. Punjab 3 States Group. 11. Kota 1. 27. Punjab 4 States Group. 28. Eastern 3 States Group IL. 13. Mysore 7. 29. Residuary 4 States Group. 14. Patiala 2. 15. Reva 2. 16. Travancore 6. Total membership as recommended by the Cabinet Mission, 389. After partition, Indian Constituent Assembly, 229 plus 70 is equal to 299. Almost all sections of society were represented in the Constituent Assembly: Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Parsas, the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, lawyers, doctors, trade union leaders, men of industries and women. Mahatma Gandhi was not a member of the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly worked through 22 committees. Of these, 10 committees were on procedure affairs and 12 on substantive affairs. Some of these committees with their chairman are as under. Table 16.2 Committees of the Constituent Assembly. Name of the committee. Chairman. Committee on the Rules of Procedure. Rajendra Prasad. Rajendra Prasad. Finance and Staff Committee. Rajendra Prasad. Credential Committee. Aladi Krishnaswamy IR. House Committee. B. Pattabi Sitaramaya. Order of Business Committee. Kam Munshi. Ad Hoc Committee on the National Flag. Rajendra Prasad. Committee on the Functions of the Constituent Assembly. G.V. Mavalankar. States Committee. Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities and Tribal and Excluded Areas. Minorities Subcommittee. Fundamental Rights Subcommittee. Northeast Frontier Tribal Areas and Assam Excluded and Partially Excluded Areas Subcommittee. Excluded and partially excluded areas other than those in Assam. Subcommittee. Union Powers Committee. Union Constitution Committee. Drafting Committee. Jawaharlal Nehru. Vallabhbhai Patel. H.C. Mukherjee. J.B. Kripalani. Gopinath Bardaloy. A.V. Thakur. Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru. Bir Ambedkar. Assembly took almost 3 years, 2 years. 11 months and 18 days to be precise, to complete its historic task of drafting the Constitution for independent India. During this period it held 11 sessions covering a total of 165 days. Of these, 114 days were spent on the consideration of the draft constitution. Dr. Sachidanand was the first president of the Constituent Assembly when it met on December 9, 1946, while later Dr. Rajendra Prasad was elected the president of the Assembly. The draft constitution had 315 articles and 13 schedules, while the constitution, when adopted on November 26, 1949, had 395 articles, divided into 22 parts with 8 schedules. Over 7,000 proposals were made, but only 2,473 proposals were considered. The Constitution was enacted on January 26, 1950. The Constitution, its making. The Constitution-making committee began its task with the Muslim League staying away. Nehru moved the 8-point resolution on December 13, 1946, on which the preamble and the Constitution came to be based. The objectives resolution of December 13, 1946, read as below. 1. The Constituent Assembly declares its firm and solemn resolve to proclaim India as an independent sovereign republic and to draw up for her future governance a constitution. 2. Wherein the territories that now comprise British India, the territories that now form the Indian states, and such other parts of India as are outside British India, and the states as well as such other territories as are willing to be constituted into the independent sovereign India, shall be a union of India, and 3. Wherein the said territories, whether with their present boundaries or with such others as may be determined by the Constituent Assembly and thereafter according to the law of the Constitution, shall possess and retain the status of autonomous units, together with residuary powers, and exercise all powers and functions of government and administration, save and except such powers and functions as are vested in or assigned to the Union, or as are inherent or implied in the Union or resulting therefrom, and 4. Wherein all power and authority of the sovereign independent India, its constituent parts and organs of government, are derived from the people, and 5. Wherein shall be guaranteed and secured to all the people of India justice, social, economic and political, equality of status, of opportunity, and before the law, freedom of thought, expression, belief, faith, worship, vocation, association and action subject to law and public morality, and 6. Wherein adequate safeguards shall be provided for minorities, backward and tribal area, and depressed and other backward classes, and 7. Whereby shall be maintained the integrity of the territory of the Republic and its sovereign rights on land, sea and air according to justice and the law of civilized nations, and 8. This ancient land attains its rightful and honored place in the world and makes its full and willing contribution to the promotion of world peace and the welfare of mankind. As stated above, the resolution defined India as an independent sovereign republic to be formed through a union of British India and Indian states in which all powers were to be derived from the people. The resolution, in Clause 5, guaranteed and secured to all the people of India justice, social, economic and political, equality of status, opportunity, and before the law, freedom of thought, expression, belief, faith, worship, vocation, association and action subject to law and public morality. Clause 6 of the objectives stated adequate safeguards shall be provided for minorities, backward and tribal areas, and depressed and other backward classes. The resolution made its liberal intentions more than clear with its added stress on civil rights, though its sovereign intentions too laid extra emphasis on social justice, with indications for the provisions of affirmative action against the unprivileged communities including the minorities. Though the resolution did not include specific references to democracy or universal adult franchise, it does in no case mean that Nehru avoided them deliberately. Nor was the reason of their non-inclusion because of any controversy with regard to them. The fact was that the use of the Republic was itself sufficient proof that independent India was to be a democratic state with adult franchise based without any discrimination whatsoever. However, the word democratic was incorporated in February 1948 draft, and universal adult franchise found a place in Article 324 of the Constitution. The resolution did point out things which became nothing less than a controversy. The federal aspect is one such example. Clause 3 of the resolution clearly stated that the Union would consist of constituents such as British India and the states which shall possess and retain the status of autonomous units, together with residual powers, save and except such powers and functions as are vested in or assigned to the Union. The objectives made the promise of bestowing the residuary powers to the units, i.e. all the rest of the powers which were not assigned to the Union. What happened was the reverse of what was stated in the objectives resolutions. The subcommittee ultimately decided on July 5, 1947 that the Constitution should be a federal structure with a strong center where there would be 3 exhaustive legislative lists, Union, 97 items, State, 66 items, and concurrent, 47 items, with residuary powers for the center. The term secularism came to be included in the 42nd Amendment, 1976, along with socialist, though the Constitution did, through Articles 25 to 28, speak of freedom of religion, guaranteeing freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion with freedom to manage its religious affairs with no taxes from the state of which proceeds would be spent on any particular religion. The right to freedom of religion was, to a great extent, an indirect admission of secularism in India, or what Amartya Sen described as secular in the political sense. However, despite the heated discussion on words relating to secularism, the liberal individualist rights, including freedom of religion, was restricted as Sumit Sarkar, Indian democracy, the historical inheritance, in Atul Kohli. Edition, the success of India's democracy says, in the interests of maintaining the solidarity and discipline of religious communities. The question of a strong center weighed heavily. Despite some seeking to make concessions so as to win the Muslim League's cooperation to join the Indian Union by granting the residual powers to the units, it was ultimately shelved so as not to have the existence of perpetual or permanent minorities in the country, and with the Mountbatten Partition Plan of June 3, 1947, the matter lost all arguments even for purposes of discussion. India as the Union of States in Article 1 was preferred to India as the federal country. The provision of the single citizenship in a country structurally federal was made with a view to imbibe the requirements of an integrated and unified nation for a society so segregated culturally, ethnically, linguistically, and racially. The framers of the Constitution of India were not only to create India, they were to build it. The framing of a set of fundamental rights, as per the discussion of the subcommittee's report, did not face much of a debate while it finally decided to classify the justifiable rights under 7 heads. I. Citizenship. 2. Equality, including the abolition of untouchability. 3. Freedom, including the right to life. 4. Religion. V. Cultural and education. 6. Miscellaneous, including the right to property, and 7. Constitutional remedies. As citizenship was to have a space in the Constitution, right against exploitation came to be incorporated in the Constitution. At one point of time, the Minority Rights Subcommittee insisted on a neutral and autonomous election commission to conduct free elections. Though the Advisory Committee too endorsed the formula, and the draft Constitution of February 1948 too provided in Article 289 for a union and state election commissions, yet the Ambedkar proposal of June 15, 1949 proposed, finally, the Integrated Election Commission together with the regional commissioners not working under the provisional government. The provisions with regard to the directive principles were regarded as a golden compromise between the desires of the Congress to achieve a social revolution and the pressure of vested interests. The social policy content was deliberately kept even beyond the reach of the judiciary. The due process of law was intentionally rejected in favor of the procedure established by law. India as the Union of States was a clear indication of a trend towards centralization, though the composite character of the country was not ignored at all. The legislative, executive, and financial dominance of the center in relation to the states was asserted clearly as against the provincial aspirations previously aroused. The office of the President, according to the Union Constitution Committee, was to represent both the center and the states, making the office of the Governor of the state to act as the agent of the center. while granting the states rights to be represented in the Council of States only as per the strength of their relative population. While the justification of the second chamber in the states was never fully established clearly, that of the one at the center, as Ng A. Younger held the view, was to hold dignified debates on important issues and to delay the legislation which might be the outcome of the passions of the moment. With regard to the position of the Supreme Court as the highest judicial organ of the integrated judiciary, the Union Constitution Committee accepted the recommendations of the Ad hoc Committee on Supreme Court that the Supreme Court would have the exclusive jurisdiction over the center unit and the inter-unit disputes. 2. Ultimate jurisdiction on matters arising out of the Union government's treaties with foreign states. 3. Concurrent jurisdiction with high courts on disputes relating to the fundamental rights. 4. Appellate jurisdiction similar to that of the Privy Council and advisory jurisdiction. While on IR's resolution in the Constituent Assembly giving the high courts powers to issue writs, as with the Supreme Court on cases involving fundamental rights, the Constituent Assembly debates relating to the discretionary powers of the governor, according to Clause 9 of the Provincial Constitution Committee's report, suggested that the governor would act in his discretion in matters such as prevention of any grave menace to the peace and tranquility of the province or any part thereof. 2. The summoning and dissolving of the provincial legislature. 3. The superintendence, direction, and control of election, and 4. The appointment of the chairman and the members of the Provincial State Commission and the Provincial Auditor General. The drafting committee only replaced the word governor's discretion by the word governor's pleasure. The emergency powers of the centre as exercised through the Parliament and the President of India were loaded in favour of the Union government, reducing the states to the position of glorified municipalities, while keeping the liberties of the people at the mercy of the centre. The major reason behind this was the framers' and Ambedkar's concern for the country's integrity and stability in abnormal situations. Article 365 was, indeed, the last stroke on the state's autonomy, empowering the president to declare constitutional breakdown in the event of states not complying with the directions of the center. The comprehensively worded constitution, with the least and the most important articles, some even temporary and transitional, forced the framers of the constitution to devise the multi-method procedures of amendment. The result was an amendment every half-yearly on an average. The efforts of the Constituent Assembly to frame a constitution for independent India within a period of 3 years were indeed laudable. The framers were naturally to draw a lot both from sources internal, for example, the Government of India Act, 1935, and external, numerous constitutions of the world, notably the British, the American, the Irish, the Canadian, and the like. They were also to accommodate pressures of numerous shades of opinions from within. The result was a political constitution rather than a social one, a balance between, as Chaub says, Constituent Assembly and the vision of the future, the claims of stability and adaptability. Placed between, he continues, its own commitment to widespread socio-economic reforms, repeated though rather vaguely promised, and the pressure of the property class. It upheld the claims of property and at the same time confirmed its promises for socio-economic reforms. The Constitution, which ultimately came to the fore, bore great omissions, significant mistakes of commission, complicating complaints, and overlapping provisions. And yet the work of framing the Constitution was of immense importance. Practice questions. 1. Critically examine the legacy of the colonial rule. 700 to 800 words. 2. Describe the main provisions of the Government of India Act, 1919 or of the Government of India Act, 1935. 700 to 800 words. 3. Enumerate the legacy of the Indian national movement. 700 to 800 words. 4. Explain the composition of the Constituent Assembly. 200 to 250 words. 5. Give a brief account of the debates and discussions of the Constituent Assembly in its efforts at making the Constitution. 700. 800 words. 6. Write a brief note on the objectives resolution. 200 to 250 words. 7. Give an account of numerous social and political perspectives in the making of the Indian Constitution. 700 to 800 words. 8. Discuss the Government of India Act, 1935 in detail. 700 to 800 words. Salient features of the Indian Constitution. Sea in the west and the Bay of Bengal in the east, with the Indian Ocean in the south and the Great Himalayas in the north. Its neighboring countries are Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, China, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. Its total area is 3,287,782 sq km. Land about 2,973,190 square kilometers and water about 314,400 square kilometers. It has a coastline of about 7,000 kilometers. Its population as in July 2007 stood at 1,129,866,154. The age structure is 0 to 14 years, 31.8%, 15 to 64 years, 63.1%, 65 years and above 5.1%. The percentage of various religious groups are Hindus 80.44%, Muslims 13.42%, Christians 2.3%, Sikhs 1.9%, others 1.8%, unspecified 0.1%. Literacy stands at 65.38% and life expectancy at 69.2 years. Hindi is the official language, though the constitution recognizes a total of 22 languages. India is located in southern Asia bordering the Arabian. India facts. An area of over 12,65,000 sq miles, 32,87,782 sq km, of which 10,861 sq miles are included in the Union territories and the rest in the states. Other details are, expanse of the country is 3,214 kilometers north to south, 2,933 kilometers east to west, while geographic location is at latitude 84 foot and 37.6 north, longitude 60.87 and 97.25 east. There are 605,224 villages as against 4,689 towns. 5,767 tehsils and 640 districts, and 68.84% of the population lives in villages while 31.16% lives in urban areas. The population in 2011 stood over 121.01 million, decadal population growth 17.69%. 74.04% of the population 2011 is literate. In 1951 it was only 18.33%. Life expectancy is 69.2 years. Every man and woman of 18 and above is an elector for the House of the People and Legislative Assembly. During the 5th general elections in 1971, the number of persons on the electoral roll was 290 million. On the revision of the electoral roll in 1986, this number rose up to 361 million, and as a result of the lowering of the voting age to 18 in the 1989 elections, the number exceeded 490 million. In the 1996 polls, the number of voters was more than 590 million. In 2004, the voters' number was 675 million, around 700 million in 2009, and in 2014, 716 millions. General elections have been held in 1952, 1957, 1967, 1971, 1977, 1980, 1984, 1989, 1991, 1996. 1998, 1999, 2004, 2009, 2014. The Constituent Assembly had its first sitting on September 12, 1946. Up to June 2015, the Constitution amendments numbered 100. Amendment procedure refers to Article 368 of the Constitution. The Draft Constitution of India, which was prepared by the Drafting Committee of the Constituent Assembly and presented by it to the President of the Constituent Assembly on February 21, 1948. Contained 315 articles and 8 schedules. The Constitution of India, as adopted on November 26, 1949, contained 395 articles and 8 schedules. After subsequent amendments, the Constitution as it stood on December 31, 2008, contained about 450 articles and 12 schedules. India is a federal republic with 29 states and 7 union territories. Suffrage is universal at 18 years of age and above. India had adopted a parliamentary system with executive of 2 types, president as constitutional and nominal head, and prime minister as the head of the government, together with the council of ministers as the real head. The parliament is bicameral with the home of the people, 545 members at present, and the council of states, total 250 members. The Supreme Court is the highest judicial body. The Constitution of India was the result of deliberations and debates conducted in a democratic manner. The draft constitution was ready by February 1948. To it, no fewer than 7,635 amendments were tabled by the members, and as many as 2,473 were actually moved, discussed, and disposed of. From these deliberations emerged the Constitution of India, which was adopted on November 26, 1949 and enacted on January 26, 1950. Sources of the Constitution. The 1950 Constitution, it is often said, was the result of borrowings, both external as well as internal. Indeed, the framers of the Indian Constitution were influenced by numerous constitutions of the world. The major external sources were the British Constitution, for example, which did influence in matters such as A. First past the post principle. B. Parliamentary form of government. C. The idea of the rule of law. D. Institution of the Office of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha and his role, and E. Lawmaking procedure. F. Rule of law and equality before law. G. Civil services and police systems. From the Constitution of the United States of America were borrowed the ideas relating to A. The Charter of Fundamental Rights. C. The idea of judicial review as well as the concept of independence of judiciary. B. The office of the Chairman of the Council of States or the Vice President, and the Constitution of the Irish Free State helped us evolve what is contained in Part 4, i.e., the directive principles of state policy. The concepts of liberty, equality, and fraternity as are found in the preamble of the Indian Constitution were inspired by the French Constitution. The Canadian Constitution influenced the framers of the Indian Constitution in matters relating to A. The quasi-federal form of government, i.e., the cooperative type of federation, and B. The idea of residual powers. The Constituent Assembly of India borrowed those ideas from other constitutions but adopted them to the Indian conditions with changes here and there. The Government of India Act, 1935 as the major internal source did influence the framers of the Indian Constitution. Approximately 250 articles have been taken either verbatim or with minor changes from the Act of 1935 in the 1950 Constitution. Ivor Jennings says, the Constitution of India derives directly from the Government of India Act 1935 from which, in fact, many of the provisions are copied almost textually. The Indian Constitution, indeed, owes a great deal to the Act of 1935, both in language as well as in substance. There is a phraseological resemblance between the Act of 1935 and the Constitution of India. This is evident mainly from the following examples. 1. Article 256 of our Constitution and Section 126 of the Act of 1935 have almost the same language, word for word. The executive power of every state shall be so exercised as to ensure compliance with the laws made by the Parliament, and the executive powers of the Union shall extend to the giving of such directions to a state as may appear to the Government of India to be necessary for that purpose. 2. Article 251 of the Indian Constitution and Section 107 of the Act of 1935 refer to the law passed by the Parliament prevailing over the one passed by the state legislature. There is hardly any difference in the language used in the Constitution and the Act of 1935. 3. Articles 352 and 353 of the Indian Constitution relating to the declaration of emergency by the President have much in common with Section 102 of the Act of 1935. 4. Article 356 of the Indian Constitution deals with the failure of the constitutional machinery in the states. This terminology is almost the same as in Section 92 of the Act of 1935. There are examples of the same principles and the same essence in both the Act of 1935 and the Constitution of India. Some such examples are: the federal polity as envisaged in the Act of 1935 had made the central government more powerful than the provincial governments. The Constitution of India follows almost the same pattern. The Union government, in many respects, has more powers than those of the state governments. The Act of 1935 provided the division of powers into 3 lists, the federal, the provincial, and the concurrent, having 59, 54, and 36 subjects respectively. In the Indian Constitution, the lists are the Union, 97 subjects, the state, 66 subjects, and the concurrent, 47 subjects. The substance of the subjects in both the lists are similar, if not the same. The Act of 1935 envisaged the federal scheme tilting heavily towards centralization, i.e. centralizing tendencies. The Constitution of India is structurally federal, but the spirit is clearly unitary. The Governor-General under the Act of 1935, for example, could exercise vast powers over the provincial governments. So does the President of India under the Constitution of India, the declaration of emergency under Article 356 in the states, and his powers to entrust the state civil servants to do any central function. The bicameral legislature at the center and in provinces, as under the Act of 1935, is almost similar to what we have in the Union government and in some of the states in the Indian Constitution. The pattern of nomination and that of election in both the Act and the Constitution have hardly any difference. Some unifying institutions under the Act of 1935 as also in the Constitution of India are strikingly similar. The provision of public service commissions, the control of the Supreme Court over the high courts, taking over the administration of the states in normal and emergency conditions, and the protection of minorities are some such examples. The above examples make no secret about the borrowings from the Act of 1935. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the chairman of the drafting committee of the Constitution of India, himself admitted when he observed, as the accusation that the draft constitution has reproduced a good part of the provisions of the Government of India Act. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the chairman of the drafting committee of the Constitution of India, himself admitted when he observed, as the accusation that the draft constitution has reproduced a good part of the provisions of the Government of India Act, 1935, make no apologies. There is nothing to be ashamed of in borrowing. It involves no plagiarism. Nobody holds any patent rights in the fundamental ideas of a constitution. What I'm sorry about is that the provisions taken from the Government of India Act, 1935 relate mostly to the details of administration. In spite of its large borrowings and adaptations from the Act, the Constitution of India is not the glorified edition of the Government of India Act, 1935. Nor would one like to endorse the observation of Punjab Rao Deshmukh that the Constitution is the Government of India Act, 1935 with only adult franchise added to it. There is, in fact, a lot that separates the two. A. The Constitution is not the product of any foreign government as the Act of 1935 was. The preamble of the Constitution clearly makes the people of India as those who had resolved to adopt and enact the Constitution. B. The Constitution of India in Part I provides a list of fundamental rights, and Part IV, a chapter on the directive principles of state policy, as laying the foundation of political democracy, and another, that of social and economic democracy. The Government of India Act, 1935 provided neither of the two. C. The Government of India Act, 1935 embodied franchise which was both limited and discriminatory. A vast majority of the people possessed no right to vote. The Constitution of India provides universal adult franchise. Nor is there the provision for communal representation in the Constitution, a feature which was prominent in the Act of 1935. D. The Government of India Act, 1935 did not provide parliamentary form of government as there were discretionary powers with the Governor-General in the names of reservation and safeguards. The provincial autonomy granted in the Act of 1935 was only an apology of autonomy. The Constitution of India provides for a parliamentary system of government with the President as the head of the state and the Prime Minister as head of the government, with the Council of Ministers collectively responsible to the popular house of the legislature, both at the center and the states. E. The Government of India Act 1935 provided for a marked distinction between British India and Princely India. The Constitution of India has done away with it. The whole country has a single uniform polity with democratic setup all around. F. The Government of India Act 1935 made no mention of the amendment procedure, a power which the British government in Great Britain only possessed. But the Constitution of India vests the power to amend the Constitution in which both the Union government and the governments of the states participate as provided under Article 368. G. The Government of India Act, 1935 had no preamble. The Constitution of India has a preamble which signifies the essence, aspirations and wishes of the people of India and the type of government which would be constituted in the country. The Preamble of the Constitution. The Constitution of India has a preamble. It reads, "We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly this 26th day of November 1949 do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution." The words secular, socialist, and integrity were added in the preamble through 42nd Amendment of the Constitution in 1976. The preamble, indeed, explains the intentions of the framers of the Constitution. Professor Ernest Barker rightly describes the preamble as a keynote to the Constitution. Justice Madhokar had observed in Sujjan Singh versus the State deliberation marked by precision, and that was why the framers had attached special significance to it, though at that point of time, the Supreme Court did not regard the preamble as a part of the Constitution. Indeed, the preamble did contain the sentiments expressed by Nehru's Objectives Resolution, December 1946. Yet it was not until 1973 that the Supreme Court, in the Kesavananda Bharati case, reviewing its earlier observations, recognized the preamble not merely a part, but an integral part of the Constitution. Justice Jagan Mohan Reddy observed in the above case, "It is an admitted fact that the preamble of a statute is a key to open the minds of the makers as to the mischief which are to be remedied. It is properly resorted to where there are doubts and ambiguities upon the words of the enacting part. The preamble can never be resorted to enlarge the powers confined to the general government. We have the strongest of assurance that this preamble was but a solemn promulgation of a fundamental fact, vital to the character and the operation of the government." Justice Sheelat and Justice Grover had then said, "The preamble to the Constitution of India embodies the great purposes, objectives, and the policy underlying its way into existence, i.e., a sovereign democratic republic. The Constitution makers gave to the preamble the pride of place. It embodied in a solemn form all the ideals and aspirations for which the country had struggled during the British regime, and a constitution was sought to be enacted in accordance with the genius of the Indian people. The preamble was to embody in a very few and well-defined words is, in fact, a key and keynote, Ernest Barker, to the understanding of the Constitution. The former Chief Justice of India, M. Hidayatullah points out, the preamble, is the soul of our Constitution which lays down the pattern of our political. It states is a sovereign democratic republic. The preamble is important insofar as it states the source of authority. It says, we the people of India do hereby adopt, enact and give to ourselves this Constitution. It is also important insofar as it states as to when the Constitution was adopted. The adoption date was November 26, 1949. As to the date on which the Constitution was enacted, it was done on January 26, 1950, which is celebrated as the Republic Day. It was a day when 20 years earlier, i.e. January 26, 1930, Indians had celebrated their unilateral independence. The preamble was significant in numerous other ways. It stated, A. the nature of polity the Indians were to adopt, and B. the objectives towards which the Constitution was to strive. Nature of polity. The preamble refers to the nature of polity to be adopted by the Constitution. The polity is described as I. Sovereign, 2. Socialist, 3. Secular, 2, and 3 were incorporated in 1976 through the 42nd Amendment of the Constitution, 4. Democratic, and V. Republic. A discussion of each of these concepts seems both necessary and pertinent. I. Sovereign, the preamble of the Indian Constitution says that India is a sovereign nation. It is sovereign in the sense that it is independent of any external power, sovereign signifying independence in its relations to other nations, see Schwarzenberger/International Law. There is also the internal aspect of sovereignty, which means supremacy of the government over all individuals and institutions within its territory, supreme insofar as it possesses the power to make laws as defined by the Constitution. The concept sovereign, in the context of the preamble and our polity, implies a government which is independent of any external control, notwithstanding our membership of any international institution, United Nations, the British Commonwealth, any UN specialized agency, etc., and also a government internally supreme within the provisions of the Constitution. The second, socialist, the 42nd Amendment 1976 adds the word socialist along with sovereign, declaring the intention of the Constitution to bring about socialism. The concept socialist in the preamble is related to, as D.D. Basa opines, social justice, i.e., ending poverty, ignorance, and inequality of opportunity. The ideas used while the amendment was being introduced were the question of amending the Constitution for removing the difficulties which had arisen in achieving the objectives of the socio-economic revolution, which would end poverty and ignorance and disease and inequality of opportunity. Indeed, the Indian type of socialism was not that of Marx's social ownership of all means of production and distribution. It was, as per the Avadi session of the Congress 1954, the Nehruvian socialistic pattern of society, notwithstanding Mrs. Indira Gandhi's propagandistic Garibi Hatao slogan. The Supreme Court itself made the term socialist clear in D.S. Nikara versus Union of India 1983. Justice D.A. Desai observed, the principle and aim of a socialist is to eliminate inequality in income and status and standards of life. The basic feature of socialism is to provide a decent standard of living to the working class and especially provide security from the cradle to the grave. Ordinarily, a socialist aims at providing for free education from primary to Ph.D., but the pursuit be by those who have necessary intelligence quotient and not as in our society where a brainy young man coming from a poor background will not be able to pursue proper education for certain financial constraints, whereas an ill-equipped person from a wealthy family would be able to do the same, thus resulting in national wastage. But this does not mean that an ill-equipped person would be left unemployed and given no right to education. He shall also be assured a decent standard of life, and exploitation in any form shall be eschewed. Following the new economic policy since 1990s, all emphasis on socialism efforts have taken a backseat. 3. Secularism. The term secular was added along with the term socialist through 42nd Amendment 1976 in the preamble. Explaining the term, the statement of object and reason stated to spell out the high ideas of socialism, secularism, and the integrity of the nation. It is necessary to give these terms a real meaning so as to enable these to promote public good. Justice Desai explained the meaning of the word secular in the case of Ziauddin Burhanuddin Bukhari versus Brahmohan Ram Das Mihara and Brothers. The secular state, rising above all differences of religion, attempts to secure the good of all its citizens irrespective of their religious beliefs and practices. It is neutral or impartial in extending its benefits to the citizens of all castes and creeds. Maitland has pointed out that such a state has to ensure, through its laws, that the existence or exercise of political or civil rights or the right to capacity to occupy any office or position under it or to perform any public duty connected with it does not depend on the profession or the practice of any particular religion. Indeed, the term secular, as Justice Gajendrajadkar also says, means equality of rights to all the citizens with their religion completely irrelevant to that matter. In his words, the state does not owe loyalty to any of the particular religion as such, it gives equal freedom to all religions. Secularism, in the Indian context, means the right of citizens to follow any religion, separation of politics and religion, equal respect to all the religions by the state and the state's neutrality in respect of religions. In case of St. Xavier's College Society versus the state of Gujarat, 1975, the Supreme Court admitted that though the Constitution does not use the word the secular state, yet it does not mean that the framers of the Constitution did not want to establish such a state. In yet another case, 7. M.Pi Foundation versus the state of Karnataka, 2002, it was held, although the idea of secularism may have been borrowed in Indian Constitution from the West, it has adopted its own unique brand of secularism based on its particular history and exigencies which are far removed in many ways from secularism in other countries. The Indian Constitution does not, unlike the United States, subscribe to the principles of non-interference of the state in religious organizations, but it remains secular as it strives to respect all religions equally, the equality being understood in its substantive sense. 4. Democratic. The word democratic, though not used in the objectives resolution, was used in the preamble so as to assert people's sovereignty. The term implies A. Universal adult franchise. B. Free and fair elections. C. Periodic elections. D. Accountability. E. Election at all levels of governance, and F. Equal participation of all in the polity. In the Kesavananda Bharati case, Justice Matthew had observed, the concept of democracy as visualized by the Constitution presupposes the representation of the people in the parliament and the state legislatures by the method of election. It is obvious that the powers must be lodged somewhere to judge the validity of the election, for otherwise, there would be no certainty as to who were legitimately chosen as members, and any intruder or usurper might claim a seat, and thus trample upon the privileges and liberties of the people. V. Republic. The use of the word republic in the preamble signifies on the one hand a government in which the people or community as a whole wields power, and on the other a polity opposed to the rule of any hereditary monarchy. The word republic in the Indian context means that the head of the state, i.e., the President of India, is not a hereditary position and that any citizen can aspire to be the first citizen of the country. Objectives of the Constitution. The objectives as stated in the preamble are justice, social, economic and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and unity and integrity of the nation. A. Justice. Justice is one of the ideals which is to be sought. It is justice in the social sense, which implies absence of all distinctions, to be treated as an equal member of society irrespective of caste, creed, color, region, sex, language, or any of these. It is also justice in the economic sense. Economic justice implies absence of economic exploitation, none to be so poor that he sells himself off, and none to be so rich that he has the power over the lives of others. It is sufficiency for all before there is superfluity for the few, absence of economic disparities, employment for all, satisfaction of the basic needs of each and all. It is justice in the political sense. Political justice implies a democratic society with franchise for all. It is equal participation of all in the affairs of the government with rights, liberties, and freedoms assured to every member of society. B. Liberty. Liberty, as an ideal, implies liberty of thought, permitting everyone to hold his, her definite opinions. Liberty of expression is the next step to the liberty of thought and opinion. What is an opinion until it is expressed? Both the liberty of thought and of expression are essential conditions of a democratic functioning. If democracy is a form of government in which everyone has a say, it is, then, natural that all should have equal right to express themselves. The Constitution of India, through the preamble, refers to freedom of religion, i.e., everyone is free to have his, her religious beliefs, his, her faith, as also the ways and the means through which they worship. This freedom of religion has been guaranteed through one of the fundamental rights as enshrined in Articles 25 to 28 of the Constitution. C. Equality. The ideal of equality is related to A. Equality of status, and B. Equality of opportunity. Equality of status implies that as members of society all enjoy the same status, and society does not admit any distinction, nor does it bestow any privilege on some at the cost of others. Equality of opportunity implies that opportunities would be available to all equally. Equal opportunities are likely to ensure equal benefits in which no one is preferred to another. The incorporation of equality in the preamble is a type of equality which is one that has been clearly qualified. It is equality in relation to liberty on the one hand and in relation to justice on the other. D. Fraternity. There is the ideal of fraternity incorporated in the preamble. The word integrity was added through 42nd Amendment of the Constitution in 1976. The Supreme Court of India, in its decision in the case of Raghunath Rao versus Union of India 1993, explains fraternity to mean a sense of common brotherhood of all Indians, a common citizenship, India, being a land of diversities, may be threatened by disruptive and divisive forces, and lest it become a prey to such tendencies, the emphasis is laid on the unity and integrity of the nation while assuring each individual his/her dignity. The importance of the preamble can hardly be denied. It is, in fact, a key to the Constitution, to its understanding, embodying not only the intentions and aspirations of the framers of the Constitution but also the ideals for which the Constitution has been created. Some significant aspects of the preamble do not go without notice. Firstly, the preamble refers to the people of India having resolved to constitute India into a definite type of polity. The word people denotes all the people of India, which means that no particular section of the Indian people can ever possibly opt out of the Constitution by disowning it. The Union of India is not a federation in the sense that it is the product of agreement among the various states. It may be noted that the people and not the states have made, adopted, and enacted the Constitution, and that is why that the states can never think of seceding from the Union. The unity and the integrity of the nation are not the ones which are to be questioned. Secondly, the preamble seeks to repeat much that is clearly obvious, especially if one ponders over the words stating India's nature of polity. The words sovereign, democratic, and republic, duplicate if not triplicate things. The word sovereign does include the will of the people, democratically structured. The word republic too denotes elements of democracy. What makes these words clear is the fact that independent India would have a democratic polity. The insertion of socialist, secular, integrity through the 42nd Amendment of 1976 and at a time of emergency was formal rather than real, propagandistic rather than substantive, socialism has gone into disfavor since the 1990s, and we have not become more secular by inserting the word secular in the preamble. Thirdly, the preamble constitutes a wish list, ideals full of promises and the path likely to be followed by the future governments. Indeed, it makes certain concepts clear in what they include: justice as social, economic, and political, liberty as of thought and of expression, equality of status and of opportunity. But these are what is the minimum expected, as any government worth its name must have them. Then, there are other terms such as unity and integrity, the ideals which are ongoing ones, impracticable at times. The most minimums and the most maximums have been sought to be combined in the preamble. Fourthly, the preamble has been hailed as an integral part of the Constitution, integral to the understanding of the Constitution, and integral to clarify the ambiguities if and when they arise. It is the preamble which is the repository of what the framers had in mind. The intentions of the framers can be known through the interpretations made by the courts, possibly by the judges. The preamble, therefore, is the only reference on which the interpretation depends. LLL. Major features of the Constitution. The Indian Constitution is unique in many respects. Its major features are: It is the lengthiest constitution. The 1950 Constitution had 395 articles and 8 schedules. Now, with amendments, as till June 2015, there have been 100 amendments and 4 new schedules have made the Constitution really very lengthy. Numerous factors have helped the Indian Constitution to be the lengthiest one. A considerable number of amendments deleting some 20 articles and adding another 70. 3 parts IVA, IXA, Ziva, and 4 schedules 9, 10, 11, 12 have been added. The inordinate length of the Indian Constitution is, in part, due to its own character. The federal constitution, as the Indian Constitution is relatively longer. It contains the constitution of the states as well. 86 articles in Part 6 relate to the forms of a standard constitution meant for the states and the Union territories. The numerous provisions relating to problems peculiar to India have tended to enlarge the size of her constitution. As many as 16 articles have been devoted to the services under the Union and the states, 9 to the official language, 9 to emergency provisions, 13 to special classes such as the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, Part 14, 308 to 323, Part 17, 343 to 351, 18, 352 to 360, 14, 330 to 342. The Constitution has also a chapter on elections, another on miscellaneous provisions, and a third on temporary and transitional provisions. According to M.V. Piley, almost 3/4 of the Constitution is covered by the items mentioned above, and that explains the size of the Constitution. In relation to other constitutions, the Constitution of India, except that of the Equator with its 444 articles, is lengthier. The U.S. Constitution has 7 articles, the Chinese one has 138 articles, the present French Constitution has 92 articles, and the German Constitution has 146 articles, while the Constitution of South Africa has 243 articles. The Chinese 1982 Constitution has 138 articles. Pakistan's 1973 Constitution has 280 articles. Japan's Constitution has 103 articles. 2. The Constitution of India, in its method of amendment, is partly flexible and partly rigid. Some provisions of the Constitution of India can be amended through simple majority of the two houses of parliament, articles relating to citizenship, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, etc. And other provisions of the Constitution, under Article 368, can be amended by two-third majority of the members present and voting in each house of the parliament, which should include the simple majority of the total house followed by the approval of one-half of the states, articles relating to the election of the president, powers of the union and the states, jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and High Courts, Article 368 itself, etc. Some other provisions of the Constitution can be amended through the two-third majority of the members present and voting in each house of the parliament. Most of the Constitution is amended by this procedure. The amending method question was probably the least debated and the least controversial. B.N. Rao, at one point of time, suggested a twofold procedure: the most important provisions to be amended through two-third majority in each House of Parliament and to be ratified by a similar majority of the provincial legislatures, while the least important provisions to be amended by a simple majority in Parliament. After having deliberated on the amending procedure as followed in the American, the Australian, and the Irish constitutions, the Constituent Assembly agreed to the threefold methods as stated above. Professor K.C. Ware appreciated the amending procedure of India, which, according to him, was a blend of rigidity, insofar as the rights of the states were concerned, and flexibility, relatively for less important provisions. With regard to the number of amendments made in the Constitution, the position is over 1.5 amendment per year on an average. Till 2008, there had been 94 amendments in our Constitution. Though the relatively numerous amendments have not disfigured the Constitution, many of them were devoted to procedural and transitional provisions. 3. The federal system with strong centralizing trends constitutes another feature of the Indian Constitution, some pointing at 75% unitary and 25% federal. The system in India is described not as a federal state with unitary features, but a unitary state with federal features. India is not called a federation, but a union of states, Article 1 of the Constitution. India is rightly described as federal in form, but unitary in spirit. What it means is that structurally the Constitution provides a federal system. A written constitution stating the structure of government at the center as well as in the states. B. A rigid constitution insofar as amendability requires the concurrence of the states concerned. C. Distribution of powers with Union List, 97 subjects. The Union government has the power to make laws over them. State List, 66 subjects. The states' governments possess the right to make laws over them, and Concurrent List, 47 subjects. Both the center and the states' governments have the power to make laws. D. Power of the Supreme Court to settle disputes where the center or any state is a party, or disputes between the center and the states. And E. The bicameral legislature at the center, with the Council of States representing the states. And yet, the centralizing features make the center more powerful than the states. Distribution of powers favors the center. The center plays a dominant role in the amendment of the Constitution, single citizenship, integrated singular judiciary, uniformity in matters relating to administration, the dependence of states on center's financial aid. All these make the union government more powerful than the states. For India has a parliamentary system of government both at the center and in the states. The President of the Indian Union and the governors in the states are constitutional rulers with nominal powers. They act on the advice of their respective cabinets, which wield the real executive authority in the Union or in the states as the case may be. Besides, as is essential in a parliamentary system of government, the executive is drawn, both at the center and in the states, from the legislature itself and depends for its existence upon the confidence that the legislature has in it. The ultimate legislative and executive control is vested in the popular house, which is elected on the basis of adult suffrage. There are also provisions for resolving differences between the houses by joint sessions. Thus, the makers of the Constitution have followed the British model in setting up the governmental machinery at the center as well as in the states. To adopt a parliamentary system in India was a fact with which the Indian leadership was already attuned during the days of the liberation struggle. The Nehru Committee report, the Supru report, and the draft constitution as published by the socialists and the Hindu Mahasabha leaders had all argued in favor of the parliamentary system. Explaining the rationale in choosing parliamentary system, Nehru had stated in the Lok Sabha on March 28, 1957, "We chose the system of parliamentary democracy deliberately. We chose it not only because, to some extent, we had always thought on those lines previously, but because we thought it in keeping with our own old traditions. Not the old traditions as they were, but adjusted to the new conditions and new surroundings. We chose it. Let us give credit where the credit is due because we approved of its functioning in other countries, more especially in the United Kingdom. However, the Westminster model adopted in India is not completely that of the United Kingdom. The President of India does not reign as does the British head of the state. He She alone decides as to who would rule when the possibilities of making the government are remote. She alone preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution, Article 60 of the Constitution. The integrated and relatively powerful judiciary is yet another feature of the Constitution of India. The Supreme Court is the custodian of the Constitution of the federal system and of the rights of the people. It is the highest court in the sense that it exercises supervisory and appellate jurisdiction over the courts below it. It interprets both the Constitution as well as the law. Though the Supreme Court of India is not as powerful as is the American Supreme Court, but it does have jurisdiction of giving advisory opinion, a power not exercised by the Supreme Court in the United States. The role of the Supreme Court of India in evolving the concept of basic structure of the Constitution as a domain outside the power of the Parliament has been, indeed, significant. Through successive reviews, the Supreme Court has, in the Kesavananda Bharati case, finally been able to highlight the essence of the Constitution. The judicial review power of judiciary is the power through which any law contrary to the Constitution can be declared unconstitutional. It is through this power that the Supreme Court is described as the final interpreter of the Constitution. The courts have exercised this power judiciously. 6. Secularism is one of the distinctive features of the Indian Constitution. India, as a secular state, does not profess any state religion, nor does it discriminate against any. It also does not allow its authority to be used for the propagation of any religion or creed. Even in the formulation of its policies, it is not guided by any religious principles. It is mainly concerned with the social, economic, and political welfare of the people, leaving the religious matters to the individual as his personal ones. In the words of K. M. Panikkar, in the composite secular state of India, the political institutions are based on the economic and social interests of the entire community, without reference to religion, race, or sect. All enjoy equal rights but no privileges. All communities share the power as they share the duties and responsibilities of being a citizen. Further, in the secular state of India, all religions are treated alike. Freedom of conscience and free profession, practice and propagation of the religion are guaranteed, and every office from the highest to the lowest is open to the members of every community. Equal care is taken to see that there is no discrimination against any linguistic section in the country. It has also been provided that in the secular state of India no person can be compelled to pay any tax for the promotion of any religion, nor may any religious instructions be imparted in educational institutions maintained wholly or partly out of state funds. However, the religious denominations have been given the right to establish and maintain institutions for religious and charitable purposes. A secular state is not necessarily a godless state. The Indian Constitution has recognized the existence of God. The President of India and other dignitaries have to take an oath, when they have to either swear in the name of God or make a solemn affirmation. 7. The preamble of the Constitution clearly proclaims the sovereignty of the people of India. It lays down, "We the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic." Further, the people have, as is clear from the preamble, themselves adopted and enacted the Constitution. The people are, thus, the ultimate masters under the Constitution. If the Constitution is to be amended, the Parliament under Article 368 has the power to do so. If it is to be repealed or reframed, only the people of India as the sovereign can do so. Every 5 years the people of India get an opportunity of affirming their views and putting in power a party that is liked by them. Thus, the ultimate seat of power is the people of India. In Gopalan v. State of Madras, Mr. Justice Shastri observed, "There can be no doubt that the people of India in exercise of their sovereign will as expressed in the preamble, adopted the democratic ideal which assures to the citizen the dignity of the individual and other cherished human values as a means to the full evolution and expression of his personality, and in delegating to the legislature, the executive and the judiciary, their respective powers in the Constitution, reserved to themselves certain fundamental rights." 8. The Indian Constitution has introduced the principle of universal adult suffrage and has abolished the old system of communal electorates. Now every person, man or woman, of 18 years of age or above has the right to vote in the elections to the House of the People and the State Legislative Assembly. The provisions of the Constitution have been hailed as the fountain spring of India's democracy, for it has swept away at one stroke all antiquated and undemocratic qualifications prescribed to be eligible for voting. Under the Government of India Act 1935, only 10% of India's population had the right to vote. Now, in free India, every citizen of 18 or above is entitled to this elementary right of citizenship. Besides, the abolition of communal electorates has gone a long way in burying the ghost of communalism. The citizens of India now vote as individuals and not as Hindus, Muslims, or Christians. 9. The Indian Constitution in its Part I embodied a set of fundamental rights, and in Part 4A, a set of fundamental duties. The fundamental duties were inserted through 42nd Amendment of 1976. The fundamental rights include right to equality, Articles 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, to freedom, Articles 19 to 22, against exploitation, Articles 23, 24, to freedom of religion, Articles 25, 26, 27, and 28, to cultural and educational rights, Articles 29, 30, and right to constitutional remedies, Article 32. Property right, which was a fundamental right until 442 Amendment, 1978, is now an ordinary right. The Supreme Court, through writs such as habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition certiorari, and quo warranto, protects the fundamental rights of the people. The fundamental rights are not absolute and can be enjoyed within reasonable limitations. The fundamental duties under Article 51A include duties such as abiding by the Constitution and respecting the ideals and institutions like the national flag and the national anthem, cherishing the noble ideals of national struggle for freedom, upholding and protecting the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India, defending the country, promoting harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood, preserving the composite culture, protecting natural environment, respecting women, developing scientific temper, safeguarding public property and abjuring violence and the like. The Swaran Singh Committee had recommended these duties earlier in 1976. The Constitution under Part 4, Articles 36 to 51, mentions directive principles of state policy, which constitutes another feature of our polity. These directive principles of state policy, though not justiciable, have been regarded as fundamental in the governance of the country. They serve as a national manifesto in the sense that the governments in India would strive to implement them. They include principles such as socialist, Gandhian, and liberals. They lay down emphatically that the state would ensure for its people adequate means of livelihood, fair distribution of wealth, equal pay for equal work, protection of child and adult labor, employment, and free and compulsory education for children up to the age of 14. They also provide that the state shall make effective provisions for public assistance in the event of unemployment, old age, sickness, disability, and other cases of undeserved want, a living wage, conditions of work assuring a decent standard of life, full enjoyment of leisure and social and cultural opportunities, and raising the level of nutrition as also of health. In addition to this, the directive principles lay great emphasis on the promotion of educational and economic interests of the weaker sections of the people, especially of the scheduled castes and tribes. They also enjoined that the country's foreign policy would promote international peace and security. The general tendency of these directives is obviously to introduce a wide measure of socialism in the economic sphere to provide social security and better standards of sanitation and care for all, to emphasize the duty towards women and children and the obligations towards backward and tribal classes. If all these principles were carried out, wrote M.C. Chagla, our country would indeed be a heaven on earth. India would then be not only a democracy in the political sense, but also a welfare state looking after the welfare of the citizens. A state in which there will be economic equality between its different citizens and in which everyone would have the same opportunity to educate oneself, to work, and to reap the reward of one's labor. 11. There are numerous other features of the Constitution as well. Single citizenship, single judiciary, special assistance to the weaker sections of society, etc. are some other features of the Constitution. Of late, basic structure of the Constitution assures that the governments would not deface the Constitution. The courts, through what is called judicial activism, have indicated a domain out of the reach for the Parliament. These include Republican and democratic form of government, federal character of the Constitution, supremacy of the Constitution, parliamentary democracy, secularism, and rule of law. The substantive and procedural achievements of the Constitution of India can be clearly noticed. The substantive achievements, as Rajiv Bhargava, Politics and Ethics of the Indian Constitution, notes, have been A. Universal suffrage in the face of ineliminable traditional hierarchies. B. Liberal individualism committed to civil liberties in a context filled up with communitarian values indifferent to individual autonomy. C. A commitment to group rights, especially related to cultural minorities. D. Caste-based affirmative action program provided to the depressed, and E. Asymmetrical federalism by introducing special provisions for Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast. The procedural achievements of the Constitution, as Bhargava indicates, have been A. Faith in political deliberation. B. The spirit of compromise and accommodation, and C. Consensually reached decisions. The major drawbacks of the Constitution, as indicated by Bhargava, are I. The Constitution has been unwieldy. 2. It has been unrepresentative. 3. It has been ambiguous, and 4. It has been an alien document. 4. Territory. When India got independence, the country, after integration of princely states following the partition, formed itself into types of states called Part A states, Part B states, Part C states, and territories in Part D. The different types of states are Part A states, which were the former provinces, were ruled by an appointed governor and elected state legislature. The 9 Part A states were Assam, West, Bengal, Bihar, Bombay, Madhya Pradesh, formerly Central Provinces, and Berar, Madras, Orissa, Punjab, and Uttar Pradesh, formerly United Provinces. The 8 Part B states were formerly princely states or groups of princely states governed by a Rajpramukh. They were Jammu and Kashmir, Hyderabad, Saurashtra, Mysore, Travancore Cochin, Madhya Bharat, Vindhya Pradesh, Patiala, and East Punjab States Union, Pepsu, and Rajasthan. The 10 Part C states included both former princely states and provinces. They were governed by a chief commissioner. The Part C states included Delhi, Kutch, Himachal Pradesh, Bilaspur, Korg, Bhopal, Manipur, Ajmer, and Tripura. A 3-member states reorganization commission headed by Faiz Ali, its 2 other members were K.M. Panikkar and H.N. Kunzru, recommended the abolition of the earlier threefold classification of states and suggested the creation of states on linguistic basis. Accordingly, the States Reorganization Act 1956 was passed with 14 states and 6 union territories. With the passage of time, there are now 29 states and 7 union territories. These are Table 17.1 States of India. 1. Andhra Pradesh equals 11. Jharkhand 21. Punjab 2. Arunachal 12. Karnataka 22. Rajasthan Pradesh 3. Assam 13. Kerala 23. Sikkim 4. Bihar 14. Madhya Pradesh 24. Tamil Nadu 5. Chhattisgarh 15. Maharashtra 25. Telangana 6. Goa 16. Manipur 26. Tripura 7. Gujarat 17. Meghalaya 2/ Uttar Pradesh 8. Haryana 18. Mizoram 28. Uttarakhand 9. Himachal Pradesh 19. Nagaland 29. West Bengal 10. Jammu and Kashmir 20. Orissa. Table 17.2 Union Territories. A. Andaman and Nicobar Islands. B. Chandigarh. C. Dadra and Nagar Haveli. D. Daman and Diu. E. Lakshadweep. G. Puducherry. F. National Capital Territory of Delhi. Article 1(1) of the Constitution described India, that is Bharat, as the Union of States. Article 1(2) says that the states and territories forming part of India shall be specified in the first schedule. Article 1(3) says that the territories of India shall comprise A. The territories of the states, B. The Union territories specified in the first schedule, and C. Such other territories as may be acquired. Article 2 authorizes the Parliament to admit into the Union or establish new states. Article 2(3) of the Constitution states as to how the new states can be formed and how alteration of areas, boundaries, or names of the existing states can be changed. It says that the Parliament may by law A. Form a new state by separation of territory from any state or by uniting 2 or more states or parts of states or by uniting any territory to a part of any state. B. Increase the area of any state. C. Diminish the area of any state. D. Alter the boundaries of any state. E. Alter the name of any state. Provided that no bill for the purpose shall be introduced in either House of Parliament except on the recommendation of the President and unless where the proposal contained in the bill affects the area, boundaries, or name of any of the states, or the bill has been referred by the President of the Legislature of that state for expressing its views thereon within such period as may be specified in the reference or within such further period as the President may allow and the period so specified or allowed has expired. A brief description of how the number of states has increased from 14 to 28 is given below. A. Bombay was divided into Maharashtra and Gujarat in 1960. B. Dadra and Nagar Haveli became a union territory by the 10th Amendment in 1961. C. Goa, Daman, and Diu became union territories by the 12th Amendment in 1962. Later, Goa was conferred statehood. D. Pondicherry, now Puducherry, was made a union territory by the 14th Amendment in 1962. E. Nagaland became a state in 1963 by the 13th Amendment. F. In 1966, the state of Punjab was bifurcated and the state of Haryana was created. So was created the Union Territory of Chandigarh. In 1971, the Union Territory of Himachal Pradesh was elevated to become a full-fledged state. G. In 1972, the Union Territories of Manipur and Tripura became states. Substate Meghalaya also got statehood while 2 new Union Territories, Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh, created. Sikkim was made an associated state by 35th Amendment 1974 and it became a full state by the 36th Amendment in 1975. In 1987, 3 new states of Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh and Goa came into being. In 2000, 3 new states, Chhattisgarh, Uttarankal, now Uttarakhand and Jharkhand came up. In 2014, Telangana became the 29th state of India. There have been changes in the names of the states. The state of United Provinces became Uttar Pradesh in 1950, Madras became Tamil Nadu in 1969, Mysore became Karnataka in 1973, Lakshadweep, Minicoy and Aminidevi Islands became Lakshadweep in 1973. The Union Territory of Delhi was redesignated as the National Capital Territory of Delhi in 1992 by the 69th Amendment. The demand for the creation of new states has been one that has been asked from time to time for political reasons. That is why the states which numbered only 14 in 1956 have been 29 till 2014. Citizenship. Citizenship is not only a matter of rights, it is also a matter of duties. A citizen, by virtue of his citizenship, is entitled to certain rights and by the same token is expected to perform. A citizen, by virtue of his citizenship, is entitled to certain rights and by the same token is expected to perform certain duties. Her rights include franchise rights, right to contest elections, right to hold public office, while her duties would include payment of taxes or any other service expected of him, her. The Constitution of India confers citizenship on those who are citizens, and not on aliens. In numerous articles, the word citizen is used while in some others, the word person is used. This means that where the word citizen is used, citizen alone has the right to avail those rights, and where the word person is used, any person, alien subject, a minor, or a citizen, can avail of this facility. For example, Article 14 uses the word person to state a facility that is available to everyone. It says, "The state shall not deny to any person equality before law or equal protection of law." The next article, i.e., Article 15, says, "The states shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them." Where the word citizen is used, it is the citizen's privilege and not that of the alien. Alien is a person, but she is not a citizen. According to Article 5, every person who has domicile in the territory of India and who was born in the territory of India, or either of whose parents was born in the territory of India, or who has been ordinary resident in the territory of India for not less than 5 years immediately shall be a citizen of India, preceding such commencement. Article 6 says, "Notwithstanding anything in Article 5, a person who has migrated to the territory of India from the territory now included in Pakistan is entitled to be citizen of India at the commencement of the Constitution if he or either of his parents or any of his grandparents was born in India as defined in the Government of India Act, 1935, as originally enacted, and in the case where such person has so migrated before the 19th day of July, 1948, he has been ordinarily resident in the territory of India since the date of his migration, or 2. In the case where such person has so migrated on or after the 19th day of July, 1948, he has been registered as a citizen of India by an officer appointed in that behalf by the Government of the Dominion of India on an application made by him, therefore, to such officer before the commencement of this Constitution in the form and manner prescribed by the Government. Provided that no person shall be so registered unless he has been resident in the territory of India for at least 6 months immediately preceding the date of his application. But any person who has migrated to Pakistan permanently or any person who is residing outside India permanently, unless registered in both cases by the diplomatic representative of India, shall not be deemed citizen of India. The Citizenship Act, 1955 prescribes that the citizenship may be acquired as follows. A citizenship by birth. Every person born in India on or after January 26, 1950, shall be a citizen of India by birth. Citizenship by descent. A person born outside India on or after January 26, 1950, shall be a citizen of India by descent, if either of his parents is a citizen of India at the time of the person's birth. Citizenship by registration. Several classes of persons who have not otherwise acquired Indian citizenship can acquire Indian citizenship by registering themselves to that effect before the prescribed authority. Citizenship by naturalization. A foreigner can acquire Indian citizenship on application for naturalization to the Government of India. Citizenship by incorporation of territory. /F any territory becomes a part of India. The Government of India shall specify the persons of that territory who shall be the citizens of India. The Citizenship Act, 1955, also lays down the citizenship of India may be lost whether it was acquired under the Citizenship Act, 1955, or prior to it under the provisions of the Constitution, i.e. under Articles 5 to 8. It may happen in any of three ways: renunciation, termination, and deprivation. A renunciation is a voluntary act by which a person holding the citizenship of India, as well as that of another country, may abjure one of them. B. Termination shall take place by operation of law, as soon as a citizen of India voluntarily acquires the citizenship of another country. C. Deprivation is a compulsory termination of the citizenship of India by an order of the Government of India, if it is satisfied, for example, that Indian citizenship had been acquired by a person by fraud, or that he has shown himself to be disloyal or disaffected towards the Constitution of India. There is a provision of single citizenship in India, though we have a federal system of government. The concepts of dual citizenship and restricted facilities to the people of Indian origin, PIOs, exist. The Commonwealth citizenship. Practice questions. 1. Describe the external sources of the Indian Constitution. 200 to 250 words. 2. Do you think that the 1950 Constitution is nothing but the Government of India Act, 1935, with universal adult franchise added to it? 700 to 800 words. 3. State the internal and external sources of the Constitution of India. 700 to 800 words. 4. Write a detailed essay on the significance of the preamble to the Constitution of India. 2013. 700 to 800 words. 5. Critically discuss the nature of polity enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution. 700 to 800 words. 6. Elucidate 5 features of Indian Constitution you think important. 700, 800 words. 7. Write a note on the demand for the creation of new states in India. 2012, 200 to 250 words. 8. How can you explain that India is a secular state? 200 to 250 words. 9. Write a brief note on Indian citizenship. 200 to 250 words. 10. Explain the words liberty, equality, and fraternity enshrined in the Constitution. 200 to 250 words. Indian Constitution, amendment procedure and basic structure doctrine. The dynamic developments and cater to the needs of Thai. He states life has to be vibrant if it has to go along with the society. The circumstances keep changing continuously. A state's constitution drafted at a particular time and in a particular context may prove inadequate at a later stage. It is, therefore, important that the Constitution lives in accordance with the changing times. To change the Constitution is to amend it through a method. The amendment method keeps the Constitution in pace with the changing times. Amendment. Meaning and definitions. Amendment of the Constitution, in our discipline, means modifications in the Constitution by way of addition, deletion, or correction so as to suit it to the needs of the present. Institutions which help administer the society keep changing continually. Sometimes these institutions are scrapped for new ones. Sometimes they are altered, while at others they are done away with. All these are done through amendments made in the laws, statutes, conventions, and the Constitution. Amendments make such changes. Amendment, according to Oxford's Dictionary of Law, means changes made to legislation for the purposes of adding to, correcting, or modifying the operation of the legislation. Black's Law Dictionary defines amendment as a formal revision or addition proposed, or made to a statute, constitution, pleading, order, or other instrument. Amendment, according to Oxford's Dictionary of Law, means changes made to legislation for the purposes of adding to, correcting, or modifying the operation of the legislation. Black's Law Dictionary defines amendment as a formal revision or addition proposed, or made to a statute, constitution, pleading, order, or other instrument. The Kesavananda Bharati case provides the best explanation of what constitutes an amendment. A broad definition of the word amendment will include any alteration or change. The word amendment, when used in connection with the Constitution, may refer to the addition of a provision on a new and independent subject, complete in itself and wholly disconnected from other provisions, or to some particular article or clause, and is then used to indicate an addition to, the striking out, or some change in that particular article or clause. Amendment in the context of the Constitution, thus, means any change, alteration, addition, deletion, or correction in any law or article or clause of the Constitution. Constitutions, in the context of amendments, are either described as flexible, rigid, or partly flexible and partly rigid. A constitution is flexible when the lawmaking procedure and the amending procedure is the same, i.e., when the same simple majority procedure is used in making the law as well as in amending any article, clause, or law. Flexibility amounts to the amendment as if the new law is being made. A new law changing the earlier law. A law is made through a simple majority, i.e. 50.1% at least. When such a majority is required to amend any law, any article, or any clause of the Constitution is said to be a flexible one. A constitution is rigid when the amending procedure is different than the lawmaking procedure. The law is made by a simple majority, i.e. 50.1%. If the amending procedure requires a different that is a higher majority, the constitution is said to be a rigid constitution. A rigid constitution is one where the amendment procedure is different from the one followed in making the law. The partly flexible and the partly rigid constitution is one where there are more than one amendment procedures and where in amending certain articles of the constitution, simple majority procedure is resorted to while in others absolute majority, more than 50.1%, procedure is followed. The English Constitution follows the flexible method of amendment when a new law replaces the older law. The American Constitution is an example of a rigid constitution. An amendment proposal can be initiated by the Congress or by the states, seeking amendment by a convention supported by two-third majority. Such an amendment proposal has to be passed in each house of the Congress by two-third majority, and then the said proposal has to be ratified by 3/4 of the states. The Swiss Constitution also provides for a rigid method of amendment, one where the citizens also participate in ratifying the amendment proposal. The Indian Constitution is an example of both a partly flexible and partly rigid constitution. Why amendment? A constitution is a system of fundamental laws or principles for the performance of a nation. It differs from a law or statute in that a law or a statute provides, at least to a certain degree, the details of the subject it treats, whereas the Constitution usually states the general principles and framework of the law and government. Permanence and generality are the main characteristics of most of the constitutions in the world. As a rule, a constitution does not deal in detail but enunciates the general principles and directions, for the framers of the Constitution cannot anticipate conditions which may subsequently arise in the progress of a nation. It is, indeed, unwise to provide immutable rules for future exigencies which are at best dimly perceived and which can be best dealt with by the legislature keeping in view the unfolding circumstances. Besides, a modern democratic constitution not only establishes the basis of the governmental system but also serves as an effective means of public welfare, and this warrants its adaptability more than anything else. The idea of a rigid constitution is logically untenable, for human societies grow and develop with the passage of time and, unless a provision is made for such constitutional readjustments, as the internal development of society requires, they must stagnate and retrogress. Moreover, a constitution that does not provide for a formal method of amendment leaves room for unconstitutional and violent changes. C.J. Friedrich rightly observes that a well-drawn constitution will provide for its own amendment in such a way as to forestall, as far as is humanly possible, revolutionary upheavals. In view of the need for changes in the Constitution of India, the framers of the Constitution did not opt for a very rigid procedure for amendment, as is usually the case with federal constitutions, and preferred a facile procedure. However, they did not make the procedure so easy that it made the Constitution unstable. They tried to strike a balance between constitutional stability and change. Unlike many written constitutions which have only one procedure for effecting any change of any kind in any part of the Constitution, the Constitution of India provides for a variety of procedures to amend it, a feature which has been commended by K.C. where for the reason that uniformity in the amending process imposes quite unnecessary restrictions on the amendment of parts of a constitution. As Nehru had said, "While we want this, the Indian Constitution, to be solid and permanent as we can make it, there is nothing permanent in the Constitution. There should be certain flexibility. If you make anything rigid and permanent, you stop the nation's growth, the growth of a living, vital, organic people. The nature of the amending procedure depends on the nature of the Constitution." The opposite is also true. An evolved constitution usually has a flexible procedure. This is not true about the written constitution. A written constitution provides for a special majority for amending the constitution. China's constitution requires a two-third majority of the legislature for an amendment to be carried out. Usually the unitary states have a flexible procedure and the federal states, a rigid procedure. For an amendment, a flexible constitution cannot go with a federal government, nor a rigid constitution with a unitary government. LLL. Procedure of amendment in India. The founding fathers of our constitution intended our parliament, elected on the basis of universal adult suffrage, to be powerful enough to make changes in the constitution when needed for social and economic transformation. Therefore, they made several provisions of the constitution amendable by a simple majority of parliament. Part 20 of our Constitution consisting only of Article 368 deals with the power of Parliament to amend the Constitution and procedure thereon. It reads as under 368. Power of Parliament to amend the Constitution and procedure therefore. 1. Notwithstanding anything in the Constitution, Parliament may in exercise of its constituent power amend by way of addition, variation or repeal any provision of this Constitution in accordance with the procedure laid down in this article. 2. An amendment of this Constitution may be initiated only by the introduction of a bill for the purpose in either House of Parliament, and when the bill is passed in each House by a majority of the total membership of that House, and by a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members of that House present and voting, it shall be presented to the President, who shall give his assent to the bill, and thereupon the Constitution shall stand amended in accordance with the terms of the bill, provided that if such amendment seeks to make any change in A. Article 54, Article 55, Article 73, Article 162, Article 241, or B. Chapter 4 of Part 5, Chapter 5 of Part 6, or Chapter of Part 11, or C. Any of the lists in the 7th Schedule, or D. The representation of states in Parliament, or E. The provision of this article. The amendment shall also require to be ratified by the legislatures of not less than 1/2 of the states by resolutions to that effect passed by those legislatures before the bill making provision for such amendment is presented to the President for assent. 3. Nothing in Article 13 shall apply to any amendment under this amendment. 4. No amendment of this Constitution, including the provisions of Part I made or purporting to have been made under this article, whether before or after the commencement of Section 55 of the Constitution, 42nd Amendment, Act, 1976, shall be called in question in any court on any ground. 5. For the removal of doubts, it is hereby declared that there shall be no limitation whatever on the constituent power of Parliament to amend by way. 5. For the removal of doubts, it is hereby declared that there shall be no limitation whatever on the constituent power of Parliament to amend by way of addition, variation or repeal the provisions of this Constitution under this article. In the above text, the amplified marginal heading to the article, clauses 1 and 3 and amendment in clause 2, were inserted by the 24th Amendment Act, 1971 and clauses 4 and 5, by the 429D Amendment Act, 1976. The Constitution provides for 3 categories of amendments. The first category includes those amendments which can be effected by Parliament by a simple majority which is required for passing any ordinary law. The amendments contemplated in Articles 4, 169, Para 7, 2 of Schedule 5 and Para 21, 2 of Schedule 6 fall within this category and are specifically excluded from the purview of Article 368. Those amendments which can be effected by Parliament by a prescribed special majority constitute the second category. And the third category consists of those amendments which require, in addition to such special majority, ratification by at least 1/2 of the state's legislatures. An amendment by a simple majority. The following constitutional provisions can be amended by a simple majority at the instance of the Union government. I. Admission of a new state under Article 2, along with the consequential amendments in Schedule, which defines the territory of a state, and Schedule 4, which deals with the allocations of seats to a state in the Rajya Sabha. 2. Provisions relating to the citizenship of India, Article 11. 3. Provisions relating to the exercise of executive power by a state or its officers in respect of a matter over which Parliament has power to make laws, Article 73, 2. 4. Provisions relating to the salaries and allowances of ministers, Article 75, 6, and the consequential amendments to Schedule 2. V. Provisions to the salaries and allowances of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the House of the People, and the Chairman and the Deputy Chairman of the Council of States, Article 97 and the consequential amendments to Schedule 2. 6. Provisions relating to the salaries and allowances of the Members of Parliament, Article 106. 7. Provisions relating to the number of judges in the Supreme Court, Article 124, 1. 8. Provisions relating to the privileges, allowances and rights of judges of the Supreme Court, Article 125, 2. 9. Provisions relating to appeals to the Supreme Court, Article 133, 3. X. Provisions relating to review of the judgments of the Supreme Court, Article 137, 11. Provisions relating to the salaries and allowances of the Comptroller and the Auditor General, Article 148, 3, and the consequential amendments to Schedule IL. 12. Provisions relating to the composition of the legislative councils, Article 172, 2, 13. Provisions relating to the salaries and allowances of the judges of the High Court, Article 221, 2, and the consequential amendments to Schedule IL. 14. Provisions relating to English language, Article 343(3)(15). Provisions relating to the language to be used in the Supreme Court and the High Courts. Article 348(1)(16). Provisions relating to the creation of legislature and council of ministers for a union territory. Article 239(a)(17). Provisions relating to the administration and control of the scheduled areas and scheduled tribes. Para 7 of Schedule 5 and 18. Provisions relating to the administration and control of tribal areas. Para 21 of Schedule 6. In addition to Parliament's power to amend the Constitution in the aforesaid areas, the state legislative assemblies also have the power to amend Article 164(5), which relates to the salaries and allowances of ministers in the states. Strictly speaking, the amendments in the aforesaid areas cannot be called constitutional amendments, because, for these amendments the procedure laid down in Article 368, which specially deals with amendments of the Constitution, is not required to be followed. However, it is averred here that these are amendments to the Constitution inasmuch as the Constitution stands amended, albeit by simple majority. B. Amendments at the instance of the state governments. The amendments at the instance of the state governments fall under two categories. I. Some of the provisions of the Constitution can be amended at the instance of a state, and B. Some can be amended in consultation with the states. The provisions relating to the upper house in a state fall under the first category. Whether a state will create or abolish an upper house entirely depends on the will of the state. When, under Article 169, a state assembly passes a resolution by a majority of not less than 2/3 of its members present and voting for having or abolishing its upper house, Parliament may pass a law in this behalf by a simple majority. Once such a law is passed, the Constitution stands amended. The provisions relating to the formation of a state and alteration of the boundaries or name of a state fall under the second category. Under Articles 3 and 4, Parliament has the power to form new states and alter the boundaries and names of the existing states. It can also make consequential changes in schedules and 4. Parliament can do so by passing a law by a simple majority. But no such bill can be introduced in Parliament except on the recommendation of the President. When such a law is going to affect the area, boundary, or name of a state, the bill has to be referred to the legislature of the affected state for its views thereon within such period as may be specified in the reference. This period may be extended by the President. Once such a law is passed, the Constitution stands amended accordingly. C. Amendment by 2/3 majority and with the concurrence of half of the states. The following constitutional provisions can be amended by a 2/3 majority and with the concurrence of half of the states. 2, 3, 4. VV. I. VI. Vili. Mode and manner of the election of the President of India. Article 54 and 55. Extent of the executive power of the Union. Article 73. Extent of the executive power of the states. Article 162. Constitution of a High Court for a Union Territory. Article 241. Provisions relating to the Union Judiciary. Chapter 4 of Part 5 of the Constitution. Articles 124 to 127. Provisions relating to the High Courts. Chapter 5 of Part 6 of the Constitution. Articles 214 to 231. Provisions relating to the distribution of legislative powers between the Union and the states. Chapter of Part 11 of the Constitution of India. Articles 245 to 255. Provisions relating to the three lists, Schedule 7. Provisions relating to the representation of states in Parliament. Article 80 and Schedule 4. And provisions relating to the amendment of the Constitution. Article 368. For the amendment of the aforesaid provisions of the Constitution, the procedure laid down in Article 368 has to be followed. D. Other provisions. The provisions other than those which have been discussed under the previous two heads can be amended by a special majority vote in Parliament, i.e., by a majority of the total membership of each House of Parliament and by a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members of each House present and voting. For the amendment of these provisions, no ratification by the states is required. E. Assent of the President. In each of the aforesaid cases, an amendment of the Constitution can be initiated only by an introduction of a bill in either House of Parliament, and in each case the assent of the President of India is obligatory. Without the assent of the President, the Constitution cannot be amended. F. Special features of the amendment procedure. Of the three methods of amending the Constitution as specified above, there are certain special features. Some of these are Vi. Vil. Parliament and legislatures of the states participate in the amendment procedure. There is no provision of any special body for purposes of amendment. The state legislatures participate in the amendment when changes are to be made in what is included in Article 368. There is no provision for referendum in amendment procedure in India. Neither the states nor the people can initiate any amendment proposal. Only the Parliament can initiate such proposals. There is no provision of any joint sittings of the two houses of the Parliament to remove the deadlock relating to the amendment proposal. The prior permission of the President is not required for introducing the amendment bills. The President can neither refuse nor withhold his/her assent to the amendment bills passed by the legislatures. 4. Amendments made in the Constitution. The following constitute the brief summary of the amendments made in the Constitution till October 2007. 1. The Constitution First Amendment Act 1950. This amendment provided for several new grounds of restrictions to the right to freedom of speech and expression and the right to practice any profession or to carry on any trade or business as contained in Article 19 of the Constitution. These restrictions are related to public order, friendly relations with foreign states or incitement to an offense in relation to the right to freedom of speech, etc. The amendment also inserted two new Articles 31A and 31B and the Ninth Schedule to give protection from challenge to land reforms laws. 2. The Constitution Second Amendment Act 1952. By this amendment, the scale or representation for election to the Lok Sabha was readjusted. 3. The Constitution Third Amendment Act 1954. This amendment substituted Entry 33 relating to trade and commerce of List IL concurrent list of the Seventh Schedule to make it correspond to Article 369. 4. The Constitution Fourth Amendment Act 1955. Article 31(2) of the Constitution was amended to restate more precisely the state's power of compulsory acquisition and requisitioning to private property. Article 31A of the Constitution was also essential welfare legislation. 6 acts were also included in the Ninth Schedule. Article 305 was also amended to save certain laws providing of state monopolies. 5. The Constitution Fifth Amendment Act 1955. This amendment made a change in Article 3 so as to empower President to specify a time limit for state legislature to convey their views on the proposed central laws affecting area, boundaries, etc. of their states. 6. The Constitution Sixth Amendment Act 1956. This amendment made some changes in Articles 269 and 286 relating to taxes on sale and purchase of goods in the course of interstate trade and commerce. A new entry 92A was added to the Union list of the Seventh Schedule to the Constitution. 7. The Constitution Seventh Amendment Act 1956. This amendment act purported to give effect to the recommendations of the State Reorganization Commission and the necessary consequential changes. Broadly, the then existing states and territories were changed to have twofold classification of states and union territories. The amendment also provided for composition of the House of the People, readjustment after every census, provisions regarding the establishment of new high courts, high court judges, etc. 8. The Constitution Eighth Amendment Act 1960, Article 334 was amended with a view to extending the period of reservation of seats for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and to the Anglo-Indian community by nomination in Parliament and in the state legislatures for a further period of 10 years. 9. The Constitution Ninth Amendment Act 1960. The purpose of this amendment was to give effect of the transfer of certain territories to Pakistan in pursuance of the agreement extended between governments of India and Pakistan. This amendment was necessitated in view of the judgment of Supreme Court Inter re Barabari Union, by which it was held that any agreement to cede a territory to another country could not be implemented by a law made under Article 3 but would only be implemented by an amendment of the Constitution. 10. The Constitution Tenth Amendment Act 1961. This act amended Article 240 and the First Schedule in order to include areas of Dadra and Nagar Haveli as a union territory and to provide for its administration under the regulation making powers of President. 11. The Constitution 11th Amendment Act 1961. The purpose of this amendment was to amend Articles 66 and 71 of the Constitution to provide that the election of President or Vice President could not be challenged on the ground of any vacancy in the appropriate electoral college. 12. The Constitution 12th Amendment Act 1962. This amendment sought to include Goa, Daman, and Diu as a union territory and to amend Article 240 for the purpose. 13. The Constitution 13th Amendment Act 1962. By this amendment, a new Article 371A was added to make special provisions with respect to state of Nagaland in pursuance of an agreement between Government of India and Naga People's Convention. 14. The Constitution 14th Amendment Act 1962. By this, Pondicherry was included in the First Schedule as a union territory, and this act has also enabled the creation of legislature by parliamentary law for Himachal Pradesh, Manipur, Tripura, Goa, Daman, and Diu, and Pondicherry. 15. The Constitution 15th Amendment Act 1963. This amendment provided for increase in the age of retirement of High Court judge and for the provision of compensatory allowance to judges who are transferred from one High Court to another. The Act also provided for appointment of retired judges to act as judges of High Court. Article 226 was also enlarged to empower High Court to issue direction, orders, or writs to any government authority, etc. The Act also provided for the exercise of powers of chairman of the service commissions in their absence, by one of their members. 16. The Constitution, 16th Amendment, Act, 1963, Article 19 was amended by this Act to impose further restriction on the rights to freedom of speech and expression, to assemble peaceably and without arms and to form associations in the interests of sovereignty and integrity of India. The oath of affirmation to be subscribed by candidates seeking election to Parliament and state legislature have been amended to include as one of the conditions that they will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India. The amendments are intended to promote national integration. 17. The Constitution, 17th Amendment, Act, 1964. Article 31A was further amended to prohibit the acquisition of land under a person's cultivation unless the market value of the land is paid as compensation, and the definition of estate, as contained in that article, had also been enlarged with retrospective effect. The Ninth Schedule had also been amended to include 44 more acts. 18. The Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 1966. Articles 3 was amended by this act to specify that the expression state will include a union territory also, and to make it clear that the power to form a new state under this article includes a power to form a new state of union territory by uniting a part of a state or a union territory to another state or union territory. 19. The Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 1966, Article 324 was amended to effect a consequential change as a result of the decision to abolish election tribunals and to hear election petitions by high courts. 20. The Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 1966. This amendment was necessitated by the decision of the Supreme Courts in Chandra Mohan v. State of Uttar Pradesh, in which certain appointments of district judges in State of Uttar Pradesh were declared void by Supreme Court. A new Article 233A was added and the appointments made by governor were validated. 21. The Constitution, 21st Amendment, Act, 1967. By this amendment, Sindhi language was included in the 8th Schedule. 22. The Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 1969. This act was enacted to facilitate the information of a new autonomous state of Meghalaya within state of Assam. 23. The Constitution, 23rd Amendment, Act, 1969. Article 334 was amended so as extend the safeguards in respect of reservation of seats in Parliament and state legislatures for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes as well as for Anglo-Indians for a further period of 10 years. 24. The Constitution, 24th Amendment, Act, 1971. This amendment was passed in the context of a situation that emerged with the verdict in Goloknath's case by Supreme Court. Accordingly, this act amended Article 13 and Article 368 to remove all doubts regarding the power of Parliament to amend the Constitution, including the fundamental rights. 25. The Constitution, 25th Amendment, Act, 1971. This amendment further amended Article 31 in the wake of the bank nationalization case. The word amount was substituted in place of compensation in the light of the judicial interpretation of the word compensation, meaning adequate compensation. 26. The Constitution, 26th Amendment, Act, 1971. By this amendment, the privy and privileges of the former rulers of Indian states were abolished. This amendment was passed as a result of Supreme Court decision in Madhav Rao case. This amendment was passed as a result of Supreme Court decision in Madhav Rao case. 27. The Constitution, 27th Amendment, Act, 1971. This amendment was passed to provide for certain matters necessitated by the reorganization of northeastern states. A new Article 239B was inserted which enabled the promulgation of ordinances by administrators of certain union territories. 28. The Constitution, 28th Amendment, Act, 1972. The amendment was enacted to abolish the special privileges of the members of Indian civil services in matters of leave, pension, and rights as regard to disciplinary matters. 29. The Constitution, 29th Amendment, Act, 1972. The Ninth Schedule to the Constitution was amended to include therein 2 Kerala Acts on land reforms. 30. The Constitution, 30th Amendment, Act, 1972. The purpose of the amendment was to amend Article 133 in order to do away with the valuation test of 20,000 rupees as fixed therein, and to provide instead for an appeal to Supreme Court in civil proceedings only on a certificate issued by High Court that the case involves a substantial question of law of general importance, and that in opinion of High Court, the question needs to be decided by Supreme Court. 31. The Constitution, 31st Amendment, Act, 1973. This act inter alia raises the upper limit for the representation of states in the Lok Sabha from 500 to 525 and reducing the upper limit for the representation of union territories from 25 members to 20. 32. The Constitution, 32nd Amendment, Act, 1973. This act provided the necessary constitutional authority for giving effect to the provision of equal opportunities to different area of the state of Andhra Pradesh, and for the constitution of an administrative tribunal with jurisdiction to deal with grievances relating to public services. It also empowered Parliament to legislate for the establishment of a central university in the state. 33. The Constitution, 33rd Amendment, Act, 1974. By this amendment, Articles 101 and 190 were amended in order to streamline the procedure of the resignation of members of Parliament and state legislatures. 34. The Constitution, 34th Amendment, Act, 1974. By this act, 20 more land tenure and land reform laws enacted by various state legislatures were included in the 9th Schedule. 35. The Constitution, 35th Amendment, Act, 1974. By this act, a new Article 2A was added, thereby conferring on Sikkim the status of an associate state of Indian Union. Consequent amendments were made to Articles 80 and 81. A new schedule, i.e. 10th Schedule, was added, laying down terms and conditions of association of Sikkim with the Union. 36. The Constitution, 36th Amendment, Act, 1975. This was enacted to make Sikkim a full-fledged state of Indian Union and to include it in the first schedule to the Constitution and to allot to Sikkim 1 seat each in the Council of States and in the House of the People. Article 2A and the 10th Schedule inserted by the Constitution, 35th Amendment, Act were omitted, and Article 80 and 81 were suitably amended. 37. The Constitution, 37th Amendment, Act, 1975. By this act, Union Territory of Arunachal Pradesh was provided with a legislative assembly. Article 240 of the Constitution was also amended to provide that, as in the case of other Union territories with legislatures, the power of President to make regulations for the Union Territory of Arunachal Pradesh may be exercised only when the Assembly is either dissolved or its functions remain suspended. 38. The Constitution, 38th Amendment, Act, 1975. This amended Articles 123, 213 and 352 of the Constitution to provide that the satisfaction of President or Governor contained in these articles would not be called in question in any court of law. 39. The Constitution, 39th Amendment, Act, 1975. By this act, disputes relating to the election of President, Vice President, Prime Minister, and Speaker are to be determined by such authority as may be determined by parliamentary law. Certain central enactments were also included in the 9th Schedule by this act. 40. The Constitution, 40th Amendment, Act, 1976. This act provided for vesting in the Union of all mines, minerals, and other things of value lying in the ocean within the territorial waters or the continental shelf or the exclusive economic zone of India. It further provided that all other resources of the exclusive economic zone of India shall also vest in the Union. This act also provided that the limits of the territorial waters, the continental shelf, the exclusive economic zone, and the maritime zones of India shall be as specified from time to time by or under any law made by Parliament. Also, some more acts were added to the 9th scheme. 41. The Constitution, 41st Amendment, Act, 1976. By this act, Article 316 was amended to raise the retirement age of members of state public service commissions and joint public service commissions from 60 to 62 years. 42. The Constitution, 42nd Amendment, Act, 1976. This act made a number of important amendments in the Constitution. These amendments were mainly for the purpose of giving effect to the recommendation of Swaran Singh Committee. Some of the important amendments made are for the purpose of spelling out expressly the high ideals of socialism, secularism, and the integrity of the nation, to make the directive principles more comprehensive and giving them precedence over those fundamental rights which have been allowed to be relied upon to frustrate socio-economic reforms. The Amendments Act also inserted a new chapter on the fundamental duties of citizens and made special provisions for dealing with anti-national activities, whether by individuals or by association. This Amendment Act provided for the creation of administrative and other tribunals for dealing with such matters while preserving the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in regard to such matters under Article 136 of the Constitution. Certain modifications in the writ jurisdiction of high courts under Article 226 were also made. 43. The Constitution, 43rd Amendment, Act, 1977. This act inter alia provided for the restoration of the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and High Courts, curtailed by the enactment of the Constitution, 42nd Amendment, Act, 1976, and accordingly Articles 32A, 131A, 144A, 226A, and 228A included in the Constitution by the said amendment were omitted by this act. The Act also provided for the omission of Article 31, which conferred special powers on Parliament to enact certain laws in respect of antinational activities. 44. The Constitution, 44th Amendment, Act, 1978. The right to property, which had been the occasion for more than one amendment of Constitution, was omitted as a fundamental right, and it was made only as a legal right. It was, however, ensured that the removal of the right to property from the list of fundamental rights would not affect the right of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. Article 352 of the Constitution was amended to provide armed rebellion as one of the circumstances for declaration of emergency. Internal disturbance not amounting to armed rebellion would not be a ground for the issuance of a proclamation. The right to personal liberty as contained in Article 21 and 22 is further strengthened by the provision that the law for preventive detention cannot authorize, in any case, detention for a longer period than 2 months unless an advisory board has reported that there is sufficient cause for such detention. With a view to avoiding delays, Articles 132 and 134 were amended and a new Article 134A was inserted to provide that a high court should consider granting a certificate for appeal to Supreme Court. 45. The Constitution, 45th Amendment, Act, 1980. The Constitution, 45th Amendment, Act, 1980. This was passed to extend safeguards in respect of reservation of seats in Parliament and state assemblies for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes as well as for Anglo-Indians for a further period of 10 years. 46. The Constitution, 46th Amendment, Act, 1982, Articles 296, 286, and 366 were amended to bring about uniformity in tax rates. 47. The Constitution, 47th Amendment, Act, 1984. This amendment is intended to provide for the inclusion of certain land reform acts in the 9th Schedule to the Constitution with a view to obviating the scope of litigation hampering the implementation process of those acts. 48. The Constitution, 48th Amendment, Act, 1984, the proclamation issued by President under Article 356 of the Constitution with respect to the state of Punjab cannot be continued in force for more than 1 year unless the special conditions mentioned in Clause 5 of the said article demand otherwise. 49. The Constitution, 49th Amendment, Act, 1984, Tripura government recommended that the provisions of the 6th Schedule to the Constitution may be made applicable to tribal areas of the state. The amendment involved in this act is intended to give a constitutional security to the autonomous district council functioning in the state. 50. The Constitution, 50th Amendment, Act, 1984, LT was proposed to amend Article 33 so as to bring within its ambit the members of the force charged with the protection of property belonging to or in the charge or possession of the state, or persons employed in any bureau or other organization established by the state for purposes of intelligence or counterintelligence, or persons employed in or in connection with the telecommunication systems set up for the purposes of any force, bureau of organization. 51. The Constitution, 51st Amendment, Act, 1984, Article 330 has been amended by this act for providing reservation of seats for scheduled tribes in Meghalaya, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram in Parliament, and Article 332 has been amended to provide similar reservation in the legislative assemblies of Nagaland and Meghalaya to meet the aspirations of local tribal population. 52. The Constitution, 52nd Amendment, Act, 1985. ILT amends the Constitution to provide that a member of Parliament or a state legislature who defects or is expelled from the party which set him up as a candidate in the election, or if an independent member of the House joins a political party, after expiry of 6 months from the date on which he takes seat in the House, shall be disqualified to remain a member of the House. The Act also makes suitable provisions with respect to splits and merger of political parties. 53. The Constitution, 53rd Amendment, Act, 1986. This article provides that the Legislative Assembly of Mizoram shall consist of not less than 40 members. 54. The Constitution, 54th Amendment, Act, 1986. This act increased the salaries of Supreme Court and High Court judges as follows. 55. The Constitution, 55th Amendment, Act, 1986, made special provisions in respect of Arunachal Pradesh and fixed the strength of its assembly at a minimum of 30 members. 56. The Constitution, 56th Amendment, Act, 1987, fixed the strength of the Goa Legislative Assembly at a minimum of 30 members. 57. The Constitution, 57th Amendment, Act, 1987, reserved seats for the scheduled tribes in the legislative assemblies of the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Nagaland. 58. The Constitution, 58th Amendment, Act, 1987, provided for an authoritative text of the Constitution in Hindi language and gave the same legal sanctity to the Hindi version of the Constitution. 59. The Constitution, 59th Amendment, Act, 1988-1. facilitated the extension of President's rule in Punjab up to 3 years. 2. Provided for the declaration of national emergency in Punjab on the ground of internal disturbance. 60. The Constitution, 60th Amendment, Act, 1988, increased the ceiling of taxes on professions, trades, callings, and employments from 250 rupees per annum to 2,500 rupees per annum. 61. The Constitution, 61st Amendment, Act, 1989, reduced the voting age from 21 years to 18 for the Lok Sabha and State Legislative Assembly elections. 62. The Constitution, 62nd Amendment, Act, 1989, extended the reservation of seats for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for the further period of 10 years, i.e., up to 2000. Constitution, 63rd Amendment, Act, 1989, repealed the changes introduced by the 59th Amendment Act of 1988 in relation to Punjab. In other words, Punjab was brought at par with the other states in respect of emergency provisions. 64. The Constitution, 64th Amendment, Act, 1990, facilitated the extension of the President's rule in Punjab up to a total period of 3 years and 6 months. 65. The Constitution, 65th Amendment, Act, 1990, provided for the establishment of a multi-member national commission for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. 66. The Constitution, 66th Amendment, Act, 1990, included 55 more land reform acts of various states in the 9th Schedule. 67. The Constitution, 67th Amendment, Act, 1990, facilitated the extension of the President's rule in Punjab up to a total period of 4 years. 68. The Constitution, 68th Amendment, Act, 1991, facilitated the extension of the President's rule in Punjab up to a total period of 5 years. 69. The Constitution, 69th Amendment, Act, 1991, accorded a special status to the Union Territory of Delhi by designating it as the National Capital Territory of Delhi. The amendment also provided for the creation of a 70-member Legislative Assembly and a 7-member Council of Ministers for Delhi. 70. The Constitution, 70th Amendment, Act, 1992, provided for the inclusion of the members of the Legislative Assemblies of National Capital Territory of Delhi and the Union Territory of Pondicherry in the Electoral College for the election of the President. 71. The Constitution, 71st Amendment, Act, 1992, there have been demands for inclusion of certain languages in the 8th Schedule to the Constitution. This act amends the 8th Schedule to the Constitution to include Konkani, Manipuri, and Nepali languages. 72. The Constitution, 72nd Amendment, Act, 1992, for restoring peace and harmony in the areas of the state of Tripura where disturbed conditions prevailed. A memorandum of settlement was signed by Government of India with Tripura National Volunteers on August 12, 1988. In order to implement the said memorandum, Article 332 of the Constitution has been amended by the Constitution, 72nd Amendment, Act, 1992 for making a temporary provision for the determination of the number of seats reserved for the scheduled tribes in the State Assembly of Tripura, until the readjustment of seats is made on the basis of the first census after the year 2000 under Article 170 of the Constitution. 73. The Constitution, 73rd Amendment, Act, 1993, a new Part 9 relating to the panchayats had been inserted in the Constitution to provide for, among other things, Gram Sabha in a village or group of villages. Constitution of panchayats at village and other level or levels, direct elections to all seats in panchayats at the village and intermediate level, if any, and to the offices of chairpersons of panchayats at such levels. Reservation of seats for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes in proportion to their population for membership of panchayats and office of chairpersons in panchayats at each level, reservation of not less than 1/3 of the seats for women, fixing tenure for 5 years for panchayats and holding elections within a period of 6 months in the event of supersession of any panchayat. 74. The Constitution, 74th Amendment, Act, 1993, having regard to these inadequacies, a new Part 9A relating to the municipalities has been incorporated in the Constitution to provide for, among other things, constitution of 3 types of municipalities, i.e. Nagar Panchayats for areas in transition from a rural area to urban area, municipal councils for smaller urban area, and municipal corporations for larger urban areas. 75. The Constitution, 75th Amendment, Act, 1994, provided for the establishment of rent tribunals for the adjudication of disputes with respect to rent, its regulation and control, and tenancy issues including the rights, title, and interest of landlords and tenants. 76. The Constitution, 76th Amendment, Act, 1994, included the Tamil Nadu Reservation Act of 1994, which provides for 69% reservation of seats in educational institutions and posts in state services in the 9th Schedule to protect it from judicial review. In 1992, the Supreme Court ruled that the total reservation should not exceed 50%. 77. The Constitution, 77th Amendment, Act, 1995, provided for reservation in promotions in government jobs for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. This amendment nullified the Supreme Court ruling with regard to reservation in promotions. 78. The Constitution, 78th Amendment, Act, 1995, included 27 more land reform acts of various states in the Ninth Schedule. With this, the total number of acts in the schedule increased to 284. 79. The Constitution, 79th Amendment, Act, 1999, extended the reservation of seats for the SCs and STs and special representation for the Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for a further period of 10 years, i.e., up to 2010. 80. The Constitution, 80th Amendment, Act, 2000 provided for an alternative scheme of devolution of revenue between the center and states. This was enacted on the basis of the recommendations of the 10th Finance Commission, which has recommended that out of the total income obtained from central taxes and duties, 29% should be distributed among the states. 81. The Constitution, 81st Amendment Act, 2000. By this amendment, the unfilled vacancies of a year which were reserved for the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes for being filled up in that year in accordance with any provision for reservations made under Article 16 of the Constitution, shall be considered as a separate class of vacancies to be filled up in any succeeding year or years, and such class of vacancies shall not be considered together with the vacancies of the year in which they were filled up for determining the ceiling of 50% reservation against total number of vacancies of that year. 82. The Constitution, 82nd Amendment Act, 2000. The amendment provides that nothing in Article 335 shall prevent the state from making any provision in favor of the members of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes for relaxation in qualifying marks in any examination or lowering the standards of evaluation for reservation in matter of promotion to any class or classes of service or posts in connection with affairs of the Union or of a state. 83. The Constitution, 83rd Amendment, Act, 2000. The Act amended Article 243M of the Constitution to provide that no reservation in panchayats need be made in favor of the scheduled castes in Arunachal Pradesh wholly inhabited by tribal population. 84. The Constitution, 84th Amendment, Act, 2001. The Act amended provisions to Articles 82 and 183 of the Constitution to readjust and rationalize the territorial constituencies in the state, without altering the number of seats allotted to each state in House of People and legislative assemblies of the states, including the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes constituencies, on the basis of population ascertained at the census for the year 1991, so as to remove the imbalance caused due to uneven growth of populations/electorate in different constituencies. It is also to refix the number of seats reserved for the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes in the House of the People and the legislative assemblies of the states on the basis of the population ascertained at the census for the year 1991, so as to remove the imbalance caused due to uneven growth of population/electorate in different constituencies. 85. The Constituent 85th Amendment, Act, 2001. This Act amended Article 164A of the Constitution to provide for consequential seniority in the case of promotion by virtue of rule of reservation for the government servants belonging to the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. It also provides retrospective effect from 17th day of June 1995. 86. The Constitution, 86th Amendment, Act, 2002. The Act deals with insertion of a new Article 21A after Article 21. The new Article 21A deals with right to education. The state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children of the ages of 6 to 14 years in such manner as the state may, by law, determine. Substitution of new article for Article 45. For Article 45 of the Constitution, the following article shall be substituted, namely, provision for early childhood care and education to children below the age of 6 years. Article 45 states, the state shall endeavor to provide early childhood care and education for all children until they complete the age of 6 years. Article 51A of the Constitution was amended and a new clause, K, was added after clause, J, which states that anyone, K, who is a parent or guardian to provide opportunities for education to his child or, as the case may be, ward between the age of 6 and 14 years. 87. The Constitution, 87th Amendment, Act, 2003 to 1-inch Article 81 of the Constitution, in Clause 3. In the proviso, in Clause 2, for the figures 1991, the figures 2001 shall be substituted. 88. The Constitution, 88th Amendment, Act, 2003, made a provision for service tax, Article 268A. Taxes on services are levied by the center. But their proceeds are collected as well as appropriated by both the center and the states in accordance with the principles formulated by Parliament. 89. The Constitution, 89th Amendment, Act, 2003, bifurcated the erstwhile combined National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes into two separate bodies, namely, National Commission for Scheduled Castes, Article 338, and National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, Article 338A. Both the commissions consist of a chairperson, a vice chairperson, and 3 other members. They are appointed by the President. 90. The Constitution, 90th Amendment, Act, 2003, in Article 332 of the Constitution, in Clause 6, the following proviso shall be inserted, namely, provided that for elections to the Legislative Assembly of the State of Assam, the representation of the scheduled tribes and non-scheduled tribes in the constituencies included in the Bodoland Territorial Area District, so notified, and existing prior to the constitution of the Bodoland Territorial Area District, shall be maintained. 91. The Constitution, 91st Amendment, Act, 2003, made the following provision to limit the size of Council of Ministers, to debar defectors from holding public offices, and to strengthen the anti-defection law. I. The total number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, in the Central Council of Ministers shall not exceed 15% of the total strength of the Lok Sabha Article 75, 1A. 2. A member of either House of Parliament belonging to any political party who is disqualified on grounds of defection shall also be disqualified to be appointed as a minister Article 75, B. 3. The total number of ministers, including the chief. 5. The provision of the 10th Schedule Anti-Defection Law, pertaining to exemption from disqualification in case of split by 1/3 members of legislature party has been deleted. It means that the defectors have no more protection on grounds of splits. Minister, in the Council of Ministers in a state shall not exceed 15% of the total strength of the Legislative Assembly of that state. But the number of ministers, including the chief minister, in a state shall not be less than 12 Article 164, 1A. A member of either house of a state legislature belonging to any political party who is disqualified on grounds of defection shall also be disqualified to be appointed as a minister Article 164, 1B. A member of either House of Parliament or either House of a state legislature belonging to any political party who is disqualified on grounds of defection shall also be disqualified to hold any remunerative political post. The expression remunerative political post means any office under the central government or a state government where the salary or remuneration for such office is paid out of the public revenue of the concerned government, or 2. Any office under a body, whether incorporated or not, which is wholly or partially owned by the central government or a state government and the salary or remuneration for such office is paid by such body, except where such salary or remuneration paid is compensatory in nature, Article 361, B. 92. The Constitution, 92nd Amendment, Act, 2003. The Constitution, 92nd Amendment, Act, 2003 included 4 more languages in the 8th Schedule. They are Bodo, Dogri, Dongri, Maithili, Maithili, and Santhali. With this, the total number of recognized languages increases to 22. 93. The Constitution, 93rd Amendment, Act, 2006, greater access to higher education including professional education is of great importance to a large number of students belonging to the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes and other socially and educationally backward classes of citizens. To promote the educational advancement of the socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, i.e., the other backward classes or of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes in matter of admission of students belonging to those categories in unaided educational institutions other than the minority educational institutions referred to in Clause 1 of Article 30, the provisions of Article 15 were amplified. The new Clause 5 of said Article 15 shall enable the Parliament as well as the state legislatures to make appropriate laws for the above-mentioned purpose. 94. The Constitution, 94th Amendment, Act, 2006, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh are to have a tribal welfare minister each. Orissa and Madhya Pradesh still have this provision, Article 164, 1, Article 164, 1. 95. The Constitution, 95th Amendment, Act, 2010, provides reservation for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes in the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies from 60 to 70 years till 2020. 96. The Constitution, 96th Amendment, Act, 2011, substitutes Adia for Oriya. 97. The Constitution, 97th Amendment, Act, 2012 adds cooperative societies after the words or unions in Article 19, IC and inserts Article 43B and adds Part IXB. 98. The Constitution, 98th Amendment, Act 2013, provides special responsibilities to the government of Karnataka with respect to a separate development board for Hyderabad and Karnataka region. 99. The Constitution, 99th Amendment, Act 2014, provides for the appointment of National Judicial Commission and amends Articles 124, 124A, 124B, 127, 128, 217, 222, 224A, 231. It may, however, be mentioned that this Ninth Amendment has been declared invalid by the Supreme Court. 100. The Constitution, 100th Amendment, Act 2015, June, provides for exchange of certain enclaves from India to Bangladesh and from Bangladesh to India, i.e. boundary settlement. V. Constitutional amendments and the shifting judicial stance. The first attack on Parliament's power to amend the Constitution came in Shankari Prasad case, soon after the Constitution was promulgated. In this case, the First Amendment Act was erroneously assailed on the ground that it infringed upon the right to property, a fundamental right then, and attracted the prohibition of Article 13(2) of the Constitution. In fact, the first constitutional amendment which caused curtailment of fundamental rights was enacted by the Provisional Parliament, the same body as the Constituent Assembly, which continued to function as Parliament till the new Parliament was elected after the first elections in 1952. The amendment was, therefore, for act of the same persons who had made our Constitution. On October 5, 1951, the Supreme Court unanimously declared the impugned act valid on the ground that the power in exercise of which the Amendment Act had been passed was a constituent power and the validity of the exercise of that power was not within the reach of the judicial process. Again, when the 17th Amendment was challenged in the Sujjan Singh case, the Supreme Court examined inter alia the scope and reach of the amending power and arrived at the conclusion that the court's earlier decision in the Shankari Prasad case was correct. The Supreme Court, however, in 1967, usurped the power of judicial review of constitutional amendments by the narrowest margin when it declared in the Goloknath case that the fundamental rights could not be abridged or taken away even through the process of constitutional amendment. Notwithstanding earlier decisions of the court, the majority led by Chief Justice K. Subba Rao and Hidayatullah Justice in this case misconstrued Articles 368 and 13(2), and came to the conclusion that Article 368 was controlled by Article 13(2). The government passed the 24th Amendment superseding the Goloknath decision. The amendment provided that the power of Parliament to amend the Constitution was to be found in Article 368(b). The amending power was a constituent power. C. Parliament could amend any part of the Constitution, including Part ill. D. It was obligatory for the President to give assent to a bill amending the Constitution, and E. The provisions of Article 13 would not be applicable to any amendment of the Constitution. The 24th Amendment to the Constitution tried to bury the Goloknath decision completely. In 1972, the Supreme Court was called upon to consider the validity of the 24th, 25th, and 29th Amendments in the famous Kesavananda Bharati case. The Goloknath decision was also reconsidered. Kesavananda Bharati provided yet another opportunity to the Supreme Court to rule upon the limits of the amending power. In this case, the Goloknath decision was overruled to the extent that the court conceded wider amending powers to Parliament and lifted the embargo of Article 13 placed by the earlier bench in the Goloknath case. But the court interpreted the 24th Amendment and consequently Article 368 in its own way. It upheld the validity of the 24th Amendment Act but at the same time declared that on the basis of certain implied limitations the amending power could not damage or destroy the basic features of the Constitution. The decision opened a Pandora's box and created uncertainty as it did not specify the basic features of the Constitution. In fact, the court widened the basis of Goloknath limitation and thereby the scope of judicial review. Instead of resolving the controversy raised by the Goloknath case, the Supreme Court through Kesavananda Bharati case redefined the argument advanced in the earlier case. It prevented the fundamental right plus much more from being damaged or destroyed by constitutional amendment. In 1975-76, during the period of internal emergency, the government enacted the 39th Amendment Act which inter alia inserted Article 329. A to validate the election of the Prime Minister and to wipe off appeals and cross-appeals in the election dispute that were lying before the Supreme Court of India. The validity of the 39th Amendment was assailed on the ground that it had violated the basic structure limitation laid down in the Kesavananda Bharati case. The 39th Amendment was impeachable on moral and political grounds, but it could not have constituted the basis for judicial invalidation. However, the court held that since the 39th Amendment had not made any change in Article 368, the 24th Amendment which laid the law in respect of the amending power could be applied only as it was interpreted by the majority of judges in Kesavananda Bharati. In sum, the Kesavananda Bharati ratio was considered as binding on the Supreme Court and the election case was decided accordingly. The counsel for the government was left with a limited scope for arguing in favor of the 39th Amendment, and his argument rested on the slippery ground that the impugned parts of the 39th Amendment did not damage or destroy the basic structure of the Constitution. Consequently, the impugned parts of the 39th Amendment were struck down on the basis of the basic structure limitation. Although there was no unanimity on the basic features that had been violated by the amendment, and each judge chose his own path to invalidate the amendment. The decision in the election case provided a new dimension to the theory of basic structure limitation. It declared that the amending power was subject to the theory of separation of power, that the amending power could not become a judicial power, and that there was a difference between the constituent power and the amending power. Just as the 24th Amendment was enacted to supersede the Gallicknath decision, the Parliament added clauses 4 and 5 to Article 368 through Section 55 of the 429D Amendment Act to nullify the effect of the Kesavananda Bharati decision. According to the two clauses, no court could question any amendment of the Constitution on any ground, and there were to be no limitations on the constituent power of Parliament to amend the Constitution. The 42-inch Amendment Act was a firm communication to the Supreme Court to the effect that the Parliament had an absolute power to amend the Constitution. Section 4 of the 42nd Amendment Act amended Article 32C to give preponderance to all the directive principles of state policy over the fundamental rights laid down under Articles 14, 19 and 31, and the government also demonstrated that it needed an unfettered amending power to bring about revolutionary socio-economic changes in society. Subsequently, when the 429D amendment was substantially repealed by the Janata government, the above-mentioned sections 4 and 55 of the Amendment Act remained unaltered, because the Congress, which had a majority in the Rajya Sabha, refused to give its approval to the proposed changes in respect of these two sections. It was hoped that the 429D amendment would take care of the basic features theory and bring to an end the conflict between the government and the judiciary over the amending power. But that did not happen. Sections 4 and 5, inter alia, came for judicial review in Minerva Mills case, and the Supreme Court affirmed the theory of basic structure and revived the Kesavananda Bharati ratio. After the 24th Amendment, the Gallicknath decision had stood overruled, and after the 42nd Amendment, the Kesavananda Bharati decision should have ceased to exist. But the apex court through Minerva Mills case elbowed Section 55 out and brought back Kesavananda Bharati case. Further, the Supreme Court in P. Sambamurthy v. State of Andhra Pradesh invalidated Clause 5 along with its proviso of Article 371D, which had been introduced in the Constitution by the 32nd Amendment Act, 1973. The proviso, the Clause 5, had empowered the state government of Andhra Pradesh to modify or even nullify an award given against it by the administrative tribunal constituted under Clause 3 of the same article. The five-member bench headed by Chief Justice Bhagwati declared the impugned part as shocking and subversive of the principles of justice. The court held that it was violative of the basic structure doctrine and, therefore, was unconstitutional. Thus, the Supreme Court knocked down yet another constitutional amendment, an amendment that had existed for 12 long years. The above discussions clearly show that there has been a steady usurpation expansion of judicial review power since the Gallicknath case. The Supreme Court, through Kesavananda Bharati and subsequent cases, seems to have firmly established its power of invalidating constitutional amendments. However, it must be acknowledged that the Supreme Court has not interfered in many cases on the basis of basic structure doctrine. In particular, it has allowed the socio-economic changes to take place through the constitutional amendments. 6. Constitutional amendment and social change. Various constitutional amendments have been enacted to bring about important socio-economic changes. In fact, the government had to take the help of Article 368 to implement agrarian reforms soon after the launching of our Constitution. From the very beginning, many social legislations and executive actions were held invalid by the court. Consequently, the Constitution had to be amended to overcome the difficulties created by these judicial decisions. Every amendment has been brought about with some specific purpose. The amendments which aimed at ushering in a new egalitarian social order are the 1st, 4th, 17th, 24th, 25th, 26th, 29th, 39th, 40th, 42nd, 44th, 47th, 49th, 51st, 65th, and 73rd to 78th. The first major challenge to the Constitution came when the Supreme Court held the abolition of zamindari as void in Kamaneshwar Singh v. State of Bihar, Ramesh Thapar v. State of Madras, and Motilal v. State of Uttar Pradesh. The court invalidated the Bihar Land Reforms Act, 1950, on the ground that it discriminated between the rich and the poor in determining the compensation for acquiring property. The court held that the compensation provided in the act was unjust, inequitable, and in some cases illusory. The government was committed to protect such legislations and, therefore, came forward with the First Amendment, the main object of which was to secure fully the constitutional validity of abrogating zamindari and jagirdari laws in general, and of certain specific state acts in particular. For this purpose, the amendment added Articles 31A and 31B. The famous 9 Schedule also came into being to preclude the judicial review of the acts in the schedule. Like the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment also intended to bring the constitutional provisions in line with the new social order. Difficulties arose once again because decisions of the Supreme Court in cases like State of West Bengal versus Bela Banerjee, Dwarkada's Srinivas versus Sholapur Spinning Co. Ltd. and State of West Bengal versus Subodh Gopal. The court had given a very wide meaning to clauses I and II of Article 31 regarding the limitation against compulsory acquisition of property. States' power needed redefinition in this context so as to distinguish it from cases in which the operation of regulatory or prohibitory laws of the state resulted in deprivation of property. Further, the judicial decisions interpreting the fundamental rights had raised serious difficulties in the implementation of social welfare programs such as fixing the limit on agricultural holdings, conferment of rights on tenants, proper planning of urban and rural areas, clearance of slums, etc. The state also required power to take over commercial or industrial undertaking or other property in the public interest. Furthermore, the government wanted certain acts to be protected and, therefore, wanted to include them in the IXDH schedule. The Fourth Amendment nullified the decision in the Bela Banerjee case. It declared that the adequacy of compensation for acquiring private property could not be justiciable. The amendment also clarified the right of Parliament or state legislature to make laws introducing state monopoly in any trade or commerce. The government was committed to see that the right to property did not come in the way of social revolution. The First and the Fourth Amendments were in pursuit of this object. When Kerala Agrarian Relations Act 1961, the Madras Land Reforms Act 1961, fixation of ceiling on land, the Rajasthan Tenancy Act 1955, and the Maharashtra Agricultural Land Act 1961, ceiling and holding, were struck down by the judiciary, the need for yet another constitutional amendment was thus felt. The definition of the term estate in Article 31A was found lacking. According to the Supreme Court, it did not include lands held under Ryatwari settlement and also other lands which figure in land reforms enactments. The situation became rather complicated as the term estate had come to be defined differently in different states. The 17th Amendment Act was passed to get over all these difficulties. The amendment defined estate widely by substituting old subclause A of Clause 2 of Article 31A with a new clause and added 44 statutes relating to land reform in the schedule. The Supreme Court, though struck down the various legislative enactments, it upheld the power of Parliament to amend the fundamental rights in the Shankari Prasad versus Union of India case in 1965. An unfortunate situation arose in 1967 when the Supreme Court in the Goloknath case revised its earlier stand and declared that the fundamental rights could not be impaired or taken away even through the process of amendment. This was an erroneous decision, to say the least. It created a political impasse, and Indira Gandhi, who had just established herself in the internecine struggle, ordered the midterm poll. The election was fought to seek popular sanction from the electorate on the issue of parliamentary competence to amend the constitution to implement the various socio-economic programs. Mrs. Gandhi got more than 2/3 majority, and that enabled her government to pass the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, and the 29th Amendments. The 24th Amendment was passed to nullify the effect of Goloknath case and to assert the Parliament's right to amend the fundamental rights. The amendment made it abundantly clear that the Parliament had the power to amend any part of the Constitution, including the fundamental rights. The Supreme Court in the bank nationalization case held that the properties taken over by the state, like banks and other industrial units, should be paid compensation according to the market value. The government had not proposed to pay the 14 nationalized banks the compensation according to the market value, and, therefore, the Supreme Court invalidated the nationalization. To surmount the difficulties created by the decision, the 25th Amendment was passed in 1971. The amendment substituted the word compensation by the word amount and forbade the courts to go into the question of quantum of compensation. The 25th Amendment also authorized the government to make laws to give effect to the directive principles specified in Clause B and C of Article 39. They were not to be declared void on the ground that they took away any of the fundamental rights guaranteed by Articles 14, 19, and 31. Thus, Article 31(c) sought to subordinate the fundamental rights to prevent concentration of wealth and to have economic programs that could subserve the common good. Indira Gandhi was committed to abolish privy purses of the erstwhile rulers. She described the privy purses as anachronism and got the princes to recognize and abolish their special privileges and privy purses through presidential order. This presidential order was challenged in the Supreme Court, and the court gave its ruling against it. The 26th Amendment was subsequently enacted in December 1971 to nullify the court decision and to abolish the privy purses and special privileges of the princes. The amendment was justified by the Prime Minister and the Law Minister on the ground that it was necessary to transform the economic and social structure of the Indian society. The 29th and 34th Amendments also belong to this category of amendments made for socio-economic change. The 29th Amendment included Kerala Land Reforms Act, 1969 and 1971. In the 9th schedule of the Constitution, which empowered the state government to take over the land in excess of the ceiling without paying compensation at the market value, and the 34th Amendment, 1974, provided constitutional protection to all the 17 land reforms acts passed by different states. Another important constitutional development took place when the 24th, 25th, and 29th Amendments were challenged in the Supreme Court in the Kesavananda Bharati case. Though the Supreme Court reversed its earlier decision in the Goloknath case and upheld Parliament's right to amend the Constitution including the fundamental rights, it held that the basic structure or framework of the Constitution could not be amended. The court, thus, put fetters on Parliament's power to amend the Constitution. Again, with a view to boost progressive measure, the government enacted Section 5 of the 39 Amendment Act, 1975, and the 40th Amendment Act, 1976. The 39th and 40th Amendments added 38 and 64 new entries, respectively, in the 9th schedule. Besides the acts relating to land reforms, the aforesaid section of the 39 Degrees Amendment inter alia inserted the Industries, Development and Regulation Act, 1951, the Mines and Minerals, Regulation and Development Act, 1957, the Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices Act, 1969, the Maintenance of Internal Security Act, 1971, the Coking Coal Mines, Nationalization Act, 1972, the General Insurance Nationalization Act, 1972, the Sikh Textile Undertakings, Taking Over of Management Act, 1972, the Coal Mines, Taking Over Management Act, 1973, and the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, 1973 in the 9th schedule to preempt litigation. Similarly, the 40th Amendment inter alia gave protection to certain central laws such as the Smugglers and Foreign Exchange Manipulators, Forfeiture of Property Act, 1976, the Urban Land, Sealing and Regulation Act, 1976, the Essential Commodities Act, 1955, and certain provisions of the Motor Vehicles Act, 1939, by placing them in the 9th schedule. When the progressive legislations conceived in the interest of the public are allowed to be challenged in the court of law, the very purpose of enacting these stands defeated. Hence, this exercise. The much discredited 42nd Amendment was brought about with a view to revising the Constitution. The Comprehensive Amendment did not leave any important area untouched. It inter alia sought to reassert once and for all the supremacy of Parliament and its plenary powers to amend any provision of the schedule. Incorporated in the preamble the words socialist and secular, prescribed fundamental duties for the citizens and established primacy of the directive principles over certain fundamental rights. The 44th Amendment omitted the right to property from the list of fundamental rights to enable the Parliament to go ahead with socio-economic measures unimpeded. And, on the suggestion of the state governments of Assam, Bihar, Haryana, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal and the administration of the Union Territory of Goa, Daman, and Diu to include some of their acts relating to land reforms in the 9th schedule, the 47th Amendment Act, 1984, inserted as many as 14 entries in the schedule. A couple of amendments have been made to help the development of tribal areas and representation of tribal people in the legislatures. The 49th Amendment provides constitutional sanctity to the Autonomous District Council in the state of Tripura, meant to ensure rapid development of tribal areas and self-governance by the tribals. The 51st Amendment changed Amendment 330 to provide for reservation of seats in the Lok Sabha for scheduled tribes in Meghalaya, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, and Mizoram, and Article 332 to provide for similar reservation in the legislative assemblies of Nagaland and Meghalaya. The 65th Amendment has brought in a quantitative and comprehensive change in Article 338 of the Constitution. It provides for a high-level 5-member National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes to investigate and monitor all matters relating to the safeguards provided for the Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes under the Constitution and law. It has also been vested with the power to recommend suitable measures for the protection, welfare, and socio-economic development of the Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes. The 6th Amendment added a further group of land reform enactments passed by the state legislatures of Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Orissa, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, and the Union Territory of Pondicherry to the IXTH schedule of the Constitution, so that they could remain outside the purview of judicial review. Moving on to the landmark 73rd Amendment of the Constitution, it may be mentioned that the successive governments have been making efforts to revitalize the Panchayati Raj institutions in India. In 1989, Rajiv Gandhi's government introduced 64th Constitution Amendment Bill in Parliament, and likewise in September 1990, VP Singh government introduced the 74th Constitution Amendment Bill, but these efforts did not succeed because of the dissolution of the Lok Sabha. It was only during P.V. Narasimha Rao's tenure as Prime Minister the government succeeded in passing the 73 Constitutional Amendment. This historic amendment provides for an elaborate system of establishing panchayats as units of self-government. It has added Articles 243A to 243O and a fresh Schedule 11 enumerating the powers and functions of Panchayati Raj institutions. The constitutional amendment inter alia provides for a three-tier model of Panchayati Raj and reservation of seats for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and women in the panchayats. It also provides for constituting a finance commission for each state to look after the financial position of Panchayati Raj institutions. Again, the 74th Amendment is a very important one. It deals with the establishment of municipalities as a part of the Constitution. The amendment details the powers, duration, election, finance, and other related matters of different types of municipalities. It has added the 12th schedule to the Constitution wherein 18 subjects are mentioned for the municipalities to handle. The 76th Amendment has been enacted to raise the reservation quota of government jobs and seats for admission in educational institutions in favor of socially and educationally backward classes to 69% in Tamil Nadu. Further, the Amendment Act has been included in the IXTH schedule to save it from judicial scrutiny. This has been done at the behest of the Tamil Nadu government. All the political parties in Tamil Nadu without exception put pressure on the union government for its enactment. No political party wanted to miss an opportunity to have political mileage. However, this act was assailed on the basis of the Indra Soni versus Union of India case before the Apex Court. The 77th Amendment has added a new subsection 4A to Article 16 of the Constitution to enable the state to make any provision for reservation in matters of promotion in government jobs in favor of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, if it is of the opinion that they are inadequately represented in services under the state. Some other amendments such as 81st, 82nd, 84th, G5th, GGTH, Goth make favorable relevant changes with regard to the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. The 78th Amendment has been made to insert Land Reforms Act once again of various states in the IXTH schedule to give them constitutional protection from judicial invalidation. The amendment adds 27 Land Reform Acts, bringing the total entries to 284 in the IXTH schedule. The 86th Amendment, 2002, inserts a new Article 21A granting right to education, and in the process making relevant changes in Article 45. The above discussion clearly reveals the objects and purposes of enacting various constitutional amendments. Judicial invalidation of good number of socio-economic legislative measures resulted in the enactments of aforementioned constitutional amendments. However, the enactment of such large constitutional amendments during the last about 60 years cannot be justified. Undoubtedly, while some of the amendments were a natural product of evolution of the new political system, there were others which subserved only the political power. By way of illustration, it may be mentioned that the purpose of rushing through the 38th Constitutional Amendment was only to prevent inquiry into the constitutionality of the proclamation of internal emergency on June 26, 1975, and the following 39th Amendment was masterminded to oust the jurisdiction of courts retrospectively any petition challenging the Prime Minister's election. The much-discussed 429D Amendment was brought about to institutionalize emergency. It whittled down fundamental rights and made serious inroads into our democratic polity. Many have also questioned the wisdom of enacting anti-defection law and blatantly discriminatory 59th Amendment. There are also amendments which have not only enlarged the size of Schedule 9, but have also changed its content. There is, in fact, something called politics of IXTH schedule. To sum up, it can be said that the founding fathers of our Constitution were keen to bring about socio-economic revolution in free India through constitutional means, and for that, they deliberately provided for a facile procedure. However, they did not make the procedure so easy that it made the Constitution unstable. Part 20 of our Constitution containing Article 368 deals with the power to amend the Constitution and the procedure therefore. The multiple mechanism provided therein has its own advantages. The original Article 368 and the subsequent modifications to it through 24th and 42D constitutional amendments leave no scope whatever for any kind of limitation on the amending power. However, the Supreme Court decided to put limitations on the amending power while handing down its decision in the Goloknath case in 1967, and in 1973, it further refined its Goloknath ratio and introduced the basic structure limitation through Kesavananda. The subsequent decisions of the Apex Court only reaffirm and reiterate the Kesavananda ratio. On the other hand, the successive governments have passed constitutional amendments to bring about important socio-economic and political changes. On the other, certain amendments smack of only politics and politicking. Also, it has been noticed that on many occasions when national interest demanded, the ruling party received wholehearted support from the opposition for the passage of constitutional amendments. In fact, there are two views about amending the Indian constitution. One, the constitution has failed to deliver and it needs to be changed lock, stock, and barrel, and two, the constitution has served us well by and large, and the successive governments have been able to bring about significant changes through the available mechanism under the constitution. Hence, the present arrangement is satisfactory. The second view is supported here as the constitution alone cannot bring in qualitative changes either in the society or in the functioning of the government. Even the best of constitutions may not be of help so long our society is inflicted with illiteracy, poverty, corruption, and lawlessness, and we the people remain soft. This sentiment has been succinctly expressed by Sabyasachi Mukherjee, the former Chief Justice of India, in the following words. The root cause of India's failure in many fields is not in the structure of the constitution, but because we have not imbibed the requisite culture of living by constitutional morality, respecting law and order, and the principle of accountability. He further added, the constitution was intended to bring about substantial changes in Indian society. In 1947, we achieved the goal of national independence, but the parallel goal of social, cultural, and economic revolution is still in the process. Basic structure doctrine. The basic structure doctrine emerged basically because of two prominent factors. One, when the Parliament began amending the Constitution too oftenly. Second, when the Supreme Court began demonstrating shifting stances with regard to Parliament's power of amending the Constitution. Both the factors, indeed, were the cause and effect of each other. With the intentions of preserving the original ideals envisioned by the framers of the Constitution, the Supreme Court pronounced that the Parliament could not distort, damage, or alter the basic features of the Constitution under the pretext of amending power vested of what constitutes the basic structure of the Constitution in the Kesavananda Bharati case, 1973. In Nagraj v. Union of India 2007 case, the Supreme Court defined the term basic structure as systematic principles underlying and concerning the provisions of the Constitution. They give coherence and durability to the Constitution. These are part of the constitutional law if not express state. It is the court which will determine the basic structure on the basis of facts in each case that comes before it. It would be instructive, indeed, to go into the background of the basic structure doctrine. The position before the Kesavananda case. The Constitution of India empowers both the Parliament and the state legislatures to make laws on subjects within their respective jurisdiction. This power is, indeed, not absolute because the judiciary, according to the Constitution, has the power to adjudicate upon the constitutionality of all laws and in the process declare any law ultra vires if it goes against the Constitution. This is what is the power of judicial review. But the framers of the Constitution wanted to make the Constitution an adaptable document and hence gave the Parliament the power to amend the Constitution so to ward off the judiciary in matters relating to the amendments made in the Constitution. The pre-Kesavananda position was that the Supreme Court at one stage of time in Shankari Prasad Singh Deo v. Union of India case in 1951 and Sujjan Singh v. the State of Rajasthan case in 1965, upheld the power of Parliament to amend any part of the Constitution including the fundamental rights. In 1967, an 11-judge bench of the Supreme Court reversed its position when in the Goloknath v. the State of Punjab case, the apex court declared that the Parliament cannot amend any article including the fundamental rights of the Constitution and that Article 368 specifies the procedure of amendment and that it does not give the Parliament any power to amend the Constitution. Through a spate of amendments made between July 1971 and June 1972, 24th and other amendments, the Parliament restored for itself the absolute power to amend any part of the Constitution including Part I, dealing with fundamental rights. Even the President was made duty-bound to give his assent to any amendment bill passed by both the houses of the Parliament. 2. Emergence of the basic structure concept. The Kesavananda case. Inevitably, the constitutional validity of the above amendments was challenged before a full bench of the Supreme Court, 13 judges. Their verdict can be found in 11 separate judgments. 9 judges signed a summary statement which records the most important conclusions reached by them in this case. Granville Austin notes that there are several discrepancies between the points contained in the summary signed by the judges and the opinions expressed by them in their separate judgments. Nevertheless, the seminal concept of basic structure of the gained recognition in the majority verdict. All judges upheld the validity of the 24th Amendment, saying that Parliament had the power to amend any provision of the Constitution. All signatories to the summary held that the Goloknath case had been decided wrongly and that Article 368 contained both the power and the procedure for amending the Constitution. 7 of the 13 judges in the Kesavananda Bharati case, including Chief Justice Sikri, who signed the summary statement, declared that Parliament's constituent power was subject to inherent limitations. Parliament could not use its amending powers under Article 368 to damage, emasculate, destroy, abrogate, change, or alter the basic structure or framework of the Constitution. 3. Basic structure of the Constitution according to the Kesavananda verdict. Each judge laid out separately what he thought were the basic or essential features of the Constitution. There was no unanimity of opinion within the majority view either. Chief Justice Sikri explained that the concept of basic structure included supremacy of the Constitution, Republican and democratic form of government, secular character of the Constitution, separation of powers between the legislature, executive and the judiciary, federal character of the Constitution. Justice Sheelat and Justice Grover added 2 more basic features to this list. The mandate to build a welfare state contained in the directive principles of state policy. Unity and integrity of the nation. Hedge and Mukherjee justices identified a separate and shorter list of basic features. Sovereignty of India, democratic character of the polity, unity of the country, essential features of the individual freedoms secured to the citizens, mandate to build a welfare state. Jaga Mohan Reddy, justice, stated that elements of the basic features were to be found in the preamble of the Constitution and the provisions into which they translated, such as sovereign democratic republic, parliamentary democracy, 3 organs of the state. He said that the Constitution would not be itself without the fundamental freedoms and the directive principles. Only 6 judges on the bench, therefore a minority view, agreed that the fundamental rights of the citizens belong to the basic structure and Parliament could not amend it. The minority view delivered by Justice A.N. Ray, Justice M.H. Beg, Justice K.K. Matthew and Justice S.N. Dwivedi also agreed that Goloknath had been decided wrongly. They upheld the validity of all 3 amendments challenged before the court. Justice Ray held that all parts of the Constitution were essential and no distinction could be made between its essential and non-essential parts. All of them agreed that Parliament could make fundamental changes in the Constitution by exercising its power under Article 368. In summary, the majority verdict in Kesavananda Bharati recognized the power of Parliament to amend any or all provisions of the Constitution provided such an act did not destroy its basic structure. But there was no unanimity of opinion about what constituted the basic structure. Though the Supreme Court very nearly returned to the position of Shankari Prasad, 1952, by restoring the supremacy of Parliament's amending power, in effect it strengthened the power of judicial review much more. 4. Basic structure concept reaffirmed the Indira Gandhi election case. In 1975, the Supreme Court again had the opportunity to pronounce on the basic structure of the Constitution. A challenge to Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's election victory was upheld by the Allahabad High Court on grounds of electoral malpractice in 1975. Pending appeal, the vacation judge Justice Krishna Lear granted a stay that allowed SMT Indira Gandhi to function as Prime Minister on the condition that she should not draw a salary and speak or vote in Parliament until the case was decided. Meanwhile, Parliament passed the 39th Amendment to the Constitution, which removed the authority of the Supreme Court to adjudicate petitions regarding elections of the President, Vice President, Prime Minister and Speaker of the Lok Sabha. Amendments were also made to the Representation of People's Acts of 1951 and 1974 and placed in the 9th schedule along with the Election Laws Amendment Act, 1975 in order to save the Prime Minister from embarrassment if the Apex Court delivered an unfavorable verdict. The mala fide intention of the government was proved by the haste in which the 39th Amendment was passed. The bill was introduced on August 7, 1975 and passed by the Lok Sabha the same day. The Rajya Sabha, Upper House, passed it the next day and the President gave his assent 2 days later. The amendment was ratified by the state legislatures in special Saturday session. It was gazetted on August 10th. 4 out of 5 judges on the bench upheld the 39th Amendment, but only after striking down that part which sought to curb the power of the judiciary to adjudicate in the current election dispute. 1 judge, Justice Beg, upheld the amendment in its entirety. Mrs. Gandhi's election was declared valid on the basis of the amended election laws. Basic features of the Constitution according to the election case verdict. Again, each judge expressed views about what amounts to the basic structure of the Constitution. According to Justice H.R. Khanna, democracy is the basic feature of the Constitution and includes free and fair elections. Justice K.K. Thomas held that the power of judicial review is an essential feature. Justice Y.V. Chandrachud listed 4 basic features which he considered unamendable. Sovereign democratic republic status, equality of status and opportunity. Secularism and freedom of conscience and religion. Of laws and not of men, i.e. the rule of law. Despite the disagreement between the judges on what constituted the basic structure of the Constitution, the idea that the Constitution had a core content which was sacrosanct was upheld by the majority views. 6. Basic structure doctrine reaffirmed the Minerva Mills and Vaman Rao cases. Within less than 2 years of the restoration of Parliament's amending powers to near absolute terms, the 42nd Amendment was challenged before the Supreme Court by the owners of the Minerva Mills, Bangalore, a Sikh industrial firm which was nationalized by the government in 1974. Chief Justice Y.V. Chandrachud, delivering the majority judgment, for 1, upheld the power of judicial review of constitutional amendments. It maintained that clauses 4 and 5 of Article 368 conferred unlimited power on Parliament to amend the Constitution. It said that this deprived courts of the ability to question the amendment even if it damaged or destroyed the Constitution's basic structure. The judges, who concurred with Chandrachud, CJ ruled that a limited amending power itself is the basic feature of the Constitution. In another case, Vaman Rao versus Union of India, 1981, relating to a similar dispute involving agricultural property, the apex court held that all constitutional amendments made after the date of the Kesavananda Bharti judgment were open to judicial review. All laws placed in the Schedule 9 after the date of the Kesavananda Bharti judgment were open to review in the courts. They can be challenged on the ground that they are beyond Parliament's constituent power or that they have damaged the basic structure of the Constitution. In essence, the Supreme Court struck a balance between its authority to interpret the Constitution and Parliament's power to amend it. In conclusion, it may be said that while the idea that there is such a thing as a basic structure to the Constitution is well established and its contents cannot completely be determined with any measure of finality until a judgment of the Supreme Court spells it out. Nevertheless, the sovereign, democratic, and secular character of the polity, rule of law, independence of the judiciary, fundamental rights of citizens, etc., are some of the essential features of the Constitution that have appeared time and again in the apex court's pronouncements. One certainty that has emerged is that all laws and constitutional amendments are now subject to judicial review and that the laws, which transgress the basic structure, are likely to be struck down by the Supreme Court. Indeed, the Parliament's power to amend the Constitution is not absolute, and the Supreme Court is the final arbiter and interpreter of all constitutional amendments. Though the list of the basic structure cannot be enlisted, yet certain decisions of the Supreme Court do provide indications of the basic structure which can be enlisted as these: supremacy of the Constitution, Republican and democratic form of polity, separation of powers, federal nature of India's federal structure, welfare state as indicated in the directive principles, fundamental rights and fundamental duties, individual freedom, fair and free elections, parliamentary form of government, secularism, rule of law, etc. It may, however, be stated that the basic structure is not new to the Indian Constitution. There have been unamendable provisions in some of the constitutions in the world, e.g., Articles 20 and 79 of the German Constitution relating to democracy, republicanism, rule of law and human rights cannot be amended. Article 139, republicanism, of the Italian Constitution cannot be amended. Article 1 relating to republicanism in the Turkish Constitution cannot be amended. In the Australian Constitution, provisions relating to parliamentary sovereignty, national flag, and the federal polity are not amendable. Practice questions. 1. Give clearly the meaning of amendment. 200 to 250 words. 2. How and on what basis the constitutions are described as flexible, rigid, and partly flexible, partly rigid. 200 to 250 words. 3. Why should the Constitution be amended? 200 to 250 words. 4. Write a brief note on Article 368 of the Constitution. 200 to 250 words. 5. How is the Constitution of India amended? 700 to 800 words. 6. Describe briefly the features of the amendment procedure in India. 200, 250 words. 7. State briefly the Supreme Court's shifting stances on questions relating to amendment. 700 to 800 words. 8. Write a detailed note on the basic structure doctrine of the Indian Constitution. 2012, 200 to 250 words. 9. How have the constitutional amendments helped in bringing about change in India? Give examples. 700, 800 words. 10. What should constitute the basic structure of the Constitution? Support your answer with arguments. 700 to 800 words. Fundamental rights, directive principles, and fundamental duties, which no man can seek to be at his best self. They help individuals develop their personality. They are claims on others, on society. They emanate from our membership of the society and as such are rewards for our obligations to others. They are always social and are never against the society, above it or before it. The state recognizes certain individual rights, maintains, and protects them. Lyites are, Lasky says, claims of social life without. The Constitution of India, in Part Ill, Articles 12 to 35, provides fundamental rights, and Part 4, Articles 36 to 51, explains directive principles of the state policy. Part IVEA, Article 51A, inserted in the Constitution through 42nd Amendment 1976, which deals with fundamental duties of the Indian citizens. Debates in the Constituent Assembly. The concept of fundamental rights in the Indian Constitution derives its cue from numerous historical documents, such as Britain's Bill of Rights, the American Bill of Rights, and the French Declaration of the Rights of Man. During the National Movement, an all-parties conference proposed, in 1928, certain constitutional reforms. The Nehru Committee, an 11-member committee headed by Motilal Nehru, suggested a list of fundamental rights, including the rights for religious and ethnic minorities and others, seeking to limit government's powers. In 1931, the Indian National Congress, at its Karachi session, adopted resolutions defining as well as committing itself to defend fundamental civil rights, including socio-economic rights, such as minimum wages and the abolition of untouchability and serfdom. Committing themselves to socialism in 1936, leaders of the Congress Party draw examples from the Soviet Constitution, which called for fundamental duties of citizens to serve as a means of collective, patriotic responsibility. The Constituent Assembly was convinced that a list of constitutional rights should be a part of the Constitution for reasons such as A. The executive needs to be prevented from acting arbitrarily. B. Socioeconomic justice needs to be achieved by ensuring certain objectives, and C. Minority groups need to be assured of the protection of their interests. The Liberal School, represented by K.M. Munshi aka IR, and the Kurtas Bhargava in the Constituent Assembly, sought negative rights, i.e., liberties against the possible onslaughts of the government. The Democratic Left School, represented by men like K.T. Shah, Damodar Swarup, and V.P. Tripathi, suggested positive rights, i.e., guaranteed socio-economic rights for the common man. A subcommittee headed by Sardar Patel decided to draw a distinction between justiciable rights and non-justiciable rights. Two schools emerged, one seeking to incorporate as many rights as possible enforceable in a court of law, another seeking to restrict fundamental rights to a few essential things, with the former favoring justiciable rights and the latter favoring non-justiciable right. Thus, there emerged two parts in the Constitution, Part Ill and Part 4, dealing with the fundamental rights and the directive principles of state policy, respectively. Fundamental rights as the soul of the Constitution and the directive principles as the conscience of the Constitution. In addition to individual fundamental rights, i.e., the rights to equality and freedom, there was a considerable discussion on fundamental rights to be guaranteed to religious and ethnic minority groups. Members of the Constituent Assembly had already committed themselves to protect the interests of the minorities. Moving a resolution while setting up an advisory committee on fundamental rights and the rights of minorities, G.B. Pant stated, "A satisfactory solution to questions pertaining to the minorities will ensure the health, vitality, and strength of the Free State of India. Unless the minorities are fully satisfied, we cannot make progress." In the wake of the partition of the country, the Constituent Assembly had, in early days of 1947, agreed on the rights of the minorities to protect their cultures, but had not accepted their claim to political rights for reservation seats in legislatures. A subcommittee on minorities headed by H.C. Mukherjee, in its report on July 27, 1947, recommended that seats should be reserved for religious minorities under joint electorates, that the interests of such minorities need to be protected in the cabinet, that the reservations for minorities should be provided in the services, and that the independent officials should be appointed to report to the legislature on the working of the safeguards for minorities. Sardar Patel's Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights accepted most of the recommendations of the Mukherjee Subcommittee on August 8, 1947, and the Constituent Assembly adopted the entire report of the Advisory Committee on August 27 and 28, 1947. While in the draft constitution, these provisions were incorporated in Part 14 in February 1948. However, the whole question with regard to the political rights of the minorities was reopened in December 1948. The partition of the country had changed the whole situation. Sardar Patel, as a result, tabled the report of Advisory Committee to the Constituent Assembly in May 1949, saying that the minorities, instead of having reservations, need to play a definite role in the development of a healthy nation and that their special claims have to be harmonized with that role. Nehru had seen the germs of separation in the reservation of political rights of the minorities. Thus, the idea of reservation for the minorities was dropped as politically divisive, though the cultural and educational rights of the minorities were guaranteed in the Constitution. Fundamental rights. The original Constitution, 1950, had 7 fundamental rights, but as a consequence of the 44th Amendment in 1978, the right to property was deleted from the list of fundamental rights, and was declared as an ordinary right under Article 300A. Article 300A reads, "No person shall be deprived of his property save by authority of the law." Article 12 is a general provision which defines the word state to include the government and the Parliament of India and the governments and legislatures of states and other local authorities. Article 13 clearly says that laws inconsistent with or in derogation of the fundamental rights would stand void. It further says that the state would not make any law which takes away or abridges the fundamental rights, and any law made in contravention of this clause would stand void. Furthermore, it says that nothing in this article, i.e. Article 13, would apply to any amendment to the Constitution made under Article 368. Articles 33 and 34 relate to changes in these rights with regard to armed forces and martial law. Article 35 empowers the Parliament and not state legislatures to make laws with respect to Clause 3 of Article 16 and 3 of Articles 32, 33, and 34. The fundamental rights as stated in Article 14 to 32 with the exception of Article 31 and its other parts, now deleted, are as under. A. Fundamental rights, article-wise. 1. Right to equality. The state shall not deny any person equality before the law or equal protection of the law within the territory of India, Article 14. 2. The state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them, Article 15, 1. 3. No citizen shall, on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them, be subject to any liability, restriction, or condition with regard to A. Access to shops, public restaurants, hotels, and places of public entertainment, or B. The use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads, and places of public resort maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or dedicated to the use of the general public, Article 15, 2. Nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children, Article 15, 3. Nothing in this article or in Clause 2 of Article 29 shall prevent the state from making any special provision for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward class of citizens or for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Article 15, 4. Equality of opportunity in public employment. There shall be equality of opportunity for all citizens in matters relating to employment or appointment to any office under the state, Article 16, 1. No citizen shall, on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, descent, place of birth, residence, or any of them, be ineligible for or discriminated against in respect of any employment or office under the state, Article 16, 2. Nothing in this article shall prevent the Parliament from making any law prescribing, in regard to a class or classes of employment or appointment to an office under the government or any local or other authority within a state or union territory, any requirement as to residence within that state or union territory prior to such employment or appointment, Article 16, 3. 4. Nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any provision for the reservation of appointments or posts in favor of any backward class of citizens which, in the opinion of the state, is not adequately represented in the services under the state, Article 16, 4. Nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any provision for reservation in matters of promotion to any class or classes of posts in the services under the state in favor of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes which, in the opinion of the state, are not adequately represented in the services under the state, Article 16, 4a. 6. Nothing in this article shall affect the operation of any law which provides that the incumbent of an office in connection with the affairs of any religious or denominational institution or any member of the governing body thereof shall be a person professing a particular religion or belonging to a particular denomination, Article 16, 5. Abolition of untouchability. Untouchability is abolished and its practice in any form is forbidden. The enforcement of any disability rising out of untouchability shall be an offense punishable in accordance with the law, Article 17. Abolition of titles. 1. No title not being a military or academic distinction shall be conferred by the state, Article 18, 1. 2. No citizen of India shall accept any title from any foreign state, Article 18, 2. 3. No person who is not a citizen of India shall, while he holds any office of profit or trust under the state, accept without the consent of the President any title from any foreign state, Article 18, 3. 4. No person holding any office of profit or trust under the state shall, without the consent of the President, accept any present, emolument, or office of any kind from or under any foreign state, Article 18, 4. 2. Right to freedom. 1. All citizens shall have the right A. To freedom of speech and expression. B. To assemble peaceably and without arms. C. To form association or union cooperative societies added by 97th Amendment 2012. D. To move freely throughout the territory of India. E. To reside and settle in any part of the territory of India, and F. To practice any profession and to carry on any occupation, trade, or business, Article 19, 1. The above freedoms have to be exercised within the framework of the sovereignty and integrity of India, the security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, decency or morality, or in relation to contempt of court, defamation or incitement to an offense, or reasonable restrictions in the interest of the scheduled castes and the like. Article 19, 2-6. Protection of life and personal liberty. No person shall be deprived of his life or personal except according to procedure established by law. Article 21. Protection in respect of conviction for offenses. 1. No person shall be convicted of an offense except for the violation of a law in force at the time of the commission of the act charged as an offense, nor shall he be subjected to a penalty greater than that which might have been inflicted under the law in force at the time of the commission of the offense. Article 21. 2. No person shall be prosecuted and punished for the same offense more than once. Article 22. 3. No person accused of an offense shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. Article 23. Right to education. Article 21A asks the state to provide free and compulsory education to all children of the age of 6 to 14 years in such a manner as is determined by the state. Added 86th Amendment 2002. Protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. 1. No person who is arrested shall be in custody without being informed as soon as may be of the ground for such arrest, nor shall he be denied the right to consult and to be defended by a legal practitioner of his choice. Article 22, 1. 2. Every person who is arrested and detained in custody shall be produced before the nearest magistrate within 24 hours of such arrest, excluding the time necessary for the journey from the place of arrest to the court of the magistrate, and no such person shall remain in custody beyond the said period without the authority by a magistrate. Article 22, 2. 3. Nothing in clauses 1 and 2 shall apply. A. To a person who for the time being is an enemy alien, or B. To a person who is arrested or detained under a law providing for preventive detention. Article 22, 3. 4. No law providing for preventive detention shall authorize the detention of a person for a period longer than 3 months unless A. An advisory board consisting of persons who are or have been or are qualified to be appointed as judges of a high court has reported before the expiration of the said period of 3 months that there is in its opinion sufficient cause for such detention. Article 22, 4a. B. Such person is detained in accordance with the provisions of any law made by Parliament under subclasses A and B of Clause 7. 5. When a person is detained in pursuance of an order made under a law providing for preventive detention, the authority making the order shall, as soon as may be, communicate to such person the grounds on which the order has been made and shall afford him the earliest opportunity of making a representation against the order. Article 22, 5. 6. Nothing in Clause 5 shall require the authority making such an order as is referred to in that clause to disclose facts which such authority considers to be against the public interest to disclose. Article 22, 7. 7. Parliament may by law prescribe A. The circumstances under which and the class or classes of cases in which a person may be detained for a period longer than 3 months under a law providing for preventive detention without obtaining the opinion of an advisory board in accordance with the provisions of subclause A of Clause 4. B. The maximum period for which a person may, in a class or classes of cases, be detained under a law providing for preventive detention, and C. The procedure to be followed by an advisory board in an inquiry under subclause A of Clause 4, Article 22, 7, A, B, C. 3. Right against exploitation. 1. Traffic in human beings and beggary and other similar forms of forced labor are prohibited, and any contravention of this provision shall be an offense punishable in accordance with law. Article 23, 1. 2. Nothing in this article shall prevent the state from imposing compulsory service for public purposes, and in imposing such service the state shall not make any discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, or class, or any of them. Article 23, 2. 3. No child below the age of 14 years shall be employed to work in any factory or mine or engaged in any other hazardous employment. Article 24. 4. Right to freedom of religion. 1. Subject to public order, morality, and health and other provisions of this part, all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to profess, practice, and propagate religion. Article 25, 1. 2. Nothing in this article shall affect the operation of any existing law or prevent the state from making any law. A. Regulating or restricting any economic, financial, political, or other secular activity which may be associated with religious practice. B. Providing for social welfare and reform or the throwing open of Hindu religious institutions of public character to all classes and sections of Hindus. Article 25, 2a, b. Subject to public order, morality, and health, every religious denomination or section thereof shall have the right A. To establish and maintain institutions for religious and charitable purposes. B. To manage its own affairs in matters of religion. C. To own and acquire movable and immovable property, and D. To administer such property in accordance with the law, Article 26. No person shall be compelled to pay a tax, the proceeds of which are specifically appropriated for payment of expenses for the promotion or maintenance of any particular religion or religious denomination, Article 27. 1. No religious instruction shall be provided in any educational institution wholly maintained out of state funds, Article 28, 23. 2. Nothing in Clause 1 shall apply to an educational institution which is administered by the state but has been established under an endowment or trust which requires that religious instruction shall be imparted in such an institution, Article 28. 2. 3. No person attending any educational institution recognized by the state or receiving aid out of state funds shall be required to take part in any religious instruction that may be imparted in such institution or to attend any religious worship that may be conducted in such an institution or in premises attached thereto unless such person, or, if such person is a minor, his guardian has given his consent thereto, Article 28, 3. 5. Cultural and educational rights. 1. Any section of citizens residing in the territory of India or any part thereof having a distinct language, script, or culture of its own shall have the right to conserve the same, Article 29, 1. 2. No citizen shall be denied admission to any educational institution maintained by the state or receiving aid out of state funds on grounds of religion, race, caste, language, or any of them, Article 29, 2. Rights of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. 1. All minorities, whether based on religion or language, shall have the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice, Article 30, 1. 2. In making a law providing for the compulsory acquisition of property of an educational institution established and administered by a minority referred to in Clause 1, the state shall ensure that the amount fixed by or determined under such law for the acquisition of such property is such as would not restrict or abrogate the right guaranteed under the clause, Article 30, 1a. 3. The state shall not, in granting aid to educational institutions, discriminate against any educational institution on the ground that it is under the management of a minority whether based on religion or language, Article 32. 6. Right to constitutional remedies. 1. The right to move the Supreme Court by appropriate proceedings for the enforcement of the rights conferred by this part is guaranteed, Article 3. The right to move